Chapter 4152. A new expedition. A fire lit up inside Vase. Ever since he conceived of a major and more goal-oriented expedition, he became completely enamored by all of the possible gains he could make from this epic adventure. Just like his prior grand expedition and past campaigns, he could obtain a wealth of benefits by exploring places where few dared to travel. Though Vase already planned to take his fleet out of the comfortable and increasingly more prosperous Davut system in order to resume his explorations of the Red Ocean, he had never seriously spent much time on planning and setting expectations. There was even a part of Vase that told him that he had fought enough battles and risked his life plenty of times already. Now that he had become the most prominent and successful journeyman in the Krakatoa Middle Zone, there was no need for him to take insane risks in order to get ahead. If he just focused on researching and improving his existing set of solutions and possibilities, he had no doubt that he could evolve his current product offerings to a higher level. As a father, I owe it to my children not to make them suffer due to my mistakes. His sense of duty as a parent held him back from committing to this brand new expedition. Yet that only lasted a brief time. The fire that sparked within his heart could not be snuffed. I truly have to go out there. The benefits were too great even if the risks were vastly increased as well. The main reason why he persisted with this new plan was because he was confident his combined fleet and forces were much better equipped to face the challenges of the new frontier than before. Even if I drag my wife and all of my children along with me, I will still be confident it will be okay. His clan had made an enormous leap in strength during this past year and there was still plenty more time to go before his intended departure time. As long as the Larkinson clan and its allies put more effort into rearming and expanding its combat forces, there was no doubt that they could form a formidable expeditionary fleet that could smash enemies that were 10 times stronger than the enemies they faced before. This gave him enough assurances that he would be able to protect his wife and kids even if he brought his fleet awfully close to the frontlines where the Big Two's warfleets were fighting intensely against the increasingly more united indigenous alien opposition. Vase became so driven by this new initiative that he quickly activated his desk terminal and began to structure his thoughts and intentions into an initial document. Just because he decided to go on a second major expedition didn't mean it would happen in a heartbeat. His clan had grown much larger and his allies had also grown substantially more powerful. Not only did he need to gain the support of his clansmen and convince them that this was a great idea, he also had to persuade his other stakeholders such as the Crossers and the Glory Seekers to go along with his bold new venture. That is going to take a bit of effort. He frowned. Despite the opposition that his new expedition would evoke, Vase was determined to push through his plans. This was the first time that he became passionate about his next major expedition. Regardless of whether he wanted to earn enough MTA merits to obtain an audience with Divine Hussein Albedo, he could expect to obtain a lot more gains from such a lengthy and exciting trip. Meow. While Lucky kept demanding more attention, Vase continued to formulate a framework of an expedition that would last at least several years. One of his most important demands was that he did not want to return to civilization too frequently. It was a big waste of time to travel to unexplored space, stay for a few months and then head back to Davut in order to repair and resupply. If possible, we should bring enough supplies and try our best to extend our operation time by scavenging or mining the resources needed to keep our fleet running. In other words, Vase needed to make sure to beef up the logistical elements of his expeditionary fleet. My forces must be as self-sufficient as possible. Alongside bringing along additional production and repair vessels, Vase also needed to stockpile a huge amount of supplies that could not be reproduced aboard the fleet. I can't forget about manpower as well. There had been times where Vase had been limited in what he could do due to lacking enough mech pilots or technical personnel. The great thing about starships was that their personnel capacity was quite flexible. The clan would not impose an unreasonable burden on a typical starship by crewing her with 4 times the amount of personnel needed to run her operations. If necessary, the clan could even upgrade its ships so that they could accommodate even more crew and passengers. A lot more people have arrived in the Red Ocean as of late. We should have no trouble hiring the manpower we need. A lot of people wanted to travel to the Red Ocean, but the difficulty of entering it was too great for most individuals. However, as more and more traffic flowed through the Greater Beander Gates, plenty of enterprising companies have adopted business models that proved to be surprisingly profitable. Their arrangements were quite simple. They took huge mass conveyors and initially filled them with compact passenger accommodation. Once Titanic cargo ships that temporarily moonlighted as makeshift passenger liners were stuffed with as many paying customers as possible, they transited to the Red Ocean and subsequently dumped their human payloads into central star nodes such as the Vullet system. The ships subsequently ditched their passenger modules and proceeded to fill their hulls with phase water and other rare and unique goods and materials that were exclusively available in the new frontier. The vessels then retraced their steps and transited all the way back to the Milky Way, where they subsequently unloaded their precious cargo and earned a massive profit from the trip. Vase had heard that the major trading companies responsible for setting up this costly rotation managed to secure preferential treatment from the Gate Consortium. Otherwise, there was no way that these trading convoys could repeatedly pass through the Greater Beander Gates. The cost in MTA merits was too great to sustain the volume of traffic. What else do I need to take into account? When he thought of the strength and preparation of the Larkinson clan, the Cross clan and the Glory Seekers, he became somewhat confident in their ability to handle unexpected situations. Yet, what if that's not enough? The dangers of venturing too close to the active front lines were well known. There was no shortage of daredevil pioneers who saw a great profit in plundering the star systems that had recently been swept by the Big Two's warfleets. The MTA and CFA only cared about smashing apart organized opposition and major population centers. Since their forces needed to sweep through a lot of territory, they simply did not have the time to thoroughly scour and salvage anything of value from the places they had just conquered. This presented a lot of lucrative opportunities to the scavenger fleets that hungrily descended upon these freshly bombarded star systems. The huge hauls that these scavenger fleets brought back to port systems such as Davut produced a lot of success stories. Even if their profits did not match the value of the plunder that the Golden Skull Alliance brought back from the Garamel system, Vase had definitely noticed the arrival of pioneers who managed to rise to prosperity in a single leap due to winning their bold gambles. However, the scavengers that eventually managed to return with their ships intact are not among the majority. The threat of alien reprisal was quite great, as many remnant alien forces regularly slipped through the Big Two's net. Aside from that, infighting was quite frequent among the scavenger fleets. The situation got especially ugly when multiple groups descended onto a single planet. Though Vase was confident that few would dare to attack his own expeditionary fleet when it was helmed by an ace pilot with a cutting-edge transphasic ace mech, who knew if he stumbled upon another major player. If he wanted to obtain more assurances, then expanding his fleet by bringing along additional forces was a viable proposal. There were huge issues, though. Trust was the #1 concern. Vase and many others in the alliance were extremely reluctant to expand their military alliance with a party that had not shared their struggles and did not prove their loyalty and commitment to promises. This was why there had been no news about expanding the Golden Skull Alliance after all this time. Occasionally, Minister Sheddarin Pernus came and brought up several potential candidates to Vase, but there were always reasons to reject their entry into the alliance. Maybe I've been too harsh. Do you think we should expand the Golden Skull Alliance, Lucky? Meow. Is that so? You make a good point. If he could find a way to share the burden and gain tens of thousands of additional mechs to his expeditionary fleet, then that would increase his chances of returning while preserving his life and the lives of his children. Compared to this benefit, the potential costs and complications were much less concerning. Vase did not mind splitting the profit to more parties if that was what it took to crush stronger enemies. As Vase finalized his initial framework, he called in his 3 most trusted and insightful advisors to his office. General Verl, Director Calabast, Minister Sheddarin, come take a seat and tell me your first impressions. As the 3 senior leaders of the Larkinson clan proceeded to do just that, their expressions quickly changed in different ways. Vase paid close attention to each of their expressions. Unfortunately, he did not get much out of this little test as he wished. Calabast possessed such great control over her body language and emotions that Vase couldn't glean any reliable clues from her behavior. Sheddarin was the same, but he expressly crafted a response that expressed mild surprise that might overstate or understate his actual thoughts. Only General Verl was fairly honest about his initial reaction. The military leader frowned as he read through elements that troubled him for one reason or another. I have no objections to committing to another expedition. The general began. You have made your intentions regarding the need to keep our clan active and on the move quite clear from the beginning. However, I was under the impression that once we finished our recuperation in Davut, we would venture into the hinterland regions of Krakatoa. There is still a great amount of unexplored and underexplored star systems in our current zone. While the chances of making gains are lower, the risks of encountering overwhelming alien opposition is much lower as well. The risks are much more manageable for these reasons. Now I find out that you want to travel to the border where fights between humans and aliens are much more frequent. Is there a problem with that, General? The risk factors are much greater the closer we travel to the front lines of humanity's ongoing conquest of the Red Ocean, Vase. I'm not talking about bumping into refugee fleets or remnant military vessels that are already on their last legs. There is a realistic possibility that we may get cornered by a complete and intact forward echelon alien warfleet, one that is formed to fight against MTA and CFA warfleets. Their strength and technological prowess is far beyond what we can handle even if we can count on the support of a friendly ace pilot. These were realistic concerns. Vase could not easily account for this scary possibility. Chapter 4153 More extensive preparations. It did not take much time for his first meeting with his core advisors about his new expedition to hit a stumbling block. Vase already took into account that the risks of approaching the active front lines of the invasion would be greater. The chances of encountering enemy elements, both human and alien, were significantly greater. However, the possibility that General Verl brought up was highly realistic. As much as Vase wanted to deny or downplay this risk, he had looked up enough news to know that plenty of scavenger fleets met their untimely ends at the hands of frontline alien fleet elements. This was also the reason why many of the most powerful pioneering fleets chose to keep their distance from the front lines. The toughest and most intractable fleets fielded by the Nuncers and the Puelmers had developed a terrible reputation among the pioneers and frontiersmen. The Nuncers fielded massive ships that were also concentrated in huge fleets that were more like floating cities. The Puelmers adopted a similar approach but concentrated more on equipping their ships with advanced technology rather than aiming for maximum quantity. Regardless, any ordinary pioneering fleet that got targeted by the Nuncers or Puelmers rarely managed to get away. Vase fell silent as he idly stroked Lucky's back. The cat had grown a lot more concerned as well when he heard the new plan. Meow meow, I'm working on it, let me think. As Vase tried to come up with an answer to the problem presented by General Verl, the director of the Black Cats took the initiative to speak. Please like and follow the Cultivation Audiobooks channel. Her thoughts. While I have my own doubts about this new venture, we can significantly decrease the risk of encountering unpleasant surprises by beefing up our scouting operations. Calabast said, if you study all of the cases where pioneering fleets were struck down by frontline alien troops, you will find that the former never put much effort into scouting and risk assessment. They only dispatched a perfunctory amount of scouting vessels to neighboring star systems and did not thoroughly research the alien territories they intended to strip of valuables. This was not necessarily because the scavenger fleets were led by stupid or incompetent leaders. Their means were just too limited. The availability of starships was still horrendously limited, which meant that any new arrivals would find it incredibly difficult to expand their initial fleets. Without access to enough wealth, military strength, influence and allies, there was no way for these fresh pioneering fleets to convince a shipyard to accept their order. This left these groups in a tight spot. They could either make do with what they brought over from the Milky Way, or they could risk everything on a single throw of the dice and head towards danger in the promise of obtaining a huge haul of precious materials and advanced alien tech. As Vase recalled the articles that he read, Calabast indeed made a good point. The majority of pioneering fleets that got suckered by alien warfleets were incapable of deploying scouting ships. Without spreading enough corvettes and other observer ships to neighboring star systems, it was much harder to gain an accurate impression on how many enemies might be lingering in the region. The situation was much different to the Golden Skull Alliance. We are in a much better position in this regard, Vase. Minister Sheddarin Pernus provided his opinion. Our recent successes have raised our profile and made us much more reputable in the eyes of major players. It has become significantly easier for us to commission ship orders at shipyards that previously closed their doors to our inquiries. While we are unable to order any capital ships from them, it should not be troublesome to commission modest batches of corvettes. Vase looked surprised. Is that true? More vendors are willing to do business with us. Sheddarin confirmed. It's not just us. The Cross clan have also found it a lot easier to place priority orders at major shipyard companies. Everyone is eager to please an ace pilot, you see. At the very least, these people do not want to leave an impression that they deliberately snubbed the Cross clan due to petty reasons. There is no way to predict the reaction of an ace pilot that has a well-known history for being volatile and impulsive. In other words, now that Patriarch Reginald Cross had grown into a big and powerful bully that could always decide to flip the board if he got triggered for whatever reason, a lot of companies took the initiative to offer their tribute through this manner. This was the benefit of acquiring a notorious reputation. What of the glory seekers? Vase curiously asked. Since the local shipyards are already beginning to offer their services to us in the crossers, I don't think they have much capacity left to help our remaining allies. The glory seekers have their own channels, Vase. The Hexer colonies may be overwhelmingly preoccupied with building up their settlements, but now that they have overcome the initial hurdles, they are much more secure in their own positions. That means that the Hexer dynasties are becoming more willing to supply the glory seekers with mechs, starships and other war materiel. Interesting. I did not expect those arrogant and selfish Hexers to forego the opportunity to strengthen their own positions by agreeing to donate to a common cause. Calabast chuckled. Don't get fooled, Vase. The Hexers are well aware of how vulnerable they have become now that they lost the support of their enormous holdings in the old galaxy. They are also clever enough to understand that our commitment to them is not as great now that we no longer need their help to survive and grow stronger. The best way for them to maintain active and friendly relations with our clan is to pump up the glory seekers so that the Golden Skull Alliance will always possess a Hexer presence. That's quite smart and far-sighted of them. I did not expect them to be able to do this. Vase mildly replied. Losing the Komodo War has given the exiled Hexers a powerful reality check. A lot of hardliners have been pushed from positions of power while more pragmatic and adaptable female leaders have risen up. Many dynasties are cognizant that they cannot act as extreme as before. Back in the Komodo Star sector, the Hexers used to be the biggest fish in the pond. Minister Shedderin illustrated. Here in the Red Ocean, they are medium-sized fish at best. No matter which pool they choose to swim in, they will always live alongside other fish that are no weaker than them despite the fact that the Hexers have evacuated from the Komodo Star sector in good order. Throwing around their weight will only unite every group in the Megare Middle Zone against them. That is what they must avoid at all costs. Both Calabast and Shedderin tracked the progress of the Hexer colonies quite closely. It was quite interesting to hear their perspectives on how different forms of pressure had forced the escapees from the Komodo War to become a lot more likable and diplomatic. Vase welcomed the changes. He designed the Superior Mother with the express purpose to deradicalize the Hexers as much as he could get away with, but it was never quite enough. He hoped that the threat of becoming a pariah in a place where they could not afford to make too many enemies would finally normalize them to a level where they became tolerable. He turned his attention back to closer concerns. Whatever happened to the Hexers these days did not concern him all that much anymore. So if I am understanding this correctly, we will soon be able to acquire enough starships to form an extensive scouting contingent, is that correct? That is correct, sir. General Verl admitted. The ships do not need to be large, expensive or powerful. It is already enough that they can travel ahead of our main fleet and warn us of any nearby threats in advance. This will significantly increase our ability to avoid dangerous enemies before they can ever get near. Vase thought of a possible concern. These scout ships will have to brave the frontier alone, though. They may be quick and agile, but if any enemy manages to get within range, there is little these flimsy corvettes can do to survive an encounter. I'm afraid our scouting contingent will suffer extensive losses over the course of our next expedition. That is an acceptable price. General Verl stated. It is always more preferable to lose a corvette that is crewed by a dozen clansmen at most than be forced to resist an ambush by a major alien fleet that we weren't able to foresee. Trust me, the Larkinsons crewing our scouting vessels will gladly do their duty even when they fully understand the dangers that they must brave. I will take your word on that, General. The four Larkinson leaders continued to discuss the other aspects of Ves's bold plan for their next expedition. Though there was no way to mitigate every possible risk, the plan became a lot more feasible after the inclusion of a few more measures. Calabast especially found it important to raise her voice this time. Information is power, Vase. I have always told you that because many people constantly have a tendency to forget about this truth. You have made that point clear to me already. What do you want this time? I need more funding and allowances to expand the Black Cats. She plainly stated her demands. Hasn't the recent funding increases been enough for you to expand our spy department? This is different, Vase. We have invested much of the money and resources that we have received from the clan into building up local and regional spy networks. We have spread an extensive amount of agents and informants throughout Davut and many other star systems. It costs a lot of effort and money to do the job correctly. If you want our Black Cats to increase our ability to collect vital intelligence on the less explored star systems that are closer to active war zones, then we must expand in a different way. Vase sighed before waving his hand. Fine, you will get your funding. It is not a big deal to give you an extra 100,000 MTA credits. The only thing I ask is results. You and your black cats have overlooked numerous dangers in the past. I'm aware that is because your means were much more limited then, but we have no excuse this time. His strategic partner smirked. Don't worry, Vase. Previously, it was difficult to do much because we were constantly on the move while working with limited resources. This time is different. We aren't short on funds and we still have plenty of years to make proper and adequate preparations. Trust me when I say that I do not want to make another major blunder. Not when my life is on the line as well. That was one of the more positive aspects of keeping everything important in a single fleet. Every core member of the Larkinson clan was on the same boat, both literally and figuratively. Any mistake they made would directly impact their chances of surviving the upcoming expedition. As Vase thought about other matters, Sheddarin brought up another major point. This is a major development, Vase, one that will affect our entire clan as well as our closest allies. If you want everyone to work towards your goals in a united fashion, then you will need to drum up strong support. One of the ways you can do that is by naming our upcoming operation. Have you come up with any suggestions that you like and can effectively communicate what we will embark upon in a couple of years? Let's call it the Trailblazer Expedition. This time, we must truly venture closer to the territories that have yet to be plundered and occupied by other human forces. Chapter 4154 Trailblazer Expedition. The Trailblazer Expedition. Shortly after Vase attached this bold and exciting-sounding label to his plan, he generated immediate excitement among those who learned about the new development. Trailblazer Expedition. This sounds like the turbo version of the Purgatory campaign. I hope the Trailblazer Expedition won't be as destructive as our first expedition and escapades. I'm tired of limping back to civilized space with only half of our fellow mech pilots alive. Damn, I would love to go with you guys, but my wife just gave birth to a son. I can't bear to bring my kids to a war zone. I think I will prepare the paperwork to transfer to the Davut branch of our clan. Vase did not hide his new plan from the others. He deliberately spread out the news in order to measure the overall sentiment of his clansmen and gauge their willingness to leave the comforts of Davut behind in order to endure a lot of hardships in the deeper parts of the new frontier. Fortunately, his clansmen had not lost that much fire and ambition. His values and ideals still remained strong among the soldiers and support personnel of his clan. Still, the amount of voices that betrayed the timidity of their speakers had also grown more numerous. Many of these Larkinsons had gotten married and started having children. While Vase could sympathize with their parental instincts, he did not really like it that he would have to leave them behind in Davut while they could still do a lot of good in the main fleet. Oh well, it's their choice whether they want to trade their ambitions for stability. Vase did not intend to stop or discourage these transfers in any way. He wanted his core fleet to be filled with supportive and like-minded Larkinsons who could tolerate the same risks as him. His clan could just make up for the shortfall in specialized personnel by picking up more bodies from the job market. Besides, the Davut branch of the Larkinson clan had actually grown quite extensively as of late. The Cat Nest, the First Star Mech Academy as well as other auxiliary holdings all demanded Larkinsons to operate and protect these sites. As word continued to spread, Vase held brief discussions with both the Glory Seekers and the Cross clan on his new initiative. Marshal Ariadne Woden did not exactly react with much enthusiasm when Vase called her over the comm. Is it truly necessary to keep acting as recklessly as you did in the past? She asked in an uncomprehending tone. We are in a completely different situation than before. Our power base is secure, our financial position is healthy and our support among the locals is growing by the day. We do not have to struggle as much to ensure our survival as before. Exactly. Pardon, Vase, you are right, that we aren't struggling as much anymore. Vase explained his view. While you and many others see this as a benefit, I see it as a disadvantage. The moment we stop struggling is the moment we become ordinary, average, complacent. I think you are exaggerating this too much. Ariadne frowned. As I have stated before, we are in a different situation from the past. We no longer have to take desperate actions in order to survive and cover our expenses. Instead of making decisions that are high risk and high reward, we can continue to develop on our current course and focus on achieving success on the market and in the political arena. The immediate rewards may not be so high, but the risks are much lower, especially now that our collective status has risen to a large degree. Calm and peaceful development is not cowardice, Vase. Many people and organizations have taken the slow and steady route and achieved much more success than relying on one fluke after another. Though her logic was sound, Vase still rejected her stance. He shook his head in disagreement. I don't disagree with you, but what works best for others doesn't necessarily work best for me. Let me give you a bit of additional perspective. You have a military background, correct? I used to serve in the Hex army as a Mech officer. The Hexer Marshal confirmed. I resigned my commission well before the outbreak of the Komodo War, though, or otherwise I would have chosen to take up my duties again. I understand. As a military officer, you are probably more attuned to risk and danger than normal. After all, your life and your lives are on the line whenever you make a decision that exposes you all to greater danger. That is only one part of the question, Vase. As soldiers, we also have a duty to follow orders and protect our people. Sometimes, you must brave great danger in order to prevent great tragedy from befalling on our own citizens. Vase nodded in understanding. That is an admirable sentiment. I would like to call upon your sense of duty and responsibility and support my Trailblazer expedition. I fail to understand your logic. There is no obligation for us to head straight towards the front lines and compete for spoils. The salvage that we can gather in those ruined but untouched star systems may only be worth as much as 1,000 MTA credits. As far as I am aware, the revenue your LMC earns on a monthly basis vastly exceeds that sum of money. You are not drawing an accurate picture of the benefits that we can obtain. Vase shook his head. Selling lots of mechs is good for our balance sheet but doesn't net us any MTA merits at all. We need to do much more in order to earn approval points from the association. You can do that here in Davut. Marshal Ariadne reminded him. The MTA rewards good research and brilliant new inventions, both of which you happen to excel at. You can keep earning a steady amount of merits without bringing you and your family any closer to dangerous alien fleets. How could Vase possibly explain to her that this was not enough for him anymore? He needed to earn 1 billion MTA merits as fast as possible. Merits are only part of the equation, Marshal. You have seen much of my brilliant works, but what you might not fully understand is what it takes to invent all of them. Many of my innovations are the products of the inspiration that I gain from getting exposed to new and different stimuli. If I remain stuck here in Davut, my exposure to new and different phenomena will remain limited. You don't necessarily have to travel to the wilder reaches of the new frontier, Vase. A leader and a mech designer such as yourself are always expected to remain in the rear. Do you understand how atypical it is for you to stay by the side of soldiers who are rushing towards the front? I understand that, as much as I understand that I am different from those other mech designers. I would have never made it this far if I acted like any other average professional. Look, Marshal, I am determined to advance to master and maybe star designer in the future. I won't be able to do that if I don't try my best to move forward. I am proceeding with this expedition with or without your support. I would rather have you and your fellow soldiers at our side. You and your fellow glory seekers might not have much use for inspiration, but I will make sure you will gain your fair share of loot and plunder. Vase directly pointed at the weakness of the glory seekers. For all of the support that they could expect to receive from the Hexer colonies, it was highly uncomfortable for them to be so dependent on external help. Unlike the Larkinson clan and the Cross clan, the glory seekers had not set up any enterprises that could cover their expenses and grow their organization. Soldiers had their pride as well, and that counted double for prickly female Hexers. For them to be able to earn their own keep and prove their ability to provide for themselves was a powerful incentive in itself. Marshal Ariadne sighed. You can count on our support and our participation. We are not comfortable with letting you, your wife and your children travel to the more dangerous parts of the new frontier without our protection. You all play a significant role to us and our fellow Hexers. We cannot allow you to come to harm. Then do your best to prepare for our next expedition. There is still a couple of years left before we are done with the current rearming phase. I hope to see your fleet and mech forces replenished and ready to begin a large and extensive campaign. The two discussed what the glory seekers should focus on in order to be as helpful as possible once the Trailblazer expedition commenced. I don't need you to invest too much in logistics, research or any of that crap. Vase told her. Our clan can cover those aspects for the most part. What we truly need are additional mechs and carriers. Combat power is the root of our strength. My clan currently fields the most mechs and we have a rich roster of expert mechs. The Cross clan has an ace pilot who will soon gain access to an ace mech. What can you bring, Marshal? We can bring state-level support from our contacts with the Hexers in the Red Ocean. Neither your Larkinson clan nor the Cross clan have the backing of state institutions. Vase dismissively waved his hand. We don't need any help from afar. It's not as if technical support from a team of masters can magically make a powerful enemy battleship explode. What we need are soldiers in the field. You have the least amount of carriers, mechs and expert mechs. Your glory seekers have always fallen behind when it comes to contributing in battle, and the disparity is only growing over time. If you don't do anything about it, your voice will grow smaller and smaller, and the share of the loot that you are entitled to will shrink as well. As a dependent force, the glory seekers were unable to expand in the same manner as the Larkinson clan and the Cross clan. While that was advantageous in some cases, right now their slow growth was dragging down the rest of the alliance. His words served as a signal as well as a warning message. If the glory seekers did not kick their expansion into gear, Vase would make sure to marginalize them in the future. Marshal Ariadne definitely got the message. I shall speak. Please like and follow the Cultivation Audiobooks channel to my relatives of the Woden dynasty as soon as possible. Although it will put more strain on the development of the Hexer colonies, it is best if they can increase their contributions to my fleet. We have already transferred a couple of kilograms of phase water to them as dividends in a sense. The prospect of earning additional treasures by supporting us should increase their willingness to contribute. Vase didn't know that the Glory Seekers had actually passed on a significant amount of the phase water they obtained from the Purgatory campaign. That made the relationship between the Glory Seekers and the Hexer colonies more transactional and also hierarchical. Don't be so enthusiastic about sending your loot back to the colonies, he advised. You should retain more of it and invest more in your own expansion. Don't hoard all of the phase water you have left. You should try and convert them into valuable goods and phase water products as soon as possible. There are still a few years left before we depart from Davut, so there should be plenty of time for you to figure out how you want to spend your remaining wealth. We will take your advice under consideration. Chapter 4155 Quantity over Quality. Compared to the hesitant and problematic Glory Seekers, Vase obtained a much better impression of the Cross clan. Though he decided to contact Professor Benedict as opposed to the Cross Patriarch, the mech designer was authoritative enough to speak. Please like and follow the Cultivation Audiobooks channel on behalf of the clan. The older man only paused for a brief moment before he nodded. We will be ready to depart alongside your fleet when the time has come. Vase blinked. He didn't think it would be that easy to gain a positive response from the Crossers. What does Patriarch Reginald think? The senior scoffed and crossed his arms. What do you think, Vase? There is no way he is going to miss out on all of the action that will be sure to haunt your tracks. Even if you did not decide to depart Davut in order to pursue greater opportunities, he would have taken his clan out for a different purpose. Patriarch Reginald is incredibly eager to test his new strength against actual opponents. It was hard to deny the powerful ace pilot's wishes. His authority and recognition was too great. Vase already expected Reginald to be eager to flex his new muscles and that of his soon-to-be upgraded Mars, but for the ace pilot to be so quick to disregard the safety of his fellow crossers was concerning. Oh well, Reginald's lust for glory and battle worked out well in this situation. With their leader in such a hurry to fight, the crossers would definitely be willing to play along and become an enthusiastic participant of the Trailblazer expedition. Do you guys have any special concerns or demands? Vase asked. Professor Benedict paused and thought for a moment. We can take care of our own needs. We will be able to bring plenty of ships and mechs if that is what you are concerned about. The only pertinent issue that will bother us is what we should do for the people we are leaving behind in Davut. What are your clan's concerns, exactly? We are both mech designers who have witnessed how low people can go when they think they can get away with their deeds. Benedict said in a lower tone. Though the authorities and power blocks of Davut have made great strides in developing this planet and maintaining law and order, the society that they have built in this corner of space is like a house of cards. Any shock to the system can easily cause the cards to collapse, thereby exposing the people stationed in this star system to the coveting gazes of others. I see what you mean, Professor. For now, everything is okay because we have concentrated our entire strength here. No one dares to do anything to our people because the bulk of our forces are close at hand. That will change once we depart. While we are still able to deter many parties from doing anything to our assets and people that we have left behind, what if something happens to us? What if we fall out of contact for an extended period of time? Both our cross-production center and your cat nest will become increasingly more attractive targets. You know how ruthless and cutthroat the people in the frontier have become. Vase grimaced but nodded in agreement. The rules of the game were different in the new frontier. Even a place as openly calm and peaceful as Davut was not as stable as it appeared on the surface. It was like a masquerade. Due to every stakeholder's overarching need to present Davut as a safe and fair port system, no one wanted to cause chaos and trigger panic among the population. However, that did not mean that all of the power plays and confrontations had disappeared. The fighting merely took place in a different arena and form that was out of sight to the public. The local news portals regularly reported about companies that suddenly went bankrupt and got taken over by other companies. They also reported on companies that suddenly reconciled with their former competitors and merged with them to form larger organizations. These were the results of hidden struggles that might not be as violent as open battle but could be just as vicious as one. Whole lives were ruined every day in order to further the ambitions of more successful competitors. Right now, the Larkinson clan and the Cross clan were in an overwhelmingly strong position, so much so that they were already moving to become one of the major power blocks of Davut. However, their lack of eagerness to commit to Davut would probably come to haunt them sooner or later. Leaving for another major expedition essentially meant that they would have to leave their large and valuable landbound holdings behind. Vase eventually shrugged. We don't have any strong solutions that can guarantee that people won't mess around with our planetary branches. Aside from relying on deterrence, the only other viable way to guard them is through relying on mercenary contracts and allies. I think combining the two is the best way to go forward. As long as we befriend local mercenary organizations and pay them handsome rewards to guard our people and locations, I think the effect will not be much different from guarding these places with our own forces. Though it sounded good, Professor Benedict still maintained a contemptuous expression. Mercenaries. No matter how reputable they become, the bottom line is that they only care about themselves. Hardly any mercs will fight and die in order to uphold a written contract. Every penalty is tolerable as long as they can run away from a powerful enemy with their lives intact. The only truly useful aspect about hiring mercenaries is that we can prevent them from acting against us and that they are still effective at scaring away weaker parties. Vase let out a tired breath as he scratched his head. Professor Benedict was remarkably hard to please. However, a part of Vase was glad that he was facing a skeptical and critical conversation partner as opposed to a dim-witted yes-man. The turbulent life experiences of the man that used to go by the Skull Architect was particularly rich and varied compared to many other seniors. Though Vase always had to remind himself that Professor Benedict used to be a vicious and unhinged mech designer who deliberately murdered an expert pilot in order to experiment with the demigod skull, for now the former criminal was on his side. If Benedict was concerned about something, then it was always prudent to listen to his warnings. What do you suggest, then? Vase asked. If mercenaries are out and if other allies can't be relied upon. In a crisis, then what else can we do to safeguard our assets? It was all well and good to criticize potential solutions, but if they couldn't come up with any better alternatives, then they wouldn't be getting anywhere. There are no ideal solutions to this situation, Professor Benedict frankly admitted. There is only an array of least bad options within our reach. I have two different suggestions. Explain. The older man gestured with one hand. First, accept that our people and holdings in Davut are always expendable. There is no absolute defense. It is impossible for our main fleets to remain in this star system forever when the rest of the Red Ocean has so much more to offer. Do not forget that while Krakatoa is an exciting zone at the moment that has plenty of novelties to offer, it is only the equivalent of a star sector in the galactic rim of the old galaxy. As soon as the invasion progresses, every zone in the vicinity will turn into backwater regions, especially if the Big Two decides to open a new Greater Beander Gate in a more central location. He was right. The MTA and CFA chose to invade the Red Ocean from the edge of the galaxy where the density of stars was the lowest and the amount of resources available were also lackluster. This ensured that there were relatively few concentrations of strong alien fleets and strongholds that could seriously stall and hinder the Big Two's initial blitzkrieg. In the long term, economic factors outweighed these temporary strategic factors, making the Davut branch less relevant in the next century. Of course, the branch played a critical role to the Larkinson clan's business operations for the time being. I suppose you're right, Vase sighed. While we will definitely get set back if we lose our stuff in Davut, the rest of us will still be okay for the most part. We should still seek to minimize the risks at all costs. This is why I suggest that you beef up your local presence with an abundance of personnel. You do not necessarily need to invest too much funding and resources into their development. As long as you can afford it, just go ahead and hire a lot of average but easy-to-please mech pilots and other useful personnel. Equip them with cost-effective mechs that can be powerful when grouped up in large numbers, and you have gained ownership of a permanent garrison force that is decently strong, much more loyal than any third-party force and not that costly to maintain. That is actually a pretty good approach. Vase looked thoughtful as he seriously considered the merits of this approach. While he felt a bit repulsed by the thought of bringing in a lot of cannon fodder into a clan that centered around family and loyalty, the pragmatic side of him won out this time. He knew that as soon as he kicked off his Trailblazer expedition, the cat nest and the other clan facilities on the surface would become a lot emptier. Some workplaces might even be understaffed entirely. Instead of emptying out these places and turning them into attractive targets, Vase would rather fill them up with bodies that could at least be counted upon to do their duty. Building up an extensive amount of rear echelon personnel did not sound so bad now that he recognized their greater value to his organization. The increasingly growing reputation of the Larkinson clan played a large role in making this feasible. Huge numbers of random people constantly approached the recruiters and begged to be let into the clan that was famed for treating its members extremely well. Even if the new entrants found out that branch members weren't treated as well as the core members, it hardly mattered, as Vase did not intend to mistreat or shortchange the former. Besides, he had already instituted several promotion channels to give branch members the opportunity to promote to the core of the clan after earning a large amount of Larkinson merits. As long as Vase and his fellow leaders spent more effort into fleshing out the branch system, the Davut branch would likely remain fairly solid once the Trailblazer expedition finally commenced. Originally, the Larkinson clan planned to leave 10,000 to 20,000 branch members behind once the main fleet made its way out. This was a respectable number that could fully keep the production facilities running, but the amount of troops that could defend the cat nest would be slightly insufficient. If Vase hired tens of thousands more personnel with most of them focused on defense and local field operations, then the cat nest would still be able to function as a formidable fortress. Not only that, but expanding the Davut branch to a massive degree also helped with building up a large reserve of readily available mech pilots. If the main fleet ever suffered heavy losses, Vase could call up thousands if not tens of thousands of branch members to fill up an immediate shortage in manpower. All in all, there were no obvious downsides to Professor Benedict's proposal other than that it demanded a huge amount of monetary investment and upkeep. Still, Vase believed that as long as he was clever enough in setting up an economical mech roster for the Davut branch, the local business operations should be able to generate enough revenue to maintain a sizable standing force. Quantity over quality has its virtues at times. Chapter 4156 Simpler Opponents. Vase held a fruitful talk with Professor Benedict Cortez about the cross-clan's participation in the Trailblazer expedition. Just as expected, Patriarch Reginald Cross was so eager to test his massively improved combat against real opponents that he would jump at any opportunity for a fight. To be fair, his eagerness to prove himself and enjoy a good fight was not only about satisfying his urges. Ace pilots could not stand still. The journey from junior ace pilot to senior ace pilot was long. The journey from senior ace pilot to god pilot was even more arduous and tortuous. Half gods that took it easy and only spent their time on training and preparation would never be able to make significant progress. One way or another, ace pilots needed to fight in a battle with real stakes in order to progress their willpower and mentality. This was a known concern to many states that were qualified to retain ace pilots, and they found various ways to resolve this issue. In fact, Vase had learned only recently that one of the favorite methods that states employed to keep their ace pilots in shape was to conduct secret duels. A state with at least 2 ace pilots who could both compete against each other without provoking any incidents against foreign neighbors. These were intensive sparring sessions that were much more destructive than usual. In order to generate as much stimulation as possible, the two combatants received allowances to fight harder and more extensively than regular sparring sessions. Inflicting serious damage to the ace mechs was not an uncommon occurrence. Though the practice was expensive, the growth of the ace pilots made it all worth it. States that weren't short of money were naturally more interested in accelerating the growth of their top combat assets. More contentious and controversial spars occurred between states. Ideally, the states that agreed to pit their ace pilots against each other had nothing to do with each other. States that did not neighbor each other generally had no competing interests, so their ace pilots could fight to their heart's content without giving their enemies detailed information about their fighting prowess. These spars usually yielded more growth because the ace pilots wouldn't be fighting against colleagues from their own side. They also became more exposed to different mech design styles and unique piloting specialties. Still, the chance of details leaking out was still a persistent concern. This was a devastating disadvantage that could give an enemy a powerful head start in countering an essential military asset. What surprised Vase was that Patriarch Reginald Cross was not afraid of exposing his full combat prowess. "There is no way to hide this information forever, Vase," he spoke during a follow-up meeting on the planning of the Trailblazer expedition. "I will fight in a battle sooner or later, and the more I show up on the battlefield, the harder it becomes to keep the footage and details confidential. Rather than cowering back because we are so paranoid about giving away an information advantage, I would rather fight in front of an audience and gain the combat experience I need to further my rise. As long as I become a senior ace pilot or more, what is the harm of letting our enemies know how strong I am? The Mars and I will just smash through the opposition by relying on our superior strength." The new saint did not just convey his confidence in words. He radiated it with his powerful saint kingdom. Even if Patriarch Reginald wasn't interfacing with the Mars right now, his force of will was still qualitatively more powerful than ever before, allowing him to distort reality in a short range around his body. Vase winced as he found it harder to maintain his composure. The strong mental and spiritual pressure that Reginald exerted when he became passionate was enough to influence ordinary people into submission. "Can you be more considerate and temper your emotions? It's difficult to conduct a proper conversation with you when you are expressing yourself so exuberantly." "Oh, my apologies, Vase. I am not accustomed to holding myself back. That is quite obvious." Patriarch Reginald was not only an aggressive person by nature, but grew up in a substantially different culture and environment where open expression of strength was much more common. This was why Vase knew that Reginald didn't necessarily mean to browbeat anyone. It was just part of who he was, as evidenced by how the ace pilot's domain had developed. Vase and the Larkinsons had already learned that they needed to change the way they communicated and cooperated with the Cross clan. Anything that Reginald had a vested interest in always had to meet his approval. This was quite annoying at times because the strong-willed ace pilot almost never changed his mind. He was so resistant to persuasion that it was just easier to work around him entirely if possible. Fortunately, Patriarch Reginald was still a bit more grounded than his infamous father. Compared to the son who had undergone a huge amount of hardships and suffered lots of tragedies, St. Hemington Cross had enjoyed a relatively smooth ride to his peak. The more Vase understood the emboldened Cross Patriarch, the less concerned he was about their continued cooperation. Patriarch Reginald might be wilder and less restrained, but he at least paid more attention to the safety of his fellow crossers. "I will tell my men to step up their recruitment," Reginald promised to Vase. "With my presence, my clan's ability to recruit strong mech pilots has become a lot easier. We can produce as many strong mechs as we want, so that is not a problem either. The only real bottleneck that we are facing is getting our hands on more hulls, but I am already working on that problem. Shipyards tend to be a lot more accommodating towards our orders once I pay a personal visit to their offices. I can imagine how easily the executives of those companies are willing to bow to your persuasion." Vase twitched his mouth. Compared to his reputation as the so-called devil tongue, the Cross Patriarch was the true demon in this room. Whereas Vase had to rely on trickery, lies, half-truths and misdirection, Reginald merely had to leverage his naturally intimidating presence in order to gain other people's agreement. The new ace pilot's domain actually lent itself well to this purpose. Reginald's instinct to dominate had become the defining trait of his domain field, which meant that both enemies and neutral people who did not possess strong mental defenses were easily susceptible to his unique method of negotiation. Though the ethics of Patriarch Reginald's actions were debatable, Vase could not argue about the results. "How many mechs will your clan be able to field once we have reached the end of our rearming phase?" Vase curiously asked. "I don't exactly know. I leave that business to Benedict and my administrators. I think one of them has given me an estimate that we will have enough carriers to field approximately 12,000 mechs." The ace pilot's grimace made it obvious that this was far from satisfactory to the ace pilot. Back when the Cross clan was led by St. Hemington Cross, the Cross clan at its height could easily rally hundreds of thousands of mech pilots if not more. However, the circumstances that Reginald and his father operated in were different. The old galaxy was already highly developed, and the Garland Empire was both a powerful and established state that hosted a lot of industrial activity. The new frontier was much more limited in every way. Though shipyards and other factories had been popping up like mushrooms in the past year, the influx of more and more pioneers into the Red Ocean continued to increase demand on starships without any signs of slowing down. Therefore, no matter how persuasive Patriarch Reginald had become, even he could not utilize his formidable willpower to conjure up entire combat carriers out of thin air. I told Benedict that if other companies are so reluctant to sell carrier ships to us, that we should take our money and build our own shipyards. The Cross-Patriarch casually said, "It could even be a lucrative new industry for us, seeing how popular it is. I heard that even your clan started to produce starships as well." Vase crossed his arms. "Let me guess. Benedict and the rest of your clan rejected your proposal." "That's exactly what happened. I don't understand. They bring up all kinds of charts and numbers that I don't understand. If you don't have an existing foundation in shipbuilding, it's extremely hard to get into." Vase told the man, "Even our converted shipyard is mostly relegated to constructing simpler combat carriers for internal use. It's not that we don't want to, it's just that our access to resources is extremely limited. It takes a lot of metal to construct a ship, and while plenty of them gets shipped to Davut every day, a lot of the imports are already reserved by the oldest industries that have signed long-term contracts with the suppliers years ago. These first movers effectively maintain an oligopoly on resources that is hard to get around. Though the Larkinson clan has been doing its best to establish fixed relationships with newer material suppliers that arrived late to the party, these were still smaller players that could only make contracts with smaller and less dominant mining companies. The logistics behind this was extremely complicated, and the overall picture evolved every month due to new developments and random events. One day, a mining planet might get burned to the ground because an errant alien starship had arrived to exact vengeance against the human race. The next day, a mining company might get bought out by a larger party after bribing the shareholders. The new frontier was such a wild environment that even the Larkinson clan's large hammerworks manufacturing complex had to lower its output at times because the supply of several critical materials had dried up for a few weeks. If the volatility in the supply of raw materials affected the production of mechs, then they most certainly impacted the production of starships as well. "I feel tempted to fight for power and try to take over Davut." Reginald expressed his frustration as his will became more agitated. "Those other fellows that came in earlier than us have claimed so much of the good stuff for themselves that they're not leaving us with enough materials. It is beneath us to keep begging for scraps." Whoa. Slow down, Reginald. Let's not talk about trying to compete for power or anything. It's not worth it. Davut is a planet that is built up by the first wave of pioneers. They put a lot of effort and invested huge amounts of money to develop this trading hub. They are not only highly entrenched in this star system, but they also build up a tight network of allies. I can guarantee you that no matter whether you're an ace pilot or not, if you declare war on a single group, you will instantly make 100 additional enemies." The fiery pressure exuded by Patriarch Reginald receded a bit as he recognized the reality of the situation. "You're right, there's too many ace pilots anyway. I am certain I can beat any one of them in a duel, but my father has taught me that it is not wise to fight against multiple of them at the same time." "Your father taught you that lesson with his life," Vase concurred. "Don't disappoint him by ignoring that and making the same preventable mistakes. Compared to fighting against the powerful founders of Davut, you're much better off joining me on my Trailblazer expedition. Just think about it, once we head to the deep frontier and explore former alien strongholds, we'll definitely bump into our fair share of exotic alien enemies. You don't need to care about their opinions at all. You can smash them all to pieces with your Mars without needing to restrain yourself." Reginald grew a lot more excited about this prospect. "You're right, there's no complicated politics or alliances when it comes to aliens. They all hate us anyway, so everyone will think that we are doing a lot of good by killing off the original races of the Red Ocean. There were so many indigenous alien populations in the Red Ocean that it would take a long time to wipe them all out." This meant that Patriarch Reginald could fight as many of them as he wanted to without worrying about running out of opponents. The Red Ocean was practically paradise to him for that reason alone. Don't forget about human opponents as well. There are many scavengers and lowlives scurrying about in the deep frontier. Not all of them would take kindly to our presence. The rules are different over there and fights can break out over the slightest reasons. We need to get ready to fight against powerful mech forces at any time, just in case. Vase cautioned the ace pilot. You're right. Chapter 4157 Emergent Boutique. Everything was slowly heading in the right direction. The announcement of the Trailblazer expedition generated a lot of support and invigorated all of the parties involved. The unveiling of the tentative new plan also invited a lot of feedback from many people. A lot of Larkinsons, Crossers and Glory Seekers met together and shared their insights and suggestions. Many of them were not particularly relevant, but with so many people available, a few ideas were bound to raise good points. With several years to go before the kickoff of the Trailblazer expedition, all of the parties involved had plenty of time to prepare beforehand. One of the factors that Vase cared the most was the amount of mechs that they could bring along the journey. The latest estimates that Vase received was that the Larkinson clan was aiming to field 10,000 mechs from the main fleet. The Glory Seekers promised to do their best to bring 5,000 mechs to the expedition, while the Cross clan was confident it could meet its target of 12,000 mechs. In total, the expeditionary fleet would therefore be able to field 27,000 mechs at once, which was much greater than before but still rather insufficient considering the potential opposition that they might face. If we can't bring any more mechs, then we have to make sure to strengthen the ones we have as much as possible. Vase concluded. This resulted in a revised design strategy that called for designing new Larkinson exclusive mechs and upgrading existing mech models at much higher performance standards than before. The amount of design work required to accomplish all of this was considerate. The design department had to allocate more mech designers away from commercial mech design projects in order to meet the internal needs of the clan. In order to prevent the LMC from sinking into stagnation again by slowing down the release of new commercial mech models, Vase and Gloriana paid extra attention to hiring additional batches of mech designers. It was easy enough to hire low-ranking mech designers. If there was one type of professional that would never run out, it was novice mech designers and apprentice mech designers who were struggling to build their careers. Just because they managed to move to the Red Ocean did not mean that their fortunes suddenly turned. The competition was higher and the standards were higher as well. The different market and industry conditions ruined a lot of hopes. The painful truth was that mech designers who originally came from poorer states from the Galactic Rim possessed the least chances to get a good job. Few people wanted them because these mech designers were not as qualified to work with Heartland-level materials and equipment that had become the norm in the new frontier. Though Gloriana was extremely picky about the mech designers that applied to join the design department, Vase was not as discerning. He paid attention to a lot of other traits such as loyalty, humility and obedience. Look, you can put forth all of the demands you want when it comes to hiring journeymen, but our assistant mech designers don't need to be as good. Vase pushed back against her when recruiting had slowed down. All of the good ones would rather work for the Cross clan since rumors that Professor Benedict Cortez is close to realizing his design philosophy have already spread out. A lot of mech designers are eager to work for master mech designers even if they can only speak please like and follow the Cultivation Audiobooks channel to such an impressive person only once a year. We on the other hand aren't attractive enough because a lot of colleagues think they can do better than us, as absurd as that sounds. Gloriana grimaced as she held a sleeping Andraste against her chest. Those fools. Just because we are still journeymen does not mean we are in the same league anymore. Can't those mech designers pay more attention to our accomplishments? Vase shrugged. It's hard for them to take us seriously. The newcomers who are still fresh off the boat are particularly ignorant of our true strength. The genuine talents will all be snapped up by more reputable and established mech designers anyway. Just give up on hiring the best prospects and try to look among the group of people that are not as desirable at first glance. I'm confident that you'll be able to find a couple of hidden gems. His wife did not look impressed. So what you are telling me is that I should go dumpster diving in the job market, is that it? I have to sift through tons of garbage in order to find a single relatively clean and relatively nice gem, is that it? Are you crazy? If Gloriana wasn't holding one of their sleeping daughters right now, she would have certainly expressed her feelings louder. Hey, if you are feeling so stressed out about hiring the right personnel, you can leave the job to me. I have a good eye for talent. Vase boasted. No, I won't let you botch this job or bring in any weirdos into our design department. I will do this myself because that is the only way I ensure we do it properly. In the end, they decided to split their responsibilities. Vase mainly concerned himself with recruiting low-ranking mech designers. The amount of applicants was rather abundant, but it was still a challenge to identify those that were the most honest, productive and suitable to work in large design teams. In the interest of recruiting as many potential journeymen as possible, Vase tried his best to recruit mech designers with spiritual potential. Unfortunately, they were quite rare. If Vase wanted to maximize the chances of breakthroughs among his own people, then he would have to string out his recruitment campaigns across several years, all the while rejecting the majority of applicants. This was not sustainable. If word spread about how the Larkinson clan turned away most applicants, including those with excellent qualifications, then less and less mech designers would make the attempt. In addition, there were lots of talents among those with no spiritual potential. Just because they were unlikely to advance to journeyman and higher did not mean they had no uses in the Larkinson clan. Plenty of the more senior assistants had gone on to become team leaders. As the amount of projects the Larkinsons needed to complete had skyrocketed as of late, more senior leadership positions had come into existence as well in order to keep everything organized. As such, Vase no longer paid as much attention to spiritual potential and kept to a more reasonable set of recruitment criteria. Since his goal was to expand the amount of assistant mech designers at his disposal to 1,000 individuals, the design department quickly experienced a lot of changes. The Genesis lab at the cat nest became a lot busier as more and more bodies moved back and forth. A lot of new faces showed up and newcomers were being introduced to old hands every week. Though the frequent changes disrupted the schedules and routines of every mech designer, the amount of design work that got done nonetheless increased by a massive degree, which made everyone happy in the end. We can complete more parallel variant design projects per design round. As bestsellers such as The Pacifier, The War Squire and the ever-popular Ferocious Piranha continued to be sold in massive numbers, the demand for official first-party variants that excelled in different areas rose as well. One size never fits all in the mech industry. There are many different mech forces that all work under different circumstances. As much as their leaders would like to adopt our mechs, if it doesn't fit into their system, it's no use adopting our products. The massive increase in assistant mech designers proved to be essential to getting a lot of work done on the variant designs. The difficulty of designing the alterations was nowhere near comparable to designing a completely new mech model from scratch, so Vase and the lead designers readily entrusted most of the work to the ordinary design teams. What was interesting was that many of the first generation of assistant mech designers that had worked for Vase and Gloriana from the start all took up management and leadership positions in order to herd all of the cats. Vase could already tell that many of these mech designers were probably planning to dedicate all of their attention to leading other mech designers as opposed to continuing to expand their own design capabilities. He sighed. Not everyone has the same opportunities as others. Life isn't fair sometimes. Just like genetic aptitude, there were intrinsic factors that prevented mech designers from fulfilling their dreams. Some people found out their true situation fairly soon. That, or they just gave up too easily. Other people were rather late in their willingness to admit defeat. There were even stubborn fools that insisted that they still possessed the chance of advancing to journeyman. Though Vase could clearly tell whether a person possessed spiritual potential or not, he did not intervene or say anything to anyone. This was a journey that every mech designer had to go through. He also believed that even the most talentless person still had a chance of developing and activating spiritual potential later in their lives. As time went by, an increasing number of mech designers cut their teeth in many different design projects. The more ambitious individuals among the assistant mech designers also spent much of their free time on designing their own mechs. Though their work was in no way comparable to the primary output of the design department, the Living Mech Corporation still offered to sell the homebrew mechs through its own sales channels. Of course, there was no way that Vase wanted to sell these messy and inconsistent mechs under his main business brand, so he specifically ordered the LMC to set up an alternate brand that specialized in selling low quantities of these products. The Hammerworks possessed such great production capacity that there was still room to produce small batches of relatively low-quality mechs. "Let's call our new brand the Emergent Boutique," Vase proposed. "The mechs that will be sold under this label might represent the future of our clan one day." From a commercial standpoint, the Emergent Boutique was an abject failure. In a market environment where there were an abundance of good mechs that were designed by highly skilled masters, it was extremely hard for the works of novices and apprentices to get taken seriously. The only way for any of these mechs to get sold was by competing in terms of price, and that was a lot more difficult in the Red Ocean due to the high cost of raw materials. No matter how much the assistant mech designers cut back on the design budgets of their projects, the painful truth was that their machines were unlikely to get sold unless they charged a price that was significantly below the cost of production. In other words, the Larkinson clan lost money for every emergent boutique mech that got sold. This was an insane business model and would most certainly get shut down if this went on without any signs of improvements. However, Vase never set out to make a profit with the emergent boutique. He accepted the losses it incurred because its existence kept his assistant mech designers content. It only took a single sale of a mech of their own design to make them happy. The satisfaction and fulfillment they gained at the realization that someone actually saw value in their work was precious to every mech designer. As a large proportion of the roughly 1,000 assistants of the design department took advantage of the emergent boutique, they improved significantly faster than before. Being able to work outside of their narrow responsibilities on other people's design projects provided many more challenges and rewards. Each independent design project they completed brought them closer to a critical turning point. Soon enough, the design department welcomed its first batch of assistant mech designers that managed to break through to the rank of journeyman mech designer. Finally, Chapter 4158 Lanternal lead designers. Journeymen were the heart of the Larkinson clan's renowned design department. In the absence of seniors and masters, journeymen wielded great authority within this highly productive department. Their titles already showed how much leeway they obtained. Every journeyman in the design department automatically received the title and position of lead designer. Though each of them needed to undergo a small assessment period, as long as they proved their abilities, Vase was more than willing to let them loose and decide on their own projects and work assignments. This was a level of freedom and autonomy that mech design organizations rarely granted to journeymen. In institutions where masters and seniors were in charge, journeymen were simply higher-level assistants who could be entrusted with more complicated design tasks. The latter rarely received more comprehensive opportunities to design brand-new original mechs where they could implement their own ideas and design philosophies. As such, many journeymen that went on to become lead designers in the Larkinson clan began to love their jobs. This was also one of the primary means that Vase employed to keep the growing number of journeymen in the design department happy and unwilling to leave. Though every member of the Larkinson clan was loyal to it by default, Vase wasn't willing to take any chances and test the boundaries of his personnel. As the amount of commitments of the design department increased, everyone's workload continued to increase. More and more lead designers were needed in order to keep everyone's time schedules reasonable. Fortunately, a steady trickle of journeymen joined the design department through two different channels. These channels consisted of both internal promotion and external recruitment. There were advantages and disadvantages to both channels. Internal promotion allowed the Larkinson clan to obtain trustworthy journeymen among those who had worked in the design department for years. They had not only acclimated to the Larkinson clan and the design department, but were also heavily influenced by the work of Vase, Gloriana and other established lead designers. This meant that they immediately fit into their new positions and knew exactly how to fulfill their new work responsibilities. Their loyalty was never in doubt since their time in the clan had thoroughly influenced their thoughts when they were still fairly impressionable. However, the downside to this was that they were so similar to other long-standing members of the Larkinson clan that there wasn't enough diversity in opinion and thought. Internal lead designers were also less spectacular to those that were recruited from outside of the clan. While every journeyman started off as a novice and apprentice, there were still differences in talent, qualifications and motivation. The ones that advanced within the design department possessed relatively modest to average backgrounds. No matter how many skills they learned while they diligently worked to advance to the next rank, there was only so much they could do to widen their knowledge base. Gloriana even considered them to be rather dull and uninspiring due to the relative lack of imagination and innovation in their works. Vase was not so quick to dismiss the value of these boring mech designers. Not everyone needed to be a superstar, and the design department could use a lot more solid and stable personalities in order to counterbalance the more crazy ones such as himself. The quintessential representative of this class of mech designers was Miles Tovar Larkinson. The man had been a journeyman candidate within the design department for years. In fact, Miles showed so little progress and ingenuity since he became a journeyman candidate. Vase and Gloriana frankly forgot about the former highborn brighter. It was hard not to feel disappointed in Miles. He had become a journeyman candidate at roughly the same period of time as Kedis. While the latter had broken through a long time ago and designed one innovative swordsman mech after another, Miles was still mucking about as an apprentice who had gotten stuck in the mud. Therefore, no one expected Miles to break through to journeyman a few years after the Larkinson clan temporarily settled in Davut. "You sure took your time," Vase simply said as he met with the man who belatedly advanced to journeyman. Miles looked fairly hapless despite reaching the same rank as his superior. To be honest, I did not expect to become a journeyman mech designer myself. I had just completed another aerial mech design for the Emergent Boutique. I had higher hopes for it than my other projects, but never did I realize that it would be the design that would push me forward. Can I take a look at your design? Ah, certainly. Here you go, sir. Vase studied the design schematic as well as the supplementary documents. This flight system looks odd. It's my own original design, Miles Tovar said with a hint of pride. While Miss Juliet Stameros admittedly provided me with a lot of help, I worked on this flight system after learning many lessons in my previous independent mech designs. It not only encompasses the design solutions that I had developed a long time ago, I also combined it with other, newer solutions that make use of clever techniques and interesting materials. I can see that, Miles. If I am guessing this right, this flight system is fairly low-powered but also stealthier than normal. That is completely right. Though it is still a work in progress in my eyes, this flight system represents the future direction of my design philosophy. I have chosen to specialize in designing mechs that are equipped with low-profile, low-powered and low-emission flight systems. They are best paired with stealth-oriented mechs, but they can also play a useful role to mechs assigned to flanking and sabotage missions. The goal is to provide enhanced mobility while not turning the mech into a beacon on enemy sensors. In other words, Miles' specialty was fairly narrow and obscure. Though he was no doubt decent in his own niche, Vase did not see many cases where Miles could play a pivotal role. Vase knew better than to underestimate any mech designer. No matter what, Miles Tovar had advanced to journeyman on his own merits, therefore opening him up to a new world where he had a lot more possibilities at his disposal than before. After talking to Miles a bit more, Vase confirmed that the newly advanced mech designer could immediately get to work by leading a few design projects without needing any adjustment time. The only thing that Vase needed to take into account was that he needed to provide his input on the projects as well in order to make them alive and decent enough to be piloted by other people. The current design round is still in progress, so for now I want you to lighten the burden of your fellow lead designers by supervising a few of our less complicated design projects. You can take the time to think about the first mech design projects that you will take charge of when we commence the next design round. Miles looked surprised. Would you entrust me with the responsibility of designing a mech for the clan or the LMC? Why not? You are a journeyman. You have already proven your competence. Besides, I can see from your latest design that you have polished your fundamentals to an admirable degree. I can already tell that your work will be solid enough to produce decent mech designs, though I think it is still necessary for you to collaborate with our more established lead designers in order to raise the standards of your work to a more satisfactory level. That is understandable. Don't worry, Miles. As long as you begin to develop your own unique design solutions that leverage your design philosophy, then we will give you more leeway to implement your own vision on your own. Until then, it is best if you stick to collaborations. Although it sounded as if Vase was trying to shackle Miles, both of them knew that this was for the best. Even though all of the lead designers were nominally on the same level, in practice a hierarchy had already formed within their group. Vase and Gloriana obviously stood at the top of the pyramid. Their authority and their design capabilities were the most impressive of anyone else's, so their opinions always came first. A newly advanced journeyman with a relatively boring and niche design philosophy like Miles could not match Vase in design skill, talent, ingenuity and many other factors. He still needed to prove himself in order for his input to become more dominant within the design department. Still, his new job responsibilities were already a major improvement compared to before. Unlike apprentices, journeymen possessed the right and privilege to provide meaningful contributions to any mech design. That was enough for Miles to get started as the most junior lead designer of the design department. It turned out that Miles was not the only assistant mech designer to advance to journeyman throughout this quiet period. Several other notable personalities that Vase was familiar with had also made the life-changing leap from low-ranking mech designer to high-ranking mech designer. Congratulations, Meryl O'Brien Larkinson. Vase warmly welcomed the rather stoic and rational mech designer to the fold. I had a feeling that you would complete your ascension in the near future, especially since you were the one that suggested the Chiron design. You were always a bit brighter and more hardworking than the other assistants. Despite climbing to a height that represented an immensely important turning point in her career, Miss Merrill maintained a completely neutral expression. It was as if breaking through was just another Tuesday as far as she was concerned. Thank you, Patriarch. I have many new ideas that I have always wished to explore but couldn't. I hope you can grant me the room to experiment in my following assignments. You will get your chance. Just make sure they actually work and add value to the mech designs. I am sure you know the score already, given that Miles has already gone ahead and adapted to his new responsibilities. Do you have any particular questions or requests or anything? Not for the time being. Meryl shook her head. I would like to take on my new duties as soon as possible. Okay. You go ahead and do that. I have already updated your permissions so you can access more facilities and databases. I suggest you look that up and prepare for your next research projects. Meryl O'Brien was certainly an oddball, even in a clan that was filled with eccentric people. She possessed a rather mixed background and an unproven Class 1 design philosophy. However, what particularly stood out to Vase was that Meryl had chosen to follow the path of a rational mech designer. This threw Vase for a loop. As one of the most defining example of a passionate mech designer, Vase had a lot of difficulty understanding the appeal of this radically different approach and outlook towards mech design. Rational mech designers deliberately suppressed their passion and emotions, which usually resulted in worsening their ability to get excited over their own design philosophies. The advantage of this was that they became so neutral that they could imitate the other design philosophies that they were familiar with to a decent degree of accuracy. This possibility happened to make rational mech designers highly popular within the MTA, but even the mechers understood the need to employ enough passionate mech designers. Though Vase initially had his doubts about Meryl's ability to excel in a clan and workplace where everyone else was fully passionate and invested in their own design philosophies, it did not take much time for the former pirate designer to prove her worth in the design department. What? You can do that, Meryl? How did you learn how to do this stuff so quickly? I thought it would take years for you to be able to reach this point. Meryl's unexpected success caused Vase to develop a substantially different opinion towards rational mech designers. Chapter 4159, The Familiar Mech Designer. It only took half a year for Meryl O'Brien, the latest journeyman, to have emerged from the growing ranks of assistant mech designers, to shock all of the lead designers. No one was more surprised about her unexpected accomplishment than Vase. Though Meryl had quickly distinguished herself from the other journeymen due to her highly logical thinking process and approach towards mech design, she was still relatively new to her position. Everyone expected her to prioritize her own specialty and passion at first in order to give her a solid foundation in being able to contribute to other mech designs. Her specialty, which she referred to as imbalance exploitation, was a rather subtle and convoluted means to generate additional power and raise the efficiency of mechs by developing interesting synergies within their internal architecture. Her specialization resembled that of Professor Benedict, though where the latter mainly focused on optimizing and improving the electrical energy transmission systems of a mech, Meryl preferred to focus on the mechanical and physical aspects of a mech. To be honest, Vase found Meryl's specialty to be underwhelming. He couldn't imagine what kind of solid benefits she could provide that could make him choose her over another useful mech designers such as Juliet Stamaros and Sarah Voikin. After all, a lot of mechs could use a solid bump in the performance of their flight systems and armor systems. The increase in strength and value was always obvious whenever the two women contributed to any given mech design. Though Meryl did not yet manage to impress her peers by developing a brilliant new design solution that was related to her core specialty, what she did manage to do was show off the value of having a rational mech designer in the design department. This was why Vase and Gloriana both looked gobsmacked as they studied the first mech that Meryl developed in her free time. The mech she worked on was a typical landbound knight mech, which was the simplest and easiest mech type that any designer could develop. It was a good choice for a mech designer that wanted to embark on a new concept or approach, and it also happened to synergize well with Meryl's inherent strengths in mechanical design. While her knight mech design did indeed incorporate aspects of her core specialty, the main surprise was that it did not look as if she had designed it by herself. As the two leaders of the design department looked up at the knight mech that Meryl had fabricated with the AP Vex Superfab after she had gotten her turn, it became clear that Meryl O'Brien had been working on more specialties than just her own design philosophy. "It's alive," Vase spoke with great admiration. "While it is only a first-order living mech, it is a proper living mech that is close to my works in the past. The reproduction rate is remarkably close." Vase was already accustomed to the fact that he was no longer the only mech designer who could make living mechs. He had interacted with other mech designers such as Gloriana and Kedis so much that they inevitably built up a good understanding of his specialty. By adopting similar solutions and putting their own spin on them, both Gloriana and Kedis succeeded in designing mech models that were alive, if in a different way than the classical works designed by Vase. If Gloriana and Kedis chose to focus on their unique takes of living mechs further, then they could do a lot to catch up to Vase when it came to adding less visible properties to their products. However, no matter how much they tried to imitate Vase, there was no way that they could surpass him when he was in his element. Both Gloriana and Kedis had already locked themselves into their own specialties, and their spiritual attributes and domains reflected their choices. Meryl O'Brien should be no different, but the power of rationality was entirely different from anything else that Vase had encountered in the mech industry. The result of her unflinching efforts to leverage her distinctive strength was the night mech before their eyes. "It's an experiment," Meryl admitted. "This is my first formal attempt to imitate your design philosophy, Patriarch, so I tried to simplify every possible variable in order to maximize my chances of success. After making many attempts to simulate your design philosophy in my mind, I eventually found a way to do so in a manner that worked." Vase scratched his head. Her explanation was too simple and missed a lot of essential details. He hardly gained anything useful from her words. "Do you know that several rational master mech designers of the MTA have attempted to accomplish the same feat as you? None of them succeeded. Despite their formidable expertise and their high proficiency in simulating other people's design philosophies, they never managed to create a true living mech in this style. You are the first rational mech designer to have succeeded in imitating my work. How did you do it, Meryl? I thought a design philosophy as unconventional as mine simply couldn't be expressed through mathematical formulas and calculations." "You are still correct as far as I know, sir," Meryl told him. "However, I think the reason why those masters failed was because they did not make the necessary adjustments to their approach. Explain further, please. What makes your approach different that allowed you to succeed?" This was an important question. Vase had long thought that rational mech designers were unable to come to terms to his own design philosophy because it was just too weird and relied on rare spiritual attributes that were highly uncommon. As far as Vase was able to observe, Meryl did not possess any unique advantages that clearly put her ahead of the competition. She was a young and inexperienced journeyman who was just starting to leverage her rational approach to a greater degree. Her spiritual attributes, though not as relevant to her specific work approach as with other mech designers, were also fairly ordinary. She did not develop any special affinity towards life. Meryl took her time to formulate her words. "I may not be as good at designing mechs as those MTA masters you have spoken about, but I possess at least one advantage over them. I worked in the design department for years. I joined the clan when it was still transitioning to a second-class organization, and I have worked on over a dozen living mech designs throughout this period. I led numerous design teams that were charged with optimizing and analyzing the strengths and weaknesses of different Larkinson mech designs." That was true. Though the qualifications of the assistant mech designers of the design department were fairly low, they accumulated a lot of practical experience with working with living mechs. Combined with the knowledge that got shared in the Larkinson clan, Meryl must have learned quite a lot of details and nuances of living mechs that were difficult to express in any manual or document. "That is only part of the reason why I was able to imitate your design philosophy, sir. Do you remember the past few design sessions where we all became connected to each other with the help of a design network?" Vase and Gloriana both nodded. Their companion spirits were both capable of forming design networks. Though the pair did not use this powerful capability too often for fear of developing an overdependence on this solution, it still came in handy at times. Not only did design networks make it much easier to coordinate and collaborate on a complicated design project, they were also highly effective teaching tools. Both Vase and Gloriana had made it a habit to employ design networks to quickly transfer a basic understanding and perspective of their unique design visions to their fellow collaborators and assistants. The goal they had in mind was not to teach others how to design mechs like themselves, but to give them a primer on what was important and what they needed to be careful about. It was much easier to work with mech designers who already understood your pet peeves and the elements that could trigger their sensibilities. Vase recalled the projects he worked on in the past few months and remembered that he exposed a bit more of his design approach to Meryl. Now that she advanced to journeyman, she became much more capable of holding her own ground. Vase did not have to be afraid of contaminating her and drawing her away from her original path. Also, Her cognitive abilities had improved by a lot, so she was much more capable of understanding more complex theories and frameworks. So, you took advantage of those design network sessions to understand the essence of my design philosophy through direct exposure? Vase asked. Yes, and apparently I succeeded. Meryl replied in a calm tone that nonetheless conveyed a lot of confidence. For a moment, Vase felt a chill running through his spine. He had long believed that he possessed a monopoly on living mechs. He vividly recalled all of the attempts that Master Willix had made to copy his design philosophy, to no avail. To see that a much younger rational mech designer succeed caused him to feel a lot more insecure about himself. Fortunately, Meryl O'Brien was on his side. She was a Larkinson through and could be counted upon to maintain the confidentiality of his trade secrets. As Meryl continued to explain what she had done in order to gain a basic mastery of Ves's living mechs, it quickly became clear why she succeeded where others had failed. I know how you think. I have seen glimpses of what goes on in your mind. I know what you feel when you become engrossed in designing different aspects of a mech. I know what you care about the most and what you do not find as important. If Vase didn't know any better, then he would have mistaken Meryl as a stalker. The words she just spoke out were quite frightening if the context was different. So you took all of that knowledge and understanding you obtained from me and simulated a mental model of myself in your mind? Vase dubiously asked. Meryl finally revealed a small smile. It is a lot more complicated than that, but your simplified description roughly characterizes my operation. You are right. I create a personality model based on you and essentially channel it when I want to emulate your design philosophy. Since it is based on limited data that may or may not be reliable, the accuracy of this model of you cannot be guaranteed. However, as long as it is somewhat reasonable, the results that I can produce with it are enough to make a difference. Both Vase and Gloriana already possessed a basic understanding of what rational mech designers were capable of, but they never expected to be confronted with one that could actually design authentic living mechs. Sure, the living knight mech that Meryl had designed looked like the work of Vase back when he was still an apprentice, but the properties of the machine showed that the most junior journeyman of the Larkinson clan already grasped the essence of living mechs. The hardest part about getting into a vault was finding the key. Meryl had obtained this crucial object, which meant that all she had to do from now was to use it to unlock the vault and digest the wealth hidden within at her own pace. This changes things, Vase concluded. Maybe not much at first, but in the future. Gloriana glanced at her husband in concern. She knew how much he cared about maintaining his precious monopoly. Seeing another mech designer faithfully imitate his design philosophy must have dealt a substantial psychological blow to her childish and selfish spouse. The living knight mech that Meryl had designed essentially kicked off a new era in Ves's career. An era where rational mech designers from other parts of human space might conceivably design living mechs of their own. Chapter 4160. The emulator. A part of Vase was thankful that Meryl O'Brien was the only rational mech designer in the Larkinson clan as far as he knew. Mech designers of this ilk were very rare outside of the MTA because it was much more difficult to advance up the ranks with such an exotic design approach. Vase had always remained fairly possessive of his unique design solutions, so he instinctively rejected any instances where other mech designers could copy the reason why he was able to beat the competition. However, another part of him felt that it was regrettable that there weren't more mech designers like Meryl in the clan. As Vase continued to grow and expand his design capabilities, he gradually became less insecure about his own worth and competence. Even if others succeeded in copying his living mechs, so what? Vase had developed many other advanced design solutions that gave his work an even greater edge in battle. He was confident that no one could fully steal all of the design techniques and methods that caused his works to become more and more impressive over time. As such, Vase did not feel that Meryl's breakthrough was that big of a threat to him as it was in the past. He could already tell from her first successful attempt that her mastery and understanding of living mechs was still at a rudimentary stage. When Vase was at this level, it took him many years for him to reach his current level. Though Meryl would doubtlessly be able to make faster progress at first due to her ability to copy Ves's homework, eventually she would slow down and get stalled as she hit a wall. Vase did not believe that Meryl could completely figure him out to the point of being able to simulate everything he utilized to design his living mechs. It was simply impossible for her to be able to build a complete model of him without going through all of his experiences. Still, what she managed to pull off on her own was already impressive in its own right. Her accomplishment also opened up a lot of interesting new possibilities. He did not have to babysit every living mech design project, for example. Although his intervention was doubtlessly necessary for most essential and complicated design projects, there were many other mech designs that were less intensive and important. The increasing number of variant mech design projects that the design department took on as of late was a good example. Even if Meryl was not that proficient in living mechs as of yet, with a bit more guidance she could turn into an adequate substitute for Vase. With someone like Meryl available, Vase could take longer vacations without worrying that the ongoing design projects at the design department would stagnate without his involvement. Vase could also bounce his ideas off Meryl and gain another perspective on his living mech designs. In fact, once Meryl became more proficient in simulating his design philosophy, they could even hold a more fruitful exchange where they could learn more ways to exploit living mechs because two minds were always better than one. As Vase continued to discuss what Meryl could do and how they could cooperate in the future, Gloriana suddenly interrupted their conversation by asking a different question. How much progress have you made in emulating other people's design philosophies and approaches? She pressed the new journeyman. Are you able to copy my work as well? I can do that, but it would require time for me to master the basics of your operation. Meryl calmly replied, while your design philosophy is easier to emulate, the problem I face is that your design approach is intertwined with highly advanced technical design solutions that are beyond my ability to understand and replicate. The way you think and design your mechs is much more sophisticated on a technical level. That makes you much more different from your husband who prefers to simplify his work and think in broad strokes. Gloriana looked as if she couldn't decide whether this reflected well or poorly on her as a mech designer. On one hand, Meryl's difficulty in emulating Gloriana's work reflected the Hexer's excellence in mech design. Gloriana clearly made a lot of progress in developing her design philosophy as well as her technical design capabilities. The greater her progress, the harder it became for others to catch up to her level. On the other hand, Gloriana's difficult work also made it harder for Meryl or another rational mech designer to copy her work. Certainly, Master Willix had demonstrated her ability to emulate Gloriana's design approach a few years ago, but that was because the MTA Master was much more versed in the science and engineering of mechs. No journeyman could come close to matching the technical prowess of a master mech designer, so people like Meryl had to invest a lot of time and effort into book learning in order to catch up to the likes of Gloriana. I think Meryl might be able to get close to reproducing a number of your design solutions, but it wouldn't be an efficient use of her time. Vase said to his wife. First, your specialty is primarily relevant in individual custom mechs and expert mechs. These are always high-priority design projects that deserve to receive the best care and attention that we can offer. Gloriana vigorously nodded. That is right, no offense, Meryl, but our expert pilots deserve better than a cheap imitation. Leave the design of our most powerful and important mechs to me. It is better if you focus your efforts on using your versatility to design mass-production mech models. There are other design philosophies that I have been exposed to that I am reasonably confident in emulating. Meryl stated, as you already know, it takes time, effort and diligence to get started on them. It takes even more learning and practice to become good enough to meet the standards of our clan. I need to pick and choose my options carefully. Vase rubbed his smooth-shaven chin as he thought about where she should focus her efforts. How easy is it for you to emulate Katiz's design philosophy? The young woman slightly frowned. I do not have much confidence in my ability to copy her work. To be honest, her mentality and approach to her own work is relatively easy to understand. I know how her professional mind looks at mechs. The issue I have with her design philosophy is that I need to develop such an extreme love for swords and swordsman mechs that it is almost impossible to replicate. Her strengths also encompass more elements that I can never replicate. Ketiz was not just a journeyman, but also a swordmaster, which was an entirely different brand of weirdness. She was arguably even more irrational than Vase. It was not surprising that Meryl did not possess the confidence to emulate Katiz's work. It's okay. Her specialty is rather narrow and not applicable to every mech. Vase said, I think it is more useful to focus on more universal specialties that can be applied to a wide variety of mechs. Sarah Voikin's defensive specialization is a good example. Meryl shook her head. I have a different opinion on this matter. I do not see much value in mastering Sarah's design philosophy because you can recruit other mech designers with similar defensive specializations. Though their design philosophies may not be an exact mirror to that of Sarah, they will still be able to fulfill the same purpose. I see, you're right, Vase said. Instead of aiming for universality, you are better off prioritizing the design approaches that are less orthodox but nonetheless useful to many mechs. My design philosophy is a perfect example of that. My living mechs are incredibly useful, but no one else has been able to publish their own versions of it. You can change that if you continue to study my design philosophy and specific design solutions in the future. He already understood that rational mech designers were not innovators by nature. They did not practice their ability to come up with new solutions on their own but became crazy good at studying and reproducing the essence of other people's design solutions. They could be regarded as parasites in a sense, but only in cases where they did not give back to the sources they stole from. If they actively cooperated with the mech designers they tried to emulate, then both sides could benefit from this relationship. Vase wanted to make sure that Meryl would turn into an asset in the design department. He thought hard about who she should work closely with and which design philosophies she should prioritize. It would have been great if Meryl had access to Jovi Armelon. The MTA journeyman's unique and brilliant design philosophy was both unconventional and extremely useful, so much so that the mechers were willing to put him on an elite track. Unfortunately, Jovi disappeared ever since Vase granted him a companion spirit. Who knew where the man could be found these days? For now, you should definitely work closer with me, but other than that, I think it might be useful if you collaborated more extensively with Sarah Voikin. Are you certain, Vase? Gloriana skeptically asked. You know it's only a matter of time before we will be able to hire more defensive specialists. That is true, but that does not mean that Meryl should forego this option. The power of a rational mech designer is that she can effectively pick and choose the design philosophies that she wants to combine in her solo projects. That can lead to unusual combinations and synergies that were not apparent before. In order to get her to this point, she needs to develop a broad and varied repertoire. Being able to master at least one defensive design philosophy is a necessary step that she has to take. After that, I suggest she try to emulate Juliet's design philosophy. Meryl did not immediately agree with this suggestion. It may take years for me to emulate their design philosophies. I need to study a large amount of subjects in order to build up the knowledge base to properly understand and imitate their work. I am afraid it may take well over a decade to gain a decent amount of proficiency. Take your time, Meryl. We have been doing fine without your help for a long time. I would rather wait until you have built up a proper foundation before employing you in more strategic assignments. I can already think of several good uses for your talents. The biggest advantage of Meryl was that she could serve as a reasonable substitute for several mech designers that she had studied. This meant that she could act as their surrogate in other locations. For example, if a client needed Ves's help in person, he could send Meryl in his stead to solve problems related to living mechs. If his clan ever grew large enough that it was spread out over many different locations, then mech designers like Meryl could be quite handy in troubleshooting problems at various sites. In the end, Meryl took up his advice and began to collaborate more extensively with Vase, Juliet and Sarah. For the latter three, it was much like teaching their knowledge and methods to an apprentice. By imparting all of this to a rational mech designer, Meryl soon proved her worth by repackaging and reinterpreting what she learned into a more cohesive theoretical model that was considerably more systematic. It was as if Meryl was a computer that converted a regular input into more logical output. This significantly helped Vase and the others understand their own work and put their own theories and techniques in a more systematic light. By relying on these systematic theories, Vase was better able to convey his own design philosophy and perspective to other mech designers. So this is another reason why the MTA loves rational mech designers so much. They are essential to the process of translating the specific works of passionate mech designers into more universal forms. Chapter 4161 Cormont Hempcamp. Meryl O'Brien's breakthrough and rise to prominence within the design department certainly made a lot of assistant mech designers prouder and more hopeful. If someone like her was able to make the transition from assistant designer to lead designer, then the members of the design teams could make the same leap. Unfortunately, not a single mech designer among the 1,000 or so assistants that remained had made any breakthroughs after Meryl. The timid apprentices did not display any exceptional moments of brilliance nor developed any fantastic solo mech designs for the emergent boutique. Though the new sub-brand of the LMC definitely proved its worth by motivating the assistants and helping both Miles Tovar and Meryl O'Brien seize their opportunities, Vase had a feeling that this measure had already reaped the low-hanging fruit. In other words, even without the emergent boutique, Miles and Meryl were already close to breaking through. Perhaps it would have taken a few years longer for them to make it to their current rank, but they were already set up to succeed. These other mech designers, on the other hand, whenever Vase entered the main design labs of the Genesis Lab, he developed the habit of sweeping his spiritual senses through the different halls. The vast majority of mech designers under his employ were still as ordinary and mediocre as before. Even the ones that had caught his eye a long time ago, such as Catherine Evanson, Moulter Ringer and Rena Orion, still looked as if they had years to go until they were eligible to form their own design seeds. A pity. The lackluster rate of upwards mobility emphasized the brutal reality of the mech industry. It was rare for apprentices to be able to break through to journeyman. Spiritual potential was an essential requirement, but that was far from enough. They needed to be smart, ambitious, persistent, creative and brilliant all at once. It might not be difficult for an ordinary mech designer to meet one of these criteria, but they needed to be much greater in order to be qualified to become a high-ranking mech designer. It's much like how only a small proportion of mech pilots are actually worthy to become expert pilots. If Vase wanted to increase the rate of breakthrough in his own clan, then he needed to be a lot more discerning about the people he recruited. Ideally, he would be able to hire the mech designers that ticked all of the aforementioned boxes. What actually happened was that larger, wealthier, stronger and more prestigious groups snapped up these high-potential mech designers first. Other parties weren't stupid. Even if they weren't able to discern the spiritual potential of other mech designers, they could still study the academic accomplishments, work experiences and other parameters of the young talents. No matter whether they could ultimately advance to journeyman or not, it was always worth it to poach these bright and hard-working mech designers. Well, if we can't expand the amount of journeymen in our clan through internal promotion, then we will just have to work harder to recruit them from the job market. To be honest, Vase did not really like to resort to this option. Compared to mech designers such as Miles and Meryl, foreign mech designers such as the Voikin siblings and the Power Pair had no love or attachment to the Larkinson clan prior to their recruitment. Though Vase and the clan had tried their best to welcome and integrate the new journeymen in the clan, it was not the same if they had already been indoctrinated when they were apprentices, which made them much more impressionable. Vase especially grew more concerned if his clan hired a large number of foreign journeymen at once. It would become a lot harder to monitor and integrate all of the newcomers, especially when they were working with many other journeymen that had yet to integrate into the clan. This was why he told Gloriana to focus on quality rather than quantity in her efforts to headhunt suitable journeymen. "Don't worry, Vase, that is what I have already been doing from the beginning." His wife reassured him, "I have no appetite to work alongside boors and jokers. I am carefully sifting through the applications and I have tasked several headhunting companies to provide me with any tips on new and useful prospects. I will only engage the potential recruits when I am certain they will be of use to us in the design department." Gloriana's insistence on holding on to her strict criteria understandably caused her progress to be slow. It took months since the start of her search before she was finally certain enough about her choice to present the prospect that she had her eye upon to Vase. "I almost forgot about this," Vase told her as he skimmed through the record of the journeyman mech designer that Gloriana had found after a painstakingly long search. "However, from what I am able to read, you truly picked a worthwhile recruitment prospect. I never expected you to find an actual neural interface specialist. How did you manage to get a hold of this guy?" His wife smirked. "It took a lot of effort to find him and persuade him to give our Larkinson clan a chance. Cormont Hempkamp is not an average mech designer, as you can see from the information that the Black Cats have uncovered of the man. Though he has a few blemishes in his career, that does not detract from his willingness to push the boundaries and excel in his chosen specialty. That is certainly obvious from the intelligence gathered from him. Normally, a strong desire to innovate and experiment is seen as a boon in our profession." As Vase gazed at Mr. Hempkamp's projected face, he had the feeling he was looking as a black-skinned version of himself. While they both possessed the hunger to go off the beaten track and explore new technologies, the problem with Cormont Hempkamp was that neural interfaces were not exactly the safest technology to tinker with. A single mistake could easily cause a mech pilot to suffer permanent brain damage. Though Mr. Hempkamp did not appear to have made any fatal errors, his eagerness to improvise had landed him in hot water multiple times. The fact that he got kicked out of 3 separate large professional mech companies was telling. This was also the reason why Mr. Hempkamp was still available in the job market despite the huge demand for neural interface specialists. Although there was nothing wrong with using the stock neural interface designs that the MTA freely made available, the best mechs nonetheless had to find advantages in as many aspects as possible. Optimizing the neural interface could often make a small but crucial difference in the operation of a well-designed mech. Neural interface specialists also played a special role in the design of high-ranking mechs. Standardized neural interfaces were no longer sufficient to allow expert pilots to properly interface with their expert mechs. They needed to employ more high-end models that allowed for much greater data throughput while also bringing in a lot of additional functions that enabled expert pilots to activate functions that were too complicated for standard mechs. In the previous design projects that the Larkinsons worked on, they always contracted the design work on a custom neural interface to an external consultant. While that certainly got the job done, the problem was that the external specialist could only do so much when working remotely. Vase had long desired to bring a neural interface specialist under his wing. This way, he could specify more detailed requirements and obtain more specialized neural interface designs that worked far better with specific living mech models. This was why he decided to interview Mr. Hempkamp in spite of his problematic past. Both Vase and Gloriana had already taken their seats when their guest arrived. Meow, Lucky called as he scrutinized the newcomer for a time before dismissing the fellow as a threat. Patriarch Larkinson, Madam Woden Larkinson, thank you for seeing me. I have looked forward to this meeting ever since I arrived in Davut. Gloriana managed to find Cormont Hempkamp when he was still residing in another star system and zone. It took quite a bit of time and effort to transport him all the way to Davut. The journey didn't seem to have tired out the prospective recruit. In fact, he was brimming with eagerness as he finally managed to attend this important meeting. Vase gestured to the nearby chair. Please take a seat. Let us start with your past employment history. I think it is best if we clear the air straight away. What got you fired from 3 different large and professional mech companies in a row? Don't tell me that they were all awful companies run by bad leaders. Despite putting Mr. Hempkamp on the spot, the mech designer wearing a formal suit did not look stressed at all. He already expected to be grilled given his colorful record. I enjoyed working for my past employers. The neural interface specialist honestly replied. I still wish I wasn't let go by them. In every case, I worked alongside friendly colleagues who possessed similar interests in mech design. It's just, did you feel as if your bosses underutilized your abilities? Vase asked in a knowing tone. That is right, that is exactly right. In each and every company that I worked for, I applied to spend additional time and resources to develop a new and original idea that could substantially increase the performance of the neural interfaces of the design projects that I worked on. While I couldn't guarantee whether my solutions would produce measurable results, I think it was still worthwhile enough to make the attempts. When Mr. Hempkamp spoke, Vase could feel the passion and conviction from the other mech designer's voice and feelings. It was due to their resemblance that Vase was able to empathize with Mr. Hempkamp so much. I take it that your superiors are much more conservative and less willing to experiment than you, is that correct? That is correct, sir. I was not ignorant of that, but it frustrated me a lot to see good opportunities to improve a mech design go by because the lead designers were unwilling to deviate from their set formulas. They were unwilling to entertain my ideas and instinctively rejected most of my suggestions because of their unreasonable fear and ignorance towards neural interfaces. Contrary to their impressions, altering the design of neural interfaces does not instantly turn a mech radioactive. There are many methods to safely test mechs with altered neural interfaces without producing fatalities. To be honest, Vase began to feel a bit afraid at Hempkamp's open enthusiasm towards playing around with neural interfaces. According to all of the lessons that he had learned about neural interfaces, these crucial bridges put mech pilots into a vulnerable position. When machines suffered glitches and errors, then that wasn't necessarily a big deal. The malfunctioning devices could easily be debugged and repaired in order to turn them as good as new again. The same was not necessarily the case with humans. When mech pilots suffered the consequences of any faults relating to neural interfaces, they could suffer glitches that directly damaged their vulnerable brains and nerves. As much as humanity progressed its medical technology, the brain still remained the most delicate and mysterious organ of the human body. There were many kinds of damage that modern medical technology was unable to address. Every instance where people experimented frequently with neural interfaces eventually produced accidents that generated a lot of preventable suffering. Over time, the MTA strongly implemented a lot more rules and regulations concerning neural interfaces. No longer were neural interface specialists free to experiment recklessly with this key component. The MTA correctly identified the need for mech pilots to maintain trust in their own mechs. If mech pilots no longer entrusted mechs with their lives, then the future of the mech community would eventually be in danger. Vase also had to face this risk. If he brought in someone as eager to experiment as Mr. Hempkamp into the design department, would the mech pilots of the Larkinson army still remain eager to pilot his living mechs? This was a tough call. The safest option was to wave Mr. Hempkamp away, but that might cause the Larkinson clan to miss out on its only opportunity to hire a decent neural interface specialist in the short or medium term. This was why Vase was contemplating whether he should extend Mr. Hempkamp the benefit of the doubt. Chapter 4162 Secret Catalog. I understand that you did not exactly fit in with the previous companies that you have worked for. Vase said after he heard Cormand Hempkamp's perspective on his turbulent employment history. The companies that tend to require the services of neural interface specialists such as yourself are usually large and established companies that have already built up a way of doing things. These structures usually emphasize stability and regularity because that is how you can best produce constant and consistent output. The dark-skinned mech designer looked as if Vase hit the nail right on the head. That is exactly right, sir. Vase possessed a particularly special understanding of Hempkamp's difficult position. On the one hand, he was a mech designer who had relatively few restraints about pursuing radical innovations and inventions. He regularly disregarded safety rules and confidently gambled on his next implementations, hoping that they would work out great when utilized in practice. On the other hand, he was also a leader and the person who was ultimately responsible for what the design department put out. Every mech design that flowed out of this critical department was bound to be used by different people, whether they were external customers of Larkinson expert pilots. It was because he wore both of those hats at once that he understood how Mr. Hempkamp and his frustrated former employers must have felt in the past. A mech designer that was proactive and possessed an innovator's heart was incredibly precious. However, such a mech designer often turned out to be a time bomb as well. A mech designer such as Mr. Hempkamp was a high-variance professional that could make groundbreaking inventions but at the same time create disasters that could figuratively blow himself and all of the people around him into pieces. The best-case scenario was that Hempkamp would turn into the second coming of Vase, able to revolutionize the entire landscape of neural interfaces after succeeding in his attempt to evolve the tech by a qualitative leap. The worst-case scenario would look similar to what happened to the Supreme Sage. Vase still remembered how the prestigious former leader of the Life Research Organization no longer became satisfied with ordinary research. In his quest and obsession to extend his life beyond his already ancient lifespan as well as gain strength beyond any measure, he created a bioorganoid called Uranus in order to serve as his next body. Naturally, the Supreme Sage paid for his hubris with his life, but not before creating a monstrosity that eventually went rogue and unleashed a huge amount of devastation. When Vase directed an evaluating gaze towards the mech designer before him, he wondered which category Mr. Hempkamp would fall under. Though Vase felt a natural kinship towards a fellow innovator such as himself, he could not allow his personal biases and preferences override his sound judgment. If Mr. Hempkamp screwed up in an enormous fashion, then his entire clan would suffer. Hundreds of thousands of Larkinsons might pay the price for the radical mech designer's hubris. This was why Vase did not dare to accept the man immediately. He needed more information before he could weigh the pros and cons in a rational and logical manner. I am aware that it was us that approached you first, but what makes you think you will fit better in our company? Vase carefully asked as he monitored the other man closely. Mr. Hempkamp freely smiled. I have done my research on your clan. Compared to those stuffy old seniors and masters who only value their own strengths and expect little to nothing from their subordinates, I think you would be able to appreciate my work more. Oh, you're a journeyman, just like me, so you won't look down on me so much. Your mech company is also young and it does not have the reputation and proven track record of other, more established competitors. That means you need to work harder and bet on a lot more uncommon mech designs because that is the only way you can successfully differentiate your products on the market. The success you have enjoyed shows that you understand this truth and also used this daring strategy to your advantage. I see you understand the business side of mech design quite well. Vase smiled. You are right. As a journeyman, I don't have the natural advantages that higher-ranking mech designers rely upon to capture market share with greater ease. My work has to be more wonky and unique in order to create a different kind of value that the mech market has not seen before. We are the same, Hempkamp hungrily insisted. While you are undoubtedly the more successful of the two of us, we are both creators who love to design mechs that are different from the molds that already exist. I would be a great fit for your mech company given the more interesting differentiation strategy that you pursue. Your living mechs have already made your LMC gain a powerful foothold in the Red Ocean. If you add my contributions on top of that, I think that your mech company will be able to sell many more mechs. That was a bold statement. Cormont Hempkamp certainly wasn't lacking in confidence. For him to predict that his specialty could add so much value to the LMC's products meant that he truly believed in his ideas. Vase grew more interested in what Mr. Hempkamp sought to accomplish in his mechs. Let's talk about your design philosophy. As I understand it, you are a certified neural interface specialist. Despite your missteps, the MTA has not seen fit to take back your permit. From what I know of the mechers, that probably means they hold a bit of interest in your work and wish to see it develop further. Hempkamp looked sheepish. The Mech Trade Association has given me numerous warnings. I feel obliged to disclose that I am not on the association's good side at the moment. That's not an issue to us. Vase dismissively waved his hand. I am on speaking terms with several MTA masters, so that more than cancels out your problem. Once you come under our wing, we will be responsible for your work. That is great to hear. If you do not have a problem with that, then I believe I can bring much to your clan and mech company. With regards to my specialty, let me give you a brief explanation. Many people in the mech industry make use of neural interfaces without thinking much about it. Is that the case with you as well, sir? Now that I think about it, in most ordinary projects I usually shove the most suitable sounding model inside the cockpit and call it a day. I can't do anything with neural interfaces because I do not have a permit like you and do not possess enough expertise to know what is safe. Hempkamp did not look surprised. That is how most mech designers treat the neural interfaces in their own mech design. To me, that is a great shame and also a major flaw in their approach. Neural interfaces have become so detached from their design choices that these components have turned into the equivalent of black boxes to them. They cannot change anything and do not understand their working at all. The only real choice they can make is choose which boring MTA-designed neural interface they want to slot into their machines. And that is wrong. I wouldn't say they are wrong. Hempkamp quickly said in case his earlier statement happened to offend the Larkinsons who had adopted the same approach for a long time. They only made the decisions that were available to them due to lacking a knowledgeable expert in neural interfaces such as myself. In fact, I have observed a lot of imperfect matching between mech designs and neural interfaces. The descriptions that come with the latter hardly explain their full attributes and nuances. From my perspective, the way that ordinary mech designers select the neural interface models for their mech designs is as clumsy as a child attempting to put together a house. Vase shared a glance with Gloriana, who looked troubled as well. They did not like being compared to children who didn't know what they were doing. Still, they were mech designers. They always wanted what was best for their mechs as well as their clients. They possessed a professional obligation to know what they were doing wrong and how they could improve their products. So your entry into our design department will immediately make that better? Vase asked. I can completely guarantee that your mechs will perform at least 2% better than before. I know it does not sound that much, but this is the benefit that I can provide to you when I do nothing else but match the right standard neural interface models to the right mech models. You might not know about it, but the Mech Trade Association has developed countless neural interface models, many of which are subtle variants of each other. Oh, I have never encountered that before. Whenever I browse the interface, I only get a limited selection of current models. Mr. Hempkamp snorted. That is because the MTA knows that uninitiated mech designers such as yourself cannot understand all of the advanced factors that subtly affect the man-machine connection. The database trims the amount of entries in order to simplify the selection process while also making it more foolproof. It is only when a certified specialist such as myself access this database that it will reveal a much larger catalog. While it is still not as complete as I wish, it contains a lot more subtle variations as well as more interesting models that are slightly less proven. If this was true, then the Larkinsons were missing out. Even if the improvements were rather small, Vase did not want to let go of any advantage. As mechs and their designers got better, it became a lot harder to achieve meaningful performance boosts. Vase would have embraced a neural interface specialists like Mr. Hempkamp, even if he was only able to boost the performance of Larkinson mechs by just 0.5%. Of course, Hempkamp could provide far more than that. Vase had a feeling that the other man was not satisfied with picking and choosing readily available neural interfaces for every mech. Vase leaned forward. What kind of performance boost can you provide if you design specific neural interfaces for our mechs? I can't give you a single universal figure. It is much more complicated than that, sir. Give us an approximate range, then. Hempkamp fell silent for a few seconds. Given the quality and performance levels of your commercial mechs, I think I can effectively boost their performance by 4 to 9%. I am aware that there is a large difference between the lower boundary and the upper boundary, but there are many variables that affect what I can put together. In my own experiences, I can make a greater difference if the mech is more complex and possesses more systems. There is relatively little I can do for frontline mechs, for example. I see. Vase and his fellow Larkinson mech designers developed both simple and complex mechs. The former generally came in the form of affordable mass production models such as the pacifier. The latter generally applied to more expensive mechs aimed at more advanced mech pilots. Outside of expert mechs, examples of this were the Valkyrie Redeemer and the Ferocious Piranha. All of this sounds interesting, but I would like to hear a description of what you can do with neural interfaces that the MTA models cannot provide. Vase said, I want to know more about your design philosophy and how you relate your work to mechs. What are you trying to accomplish? What aspects about mechs do you wish to improve above all else? How do you plan to realize your ambitions? This was the most important part of the interview session. Vase needed to know whether Mr. Hempkamp's ideas on mechs were compatible with his own. Chapter 4163 parallels the reason why Cormont Hempkamp built up a problematic track record was not only due to his unusual design philosophy, but also the fervor in which he pursued it. His ideas on neural interfaces and how they related to mechs could potentially provide a lot of value, but needed to be utilized in real situations in order to supply him with the data he needed to iterate on his work. It was this requirement that Mr. Hempkamp fell in trouble so many times. His neural interface designs were considerably less standard than usual, and that produced a lot of uncertainty. The problem with new neural interfaces was that there was no good way to test them without connecting them to a real mech pilot or potentate. While there were many ways to minimize the risk of harm, the neural interfacing field suffered from a fundamental problem. There was no substitute for human mech pilots. This was rather strange, as convergent evolution caused a lot of alien races to resemble each other. They evolved similar organs and perform in similar ways when exposed to the same environment because their home planets possessed highly similar attributes. Yet even if mech designers attempted to trial their new and supposedly improved neural interface designs on these alien races, the results were vastly different. No matter what, an intelligent alien specimen whose species evolved on a different planet developed a substantially different brain and nervous system. Since neural interfaces were highly specific towards a specific subset of humans, they simply did not work at all when connected to any alien minds. After undertaking a lot of trial and error, neural interface specialists eventually concluded that their distinctive works could only be tested on humans or individuals whose genetic makeup was still close to humans. That latter seemed to give a way out for the mech designers in question. There had been cases in the past where they bred half-alien hybrids that were relatively weird and unusual aside from their brain and nervous system. As long as the organs that directly connected to the neural interface systems were human enough, then it was still possible to forge a man-machine connection. While a few of these experiments produced successful results, the MTA shut these experiments down with extreme prejudice once it found out about the macabre research. It did not take much imagination for Vase to figure out why the MTA and plenty of other people became extremely concerned about these experiments. After the MTA tightened the rules and implemented a strict regime on neural interface development, it became a lot harder for specialists in this field to trial their new designs. They needed to take a lot of additional steps, from writing extremely detailed logs to submitting any of their designs to the MTA in order to receive preliminary approval to trial their work on real mech pilots. Though the Mech Trade Association had a vested interest in speeding up the universal development of mechs as fast as possible, it also had a responsibility to protect the public from unsafe machines. Since many innovations tended to be dangerous to the user, the MTA ended up in the unenviable position to find a balance between two contradictory goals. On the whole, the MTA's regime was fairly liberal to general technology. As long as the inventions of mech designers weren't too weird, didn't violate any taboos or happened to be directly Derived from alien technology, the Mechers generally adopted a tolerant attitude towards new technology. After all, if the mech industry and tech industry did not possess an atmosphere that actively encouraged engineers and other inventors to realize their promising ideas, there was no way that mechs could catch up to starships in terms of power and practicality. The huge amount of mech designers that spent their entire lives on improving mechs played a large role in accelerating the progress of this field. Yet wary of any tech or development that could make the public acquire a sense of distrust towards mechs, it was important to temper this progress with sufficient control and prudence. It was obvious that neural interfacing technology suffered more than any other technological branch due to how much harm it could inflict on friendly mech pilots. Since the preservation and development of mech pilots were key priorities to the MTA, the Mechers accepted the need to slow down the improvement of neural interfacing in order to keep the pilot class happy. Cormont Hempkamp felt this was a counterproductive development. Out of all of the core tech that makes up a mech, neural interfaces have experienced the least amount of improvement from generation to generation. He complained, "This is not a coincidence. The strict rules and the abundant suppression of our work has scared away a lot of promising mech designers who could have done a lot of good in my field. The MTA's overreactions have also stifled innovation because people like myself get subjected to newer prohibitions because one of my colleagues happened to botch an implementation." Vase looked intrigued. "If the MTA is so overbearing towards the people that work on neural interfaces, why did you still choose to go into this field?" Hempkamp helplessly shrugged. "I originally didn't think it would be this bad. I heard the stories and my professors at school gave me numerous warnings, but I thought that the Mechers would appreciate or at least tolerate the fresh ideas that I wanted to introduce to the mech industry. To be honest, I also did not set out to revolutionize neural interfacing technology at the start. It was only after I began to learn the true state of my new specialty that I figured out that I could do so much more for mech pilots." "And what is that, exactly? Let me turn this conversation around if I may," Hempkamp said as he became more active. "What do neural interfaces mean to you, Patriarch?" They are a means to an end to me. While they play a vital role in making mechs work, I do not know enough about them to really think about what they do any further. They are black boxes to me that I just put into my mechs so that I can move on to more interesting stuff." Cormont Hempkamp nodded in understanding. Many mech designers have given similar answers. To me, neural interfaces represent so much more. It starts from the beginning. Even before mechs came to prominence, neural interface technology had already been developed. While the early pioneers of this tech never imagined it would enable the explosive rise of mechs, these researchers and engineers developed the early form of neural interfaces for several different purposes. Some of them are peaceful, but even then they already had a military purpose in mind. Do you know what kind of war weapons they were originally designed for in the past? From what I have read and studied, they were first developed to replace the tactical control systems of old-fashioned aerospace fighters and starfighters. Gloriana answered, "Back when these fighting vehicles still posed a significant threat against the rudimentary warships of humanity, they became increasingly more bloated with features. It became too difficult for pilots to control them. While automation helped with simplifying the control schemes, leaning too much in this direction produced greater problems that negated any improvement." "You know your history well," Hempkamp said with respect. "Back then, neural interface developers encountered the same problem as we did. The tech was too dangerous or did not work for most pilots. They discovered later on that they were hampered by a factor that we know today as genetic aptitude. That spelled the death knell to the military usage of this tech. Soon after that, neural interfaces became a lot rarer and they were more often employed on animals and exo-beasts than humans." Vase raised his hand. "Can we speed up this history lesson a bit and come to the point that you are trying to make? As much as I enjoy the origins of this tech, I am a busy man with a lot of design projects on my mind." "I apologize, sir. Let me try to summarize my story as much as possible. After neural interfaces no longer became relevant to the military, the biotechnology industry was the only sector where they remained for a long time. Neural interface engineers spent thousands of years iterating on the technology for several purposes. You can generally split these purposes into three broad categories. The first category is to connect a human mind to another human mind. This quickly proved to be dangerous, so it was outlawed in quite a few star nations at the time. That didn't stop certain researchers from experimenting on this anyway. The second category is to connect the mind of one beast or exo-beast to the mind of another creature. Suffice to say, these experiments yielded extremely inconsistent results. In some cases, beasts became a lot stronger or more versatile. In other cases, they grew extremely violent or outright went crazy. Since there were many star nations that did not enact any laws that granted rights to exo-beasts, there were many neural interface engineers that conducted extreme and unrestricted experiments against creatures. The experiments in question were so gruesome that a small sample of them ended up in the textbooks that every mech design student had to learn. It was one of the many ways the MTA and the mech community reinforced everyone's fears towards neural interfaces. No one was allowed to take them lightly. Even the stupidest and most incompetent mech designer knew better than to alter the design of neural interfaces. The third category is to connect the minds of humans with the minds of beasts. These produced interesting results to say the least. This is perhaps the research that is most directly related to the neural interfaces that you are familiar with. This was because neural interface engineers successfully adapted these devices so that they could connect humans to machines. Vase grew impatient. Why is this relevant? Can't you see, sir? While neural interfaces were only paired with mechs for less than 5 centuries, thousands of years had gone by while they were used to conduct all kinds of biotechnical applications. Ever since mechs entered the mainstream, neural interface development has split in half. One branch has grown increasingly more specific to mechs, so much so that it has become the dominant version of neural interface technology. Another branch had faded into the background as it continued to be employed in the biotech industry. It was at this point that Vase started to connect the dots. Wait a minute, are you trying to transpose the neural interfaces used in the biotech industry to the mech industry? Mr. Hempkamp grinned. You can say that. Mechs and exo-beasts have a lot more in common than people think, you see. This is also why I have grown eager to work with you. Out of all of the mechs in existence, the living mechs that you are known for possess additional parallels to exo-beasts. They share so many similarities that it has become a lot more viable to borrow tech that is developed exclusively to enable data exchange between two living subjects. That's crazy. Vase gasped. It's a brilliant idea, I admit, but it can easily go wrong if your assumptions are wrong. Gloriana smirked. Do you see, Vase? I knew that Mr. Hempkamp would be of interest to you. His design philosophy potentially synergizes a lot more with your work than others. When it came to their work, Gloriana was always serious. She knowingly extended an invitation to Cormont Hempkamp even though his conduct and his attitude offended her sensibilities. As long as Hempkamp's work and contributions ultimately pushed the Larkinson clan's living mechs to the next level, then that more than compensated for his eccentricities. In any case, Gloriana was already accustomed to dealing with Vess's antics. The inclusion of another lunatic hardly sounded like a big deal. Chapter 4164 Restricted Freedom. In the end, the Larkinson clan agreed to hire Cormont Hempkamp. Vase had no idea how Gloriana came across this colorful neural interface specialist. Most people who chose to specialize in this restricted and controversial field self-selected themselves to an extent. Those that possessed restless hearts and a burning desire to innovate generally specialized in less regulated fields. Only a lunatic like Cormont Hempkamp would think of embracing neural interfaces while holding the same attitude. Vase truly admired the man for holding this conviction even after getting beaten back multiple times. However, he also knew that Hempkamp could be an exceedingly dangerous mech designer if left unchecked. This was why Vase had to think a lot on how to handle such an explosive mech designer in his company. We are willing to accept your services if you wish to become a part of our company and our clan. Vase told the mech designer with a smile. You have made the right choice to settle into the Larkinson clan. We are a young organization where journeymen like yourself can explore different ideas and pursue original research without getting bogged down by fossilized structures. That said, while we are rather light on rules, we have our own principles. You will need to abide by them as well as the additional orders that I feel compelled to impose on you in order to temper your experimentations. Though Cormont Hempkamp grew pleased when he heard he no longer had to search for a mech company that would accept a problem case like him, he soon began to frown as Vase mentioned several additional measures. Do you subject additional rules and restrictions to every mech designer that joins your clan? No, but then again, none of them have a toxic record like yours. I am not targeting you, Mr. Hempkamp. I am protecting my clan and the people that will pilot our future mechs. Do you recall the mech designer's creed? Mech designers exist to serve mech pilots, not the other way around. Exactly. I don't know what impression you have on how we go about our business in our clan, but we always put the interests of our mech pilots in front of every other priority. Your desires, whether they are selfish or noble or both, must always abide by our bottom line. This did not sit well with the neural interface specialist at all. That is not exactly what I was expecting, sir. While I am not opposed to additional controls, I still need room to explore my ideas. I will go crazy if I cannot explore any of my ideas. I can do so much to improve your mechs if you let me loose. Trust me when I say that I know how to control myself. I am not as young as before and I have made more than enough mistakes to learn the necessary lessons. That sounded credible. Not. Vase understood exactly what kind of person Mr. Hempkamp was like. This was a person who was not only accustomed to bending the rules, he even saw them as a challenge to his work. Though Vase developed a genuine interest in how his living mechs could synergize with Hempkamp's neural interfaces, that did not mean that he wanted to get implicated by the boundary-pushing mech designer's war crimes. Vase tried to project as much authority as possible. Listen to me, Mr. Hempkamp. I founded the Larkinson clan. I founded the Living Mech Corporation. Once you get in, you answer to me. I am in charge of the design department. When I issue an order, I expect to be obeyed. While I am open to suggestions and tolerant towards different views, at the end of the day our mech design projects must all adhere to a common standard, which is decided by me. Is that clear? Hempkamp's expression worsened. He did not react well to authority and Ves's behavior clearly rubbed him the wrong way. Look, I am willing to abide by any rules as long as they are well meant and appropriate for the situation. What I dislike the most are rules that make no sense and orders that are clearly issued in bad faith. I cannot tolerate getting bullied for the fourth time. You did not let me finish, Cormont. Vase spoke. I did not approve of your entry into our clan only to cage you in and stifle your options. There is no point in hiring you. I can easily obtain the same benefits by hiring a more conservative neural interface specialist but without getting all of the baggage. The reason why I am willing to give you a chance is because I see promise in your ideas. I just don't think that your approach is the best for us. This is why I want you to work on a special regime. What regime do you have in mind, sir? Hempkamp asked with a suspicious expression. Your first instruction is that you must document everything. Vase began. No matter what you do, you must justify your actions and decisions with detailed and proper documentation. Don't just limit yourself to explaining the choices you have made. Make sure you detail the alternatives you were contemplating and the reasons why you have rejected them in the end. The more complete your data, the more we can follow your train of thought and support your work. And what if you do not support the projects that I am proposing? Then that is that. This is also your second instruction. If my wife or I say no to your idea, then I expect you to abide by my intentions. Do not proceed with performing experiments behind our backs. I won't hide the fact that you and everyone else is monitored through multiple means. If we sniff out any impropriety from you, then we will deal with you in a way that you will not find pleasant. Quote. Okay, now that we have gotten the necessary stuff out of the way, let me present to you the carrot that we are willing to extend to you. As long as you abide by the two instructions I have mentioned before as well as our standard rules and regulations, I am willing to give you an independent lab where you can develop and explore anything you wish. An independent lab, truly. Hempkamp went from wary to enthusiastic. It was odd to see how the man could swing so rapidly in attitude. I am an innovator like you, so I know exactly what you need. Vase explained in a self-assured manner. From what it sounds like, you ran afoul with your previous employers because they did not value your independent streak and sought to keep you on a short leash. I am not going to do that. I am aware that you need a certain amount of room to operate as you wish. I also understand that you don't work well in an environment where your work and schedule is being micromanaged by an overly controlling supervisor. You understand me better than I expected. I am gratified that you are willing to give me an independent lab. That is what I have always dreamt of obtaining. I don't want to be forced to work on tedious design work that anyone with a decent understanding of neural interfaces can do. I want to be able to engage in my research in an upright manner without getting burdened by too much banal work. I still expect you to contribute to some of our ongoing design projects, but I will make sure your workload isn't too heavy. Vase said, what I expect in return is that you do all of your experiments in a proper fashion in one of the proper research labs that we provide. Do not scurry away to a shady lab or any other dubious venue in order to perform experiments that are way too problematic. Once you are in our clan, you will be a Larkinson. That means that you will partially represent us all to the outside community. I don't want you to do anything dishonorable that will reflect badly on the rest of our clan, do you understand? I think I do, sir, but how much leeway do I have in that independent lab you are talking about? Vase smiled. I will make sure that your schedule is free enough for you to spend a certain amount of hours in your own lab. Once you enter your sanctum, you are largely free to choose and pursue your own research projects. Now, the amount of hours that you are allowed to spend in your lab is not fixed. It is conditional on your good behavior, excellent performance in our main design projects and so on. If you have been good, you get more hours to spend on your independent research. If you have been naughty, then we will cut the amount of hours that you can spend in your design lab. Do you understand the purpose behind this arrangement? Hempkamp briefly frowned. I think I do. You want to regulate my behavior by pushing the initiative in my lab, if I am guessing this right. I can accept that if that is how you intend to run things. It is nice to possess agency over my own work and allowances for once. If my hours are cut back, then I have no one but myself to blame. That was exactly right. Previously, Hempkamp did not have any choices at all, so it was easy for him to blame his former bosses for the frustrations he suffered. Well, he wouldn't be able to resort to this excuse so easily this time. By throwing the ball into Hempkamp's court, he would have to learn and exercise actual responsibility for once. This was an essential development if Vase wanted to transform Cormont Hempkamp from a reckless mech designer into a less reckless mech designer. Vase had no illusions that he could ever tame a crazy fellow like Hempkamp, but it was already enough to smooth out his rough edges and temper his most extreme impulses to an extent. Do I have to abide by any other special rules or arrangements? The man asked in a tone that hinted that he was already willing to abide by the new regime. Yes. I have not forgotten about the fact that it is essential for you to test your neural interfaces on real mech pilots. Vase said as he tried to formulate his words carefully. Now, I do not condone human experimentation. It is an abhorrent practice that has led to a great amount of unnecessary suffering. However, as barbaric as it may be, I understand that we do not live in a utopian society. Many forms of technology can never be fully proven unless they are put into practice. Does that mean, I will grant you permission to hire external mech pilots to participate in your experiments? They must voluntarily agree to cooperate with your arrangements after receiving whatever money it takes to put them at your disposal. The money that you are allowed to utilize for this purpose should not come from your salary, but from a special research pool that you can fill up by contributing to our main mech designs. What this means is that as long as you do your job when working on regular design projects, you will get more leeway in performing your own experiments, understood? I do. So the more I contribute, the greater my research budget. That is correct. In any case, as long as your experiments have proven to be safe when using external mech pilots as test subjects, I will grant you permission to perform your subsequent trials of our own Larkinson mech pilots. Of course, the same rules apply as before. They must all agree to work with you on a voluntary basis and you will have to provide remuneration from the money you have previously earned. Is this an acceptable arrangement to you, Mr. Hempkamp? Oh, it is more than enough, sir. You have already given me more than enough room than I have ever received. If you will have me, I want to start as soon as possible. The Larkinson clan gained its first true neural interface specialist after today. Whether Vase had made a mistake in taking in Cormont Hempkamp remained to be seen. Chapter 4165 Trial Period. The entry of Cormont Hempkamp into the design department generated plenty of controversy at first. Vase, are you sure you know what you're doing? Kedis confronted him a few days later. While I respect your desire to hire a neural interface specialist, can't you look for a more reliable one instead of the new guy? He reacted with mild surprise at her response. I thought that you of all people would look favorably upon his entry. He is a strong and passionate innovator who doesn't listen to anyone and sticks to his guns no matter the circumstances. There are obvious parallels between your respective approaches. The fiery swordsman mech specialist took affront at this comparison. We are not alike, Vase. While our approaches may look similar on the surface, our driving motivations are different. From the beginning of my career, I only ever wanted to design better and stronger swordsman mechs for the sword maidens. Later on, I extended my sights to every swordsman mech pilot I could reach. I might not have received classical education like the rest of the mech designers in the design department, but my heart has always been in the right place. As for that guy Hempkamp, my intuition tells me that he always puts his own ego first, and you know how sharp my intuition has become." As if to emphasize her remark, a miniature version of Kedis emerged out of her head and waved around a miniature sword. Sharp, sharp, sharp. Though Kedis was not a smooth operator, she was quite good at judging other people due to her extraordinary willpower and enhanced intuition. It said a lot when she sensed an unsettling vibe from Mr. Hempkamp. Vase never fully believed in all of the man's promises of good behavior. Innovators tended to be rule breakers more often than not because there were always obstacles in the way that prevented them from pursuing their novel ideas to the fullest. As an innovator himself, Vase could speak please like and follow the Cultivation Audiobooks channel from personal experience. However, as much as Vase was able to see himself in Hempkamp's shoes, they differed in one important fashion. If Vase screwed up, he would suffer all of the blame. If Mr. Hempkamp screwed up, his boss or employer were ultimately responsible. It was because Hempkamp never fully worked in a situation where the buck stopped with him that he had grown so unbridled and unrestrained in his work. This was why Vase had imposed a special regime on the newly hired journeyman. As Vase explained his overall strategy and approach towards the potential time bomb, Kutiz's expression softened to an extent. "Your theories sound decent enough. I can't say whether Mr. Hempkamp will be fine with playing by the rules you have set, but I will keep an eye on him whenever I am in the vicinity." Vase smiled and patted her shoulder. "You are more than welcome to do so. I have already instituted additional monitoring to keep a closer eye on his work and activities, but none of them are able to judge him on an instinctual level such as you. If you ever pick up a vibe from him that obviously feels wrong, don't hesitate to bring your suspicions up to me or Gloriana. No matter how uncertain you feel about Mr. Hempkamp, it is better to be safe than sorry. The safest option that you could have taken was to never hire him in the first place." Kedis stated as she crossed her arms. "Why did you go for him, really? Is it just because his design philosophy and research just happens to match well with your own, or is there more to the story?" The Sword Maiden mech designer had grown in many different ways compared to a few years ago. She had advanced to journeyman. She developed her first true solo mech designs with great commercial potential. She also became a mother to a healthy designer baby boy. What was even more important was that she had worked in the design department by herself and alongside many other mech designers long enough to become a lot more professional in her work. She had gradually shed her sloppy and unreliable image over time and became one of the senior stalwarts. The more junior lead designers who joined the clan only recently all looked up at her with admiration. In fact, it was not wrong to state that Kedis was the third-ranked journeyman of the design department. Her outsized sway among the Sword Maidens and the Heavenswarders in the clan definitely helped with amplifying her voice. Therefore, even though Vase was tired of explaining his decisions to different people, he had to give due consideration to his former student. "Let's look at the design department as a whole," he began. "How many lead designers do we have at the moment? There is you, your wife, me, Juliet Stamaros, Sarah Voikin, Dulo Voikin, Janice Pellier, Tiffy Kozlone, Miles Tovar, Meryl O'Brien and finally Cormont Hempkamp. That is 11 in total. A few years ago, Vase could never imagine working alongside so many journeymen. Back when Vase and Gloriana were in charge of everything, they could only work on a handful of major design projects per design round. Now that both internal promotion and external recruitment had beefed up the upper end of the design department, the Larkinson clan was no longer as limited in the amount of mechs it could design per year. In fact, Vase even had the feeling that his clan had more lead designers than worthwhile projects to pursue. While every lead designer had no trouble coming up with new design concepts and mech ideas that they wanted to realize, not all of them were particularly brilliant or innovative. Still, he would rather be in a position where there was too much design capacity than too little. At least now Vase no longer had to worry about delaying essential design projects by years because he and his fellow Larkinson mech designers were too backed up by high-priority projects. In any case, the addition of so many mech designers most definitely changed the dynamic within the design department. Of the 11 individuals that you have just mentioned, which one strikes you as more orthodox and normal mech designers? Vase asked. By that, I mean mech designers who you can rely upon to deliver solid design work that might not be interesting but will always do the job without fail. The Swordmaster thought for a moment. Gloriana probably fits in this category, though you have clearly influenced her with your drive. Juliet, Sarah, Dulo, Janissa, Tiffy, Miles and Meryl are also stable in their approach, though I still haven't seen enough of the latter two to be absolutely certain. How many mech designers did you just mention? 8, exactly, Vase said. 8 out of 11 of our mech designers are stable performers who can be relied upon to produce solid and reliable output. Now think for a moment. If these 8 mech designers were the only ones working in the design department, would the LMC ever be able to rise up in the current market environment? Kedis immediately shook her head. No, Gloriana might be able to do good business as a bespoke mech designer, but the rest, well, they are just journeymen. Many of them have advanced only recently while the others offer decent value, but not enough to gain an edge over the competition. Vase waved at her and then at himself. Now look at the two of us. You did not include our names in your previous list. There are good reasons for that, but let us focus on one of them in particular. How does the commercial potential of our products compare to that of the other mech designers? We are better, the Swordmaster stated with strong conviction. I might not fully do justice to their work, but when it comes to filling a new niche and achieving higher sales volumes, our work stands head over heels over whatever else they are able to design. Their design philosophies, while interesting and useful in their own right, simply aren't as unique and revolutionary as ours. The recent commercial mech models that they released, such as the Pacifier and the War Squire designed by Vase, as well the Monster Slayer and the Needle Dancer designed by Kedis, fully illustrated this disparity. Vase and Kedis were so strong on this front that they were even capable of outselling the works designed by master mech designers. Do you see? Vase said, while we certainly have our flaws, our more radical and unorthodox design philosophies are the key to our mech company's commercial success. We are the heart and the guiding beacon upon which the living mech corporation can distinguish itself from the pack and earn a commanding market lead. The reason for that is because we dared to reach further and worked harder than anyone else to innovate and invent brilliant new solutions. That is a strength that only a few mech designers that I have seen in few mech designers. I see what you mean. Wait, do you actually consider Mr. Hempkamp to be the same sort of mech designer as us? Kedis asked as she realized what Vase was trying to convey. For his part, Vase shrugged in uncertainty. I truly cannot say. There are more mech designers than the two types that I have just described. There are stable and reliable mech designers like my wife. There are adventurous and unorthodox mech designers such as you and I. There are also other colleagues who possess no moral bottom line and only care about their accomplishments as opposed to how much they can contribute to the greater community. I've encountered a few types like that, but I can't say whether Mr. Hempkamp belongs to the second or third type. So you just decided to accept him in the hopes that he is the second type? Yes, journeymen who are well versed in neural interfaces are rare, Kedis. Who knows whether there are other employers who see the same promise in this mech designer. Controversial as he may be, he knows his craft. I don't want to wait years in order to stumble upon another eligible neural interface specialist. Okay, I understand now. Kedis nodded as she figured out his full approach. You are essentially putting him on trial right now. By giving him an independent lab straight away, you can keep an eye on him and observe whether he will turn into an uncontrollable factor. What will you do if he breaks the rules that you have set, Vase? Vase shrugged. It depends. In general, I think I will still let him go, though. I have granted him much more generous treatment that he deserves. If he cannot appreciate the favors I have given him and the leeway that he has received from the start, then it is obvious that he will never respect our authority. We also won't be able to trust whether he is willing to put the interests of the clan ahead of his own. If that is the case, then I will make a rare exception to our established rules and boot him out of our clan before he does more damage. Do you think it will come to that, Vase? If he has retained enough rationality to figure out his best options, then he should clearly keep a lid on his more extreme impulses. I think he knows quite well that we are the best possible employer he can work with at this stage. Once he has ruined his chances with us, he will never receive the leeway that we have extended to him in his life. Despite his certain tone, Vase was anything but assured that Cormont Hempkamp would make the best choices. Logic was one thing, but Vase had seen many cases where irrational emotions and desires trumped sound decision-making. This was why the coming year was extremely crucial. Would Hempkamp truly be able to exhibit enough self-control to become a productive member of the Larkinson clan, or would he prove to be the same liability as in his previous jobs? Chapter 4166 Jobs for Poor People. Cormont Hempkamp did not stick his neck out too much in the initial months. Though he was ecstatic about gaining access to his own research lab where he could tinker with any neural interfaces without too many restrictions, he still had to work his way into the regular structure of the design department. At first, his contributions to the ongoing design projects were fairly basic but helpful. He did not attempt to push any of his quirky neural interface models that he had designed in the past. Instead, he served as a consultant that accessed the MTA's secret catalog and selected the most appropriate neural interface models for every mech design. Whether the mech designs in questions were alive, light, heavy, ranged, melee, cheap, expensive, commercial or Larkinson exclusive, the man was able to match them with neural interface models that always seemed more appropriate for the occasion. Heavier mechs are burdened with more components and systems. You can't fit them with neural interfaces that are prone to overloading the mech pilots with too much data and too much control. No. What have you been doing all this time? A light mech such as the ferocious piranha needs a neural interface that prioritizes speed and acuity over every other priority. There are many neural interface models that are much more suited to a light mech that needs to move quickly and fight even faster. Just because a scouting mech is a light mech doesn't mean it should carry the same neural interface as the ferocious piranha. While they possess the same weight class, they are completely different in operation. A proper scouting mech such as this light bearer needs to be paired with a neural interface that is extra attuned to sensor input data. Look at the line of neural interfaces over here. Each of them are capable of attuning the mech pilot to a specific type of sensor system. One of them makes a mech pilot especially sensitive towards visual patterns. Another provides a more comprehensive understanding of gravitic fluctuations on the battlefield. Wait, you never heard about them before? Have you been living under a rock? Though Hempkamp grew awfully abrasive and direct at times, his input was always valuable. The man introduced more nuances and variations of neural interfaces to the design department than anyone else had ever done. He was truly an authority when it came to neural interfaces. In the first half year of his entry into the clan, Hempkamp steadily acclimated into the clan. He learned what it meant to be a Larkinson and also became familiar with the loose and friendly atmosphere of the design department. What surprised him a lot at first was how much Vase and Gloriana were willing to allow the lead designers to do their own thing. Perhaps it is because you are a journeyman yourself, but I did not expect that you are willing to extend so much trust and autonomy to the newcomers to this position. Hempkamp told Vase during a private meeting. The hierarchy was much more fixed and structured at the other companies I worked with. We were only supposed to do what the masters and seniors told us to do, essentially. That is because the seniors and masters are the lead designers in those larger and established mech companies. RLMC might not be as large or established, but there are advantages to joining a younger and more versatile mech company. You have joined us at a great time. We have already developed to the point where we are financially stable and successful, but we still have a lot more room for growth. This means that your contributions and your design philosophy can help us grow even faster than before. I will do my best to be of use to you all. Hempkamp sincerely said, "It feels enormously gratifying to make a real difference in the piloting experience of your famous living mechs. I did not feel as accomplished as before even though I worked longer hours at my previous employers." Vase smirked. "That is because your superiors were the ones who were making all of the meaningful design choices. We are a bit more open here. As long as you are a lead designer, your input will always be valued, especially when the topic is related to your specialty. We are quite simple in this regard. As long as you can prove your input can improve the performance of our mechs, then we will accept your contribution. Simple as that. Perhaps that might change in the future, but for now the design department was still open towards different forms of advice. Even assistant mech designers had the opportunity to affect the direction of a mech design project in a limited fashion, though instances like these were rare due to their shallow understanding of mechs. As Mr. Hempkamp continued to integrate into the design department, he began to earn merits as well as credit for successful mech designs. Picking and choosing better and more optimized neural interfaces for different mech designs indeed made a difference to the piloting experience. Direct comparisons between mechs with ordinary neural interfaces and those with more optimal choices revealed that the performance boost was quite modest, but still evident. The overall improvement amounted to just 2%, which did not sound like much but already sounded like welcome news to Vase and the other mech designers. The reason why the improvement rate was not higher was because the Larkinson mechs were already comfortable to pilot to begin with. What Vase had done was solve a part of the problem that more specialized neural interfaces tried to solve. Though Mr. Hempkamp received more and more recognition for his contributions. He was far from satisfied with his current results. The neural interface models that I have matched to all of your mechs are still better than the available alternatives, but they don't go far enough. They are too standardized. Each of them are developed in order to maximize compatibility with as many mech designs as possible. They are not fully configured to work with specific configurations of mechs, and they are especially not designed to accommodate the distinctive traits associated with living mechs. Now that Cormont Hempkamp successfully got his bearings in the design department, the time had come for him to develop more comprehensive contributions to the Larkinson clan. He had worked on enough Larkinson mech design projects to develop a basic understanding of living mechs. The strange but extremely helpful sessions where he connected to the mind of Vase and other mech designers through the design network played a pivotal role in helping him come up with a viable approach to develop a neural interface specific to Vase's iconic works. Since Vase was able to understand Mr. Hempkamp's perspective as well through the design network, he had an inkling of what the newest journeyman to join the clan had in mind. What you're thinking about sounds crazy on the surface, Vase stated right away. Treating a living mech like an intelligent exo-beast and forcibly establishing a deeper and more intimate channel between it and a mech pilot not only sounds reckless, it also sounds like a great way to destroy a person's life and go to jail for this transgression. You've peeked into my mind, sir. You should have seen how beneficial it can be for the mech pilot to develop a deeper and more comprehensive understanding of their living mechs. Hempkamp tried to argue to Vase. Just like how humans have understood the thinking and behavioral patterns of exo-beasts through controlled interfacing sessions, I think we can provide the same benefits but with living mechs as the primary subject. Vase firmly shook his head. I did catch a good glimpse of what goes on in your head. Did you know what I think? You are thinking way too much about the gains and not enough about the potential dangers. How can you go so long as a journeyman without making any decent attempt to account for all of the risk factors of your inventions? Your near-total disregard for the damage that you can inflict on people's lives is truly appalling. I did not see much of that in your mind either, Mr. Larkinson. I am different, Vase insisted. My work doesn't instantly kill or cripple the mech pilots who I serve. My living mechs are also able to address and correct their own perceived flaws and shortcomings. In other words, in my field, the tolerance for mistakes are high while the consequences of making errors are fairly low. It is the exact opposite in your case. Vase and Hempkamp did not see eye to eye with regard to the latter's research direction. It took a long time for Vase to convince Hempkamp to take it slow and focus on attaining incremental progress first rather than try to revolutionize the field of neural interfaces right away. Once Hempkamp built up a sufficient research budget after making enough regular contributions, he no longer spent as much time on study and preparation and began to conduct more practical experiments. Due to the fact that the Larkinson clan had decided to settle in Davut for a time, Hempkamp had easy access to the port system's large and expanding manpower pool. There were plenty of mech pilots available for employment in Davuti's job market. Of course, the demand for skilled and experienced mech pilots was high. Many of them already found excellent jobs before they even put out their resumes. Since a lot of large and powerful organizations in the Red Ocean were preparing for a war that might break out within the next decade, they already started an arms race among themselves. Any organization or group that could field the least amount of mechs on the battlefield would most definitely fall behind in the event a war broke out in the region. Therefore, all of the good mech pilots found employment rather quickly, which meant that the ones that stuck around in the job market were almost always less desirable. Their genetic aptitudes were lower, the grades they earned during their cadet days were not as great and their attitudes were less than perfect. How they managed to reach the Red Ocean and travel all the way to Davut was a mystery. In any case, while many of these mech pilots were able to get by from day to day by relying on their accumulated savings or by performing menial jobs such as piloting industrial mechs, there were still plenty of pilots who were running low on funds. Cormont Hempkamp found out that it was ridiculously easy to bribe these poor and desperate mech pilots into offering up their bodies and minds for science. Pissed. Hey you, would you like to earn a millicredit in just a single day? I will pay double the sum a day if you take part in my research for at least a week. The purchasing power of MTA credits was high, especially in a second-class star system like Davut. Offering a sum of just 0.001 MTA credits or a bit more a day was enough to lure mech pilots into signing a contract that expressed their willingness to subject themselves to potentially dangerous experiments. While there were plenty of mech pilots that balked at this deal, Hempkamp still found plenty of suckers that were less capable of assessing risks. With the help of these paid volunteers, the eager neural interface specialist finally conducted his first proper series of experiments related to his core specialty. Vase initially grew so concerned that he tapped additional manpower to supervise his work more closely. Fortunately, no horror stories came out of Hempkamp's private research lab after a time. All of the test subjects only stayed for a while before they happily departed from the cat nest with extra funds in their bank accounts. This was a win-win proposition that kept everyone happy. Despite his impatience, Hempkamp did not engage in any extreme research projects and focused his efforts solely on developing smaller design solutions in order to make more immediate gains. It only took 2 months since his initial experiments for Mr. Hempkamp to present his first proper design application to the Larkinsons. Chapter 4167 Mystery Process. Vase entered Hempkamp's private research lab with both anticipation and trepidation in his mind. Despite keeping a fairly close eye on Hempkamp's ongoing research projects, Vase lacked the expertise to fully understand the research that took place in this chamber. While it looked as if Cormont Hempkamp stayed within the lines that Vase had set, who knew whether this was actually the case? Another concern Vase had of Hempkamp was whether his first completed research project was safe enough to be utilized in any new and ongoing design projects. If Vase was forced to shoot down Hempkamp's work despite the man's admirable restraint, who knew what he would do afterwards? This was why he hoped that Hempkamp truly succeeded in delivering a real result that could provide solid benefits when put into use. The Larkinson clan could truly use all of the advantages that it could get, and making better use of neural interfaces sounded like a good way to improve the actual combat performance of its mech units. The research lab that Vase had set up in an available space inside the Genesis lab did not look unusual. Hempkamp had done little to rearrange the interior. The only real element he added to the lab was bringing in different living mechs every now and then to conduct experiments that required their usage. Right now, Hempkamp had brought in a transcendent punisher of all choices. The heavy mech possessed an imposing presence due to its bulk, but also exuded a sense of sacred purpose due to its Ilvain-derived glow. The combination between the two made it seem as if the transcendent punisher was ready to shoot down demons with extreme prejudice. The age of the transcendent punisher also contributed a lot to its presence. Vase could immediately spot many different clues that told him that the mech was among the batch of earlier heavy artillery mechs that the Larkinson clan had produced. The mech enjoyed a good life and had developed an excellent cooperation with its Ilvainen mech pilot. It had already developed a character of its own, though it was still a distance away from evolving into a third-order living mech. At this time, the Larkinson clan was already midway into its comprehensive upgrade and refit process. A lot of existing Larkinson mechs had been upgraded from their original incarnations to the Mark II or Mark III versions of their models. The design department had yet to update the Transcendent Punisher design to the current standards of the clan, but it was only a matter of time before it happened. Vase just wanted to wait for a while in order to see whether his clan could gain access to a mass-production version of a transphasic artillery cannon system. Even if the penetrative power of more economical transphasic weapon systems was not that significant, they still dealt a lot more effective damage towards ordinary targets. That was a consideration for another day, though. For now, the Transcendent Punisher design had changed little since he had completed it years ago. It was still a rim-level heavy artillery mech that possessed decent damage output and excelled at accuracy by taking advantage of special means. "Tell me why you brought a Transcendent Punisher in your lab," Vase requested as soon as he approached the eager-looking neural interface specialist. "Why experiment with this mech instead of the many other ones that we have available?" Hempkamp smiled as he turned towards Vase. "I chose this model to demonstrate my progress because it responds best to what I have in mind. It may be large, but it is relatively simple in purpose and in its metaphysical traits. It is a mech that you have designed in a way that is highly compatible with its design spirit. It is literally an Ilvainen mech that honors the individual known as Ilvain. I enjoy working with unitary mech models like the Transcendent Punisher because the variables aren't as complicated." "Couldn't you have gone for other mech models, then?" Vase asked. "Why not opt for a Bright Warrior, for example? The Bright Warrior is a fine mech all considered, but it is too unfocused and not specific enough for me. You will find that my design solution doesn't actually work that well with this specific model." Vase was willing to accept that explanation. "Please proceed with your experiment." "Very well. Let me bring in the mech pilot that is bonded to this machine." The first step is to measure and observe the performance of this pair in the MSTS. By now, every Larkinson mech had gained a connection to the mental simulation training system. Though it started out as an add-on and a unique selling point of the War Squire model, there was no rule that prohibited Vase from connecting his new spiritual simulation program to all of his other living mechs. He had updated all of the mech models that were in use by his clan and made it so that every Larkinson mech pilot was able to engage this function. While Vase also had the option to extend this function to his customers who bought the LMC's commercial offerings, he did not do so for many reasons. For now, only the users of the War Squire and the mech pilots of his own clan were able to make use of this valuable and extremely effective simulation training system. The mech pilot, who turned out to be an ordinary pilot of the Eye of Ilvain, began to show off his skills in the MSTS. Having piloted his Transcendent Punisher for several years, the Ilvanian mech pilot acquitted himself well in the simulated battle scenario. The mech pilot knew the properties of all of the cannons well. His accuracy with each of the guns was fairly high as well. Naturally, battle performance skyrocketed when he engaged the Transcendent Punisher's signature guided aim triggered ability. Eventually, the simulated artillery mech got overrun when a flood of light mechs reached its position and turned its vulnerable rear into a pincushion. What do you think about the battle performance that you have just witnessed? Hempkamp asked. It's good, Vase immediately judged. Though the Transcendent Punisher is not that great of a mech anymore, the cooperation between mech and mech pilot is excellent. I expect nothing less after years of training. It would be very hard for a new recruit to gain this level of familiarity, proficiency and reaction speed without spending just as much time in familiarizing with all of the quirks and nuances of the Transcendent Punisher model. Under normal circumstances, do you think this Ilvanian mech pilot will be able to achieve a better score through persistent training and other efforts? Vase rubbed his smooth-shaven chin. I would say the chances that he can increase his score are limited. I can roughly tell that he has already peaked in his training. Barring any actual battles where he can make a breakthrough in other aspects, he has already approached his ceiling. It should take numerous years for him to increase his average performance by more than 5%. After a certain amount of years, his performance will stagnate and even begin to decline as age takes its toll. It was not necessarily the case that older mech pilots were better mech pilots. While they were certainly wiser, more skilled and more experienced, the younger generation possessed much better reflexes and weren't weighed down by as much baggage. Hempkamp knew that as well, which was why he picked this particular combination of mech and mech pilot to show off his research results. Please allow me to apply my new procedure to the mech and mech pilot. This will take at least 10 minutes due to all of the checks I need to make. You may proceed. Cormont Hempkamp showed exceedingly great care. He did not move quickly and made sure to do everything properly. With Vase watching over his shoulders, he did not dare to act sloppy. Once he verified that all of the equipment was working fine, he transmitted a command that activated a new and completely original subsystem that Hempkamp had added to the Transcendent Punisher's neural interface module. Vase could see from the cockpit feed that the Ilvanian mech pilot had frozen into place at this time. I have made it so that the Ilvanian mech pilot stays in place at his current posture when subjected to my new procedure. The neural interface specialist explained. Right now, the mech pilot and the mech are bonding with each other through a special man-machine connection. This connection is not meant to facilitate mech piloting, so the mech cannot be controlled in this state. The connection is purely dedicated towards data exchange on a deeper and more profound level. You can think of it as connecting the two subjects together with one of your design networks, but one that is trying to achieve more than letting the two grow more familiar with each other. What is going on, exactly? Vase puzzlingly asked as he felt rather unsettled at his lack of understanding of the current procedure. While nothing wrong had happened when Hempkamp performed similar experiments on paid volunteers that he had picked up from the job market, this was different. Fortunately, the mysterious process only lasted a few minutes. Once the added subsystem powered down, the Ilvanian mech pilot regained his awareness and his wits with no apparent problems. The only interesting change that Vase could observe from his vantage point was that the mech pilot had grown a lot more intimate towards his mech. Compared to the rather mild reaction of the mech pilot, Vase noticed an even greater difference from the mech. The Transcendent Punisher had suddenly become a lot more responsive and active towards its mech pilot. Wait, what the? When Vase swept his spiritual senses towards the Transcendent Punisher's spiritual foundation, he discovered that it had not only grown in a substantial fashion, but that it had also made a significant leap towards evolving into a third-order living mech. Hempkamp smiled. I see that you have already noticed one of the changes that my design application can produce. This is only part of the story. You should take a look at the pair's performance now that they have undergone my new procedure. Under the man's direction, the Ilvanan mech pilot engaged the MSTS once again. As the simulated Transcendent Punisher began to fight against similar waves of incoming enemies, Vase immediately noticed the differences in performance. Compared to the first simulated battle, the artillery mech clearly performed a little bit better. The difference wasn't drastic. It was not as if the mech pilot suddenly turned into a superstar or anything. What actually happened was that the Ilvanan pilot made more efficient use of his machine. Vase had thought that the individual in question already hit a ceiling in how much he could improve, but clearly this was the wrong assumption. From what Vase could see, the pilot not only exhibited slightly better piloting skills, but also utilized and balanced the various systems and parts of his mech to a significantly finer degree. By cleaning up his piloting style and removing a lot of inefficiencies and suboptimal habits, the mech pilot managed to draw out more of the potential of the Transcendent Punisher than before. While the heavy artillery mech still succumbed to the same wave of light mechs in the end, it had taken down significantly more targets in the process. Vase glanced at the numerical score that judged how well the pair performed in this battle scenario. The score is 9% higher than before. This effectively meant that the Transcendent Punisher and its mech pilot had improved their overall combat effectiveness by 9%. The most remarkable aspect about all of this was that it only took a couple of minutes to make this change. Combined with the fact that this mystery process actually caused the Transcendent Punisher to make a substantial step closer to becoming a fully aware third-order living mech, it was clear that Hempkamp's innovation deserved a deeper look. Please explain what you have done and how your new solution is able to produce such a drastic improvement in performance. Chapter 4168 Deep Exchange. Although Cormont Hempkamp only conducted a single experiment, the results exceeded Vess's expectations. It was one thing to accelerate the training of a rookie mech pilot and speed up his familiarization process with a specific mech. It was another thing entirely to achieve the same effect on a veteran mech pilot. Vase had read the profile of the Ilvanan mech pilot carefully and understood that while the fellow did not possess excellent talent, he made up for it with diligence and devotion. The mech pilots of the Eye of Ilvain had always stood out for their dedication to their holy service, but the test subject who volunteered for this test had already mastered the Transcendent Punisher to a high degree. Common sense dictated that it took a disproportionate amount of time and effort to achieve further incremental improvements. Vase had already been certain that the pilot had approached his skill ceiling. Were his assumptions wrong, or did Hempkamp's mysterious procedure involving an add-on to the Transcendent Punisher's neural interface open up a possibility that did not exist before? As Vase accessed the data logs and studied the numbers and graphs, he tried to determine what exactly happened. By comparing the data from the two separate practice runs, one conducted before the procedure and one conducted afterwards, Vase was able to compare the results of both. Since the two simulated battle scenarios were almost identical to each other, Vase easily picked up a lot of clues by looking at where the data sets contrasted with each other. His first preliminary conclusion was that the biggest area of improvement was the skill of the mech pilot. The Ilvanan soldier had somehow broken through the ceiling that he had never been able to surpass until today. Indicators such as hit rate, target prediction, tracking accuracy and so on had all improved by a small but significant degree. These were aspects that were notoriously difficult to improve in leaps and bounds. To the vast majority of mech pilots, it took weeks, months and even years of training to achieve measurable improvement in these areas once they already attained enough proficiency. There's more. As Vase studied the data further, he noticed that the mech pilot improved in many other areas as well. These concerned areas that were a lot subtler, to the point where many mech pilots didn't even know they could manipulate these areas. For example, he noticed that the Ilvanan mech pilot had become a bit better at juggling the energy management of his mech. As a heavy artillery mech, the Transcendent Punisher was both massive and powerful, but that also meant that it needed to be fed with a lot of energy. It was anything but simple to supply the right amount of energy to the right part at the same time. What made this factor even more complicated was that all of the activity also generated a lot of heat. No matter how many heatsinks the heavy mech possessed, its heavy positron cannons generated so much waste heat when it was firing at maximum capacity that the machine practically turned into an oven. Therefore, Every mech pilot assigned to the Transcendent Punisher had to learn how to manage its energy consumption and heat buildup while at the same time keeping its damage output as high as possible. While Vase knew enough about the Transcendent Punisher to know how to best juggle all of these changing variables, he was not a mech pilot, so it was impossible for him to demonstrate what he could accomplish in the cockpit. The mech pilots assigned to the Transcendent Punisher did not know any of the science or the exact tolerances of every part or system, so their ability to control their mech to such a fine degree was limited. Until now, when Vase swept his gaze away from the data, he came up with an answer that explained much of why the performance of the Ilvanan mech pilot had improved so rapidly. The test subject understands how the Transcendent Punisher works on a much more profound level, is that correct? Hempkamp grinned and nodded. That is one of the changes that my process has produced. Much more has taken place than that. This is because my procedure is much more profound than what is apparent on the surface. Look at how much better the mech pilot is able to get along with his machine. Vase turned and observed the mech pilot. Even as the test had come to an end, the Ilvanan pilot was not in a hurry to leave the cockpit. The man remained in his seat but closed his eyes and concentrated towards his mech. He was actively communing with his machine outside of a man-machine connection. While it was theoretically possible for any mech pilot to interact with a living mech, in practice the two had to be quite close. The mech in question also had to experience a lot of growth before it was capable of reaching out on an independent basis. For both the mech pilot and the mech to reach this level of intimacy and mutual understanding was remarkable. The degree of synergy between them had approached the level of a pairing between an expert pilot and expert mech. Vase grew a lot more interested at what exactly Hempkamp managed to do with his odd addition to the Transcendent Punisher. Please explain what you tried to accomplish and what you have managed to realize. Let me wrap up this experiment first, sir. I will be glad to explain my full layout to you once I have summarized the data from the latest test. It took half an hour for Hempkamp to wrap up the experiment and analyze the data. This was the first time he had tested his new tech on a Larkinson mech pilot, and the results were better than he expected. Once Hempkamp sat down in front of Vase, the neural interface specialist finally presented the full scope of his recent work. Do you recall what I am trying to accomplish? I do. You want to increase mutual understanding between mechs and mech pilots. Vase spoke. You want to leverage the more direct neural interface technology developed by the biotech industry to facilitate a deeper exchange of information and knowledge. One of your goals is to make the mech pilot understand the properties and operation of a mech to a much finer degree than is possible through conventional training and learning methods. That is correct, more or less. I have discovered that I can attain additional goals when the mechs in question are alive. Since living mechs have more in common with exo-beasts than other animals, I can essentially treat the machines that you have designed as living animals in the form of mechs. How does that change the equation, exactly? Vase curiously asked. It changes everything. In the biotech industry, there are specialized researchers who bond with interesting exo-beasts with the assistance of specialized neural interfaces. By connecting their minds with the minds of non-human organisms through a special channel, they can do more than pass on information about themselves to each other. They can also pass on a portion of their biases, attitudes and even instincts. What is the point of this? Isn't this dangerous? It is not without risk, Hempkamp admitted. However, when done correctly, the biotech researcher gains so much more clarity of the exo-beast that it is as if he has spent half of his life living as the creature in question. What is also interesting is that the exo-beast has also benefited from this exchange. The animal has absorbed human thinking patterns, habits and other elements that are typically associated with our kind. This means that the beast has not only grown tamer, but might even gain sentience when its species originally was not capable of developing its intelligence to this degree. The biotech industry tended to attract a lot of crazies. Vase was not surprised at all that certain researchers were so extreme in their pursuit of knowledge that they even invented a risky procedure that not only caused them to be contaminated by beastly instincts, but also turned their exo-beast subjects into much more intelligent monsters. Vase could easily imagine how this could go wrong. It was a surprise that the Big Two hadn't shut down this crazy line of research. I completely understand that you feel unsettled by the act of bringing humans and exo-beasts closer together, but my work is different. Hempkamp claimed. What I have done is bring mech pilots closer to their mechs, which is much less controversial. Are there any downsides to this process? I will need to conduct further studies on that, but from what I can say so far, there are no negative consequences that I can detect. You can see for yourself that the test subject has not changed for the worse. The Transcendent Punisher has not degraded either. In fact, I can vaguely feel that it has grown stronger and more defined. Both sides has benefited from their brief exchange. Though Vase was skeptical of Hempkamp's optimistic claims, if his words turned out to be true, then this was definitely a procedure that could quickly raise the battle effectiveness of all of his mech pilots. Have you tested the same procedure with non-living mechs? I did, but the results weren't nearly as dramatic. Hempkamp admitted. As I have mentioned before, since living mechs are truly alive in a sense, they can not only share more information to the mech pilot, but absorb much more for the human as well. It is as if my invention is made for your mechs. Can this process be repeated in order to achieve better results? No, unfortunately not, sir. A single deep exchange is enough to conduct the trade, as it were. Activating the procedure again when the mech pilot and the living mech are exactly the same as before will result in relatively little new exchanges. The only instances where it is useful to perform it again is if the pairing is different or if the mech pilot and the living mech have changed significantly over time. For example, if you ever upgrade the Transcendent Punisher in the future, it will be useful to conduct this exchange again. As Vase asked more questions and found out more details about this strange new improvement method, he eventually understood the gist of Hempkamp's new solution. It was not a new systematic training method nor a different form of mech piloting. It was a cheat that temporarily removed a number of barriers between the mech pilot and the living mech so that they could essentially borrow elements from each other. Although I do not know how literally you should take this, I believe that my solution can eventually blur the lines between the mech pilot and his mech. Hempkamp ambitiously claimed. I have heard that high-ranking mechs and mech pilots are already trying to move in this direction on an individual basis, but I am convinced that ordinary mech pilots can enjoy the same benefits by developing better and more specialized neural interfaces. The tech already allows man and machine to connect with each other. What I am trying to do is nothing more than to expand upon the capabilities of this tech so that the two parties can truly merge with each other one day. Vase was quite impressed with this ambitious goal. Though he was not certain at all whether Hempkamp could establish a new form of empowerment that was normally exclusive to high-ranking mechs and mech pilots, the benefits to the mech community were enormous if the neural interface specialist was truly able to realize his dreams. Of course, the difficulty of making such an ambitious and impossible-sounding goal come true was an entirely different matter. Vase didn't mind too much. Even if Hempkamp came up short in the end, the advancements he could make during his career would doubtlessly be useful in different ways. One of those advancements was the new tech that he had long been working on but could never put into practice due to all kinds of restrictions. His desire to prove his work was viable along with the need to demonstrate his value to the Larkinsons allowed Hempkamp to succeed in his first practical implementation of his ideas. Vase directed an appraising gaze towards the neural interface specialist. He wondered what else Hempkamp might have in store. Do you have any follow-up research in mind? Oh, plenty, sir. What I have just shown to you earlier is a process that I have called first stage man-machine deep exchange. It is the easiest and most superficial exchange that I could make. Once I have extensively studied and refined this application, I will start working on the second stage version of my exclusive tech. I never thought it was viable for me to develop an even deeper exchange with ordinary mechs, but your living mechs are so much more relevant to my specialty that I think I can achieve actual results. What does this second stage of yours entail? Vase curiously asked. Have you ever heard about the notion of establishing unity of man and machine on command? What if I can tell you that I can develop a system where the mech pilot only has to press a single button to enter this extraordinary state of mind? Chapter 4169 Unsung Hero Mr. Hempkamp cleverly dangled the possibility of allowing mech pilots to enter a state of unity of man and machine to Vase. However, this remained a distant theoretical possibility for now. The amount of work, effort and brilliance required to enable any mech pilot to attain this mythical state with a single press of the button was enormous. No matter how brilliant Hempkamp had proven to be, there was no way he could develop a successful implementation of this tech within a single decade or generation. Though Vase was not fooled by Hempkamp's exaggerated boasts, there was no denying that the newly recruited journeyman possessed real substance. His earlier contributions to every design project had already yielded slightly better results. His ability to match the right neural interfaces to the right mech designs made every Larkinson mech slightly more effective in battle than before. His so-called first-stage man-machine deep exchange was something different entirely, but happened to be highly practical and easy to implement throughout the Larkinson clan. So these are the parts that are responsible for enabling the deep exchange process. There, smaller than I expected, Vase looked down at a workshop table and studied the handful of components that the neural interface specialist had laid out. Each of them were no larger than the size of his hand. Many of them were smaller than his finger. In fact, when Hempkamp put it all together, he created a module that could easily be attached to the neural interface of an existing mech as long as there was space. Even if there wasn't any space, additional room could easily be created by modifying the cockpit. Vase still had a hard time believing that such small components could achieve such a drastic improvement in performance. Then again, his own design philosophy was even more ridiculous considering that his spiritual work did not occupy any material space. How does this ensemble cost? Vase critically asked. Almost nothing compared to the price of a full-sized mech. The other man answered, there is nothing special about these components. Their main role is to enable the existing neural interface of a mech to establish a different form of connection. That is all. To put it in another way, my work is mostly software-based rather than hardware-based. I can already do much of the work by altering the programming of a mech. This extra module is only necessary to enhance the stability and safety of a deep exchange, since ordinary neural interface models are not equipped to perform these functions. I understand. Vase could already tell that the components weren't too expensive either. They were made from regular if sturdy materials. This made it a lot easier to install this new add-on to the tens of thousands of mechs in use by the Larkinson clan. Do these add-ons have to be adapted to every specific mech model or variant, or are you able to apply a single universal version to every mech? They are not universal, unfortunately. Hempkamp apologetically answered. They need to be designed specifically for every model and variant because of many different reasons, such as the different models of neural interfaces that they employ. What I can tell you is that the changes that I have to make are minimal if I apply them to variants that share a great resemblance to the original model. I can even outsource much of the work to assistant mech designers who possess a background in neural interface technology. Vase discussed this topic further with Mr. Hempkamp. Though it took a lot of work and effort to upgrade all of the existing Larkinson mechs with this special add-on, Vase truly felt it was worthwhile to implement it on a large scale. If you can conduct more tests between different mech pilots and living mechs and prove that your tech is both safe, practical and effective, I have no qualms in spreading it throughout the Larkinson army. I think that every mech pilot in our clan deserves to receive the best of what we can offer, and this brilliant little solution of yours is exactly what they need to give them an extra edge over our rivals. This was music to Hempkamp's ears. Thank you, sir. I have always wanted to prove that my work is both safe and useful. I will do my best to reciprocate the trust that you have invested in me. I would like nothing more than to have many mech pilots benefit from my work. The man craved validation. Vase knew that and readily gave him an opportunity to obtain it through his own work. However, the plan outlined by Vase did not fully match Hempkamp's intent. What about other mech pilots, sir? The public and more specifically the customers of our products deserve to enjoy the same benefits as well. Think of how much this innovation will supercharge our sales. Every user of our commercial mech is able to display much more battle strength in a shorter amount of time. The improved performance of our mechs across the board will most certainly get noticed by the mech market, which means that the demand for our products will rise significantly. Other than that, the mech pilots who have tasted this benefit will become a lot more attached and bonded to our living mechs, making it much more likely that they will turn into our fixed customers and users in the future. Hempkamp's analysis of the positive business impact that his first-stage man-machine deep exchange tech could accomplish in a short amount of time sounded plausible. That did not mean that Vase was ready to accept his recommendation. He held up a palm. Slow down, Mr. Hempkamp. I don't know if you have noticed, but here in the Larkinson clan, we generally abide by a rule that states that we keep all of the good stuff to ourselves. This applies to our uncommon but effective luminaire crystal technology as well as our recently developed MSTS. While we are open to putting out our exclusive solutions onto the market whenever it is appropriate, we need to make sure that our Larkinson forces maintain a decisive edge over our rivals and future opponents. Do you understand? The neural interface specialist looked a lot less pleased at this reminder. I am aware of this custom. While I am happy that our fellow soldiers will be able to benefit from my original work, I have to say that it is a disappointment that I cannot share my contribution to the rest of the mech community. This could be a problem. Ves's instincts did not warn him of anything, but his judgment and understanding told him that Cormont Hempkamp was an eager researcher with a burning need to prove himself to everyone who doubted his work. The man possessed a great desire to stand up in front of the whole mech industry and prove all of those doddering old fogies wrong for passing off his work as reckless and dangerous. Still, as much as Vase was willing to help Hempkamp earn proper recognition for his work, the needs of the clan came first. Mr. Hempkamp, listen to me. I understand your need to prove yourself to your former employers and everyone else. I truly do. There are many mech designers in the industry who share the same desires, but much of their work goes unsung. These are the people who work in secret labs that quietly work on designing and improving military mechs, many of which have never fully showcased their capabilities in combat. The mech designers responsible for working on these secret projects gladly do so in order to ensure that their state or organization maintain a decisive advantage over the enemy. All of these mech designers are able and willing to forego fame in order to serve the greater good. Will you be able to adopt this role as well? You don't have to remain unsung forever. Vase quickly added, this is only a temporary condition. As long as our clan and our mechs grow stronger, it becomes less of a priority to keep our advantages hidden. We already have a habit of slowly granting access to our exclusive tech to our favored clients and eventually the rest of the mech market. What is vital is that we make sure that we maintain a clear advantage in the early stages of our clan's development. Once we have grown a lot stronger than before, there is little risk to spreading out tech like your new deep exchange technology. That sounded a lot more tolerable to Hempkamp, if only partially. How long will I have to remain unsung, as you have described? I can't say. It depends on many factors. The stronger we become, the less we will lose from spreading out your tech. We must all work as hard as possible in order to progress to this point. If you help us by developing additional design solutions that can speed up the evolution of our mechs, then your work will eventually trickle down to the public. I can promise you that, at least. His remark settled Hempkamp down, at least for the time being. In any case, the progress he made in the short time he joined the Larkinson clan was already a lot more than he had accomplished in the last decade. There was little reason for the newcomer to feel dissatisfied with the arrangements made by the Larkinsons. Focus on completing your current research first, Vase said as he patted his hand on the man's shoulder. What you have just accomplished is only a first-generation product. Try and explore ways on how to improve and refine it so that mech pilots and living mechs can gain even greater benefits from each other. Don't be in a rush to chase after fame and recognition. You can easily earn as much recognition as you want as long as your work is good enough to earn people's appreciation. You need far more than just a single invention to earn credibility. Hempkamp fully tempered his eagerness to move quickly. I understand, sir. I will make sure to go through the steps properly. Vase promptly proceeded to work together with Hempkamp to complete his research and verify that his new tech was safe and viable. After that, Hempkamp received a new assignment that tasked him with spreading this tech to every existing and future Larkinson mech. With the help of a design team that was specialized in working with neural interfaces, Hempkamp subsequently updated the designs of every Larkinson mech with the so-called Deep Exchange add-on. A lot of Larkinson mech pilots performed better all of a sudden. No matter whether they were the elites from the avatars of myth or the more laid-back members of the living sentinels, all of them demonstrated remarkably better piloting skill and cooperation with their living mechs after making use of this brilliant little function. Flush with success, Hempkamp eagerly refined his deep exchange tech. He also invested more time in his other research projects, as he did not want to remain limited to mastering a single application. Vase was happy with the changes. Along with the other initiatives the clan had undertaken in recent times, his expeditionary fleet would definitely be ready to head towards the deep frontier at the end of the rearming process. He leaned back on his chair and placed his feet on his desk. Lucky adjusted his body as he laid on Vess's lap. With all of the mechs and expert mechs at our disposal, I don't think that many enemies can pose a threat to us at this point. Meow. This is especially the case considering how much our allies have improved as well. The Crossers have undergone a rebirth after Patriarch Reginald advanced to Ace Pilot, and the Glory Seekers have finally started to receive substantial reinforcements from the Hexer colonies. We might even be able to field more mechs than expected at this rate. Meow. While everything is doing well, I can't help the feeling that I am missing one more crucial element. What have I overlooked? Meow. As Vase looked up at the ceiling of his office, his body suddenly froze. Though nothing appeared to have happened in the room, Vase had grown shocked. The reason for his abnormal reaction was because he received a message from a source that had remained silent for several years. Update complete. Thank you for your patience. The Mech Designer System version 2.0 is ready to commence. Chapter 4170 version 2.0. Much had changed in the years since the Golden Skull Alliance settled in Davut. Every alliance partner had taken full advantage of the relative peace. The Larkinsons and their allies had reformed their organizations, expanded their fleets, obtained better mech models and built fantastic new mechs. Though they also spent a lot of time on building up their planetary branches and their business operations if they had any, much of their preparations focused on strengthening the military power of their expeditionary fleet. For each of them, the fleet that comprised all of their capital ships and the vast majority of their sub-capital ships remained the heart and soul of their organizations. Despite the large and rapid expansion of the Davut branch, Vase had no intention of turning it into the main stronghold and base of the Larkinson clan. At this point, the clan had done almost everything it could to prepare for the upcoming Trailblazer expedition. Though Vase could not predict what would happen once he and his clan embarked on this ambitious endeavor, he was certain that they would fight their fair share of battles. As such, Vase paid increasingly more attention to strengthening his fleet and forces. This was why he supported the rapid spread of Hempcamp's Deep Exchange add-on to all of the Larkinson clan's mechs. With measures like these, Vase steadily crossed the items on his lengthy to-do list. It felt good to be able to finally reduce the number of topics he needed to address. Yet as the LMC's mech catalog continued to grow larger and as his children grew from fragile little babies into energetic kids, he always felt as if he was missing something important. He had been living in the absence of an element that played a large part in his life. It was only after the Mech Designer System made itself heard once again that Vase fully remembered what set him on this path in the first place. To be honest, after Vase had overcome his shock, he didn't quite know what to feel after the system's return from dormancy. His initial reaction to this unannounced prompt was trepidation instead of elation. Vase grew concerned about the Mech Designer System's reintroduction to his life. Shortly before the system went into its awfully lengthy upgrade cycle, Vase had already been working on reducing his dependence on its convenient functions. He did not deny that he had received a huge amount of help from it. He could not have become a second-class mech designer, a masterwork mech designer or even a journeyman without the essential boosts and other amenities it provided to him in the form of rewards for completing certain tasks. Yet as much as Vase reveled in the goodies that he was able to earn from it, he never truly trusted it. Someone obviously made it, and he suspected that the purpose behind the Mech Designer System might not have his best interests in mind. The fact that it was connected to the mythical metal scroll was also a problematic factor. Though Vase had seen how a different fragment of the metal scroll managed to propel the polymath all the way to the top of human civilization, he felt extremely reluctant to follow in the famed star designer's footsteps. He did not know much about her, but he instinctively guessed that her dependence on that metal scroll fragment was still dangerously high. What if someone robbed this piece from her one day? Would she lose so much power and ability that she was unable to perform at the level of a star designer anymore? Would she outright lose her life because she had made so much use of it that her life was literally bound to its existence? Though some of the guesses sounded a bit too far-fetched to be true, Vase would rather be careful than complacent. The system's long hiatus had changed Vase quite a bit, and mostly for the better in his opinion. His inability to access the system's many useful functions had forced him to take a more honest and sober approach to his work. Whenever he encountered a problem in his work that he couldn't solve with his own ability, he no longer thought about accessing the skill tree in order to exchange his design points to instantly gain the appropriate skill or sub-skill. Instead, he did what every other colleague did. He searched the right textbook or academic article and honestly studied the contents the old-fashioned way. Though there was no doubt that he was losing a lot of time that he could have spent on furthering his research or designing more mechs, he did not mind the loss too much. There was something honest and relaxing about learning through proper study. Besides, he found out that his learning efficiency wasn't low at all. All of his augmentations, both spiritual and physical, had turned him into a frighteningly effective mech designer. When it came to absorbing scientific knowledge, he had turned into the equivalent of a sponge. Even if Gloriana was considerably more effective at book learning than himself, Vase made up for his relative shortcomings in other ways. For example, Vulcan's exposure to a lot of mech designers and other professionals had granted him an extremely large repository of science and engineering know-how. Since his incarnation had already mastered a scary amount of knowledge, Vase was able to lean on Vulcan's comprehension to quickly further his own understanding of a specific field. It was through tricks like these that Vase rid himself of his habitual dependence on the system's most useful and helpful functions. There was only one major feature that Vase still missed. He felt quite annoyed that he had never been able to use the superpublish function for several years in a row. Since his chances to use it did not accumulate if he left it alone, Vase effectively missed several precious opportunities to upgrade a mech beyond his current ability and derive a lot of useful lessons from studying the comprehensive changes the system would have made to his work. Of course, Vase clearly recognized that this frustration was yet another sign of how much of a dependence he built on an external tool. The sooner he got rid of this remaining impulse, the more he liberated himself from the trappings of the gift that had kickstarted his fantastic career. "Why now?" Vase whispered in a tone that conveyed both his relief and apprehension. "Why come back after all of this time?" Naturally, the system did not deign to answer his emotional question. It was busy with running its own operations in the background. Though Vase had no clue what the system was doing or whether it even needed time to reboot itself, he vaguely guessed that it was ramping itself back up after a long time of remaining silent. Slowly but surely, Vase felt as if a major presence was emerging from a hidden location. Even Lucky began to feel uncertain. Meow. Just as Vase wanted to reassure his pet, his consciousness suddenly moved to a different place. In one moment, he was leaning back on his chair in his office at the royal mansion in the cat nest. In the next moment, his consciousness had been yanked to what appeared to be a different plane of existence, one where he was only present on a mental level. "What the hell is this?" His voice seemed to echo throughout the boundless but empty space. Soon enough, he felt as if the energy around him became more and more charged. What was strange was that the energy felt a bit familiar to him. As he tried to extend his senses as best as possible, he realized that he had encountered it before. High-level metal energy. The reason why he was able to recognize it so quickly was because Vulcan still retained a minute amount of metal energy. Compared to the speck of metal energy that Vulcan struggled to retain, the quantities that the mech designer system wielded was vastly more than Vase had ever encountered from a single source. Not even Cassandra Breyer wielded as much metal energy than Vase sensed in the background. This pretty much confirmed that the mech designer system was related to the metal scroll. As the energy surging in the background finally stabilized, the darkness around him finally faded a bit as a single light source appeared in front of his position. A grayish ball of light took shape. "Welcome to the system space. The mech designer system has successfully updated to version 2.0. Many changes have taken place, of which this new form of interaction is one of them. In response to your persistent need for secrecy and information control, the mech designer system has created this discrete and secure space in order to allow you to access its functions in complete confidence." Vase mentally widened his eyes. "I never expected this level of customer service from you. So you are capable of listening to my demands. What else do you have in store, system?" He had a feeling that this upgrade did not amount to a simple change in how he accessed its menu. There was no way the system would have taken years before making itself heard again if this was the extent of its upgrade. As part of its upgrade process, the mech designer system is also ready to upgrade in a manner of your choosing. "Huh, what are you talking about? With the Timpala steel that you have provided, the mech designer system is capable of restoring a limited selection of additional functions. Since there is only a limited pool of resources available for upgrades, you must select the upgrade track to be applied. Once chosen, the mech designer system will permanently change in operation, closing out a number of features in order to better operate in its new capacity." "What?" Vase grew confused. Just as he wanted to ask for clarification, the system had already moved on by, presenting the possible upgrade tracks that he could select at this junction. The gray ball stretched into a screen that displayed an event that took place in the past. Figures such as Eloise Pelican, Axelar Strian and Ryan Aiden briefly appeared in view as they piloted mechs during the time when Vess's consciousness temporarily stayed in their minds. Upgrade track number 1, Mental Projection. This upgrade trajectory will expand the mech designer system's ability to allow you to mentally project your consciousness in the minds of different individuals, most notably mech pilots. You will repeatedly be able to cast your presence to the minds of mech pilots in the past and present. When casting your mind back into the past, the passage of time to your present self is frozen, which effectively means that no time shall pass until your consciousness returns to the current time. "What? Are you serious?" Though Vase had not immersed himself in any master experiences recently, he still recalled how many benefits he derived from them. They weren't just opportunities to learn how mech pilots handled different mechs in different situations, they were also great ways for him to steer what took place in the past. From what it sounded like, the system had most definitely picked up on his growing appreciation of what mastery experiences could bring to Vase. There was nothing else in his life that could come close to reproducing this amazing feature. What was even better for Vase was that the system had also noticed the reason why he had not used it as of late. He was too reluctant to put himself out of commission and completely defenseless for weeks at a time when his consciousness was merrily messing about in the past. The mech designer system then started to project a different set of footage. It showed Vase interacting with and encouraging different expert pilots. Notable individuals such as Venerable Tusa Billingsley Larkinson, Venerable Davia Stark, Venerable Joshua Larkinson, Commander Casella Ingvar Larkinson and Patriarch Reginald Cross all flashed by in his view. Upgrade Track Number 2, Mech Pilot Cultivation. This upgrade trajectory will strengthen the mech designer system's ability to facilitate the growth of mech pilots. You will gain multiple new options to improve their strength, repair their ailments and shortcomings and accelerate their individual progression. The mech designer system will allow you to physically and mentally improve mech pilots to a great extent while also binding them with unbreakable contracts that guarantees their discretion. Further on, you will be given the option to improve another individual's genetic aptitude. Exclamation mark quote. Chapter 4171 Upgrade Tracks. If the first upgrade track was already outrageous enough, the second one was even more astonishing. Just the last part was more than enough to drive every person in the mech community crazy if they knew this option was available. Vase forcibly tried to calm himself down. He already began to understand the division between the upgrade tracks. The first one was undoubtedly centered around increasing his agency and facilitating his own growth. To be more precise, it allowed him to affect the course of human history more extensively by allowing him to more frequently travel back in the past without worrying about anything happening to him in the present time. It also allowed him to accrue a much more comprehensive understanding and mastery of many different mech types. This would undoubtedly help him design mechs that exquisitely accommodated the needs of many mech pilots. The second track followed a completely different tack. It did not improve his design capabilities directly, but enabled him to gather the strongest or the most promising mech pilots and improve their fighting capabilities in many different ways. If Vase was able to gather stronger and more formidable mech pilots around him, he would not only feel a lot safer against external threats, but also gain opportunities to design stronger mechs that fully kept up with their improved performance. This is the perfect choice if I want to build the best mech army. He would be lying if he said he wasn't tempted. Wasn't he worrying about trying to gather 1 billion MTA merits recently because he feared that his second daughter Andraste might not develop the right genetic aptitude to pilot a mech? Even if she did luck out and turned into a potentate when she became 10 years old, Vase could still grant her better opportunities by asking the transhumanist faction to upgrade her talent. Rather than relying on others, it's best to do this myself. Though Vase hoped to be able to develop his own solution to this impossible problem, he knew that his chances of succeeding were too slim. By choosing the second upgrade track, he would not only gain a guaranteed method to repair the genetic aptitude of other people, but gain other powerful means to empower his warriors even further. Still, as much as he felt attracted by the possibilities of the second upgrade track, he grew hesitant about it due to one important factor. It doesn't focus on empowering me directly. Choosing this upgrade track meant that the system would specialize in a direction that effectively made him more dependent on the protection of other people. Even though Vase had a lot of confidence in his ability to recruit and retain the loyalty of his subordinates, a part of him felt uncomfortable for building up a dependence on other people. This is the life of a mech designer. Vase sighed. Though this was most certainly a downside, it was not as if his situation was any different from now. The current age of humanity completely centered around mechs, and the only individuals who could make effective use of them were mech pilots. Therefore, the second upgrade track perfectly fit the present circumstances. Making mech pilots as powerful as possible would definitely benefit him the most as long as he maintained control over the soldiers in question. Vase did not ignore the possibilities of the first upgrade track, though. The initial option presented by the system was even more unreasonable. Who in the cosmos possessed the power to travel back in time and manipulate past events in order to influence the rise and fall of entire states and civilizations? This was arguably the most unreasonable and ridiculous power of the mech designer system, and one that he did not exploit often enough. He did not realize it before, but now that many years had passed since he last went through a mastery experience, he began to miss the benefits and the possibilities that it provided. While it was no doubt important for Vase to experience what piloting a mech was like from the perspective of an actual mech pilot, the fact that he was thrust into the mind of an individual in the past was an implication that he did not fully appreciate in the past. If he ever regained the ability to go on trips to the past again, he intended to be a lot more unrestrained with his actions. In any case, if the MTA or anyone else got wind of his manipulative actions, Vase could easily pass off all of the blame to the mysterious Mr. S, a presumed star designer whose traces could only be found in fleeting points of history. Before Vase made any further considerations, he paused and waited for the system to deliver its next option. He had a feeling that it was far from finished with its presentation. He was right. The system no longer presented images of powerful and heroic mech pilots to Vase. Instead, the gray ball began to project images of a single individual that Vase immediately recognized. "That's me," Vase gasped. Perhaps the system had picked up his dissatisfaction at the previous option's lack of personal empowerment, because this next choice centered all around Vase. Upgrade Track Number 3, Spiritual Ascension. This upgrade trajectory specializes in cultivating, upgrading and empowering the user's personal spiritual capabilities. You will be able to accumulate considerably more spiritual energy and increase its quality through various means. You will be able to learn vastly more techniques to utilize spiritual energy and receive comprehensive assistance in developing new and original techniques. You will gain the possibility to evolve and transcend your mortal limitations and attain true godhood. You will also have the possibility to spread yourself across many more incarnations, each of which can experience life in different forms and develop different talents and powers. What? Though he already guessed that the third upgrade choice centered around strengthening himself directly, the possibilities that the system mentioned sounded so ridiculous that they could compete against the possibilities of the other upgrade tracks. Though Vase did not take the claims surrounding godhood seriously, he did recognize the insane benefits that he would obtain if he was able to beef up his strongest specialty, his spiritual engineering abilities. He would love nothing more than to wield more spiritual energy and be able to harness it in a much more sophisticated way. Not just to empower himself, but also empower his mechs with special and amazing properties. The mention of acquiring more incarnations also sounded interesting to Vase. Blinky and Vulcan granted him brand new abilities and options that expanded his repertoire and vastly increased his versatility. Though he was theoretically capable of creating additional incarnations, he feared that going overboard might cause him to weaken his original self and spread himself out across too many versions of himself. If the third upgrade track was able to minimize the downsides of creating additional incarnations, then this would begin to look like a much more attractive option. This was especially the case when there was a possibility where he would be able to create backups of himself that ensured that he would be able to live on even if someone completely obliterated his original body. Still, is this what I truly want? The third upgrade track was all about survival and personal empowerment, both of which possessed selfish connotations. It did not mention anything directly about improving his mech design capabilities or helping his customers. It did not escape the fact that this trajectory also sounded awfully similar to the power system of the cultists of the Five Scrolls Compact. Though Vase did not have a lot of personal encounters with the dreaded compact, he knew that the cultists completely embraced personal empowerment. While this did not necessarily sound wrong, the problem was that many of its powerhouses were extremely selfish and callous to the point of treating the lives of anyone lesser than themselves as trash. If Vase followed in the compact's footsteps, he feared that he may also develop the same obsession. "I'm a mech designer," Vase spoke as if to remind himself. "I have dedicated my life to serving mech pilots. A bit of selfishness is okay. No human is perfect. However, if my goal to become stronger no longer centers around designing stronger and more useful mechs, then is this trajectory truly the right choice for my present self?" The system was ultimately an assisting tool. Just because it was able to turn him into a monster did not mean he would necessarily become one. It was all about how he leveraged its possibilities. As long as he maintained his discipline and followed a predetermined strategy, Vase could easily imagine himself becoming a more skilled and comprehensive spiritual engineer who could easily empower a mech through multiple dazzling means. Besides, he did not have to reject everything the third upgrade track offered for fear of losing his true self. It all came down to how much he was able to cling to his original identity and goals. Still, He vaguely felt that this upgrade track might not be the most optimal path of becoming a better mech designer. Fortunately, the system presented him with another upgrade direction that catered much more extensively to this need. Upgrade track number 4, Technological Supremacy. This upgrade trajectory assists and strengthens your efforts into learning, mastering and utilizing different forms of technology. The Mech Designer system will be able to tap in many more branches of technology, granting you access to secret and less widespread human innovations at a lower cost. Furthermore, you will more easily be able to learn and decipher alien technologies, much of which humanity has yet to understand. You will also gain access to different methods of cognitive empowerment in order to strengthen your ability to absorb and make effective use of vastly greater data and knowledge. Vase instantly tied this upgrade track to a single iconic individual, the polymath. There was no way he could miss the connection. While he could not tell if the famous star designer had been presented with the same upgrade trajectories as Vase, he was pretty certain that her fragment of the metal scroll undoubtedly helped her master technology with far greater ease than before. This package fit perfectly with a mech designer that was obsessed with mastering as much tech as possible. As a rational mech designer, she possessed the least bias against any specific fields of technology, which meant she could unflinchingly master vastly different fields of technology without worrying about incompatibility and clashes between different philosophies. I'm not the polymath. Vase mentally shook his head. Perhaps his rejection came from his desire to be different from anyone else, but he did not want to become an inferior version of the polymath. Vase was a passionate mech designer who did not necessarily care about mixing and matching the best and most appropriate pieces of tech in his mech designs. He was a firm believer in specialization and felt that he would ultimately be able to develop vastly superior mech by developing his current strengths to their limits and beyond. Well, that's easy, then. This was the only upgrade track that Vase rejected shortly after its introduction. Though he did not deny the immense boost that this could provide to his future mech design projects and other technological endeavors, he felt there was more to his life and career than learning as much tech as possible. Besides, if Vase started to excel in this aspect in the following years and decades, he was immensely afraid that the polymath might drop by for another friendly visit. The less I have in common with that star designer, the better. It didn't matter if she was one of the leaders of the MTA faction that he was close with. The fact that she possessed a fragment of the metal scroll meant that she most certainly desired to obtain additional pieces of this mythical artifact. This meant that he and the polymath were rivals and competitors in a sense. To be honest, Vase also wished to steal the fragment that she had made excellent use of in order to empower his own piece of the metal scroll. Chapter 4172 Ridiculous Options. As Vase continued to fantasize about all of the ways he could make use of the upgraded mech designer system, he suddenly recalled his previous conviction. Why am I growing so obsessed over the system again? Did I not promise that I would quit with this kind of thinking? No matter how much he tried to temper his desires, he found it difficult to do so. He was not an expert pilot whose will was as hard as steel. The return of the system and the surprise rollout of powerful upgrade routes instantly pushed away his resolve to minimize his dependence on its capabilities. His life in the Red Ocean was already hard enough. He needed every advantage he could get to continue his rise to power. He decided to set aside these conflicting feelings for later. He still didn't know the extent of the system's changes. He wanted to wait until he learned the full extent of what had changed and what it could offer to him. Only then would he be able to formulate a sound plan on how to utilize its capabilities in the future. After the system had done enough to convey the possibilities and advantages of excelling in technology to the same degree as the polymath, it began to present its next upgrade track. It started to project instances where Vase personally fabricated his mechs, especially the ones that went on to become masterworks. He already felt quite nostalgic towards those moments. The recent creation of the Mars was one of the best workshop experiences of his life, even though he was not primarily responsible for elevating it into a masterwork mech. How many more upgrade directions do you have in store, exactly? Upgrade track number 5, Ultimate Craftsmanship. This upgrade trajectory will facilitate and strengthen your creation capabilities. You will be able to make drastic improvements in your ability to make higher quality objects, no matter whether they are tangible or intangible. In order to assist you in making better goods, you will be able to upgrade your understanding and vision for quality and the elements that make creations superior. You will also be able to teach and pass on much of what you have learned to apprentices and students that are receptive to your lessons. This sounded a lot more in his ballpark. Compared to the previous option, which basically entailed piling up as much science and engineering in his head as possible, the fifth upgrade trajectory focused more on how to best make use of what Vase already learned. Although the benefits sounded a bit less obvious and dramatic, Vase knew how much potential this upgrade track possessed. Many people in the mech industry struggled their entire lives to ascend Senfoven's ladder of craftsmanship. Even though Vase managed to reach the second rung of the ladder numerous times, he was under no illusion that it would be easy for him to reach the third rung that was normally exclusive to star designers for some reason. Even if he became a star designer himself one day, his journey did not end at that point. Vase still recalled the moment where Master Dravidian alluded to a fourth rung of the ladder that could potentially change the course of human civilization forever due to the incredible power of a product that reached this tier of quality. While it should definitely be possible for people to reach the fourth rung of the ladder through their own efforts, the value of shortcuts and external advantages should not be discounted. So far, it looked like every brilliant and talented star designer in existence struggled to climb up to the fourth rung of the craftsmanship ladder. If they weren't able to make this achievement up until now, then the chances that they would be able to succeed in the future were rather slim. Even if the polymath or someone else managed to do it, then that doesn't mean that other star designers are capable of catching up. I could definitely use all of the help that I can get when I reach this stage. Out of all of the upgrade tracks the system presented to him so far, Ultimate Craftsmanship appealed the most to his identity as a mech designer, a craftsman and a creator. It did not provide him with strengthening in areas that could pose as distractions that could cause him to go astray. It mostly strengthened his ability to understand and make better individual mechs in other projects. He could already imagine himself building masterwork mechs on demand and making a head start towards creating his first grand work. He also imagined creating other masterworks out of products that were not directly related to mechs. What would it be like to equip himself with masterwork armor, masterwork weapons, masterwork sensor systems and even a masterwork starship? He could potentially become the most impressive craftsman that humanity had ever produced. Compared to the fourth upgrade track, the fifth one was a much safer and more fitting choice as well. The fourth one would turn him into a clone of the polymath while the fifth one allowed him to stand out in a more unique way. Vase already developed a reputation for being talented in craftsmanship due to all of the masterwork certificates he accrued at this stage in his career. Progressing a lot further in this aspect would not throw up any suspicions. In fact, people would expect him to make a lot of progress in his craftsmanship after he had shown a lot of talent in this area. Damn, this upgrade track is so tempting. Yet as much as this option called to him on an emotional level, his rationality told him to slow down. There were at least two reasons why it would not necessarily be a good idea to choose this upgrade trajectory. First, Vase already had Vulcan. His incarnation might not be a mech designer himself, but he wasn't known as the god of dwarves, mechs and craftsmanship for nothing. With the help of the Hammer of Brilliance as well as the constantly expanding Creation Association, Vulcan continued to get in touch with more and more mech designers, craftsmen and artisans. The constant exposure to different styles, different crafts and different philosophies had already turned Vulcan into an excellent and qualified craftsman in his own right. His incarnation already knew significantly more about making masterwork products than Vase himself. This was remarkable progress considering that Vulcan was only a handful of years old. Vulcan still has a lot of room for growth. His mastery of craftsmanship may not have grown as fast as before, but it is still evolving over time. Vase was certain that Vulcan would become a lot more formidable in 50 or 100 years' time. Together, Vase and his incarnation may be able to make as much progress in advancing their craftsmanship and their ability to climb up the craftsmanship ladder than if Vase just made use of the system with this upgrade track. Even if Vulcan can't substitute the system's capabilities, there is someone else who is already trying her best to exceed what everyone else can do on this front. His thoughts wandered to his wife. Though Gloriana could be rather abrasive and annoying at times, Vase never doubted her talent, her drive and her design capabilities. She had already chosen to do her utmost to excel in the more physical aspects of mech design. At the same time, she also opened herself up to more esoteric influences. One of her more recent research interests was finding ways to blend the tangible with the intangible in order to produce powerful new synergies. Her God-body concept was a wonderful product of that effort. Though it was still immature and had yet to prove its potential, the promise it held was great. Given Gloriana's considerable effort to climb up Senfoven's ladder of craftsmanship with nearly single-minded determination, it sounded rather redundant for Vase to focus on the same goal. One of the driving motivations of their marriage and collaboration was to split up their responsibilities and specialize in different fields. Though it would be great if Vase was able to excel in craftsmanship by himself, he could spend his time on much more useful endeavors if he left much of the heavy lifting to Gloriana. Together with Vulcan, it appeared that Vase already possessed enough advantages in this area. Adding the system on top of this sounded excessive. Next, please. The system proceeded to show him moments where he was fighting for his life and trying to survive under arduous circumstances. From hiding and running away from hostile mechs to trying to keep his head intact while he was stuck on prosperous hill IV that had descended into civil war, Vase was not a stranger to violence and threats. Though Vase did not worry as much about personal threats anymore due to the massive growth of his clan, he still understood the truth that strengthening others did not necessarily make him invulnerable. There may be crises in the future where he might be stripped or taken away from all of his friends, colleagues, allies and subordinates. If he ever had to rely on himself to survive a sticky situation, then his chances would vastly increase if he became as formidable as the best soldiers of his clan. Upgrade Track Number 6, Unparalleled Combat. This upgrade trajectory comprehensively enables and strengthens your ability to fight against a variety of threats. You will gain access to a large selection of special and powerful augmentations that increase your physical and non-physical capabilities. You will also gain access to new skill sets that allow you to master different forms of personal combat, thereby enabling you to wield powerful weapons with excellent proficiency. Eventually, you will be able to forge a powerful combination of spiritual, technological and physical advantages to survive and defeat almost every threat up to and including mechs and warships. Ridiculous, the 6th upgrade track appealed straight towards his paranoia and his persistent concerns about survival. The cosmos was anything but peaceful and the 2 galaxies where humanity was present were filled with all kinds of internal and external enemies. Though humanity had entered a golden age after the end of the Age of Conquest, Vase knew that the good times probably wouldn't last forever. There were too many enemies that wished nothing more than to tear down the existing order and impose their own vision onto others. If Vase took this upgrade trajectory, he would definitely be able to arm and empower himself beyond any reasonable measure. Even if the highest-ranking mech designers were able to create all sorts of gizmos for themselves that allowed them to wield a surprising amount of power, that did not change the fact that they were still non-combatants by nature. The 6th upgrade track perfectly addressed these shortcomings and more by offering options that quickly enabled Vase to develop the fighting skills and other aspects that were normally mastered by professional soldiers. One of the more positive aspects about this upgrade path was that it did not clash with his existing work and specializations. Though the upgrade track would definitely steer the mech designer system away from its initial purpose, it was not as if Vase had a burning need to keep all of those original functions. Vase already possessed plenty of means to improve his skills, advance his design philosophy and bring his craftsmanship to a higher level. However, his ability to secure his life and freedom were mostly limited to relying on the protection of others. He did not mind it if he could address this shortcoming with the help of the new and improved system. It would resolve a concern that was related to his most basic and essential needs. He could design mechs and engage in spiritual engineering as much as he preferred, but the basis for doing so was that he remained free and undisturbed. Chapter 4173 Contemplating New Possibilities. As Vase thought a bit more about the 6th upgrade track that the seemingly generous system proposed to him, he began to harbor doubts about the suitability of this choice. You're called the mech designer system, not the strongest warrior system. Is it truly appropriate for you to propose that I should use you to become an unparalleled fighter? This is the age of mechs. No matter how strong I become, there is no point for me to enter the battlefield by myself. Every significant battle is fought with mechs and warships these days. He had a creeping suspicion that if he chose this upgrade path, he would forever turn the system away from its original purpose of helping its user become a better mech designer. As Vase considered himself a mech designer above all else, this sounded like an awful proposition. He would potentially burn his bridges and completely lose access to the functions that initially helped him get up to speed in his mech design career. Besides, what is the point of becoming a super-strong fighter? Is this truly a good use of my time? If he lived in a galaxy or environment that was far more dangerous and far less civilized than the Red Ocean, then he might seriously consider this upgrade trajectory. After all, he could achieve almost anything he wanted as long as he was able to guarantee his own life and freedom. Everything would be moot if someone managed to kill or take him into captivity. What Vase found the most appealing about the 6th upgrade path was that it strengthened his survival ability in multiple different ways. No matter whether his next opponent was a spiritual sorcerer or a god mech, the system would find a way for him to equal the playing field. He could even keep pulling out tricks if he was taken away from his clan and stripped of all of his gear. However, the fact that this was probably the most useless upgrade track in the current circumstances also weighed heavily on him. The redundant nature of the benefits offered by the 6th upgrade track heavily irked his sensibilities as a mech designer. This was not the most efficient choice out of the options presented so far. The fact that it mentioned nothing about any direct improvements in his design capabilities was a serious shortcoming. With so many mechs, bodyguards and other forms of protection at his disposal, Vase did not feel so eager to turn himself into a powerful commando. I might not be great in a fight, but I am much deadlier than the vast majority of people in the galaxy. With excellent gear such as the Amastendira and the unending regalia at his disposal, Vase was no slouch on a battlefield. With all of the new tech that I have access to, I can build much stronger gear for myself. He was already salivating at the opportunity to build a set of transphasic gear that would allow him to deal more effectively with threats that were specific to the Red Ocean. Given what he could already do if he followed his current course, the 6th upgrade path held much less appeal to him at this point. He mentally shook his head. It's a great fantasy, but it's not that practical to me as a mech designer. What else did the updated version of the mech designer system have in store? After the system was done with trying to lure him into becoming a super soldier, it started to present a different vision this time. Not much had changed at first. It still showed instances of combat. The difference was that Vase did not recall participating in any of these battles. The system showed him images of different living mechs in action. From the Bright Warrior to the Stingripper, each of Ves's iconic works fought dazzlingly against numerous powerful alien or human opponents. One of the mechs even began to explode with energy, signifying that the mech pilot experienced a breakthrough. Vase already grew suspicious at this time. The prompt given by the system confirmed his guess about what the next upgrade path was all about. Upgrade track number 7, Personal Piloting Cultivation. This upgrade trajectory will help you enable and improve your ability to pilot mechs, including the ones that you have designed yourself. You will immediately restore your genetic aptitude to a degree that allows you to pilot mechs, and you have the option to repair this trait even further at greater cost. You will gain access to new skill sets that will quickly enable you to master the many skills required to operate a mech in combat effectively. In the future, you will gain the choice to upgrade your physical, mental and spiritual qualifications that will allow you to become an effective expert pilot, ace pilot and even god pilot. I knew it, I just knew you would dangle this tempting offer in front of my face. If the system presented this option to him a decade ago, he would embrace it without any hesitation. As of now, the 7th upgrade path was just as tasteless as the one that came before. What use is it for me to pilot my own mechs? There were lots of strong, powerful and talented mech pilots around him. Venerable Joshua, Venerable Casella and even allies such as Patriarch Reginald were all great at this job already. How would Vase be able to gain any benefit from trying to chase after their footsteps? I'm a mech designer, he reminded himself. Although there is no rule that states that I shouldn't be able to pilot my own work, I think it is better if I stay in my own lane. One of the lessons that he had learned early on in his career was that everyone's time and energy was limited. Vase already anticipated that he would have to go through many twists and turns in order to climb to the top of his current profession. Becoming a journeyman mech designer was just the start. His first real challenge was to become a master mech designer, but how many people were able to make this leap? Professor Benedict's tortuous struggle to overcome his final bottleneck showed that not even Vase should underestimate the great difficulty of realizing a design philosophy. The more drastic and unorthodox the design philosophy, the harder it was to overcome this major challenge. After that, Vase was not yet finished with his fight. Some mech designers consider the rank of master to be the true starting point of their careers. Many masters dedicated centuries of their lives to advance to star designer, but out of many of them, only a minute proportion had succeeded in making this jump. Vase had set his eyes on star designer from the beginning of his career. Reaching the peak of mech design had been his driving goal and purpose for many years. As for the possibility of becoming a god pilot if he chose the 7th upgrade track, keep dreaming. The difficulty of becoming a god pilot was well known. Even if Vase received a huge amount of help from the system, he understood that he needed to put in a huge amount of time in practicing his skills and developing the right mentality to go further in this career. If I devote half of my time on mech piloting, I will take away half of the time I can spend on progressing my design capabilities. In the end, he might end up in a situation where he may be able to reach master mech designer and ace pilot but no more. Though the rest of the mech community might celebrate the emergence of a single person who occupied both of those ranks at once, Vase knew that stopping short of star designer or god pilot would be an enormous regret. Rather than getting too greedy and trying to chase after both, he would rather stick to his original path and stick to his original goal of advancing to star designer. He took a mental pause in an attempt to purge any lingering interest in becoming a mech pilot. Though he had a feeling that he might be able to excel in this career, he had made his choice of what he wanted to become a long time ago. It would be an enormous waste for him to compromise his original trajectory because he wanted to give in to his juvenile impulses. Alright system, do you have anything else in store? Please make your choice. Really? That's it? I thought you would flood me with more than a dozen different options considering that many of them are a bit far out there. Half of what you have presented doesn't seem to be related to mech design at all. What's up with that, by the way? Are you truly certain that you are actually a mech designer system? Opening square bracket ... closing square bracket. The system ignored his questions as usual. Some things never changed. Vase felt rather annoyed at this situation. The system had not given any hints that it was preparing to present these choices to him. While he was able to guess that it would not remain the same after taking such a long time to complete its upgrade, the list of possible upgrade tracks far exceeded his expectations. He would have been able to put much more thought on how he wanted to utilize the system if he was able to think about it for a few years. None of the upgrade tracks sounded useless or detrimental to him. The system had studied his life quite carefully and formulated several different packages that all granted him better options to exceed the limitations that had hindered him in the past. Vase also appreciated the fact that the system did not dictate a specific upgrade path but left the choice up to him. It was important that the system still granted him agency on how he utilized its various features. If the system started to get too pushy, whether it was through controlling the features that it made available or foisting him with specific missions, then Vase would seriously consider who was the actual user in this relationship. Though Vase had never rid himself of his many suspicions towards the system, right now it was more important for him to make his choice and see what else this tool had in store. Vase briefly listed out the options that the system had presented to him at this junction. Upgrade track number 1. Mental projection. Upgrade track number 2. Mech pilot cultivation. Upgrade track number 3. Spiritual ascension. Upgrade track number 4. Technological supremacy. Upgrade track number 5. Ultimate craftsmanship. Upgrade track number 6. Unparalleled combat. Upgrade track number 7. Personal piloting cultivation. Though Vase had already picked a lot of faults with many of these options, he did not cross them off his list right away. This was an important point in his life and he did not want to make a decision that he would regret by making a quick but thoughtless selection. Each of them have their merits. Each of them are helpful in specific situations. Each of them will change my life in highly specific ways. It did not escape his notice that the system did not offer him a middle ground option. This deprived him of the option to proceed as normal. It was as if the system was forcing him to choose a specific direction for him to progress in the future. Well, let's get on with this. First, I need to determine which upgrade paths enhance my strengths and which ones shore up my weaknesses. Mental projection, spiritual ascension, technological supremacy and ultimate craftsmanship all fell into the first category. They took an aspect that Vase was good at and made it a lot better. Each of them appealed to his professional side in one manner or another. Mech pilot cultivation, unparalleled combat and personal piloting cultivation all improved his personal safety and ability to defend himself in different ways. This was one of his most persistent concerns and it told him a lot that the system focused so extensively on this part of himself. Before he made a specific selection, he needed to answer an important question. Should I use the system to amplify my strengths or compensate for my weaknesses? He could come up with plenty of excellent arguments to support either of these approaches. Chapter 4174 Indecision. I shouldn't rush this decision. The apparent evolution and specialization of the mech designer system was a life-changing event to Vase. Whether he liked it or not, he could not deny that this mysterious existence massively boosted his chances of becoming a star designer one day. Given how so many other mech designers who leveraged different advantages but ultimately failed to overcome the final obstacle, Vase did not dare to distance himself too much from the system. No matter the negative repercussions of making too much use of the system, it was better to become a star designer like the polymath than a hopeless senior or master like many other professionals in the industry. After making this determination, Vase began to think about the role the system should play in his life. Should he mainly utilize its functions to boost his already considerable strengths and allow him to excel even more in his chosen roles? Or should he leverage the system to plug his weaknesses and turn him into a more rounded person? Vase agonized over this basic choice. He could come up with arguments that supported one or the other. As a mech designer, he strongly favored specialization. Trying to get better at what he was already good at was the most conventional and established way for people in modern society to get ahead. A doctor was valued for his ability to save and treat people. He would become a lot more useful and valued if his ability to successfully pull off surgeries had received a massive boost. However, if the doctor spent much time on taking self-defense classes and practicing his marksmanship, it was unlikely that he would do any better in his actual job. The real difference is when the doctor gets in trouble. That was when all of the effort he put into increasing his self-defense capabilities came in handy. He would be able to beat off muggers and prevent himself from getting killed in situations where he could not rely on the authorities to protect his life. Therefore, his paranoid self that had stumbled into way more sticky situations than almost every other mech designer felt more attracted to the alternative option. There was real value in strengthening his defenses, which was a traditional weakness of a non-combatant like himself. I can't forget that safety is an illusion in this galaxy and cosmos. Struggle was everywhere. There was an endless list of alien races from the Red Ocean and the Milky Way that wanted nothing more than to crush the humans that had pressed them out of their territories. Within human space itself, infighting between different groups of humans were rife as states and organizations all competed over the same basket of limited resources. Laws were merely words on an electronic document. They could not restrain the beasts among human and alien groups from taking what they wanted by force. Only force was able to defend against force. One of the fundamental lessons that he had learned throughout all of his adventures and expeditions was that entrusting his safety and well-being to ephemeral concepts such as laws, customs, and friendly relations was a big mistake. Rather than relying on other people's goodwill, Vase would rather build up his own power, which was exactly what he had been doing all this time. The Larkinson clan in its current state made him feel much more safe than he had ever been in the past. The question now was whether he should leverage the system to strengthen his ability to deal with even greater threats. Right now, Vase did not feel completely safe against every conceivable threat. There were massive alien fleets as well as powerful organizations like the Big Two, the first-rate superstates and the Five Scrolls Compact that could easily crush the Golden Skull Alliance at any point if they wanted. The chances of this happening was unlikely, but Vase would rather not rely too much on rosy assumptions. What if the Terrans suddenly thought he was a nuisance that had to be wiped off the face of the map? There was little he could do to resist such a whimsical and unjust decision in his current state. If I want to boost my ability to defend against threats, which of the upgrade tracks would suit me best? Vase did not feel conflicted at all about this particular decision. If he had to choose between mech pilot cultivation, unparalleled combat and personal piloting cultivation, then only one of them was a suitable choice for a mech designer. Mech pilot cultivation would not only allow him to resolve his concerns regarding Andraste's genetic aptitude, but he would also be able to facilitate the growth of his other mech pilots. He had high hopes for people such as Venerable Joshua, but that did not mean he was guaranteed to become a god pilot one day. If Vase was able to improve the conditions of Joshua and many other loyal and trustworthy mech pilots, then he could surround himself with an army of all-powerful soldiers who could take on any human or alien army. Although relying on mech pilots to protect him did not sound as self-sufficient as turning himself into the ultimate commando or mech pilot, there was only so much he could do by relying on his own personal power. The Five Scrolls Compact is the embodiment of the failure of this approach. What Vase admired about the Compact was that its spiritual sorcerers or whatever they were called over there were immensely strong in a personal capacity. However, plenty of powerful figures from this dreaded cult had met their downfall due to putting too much stock in their personal strength. Vase would prefer to keep doing what he had already been doing, which was building a large and formidable mech army that could take on increasingly stronger threats. This was why he was seriously eyeing mech pilot cultivation. Other than Divine Hussein Albedo, he had never heard of anyone else that could replicate the functions of this upgrade track. As much as he felt tempted to make this choice right away, he did not rush to do so. He still had to see whether the alternatives were any better. He briefly considered the other 4 upgrade tracks. Mental projection, spiritual ascension, technological supremacy and ultimate craftsmanship were all capable of increasing his self-defense capabilities to an extent as well. Though none of them were as ridiculous as directly empowering mech pilots, the difference was that excelling in spiritual engineering or technology would allow him to build the tools that could subsequently strengthen his mech pilots in a different manner. There is a fundamental difference between mech pilot cultivation and these choices. The former is a black box that will make me completely dependent on the system, while the latter will allow me to build up my own theories and applications. There was no doubt that relying on developing his own tech was much slower and more difficult than relying on the instant convenience provided by the system. Yet in a circumstance where he was not overly pressed for time, Vase could afford to take the slower route. It was not as if a powerful alien threat was looming right above his head at the moment. As a creator, mech designer and innovator, Vase felt much greater affinity for the upgrade tracks that facilitated his strengths. This was how he used the system before and with great results, so why should he turn away from this success formula? Each of the 4 creative options appealed to him in different ways. Mental projection was the most unreasonable upgrade track of all. Even though it did not sound as if he could directly increase his skills or abilities, just the fact that he was able to snoop into the minds of people in both the past and present time was a reality-defying power. Depending on who he inhabited and when the visit took place, he could make or unmake entire states and change the course of human history in his favor. Vase only needed to remind himself of the Vulcan Empire and General Axelar Strian to know how much he could manipulate the society he lived in. If he made more focused changes, he could stack the deck in his favor to the point where he could become the protector and ruler of human civilization in the dark. Still, should I truly be spending my efforts on messing about with time and manipulating the lives of random people? All of this sounded like a distraction from his true work and calling. It was also a lot more difficult to secure direct gains for himself. The other 3 options were much more direct and personal to him. Though each of them came with their fair share of issues, Vase had no doubt he would be able to accelerate his progress as a mech designer and advance much faster up the ranks than normal with the help of the benefits brought by any of these upgrade tracks. Between technological supremacy, spiritual ascension and ultimate craftsmanship, the first and the latter aren't that attractive to me. I'll get in trouble with the polymath if I excel too much in harnessing technology, and Vulcan is already on his way to excel in craftsmanship. The only area where the system could truly help a lot was enhancing his spiritual engineering capabilities. Vase had long been in his home with regards to furthering his spiritual development. Though he had slowly surrounded himself with design spirits as well as other spiritual adepts such as the Aduk family, he still struggled to make progress because of lacking access to the rich infrastructure and accumulation of more established organizations such as the 5 Scrolls Compact. If he selected spiritual ascension as his choice of upgrade track, he could make so much progress on this front that he might be able to match and exceed this infamous cult in the future. The 5 Scrolls Compact originally derived their knowledge and abilities from the sacred scrolls. Vase surmised, if the cultists can do it, then so can I. As long as I work hard enough, I'll be able to beat them at their own game. He still felt mixed about this choice, though. He wanted to become a better mech designer, and focusing too much of his energy on spiritual engineering sounded like a distortion of his original purpose. He was already happy with his current course. It was not necessary for him to be all-knowing and all-powerful in the field of spiritual engineering. He just needed to develop enough useful applications to impart new synergies in his mech designs. As Vase weighed this option along with the other ones, he could not come to a definite choice. Each of them came with their own pros and cons. He needed help. Hey, system, can you pull me out of this weird extra-dimensional space and let me discuss my decisions and future strategy with my friends and family? At a junction like this, Vase found that it was always better to obtain input from other sources. Many different people such as Calabast and Sheddarin possessed a wealth of wisdom and could always point out useful factors from new and unfamiliar angles. This was especially important for a major decision like this. Opening square bracket ... closing square bracket. It would really help, you know. Opening square bracket ... closing square bracket. Come on, I won't make a choice unless you bring me back to the present so that I can actually talk and gather more advice. You can't expect me to decide your future upgrade path without fully thinking this through. It appeared that his persuasion worked, because Vase suddenly found that his consciousness had left the strange ethereal space and returned to his body. Meow. Lucky, who hadn't seemed to notice that Vase had temporarily moved to another space, curiously flew closer and poked his face with an extended paw. I was just distracted for a moment, Lucky. Let's take a walk, shall we? I need to gain more perspective in my life. Chapter 4175. A confidential talk. Vase felt burdened by the fact that the system was waiting for an answer to him. It was not as if it was exerting some sort of force on him, but he had the feeling that it would not be good for either of them if he postponed his decision for too long. This was why he did not dare to take his time trying to make up his mind. Shortly after the system booted him back to his body, he rose to his feet and left his office. As he headed towards the exit of the royal mansion, he formed a small but growing list of people that he wanted to consult. Though it was easiest for him to seek out his wife, he instead opted to board his shuttle that brought him straight back into orbit under escort. The reason for that was because the person he wanted to speak please like and follow the Cultivation Audiobooks channel to was Calabast. As the person who arguably knew the most about him, Calabast was a person that could speak please like and follow the Cultivation Audiobooks channel frankly and honestly about sensitive matters. It also helped that she was damn smart and a lot wiser than himself. He just knew that she would be able to navigate the abundance of choices with greater clarity and awareness. His vehicle slowly arrived at the Blinding Banshee. Compared to a few years ago, the capital espionage vessel had undergone an extensive transformation. The Larkinsons managed to upgrade almost every aspect of her construction and configuration in order to bring her up to the standards of the Red Ocean. Her armor system and many key structural parts had been replaced with stronger and more resilient versions that could keep the ship together a lot better. The clan also invested a lot in overhauling her sensor systems, scanner systems, analytical engines, ECM and ECCM systems. What Vase was particularly happy about was the massive improvement to her short-range and long-range detection measures. Huge investments in the Blinding Banshee sensors and scanners meant that hardly anything could sneak up to the expeditionary fleet without triggering a detection alarm. Aside from these obvious changes, the Blinding Banshee also received a lot of other additions and upgrades that were much more confidential. Vase did not pay a visit to the ship in order to discuss all of these changes, though. As soon as he stepped on board the ship, he headed straight to Calabast's office. He knew the route quite well as he had visited her pretty regularly in the past few years. Though he found it a bit inconvenient that he had to fly to orbit each time he wanted to hold a secure discussion with her, Calabast argued that she was best able to control the environment aboard her own ship. He soon reached the entrance of her private domain and entered it without issue. As the patriarch of the Larkinson clan, no barrier within his fleet could stop his advance. Of course, the Director of Intelligence was already awaiting his arrival. Vase, I must say that I did not expect you to visit me today. The woman who hardly looked as if she had aged in the past few years spoke out as she turned away from the projected window. As far as I am aware of, there are no new initiatives or unexpected surprises that could have prompted you to travel to my little ship in person. Vase smirked. That's because you don't know everything. There are still ways to circumvent your surveillance. How are Cassie and Cleo, by the way? The dark-haired woman strode forward as her boots clacked against the tiles of the compartment. She moved over to a floating animal bed where an 8-legged creature was dozing off without a care in the cosmos. She softly stroked Arnold's back as her expression turned uncharacteristically gentle. Squeak. Cassie has started to attend kindergarten, thankfully. Raising an energetic and eager daughter can be a handful, especially if she is a designer baby who develops faster than normal. I'm sure you have plenty of experience in this regard. That's what nannies such as Shannon are for. As much as I would like to spend all of my time with my family, our work never ends. Calabast sighed. You are right on that account. I've dropped Cleo off at the Pernices since they have plenty of retired people who are more than willing to babysit a bunch of brats. Calabast was a mother, not that she looked or acted like one most of the time. Cassie and Cleo Pernis Larkinson were both designer babies that carried the DNA of both Calabast and Novalon Pernis. As the offspring of two high-ranking executives of the clan, they were almost just as prominent as Vess's own kids. Both of them spent a few minutes on exchanging their woes as parents before Vase was ready to address his actual purpose. Can we talk? Vase asked. Sure, let's move to a more secure chamber if you think that is necessary. The two along with Lucky and Arnold moved to the center of the blinding banshee where the Larkinsons had recently set up a ultra-secure meeting chamber. Surrounded by 20 meters of thickened signal-inhibiting alloys on all sides, the modestly sized compartment was most definitely the most secure place to hold a confidential discussion. One of the purposes behind its construction was the need to create an absolute safe space where Vase could hold talks that would not get leaked to the MTA. Therefore, all of the solid alloys were only a part of the measures to prevent eavesdropping. Vase had personally designed and built all kinds of jammers and other pieces of tech that scrambled any attempts to monitor what went on inside the space. He did not dare to utilize any pre-existing components or devices for fear that they were compromised by the MTA. Although Vase could not guarantee that all of these measures were enough to stop the MTA from penetrating through all of these security measures, it at least minimized the chances as much as possible. After completely closing off the space and activating every interference measure, both Vase and Calabast felt a lot less comfortable than before. It was as if their entire bodies were being massaged by energy waves. Meow, squeak. Their pets were suffering quite a bit as well, but no one cared about their well-being at the moment. Calabast turned to Vase while crossing her arms. "All right, Vase, we're here now. Talk. I don't exactly know how to say this, but I will try my best to describe my situation." He did not use too much obfuscation to describe the system's return and its presentation of different upgrade paths. Though he did not explain everything that he had on his mind, he provided enough information for Calabast to understand the gist of his problematic position. She did not rush to supply her views on the matter. More than a dozen seconds passed by before he opened her mouth. "My first impression of your situation is that you are way more fortunate than almost every other person in human space. Who can boast of receiving unprecedented opportunities from a piece of the actual metal scroll? You are truly blessed to be one of the few holy sons in existence. Trillions of people would literally go out to kill you if they can gain access to just one of those upgrade paths that you have mentioned. Now that you are in a position to pick any of them as you would like, your response is not to jump with joy, but instead you agonize over your inability to make a selection." Vase frowned. "Don't you realize how serious this is, Calabast?" "I do, but that doesn't mean you should put too much weight on this matter. None of the choices sound bad, to be honest. They merely lead to different beneficial outcomes. Let me put this in a different way. No matter what you do, you will win a prize. One prize may be more valuable than the other, but you will get ahead in life no matter where your decision lands. I don't think you need to quibble too much about lost opportunities or failing to maximize your profit when you stand to obtain power beyond any reason. I mean, who heard of a journeyman who is able to become an expert mech who can pilot his own mech? You stand to be the first person to turn this possibility into a reality." Vase snorted. "Do I look like a combat junkie who is eager to hop into a cockpit and beat up our opponents with a mech? Let's leave the violence to those that are more suited for the job. Looks like you have already ruled out a few options. Yes, I don't think it is a good use of my time to become a super soldier or a mech pilot. I would have chosen differently if I were in your shoes, but then again I am not a mech designer." Calabast replied, "You have made a wise decision. However, the thing about wise decisions is that they are not always the correct ones. Perhaps the reality of your situation is actually different from what you think, which means that a good decision might actually turn out to be bad." "What is your point, Calabast?" "My point is that there may come a time where you regret turning away from an opportunity to strengthen yourself. You might not be aware of this, but many smart people predict that the current age of peace and prosperity will not last forever. There is a limit to how extensively we can maintain the status quo without frustrating powerful interest groups. Whether it is the first-rate superstates, the CFA or the many alien empires that will make the first move to tear down the current order, it is practically inevitable that all of our comfortable lives will soon be a relic of the past." Vase had heard these kinds of remarks from many different people at many different times over the years. A part of him felt that these fellows were wildly exaggerating the flaws and fault lines of human civilization. Humanity had managed to attain an unprecedented degree of peace and prosperity in the last 4 centuries. How hard would it be to proceed like this for another handful of centuries? Another part of him recognized that if so many smart people like Shedderin and Professor Benedict predicted that a calamity would take place in the not-so-distant future, perhaps he should take all of these experts seriously. Vess's expression grew heavy. "So you think it is better to prepare for the worst?" "That would be my recommendation." She nodded and replied, "From my point of view, the two strategies that you have outlined amount to two different outcomes. The first outcome is that you can win harder at something that you are already good at. The second outcome is that you can limit the damage that you suffer if you are ever in a situation where you have suffered a loss. In fact, if you possess enough strength, you can reverse defeats and victories, thereby saving your hide and everything you worked for. Isn't that more precious than everything else in your life? So you're telling me that I should go for mech pilot cultivation? Not necessarily, Vase. I wouldn't be in such a hurry to dismiss the other two self-defense options as well as the other ones that allow you to build up your own defensive measures. They both have their uses, and I can easily see how they can be useful in different scenarios. One of the biggest factors that might influence your decision is whether you want to commit more to mechs. What do you mean by that, exactly? Calabast grinned. Tell me, Vase, do you think mechs will last forever? Will they remain strong enough for you to continue to rely on them, or will they be phased out by other, more superior weapons in the future? That, Chapter 4176 Future in Mechs. Vase was frozen in shock. Calabast had just presented him with a question that could potentially shake the foundation of his belief in mechs. As much as Vase didn't want to think about this difficult topic, the spymaster did not intend to let him off this time. Nothing lasts forever, Vase, she said in a matter-of-fact tone. In the past, humanity fought with spears and bows, but where are they now? Once upon a time, infantry was actually formidable in battle, but that has no longer applied for several millennia. Obsolescence can apply to everything, even the mechs that you value so much. Mechs are not weak, while I admit that they are fairly powerful at the moment, and they even show a trend of catching up to warships with the help of phase water technology. However, what if other technological advances are made that grant enormous advantages to warships? What if vehicles that can be controlled by ordinary people such as starfighters and tanks have made so much progress that they can defeat mechs in a cost-effective manner? Do you really think you will retain a future as a mech designer? These were all plausible scenarios. Some of them even sound rather likely. While warship development had slowed down to an extent due to how few people were involved in this field these days, that could always change in the future. Once warships became legal again and made a resurgence, what would happen to the demand for mechs? If warships proved to be extremely effective at demolishing large amounts of mechs from a comfortable distance, how well would the mech industry be able to withstand the decline? Vase forcibly tried to calm his roiling emotions. Mechs are not hopeless. New tech always comes out, and the need for better solutions against trending war machines will ensure that those who remain involved in the industry will fight tooth and nail to lessen the disparity. I will definitely be part of the effort to keep mechs as relevant as possible. Are you sure you want to stick to that commitment when the age of mechs has long passed and humanity has moved on to the next mode of war? Yes, Vase said with growing conviction. He may have been struck by confusion earlier, but his inner mech designer had made sure to put him on the right track again. My entire life centers around mechs. Perhaps it may be foolish for me to continue to stick with them even if they become outdated today, but I really can't imagine switching to anything else. If no one wants to use mechs anymore, then I will continue to work on them and try to make them good enough to revive at least some demand for my products. I am all in on mechs no matter how many changes occur in the future. Calabast might not agree with his stance, but she respected his conviction. Well, I suppose I shouldn't have expected any other answer from a mech designer. She said, if this is the case, then you should put your money where your mouth is and commit to a choice that maximizes your use of the mechs you are able to develop. Personally, I would choose either mech pilot cultivation or personal piloting cultivation. Between the two of them, which one would you choose over the other? Vase curiously asked. That is hard to say. There are arguments to be made for either of them. If I truly have to make a choice, then I would opt for personal piloting cultivation. Truly, I'm not kidding. Don't you think it would be the ultimate surprise if a weak and harmless mech designer turns out to be a formidable ace pilot or something? None of your enemies will be able to predict that you can defeat any opponent as long as you are in a mech. Even if this secret leaks out one day, you will still be in a stronger position than normal. I don't know, Calabast. It sounds too selfish. I also don't have the time to excel in two professions at once. The spymaster shook her head. That isn't necessarily true, Vase. Look at Kedis. She's still improving her swordsmanship even though she keeps designing great swordsman mechs. Hasn't the system allowed you to cut short the time you spend on improving your design skills? If you go for this upgrade route, I bet it can do the same with regards to mech piloting. If you are so worried about splitting your time, then just treat it as a minor. What I mean by that is that you should just proceed with designing mechs as you have always done. However, when a threat barges all the way up to your doorstep, instead of squirming like a defenseless pig, you will always have the option of hopping into your personal supermech and fight back when every other line of defense has failed. Vase had to admit that this scenario sounded attractive. How many times in his life had he relied on the protection of others, only for him to be left in the cold? There were so many instances where he was forced to watch others fight on his behalf without being able to contribute to the battle himself. He could change all that if he chose to become a mech pilot himself. Vase suddenly shook his head. While you make a lot of sense, I don't think I would be able to concentrate on two completely separate professions at the same time. Kedis is one of a kind. I don't think I will be able to imitate her, not when I have decided to forego fighting entirely in order to completely dedicate myself to designing mechs. Fair enough. Then I would go for mech pilot cultivation if I was in your place. You can keep designing all of the mechs you want, but the difference is that your pilots are able to make much greater use of your work. Every mech designer is able to make their mechs stronger for a price, but it is much more difficult to do the same for mech pilots. If you are able to gain this additional capability, then you will be a lot better off than almost everyone else in the mech industry. That was an idea that Vase could get behind. Not just his cute little Andraste, but every other mech pilot he cared about, such as Joshua, would be able to gain immense benefits with his help. Although committing to this choice would inevitably make him even more reliant on mechs, so what? As a mech designer, there was no way he wanted to switch to another industry. What do you think about the other choices? Vase asked. Don't you think they sound good as well? They have their uses, she admitted. From the way you've described them, spiritual ascension and technological supremacy are both versatile and extremely helpful no matter the circumstances. You can use the boosts you've gained to design better mechs, develop other useful tech, build better self-defense gear, and make yourself more valuable in the eyes of powerful groups. You won't go wrong if you choose either of them. However, ask yourself this. Do you truly need help in these areas? I guess not. Don't get me wrong. It's undoubtedly useful if I can obtain more help, but I've been managing decently well on my own so far. I'm not sure whether I can keep this up in the future, but improving these aspects is not an urgent matter. He talked a bit more about his options with Calabast. Though he did not agree with all of her opinions and stances, her unique perspective nonetheless helped him gain a more comprehensive understanding of how his life would be impacted by his choices. Just as Vase was about to end this discussion, his spymaster brought up another important topic. Before you go, I would like to ask you this. What do you think your system is trying to accomplish by presenting you with these choices? Vase stopped and furrowed his brows. What are you insinuating this time, Calabast? I'm just asking a question. Is that wrong, Vase? I just want to remind you that ever since you started to obsess over this matter, you have been thinking way too much about yourself and not enough about the source of all of this. No one is selfless. Nothing comes for free. These are lessons that you have learned many times. The system that has defined much of your life shouldn't be any different. Ask yourself this. Why is the system suddenly willing to change itself based on your input? This is clearly outside of its modus operandi. Can you think of a plausible reason why this mysterious existence is so eager to cater to your tastes? He had already thought this over. My initial thought is that the system has noticed my increasing determination to wean myself off its services. This may be one of the ways in which it wants me to become more willing to make use of it again. For what reason, I don't know. If this is the case, then we can surmise that the system is quite eager to maintain an active relationship with you. Don't you get it? The system is dependent on you. For it to be willing to alter its operations in order to regain your favor says a lot about its wants and needs. Whether it is programmed to service your needs or whether it depends on its relationship with you in order to stay alive, you have power over the system. Don't forget that, Vase. Okay. While she certainly shared an interesting thought to him, he wasn't sure whether he could make use of it in any way. In any case, he soon ended his confidential talk with Calabast and left the blinding banshee in order to seek out advice from other trusted individuals. Of course, he did not mention anything explicit about the system or anything. He merely phrased his inquiries in broad hypotheticals. The answers he received from them did not surprise him too much. People think that mech designers such as us are pushovers. Benedict Cortez explained. That is why we are ultimately not as respected in society. People respect and worship strength. If I can be as strong as any mech pilot, I could have avoided many problems in my life. Sadly, my ability to defend myself and stand up for my rights are limited. We can only serve. Patriarch Reginald Cross offered a much more exuberant answer. Ha, I admire your courage, but a little bastard like you has no place on the battlefield. Just keep designing fantastic mechs like the Mars. Leave the fighting to the professionals. As long as you keep delivering the goods, you can count on me to beat your enemies. I already owe far too much to you as it is. My honor compels me to do everything I can to repay my debts to you. If you keep supplying me and my clan with help, we will have to keep paying you back. Well, the two powerful members of the Cross clan reacted exactly as Vase anticipated. He didn't even know why he bothered to solicit their opinions in the first place. He paid a visit to the Glory Seekers next. Your family, Vase, Venerable Brutus Woden sincerely said. My sister is the mother of your children and I am married to a member of your clan. It is my duty to serve as your sword and shield. You are too important to many people. The Larkinson clan, the Cross clan, the Glory Seekers and even the Hexer colonists in the Red Ocean are all relying on your work and your miracles to build their own futures. We cannot do without you. Each of us are at your beck and call. You can always count on us to lend you a hand. Chapter 4177 T1 Building. Unlike the Crossers, the Glory Seekers all shared the same mindset. You are a mech designer. Fighting is the last thing you should do, sir. Venerable Iona Balentini of the Glory Seekers said as she looked at Vase as if he was sick. As the son of the Superior Mother, it is our duty and our mission to sow death on your behalf. If you are ever in a position where you are forced to fight for your life, then we have failed. That will never happen as long as we breathe. Venerable Olivia Remy, the other handmaiden of death, nodded in agreement. No one is good at everything, sir. Aside from our Supreme, anyone lesser than her can only excel at one's respective phase of their lives. You are the embodiment of the life phase in a creator that spawns all beginnings. As powerful and as magnificent as you are, it is clear that your talents lie in creation, not destruction. We are the agents of your holy sister and the destroyers of your foes. According to the adherents of Hexism, men or boys traditionally corresponded to the first phase of existence. Since Vase possessed so many strong associations with life, the Hexers all developed the notion that he was the ultimate good boy. Naturally, good boys needed to be protected by as many strong and valiant women as possible. I don't even know why I bothered to ask your opinion. Vase grumbled, and as he rubbed his face, he continued to tour various places in order to collect more input. There was no such thing as too much input. The more people he asked, the more angles he collected. He already started to look at his available options in a much more comprehensive light. After he concluded his brief visit to the Glory Seekers, he sought out the Aduk family next. With the help of Gaia's powerful support, the Aduk family managed to take rapid root in the Krakatoa star sector. Gaia World Crafting Services was only a recent entrant in the competitive terraforming industry, but already made a name for itself in this sector. Although the Aduks hated rush jobs, they were realistic enough to know that many pioneers wanted to settle and start living on the planets they picked out as soon as possible. Though Gaia World Crafting Services did not win any records when it came to speedy deliveries, the quality of the planets terraformed by this upstart company quickly stood out for their pleasant climates and lack of problems. The Green Dream, the Aduk family's flagship capital terraforming ship, was pretty much never present in the Davut system. She traveled around from one star system to another in order to perform the biggest and most cumbersome terraforming assignments. Even though Gaia World Crafting Services had drastically raised its prices in order to temper the demand for its services, the Aduk family still received a lot of commissions. Relatively few Aduks remained in Davut due to all of these jobs. The family did not want to stay idle and wanted to earn as much money as possible in order to build up its foundation in the Red Ocean. Fortunately for Vase, the Aduk family always made sure to station a fixed contingent in Davut. These were the specialists who had been assigned to work in the Tea Institute, which they partly owned. Vase had many dealings with Pesca Aduk. She was a good exobiologist and was particularly interested in ecology and such. While her specialty was not a perfect fit for the research that took place in Tea Institute, her high birth meant that she knew how to take charge and handle administration. In the years since Vase worked with the Tea Institute, he had few complaints on how Director Pesca Aduk ran the jointly owned research organization. Her frequent contact with Gaia had not only strengthened her activated spirituality, but also granted her insights beyond the reach of ordinary people. Visiting her at her workplace was quite an ordeal. Situated within the underground tunnel complex of the Cat Nest, few people heard of the existence of the T1 building. The deliberately bland and boring name was meant to disguise the fact that a lot of interesting metaphysical research took place within its halls. The entrance to the T1 building wasn't on any maps. Vase had to go through various secret entrances and go through numerous mandatory security checks before he got through. It was all worth it, though. He immediately entered into a different world once he stepped inside the amazing lab. Trees and plants of various kinds were planted in biomes that were locked behind transparent walls. Many of the larger trees were already growing various fruits that glinted in the light that shone down from above. Different exo-beasts and designer beasts roamed throughout the artificial environments. Many of them were unique and one of a kind. Vase could sense the growing spiritualities of these extraordinary creatures. Vase looked at each of them as either potential design spirits or potential ingredients for other purposes. Whether they would turn into the former or the latter depended on their development potential. Not every mutated beast was worth nurturing, especially since the T Institute and its parent organizations only had so much space to grow all of these animals. Grow well, little fellows. After passing through numerous corridors, he entered a lab where a group of researchers in pristine white lab coats were monitoring an ongoing experiment. Vase looked through the reinforced window and saw that the current test centered around a member of the Pokladan race. He happened to recognize the bird-like sentient alien that was in the process of commanding a group of feral exo-beasts belonging to different species. Normally, these dangerous alien predators would have reacted with intense hostility to other species. They would have torn each other as well as the tall avian apart if left to their own devices. Yet what actually occurred was that each carnivorous beast obediently stood in several neat rows. When the female Pokladan raised her winged arm, the creatures all ran around in a circular route while maintaining the exact same pace. If Vase didn't know any better, he would have thought that these exo-beasts had all undergone months or years of beast training. In reality, the creatures had all been randomly taken from their biomes and dumped in front of the Pokladan test subject for the first time in their short lives. "How is it going, Pesca?" Vase casually asked as he approached the side of the director of the T Institute. Pesca a duck curled her lips downwards. "My day could be better, if that is what you were asking." Subject 5 showed great promise in the first few years, but her growth and development has stagnated as of late. Many of her fellow Pokladan test subjects have exceeded her in terms of spiritual development and ability proficiency. As her number suggested, Subject 5 was one of the first Pokladan prisoners that the Larkinsons had converted into a test subject. She had taken part in one of the first research projects related to the development of companion spirits and provided a considerable amount of useful data that helped him refine this remarkable spiritual application. Vase was quite charmed by Subject 5's ability to dominate exo-beasts, but so far she had never succeeded in taking control over larger, stronger and more intelligent creatures. She also couldn't control too many creatures. Vase could already see that her spirituality was straining and struggling to exert fine control over so many different exo-beasts. It's not that surprising for her growth to stagnate. Vase commented. She was one of the earliest recipients of a companion spirit. I did not add a lot of structure to the design of my creations back then, so there is a huge degree of variance between the strength and abilities of every spiritual pet. The newer generation of companion spirits are much stabler in this regard. This was one of the advantages of founding the T Institute. Although much of the research on spirituality and related phenomena were rather vague, speculative, tentative and messy, the lessons and insights that Vase gained from the results helped with developing more refined spiritual applications. Vase continued to discuss about Subject 5 and the state of companion spirit research with Director Pesca for a while. It wasn't until the researchers concluded the current round of testing that Vase addressed his actual purpose. Director Pesca a duck briefly fell into thought. I don't really understand why you would ever think about becoming a mech pilot. It makes no sense even if you have the ability to do so. You have done great work. There is no one in human space that can do what you can do. I am convinced of that. Even your work in your capacity as a mech designer is not as important as the many new and amazing possibilities that you have brought to life with the help of our institute. So you think I should spend even more of my time on our spiritual research projects? If I were you, I would stop designing mechs entirely. Pesca a duck said. Please don't judge me too quickly. Hear me out please. How many mech designers are active in the industry at this time? There are so many people who are dedicating so much of their lives to designing mechs that you are but one among many. She waved her arm across the entire lab. This is where you can truly change our entire society. All of the work we have done on spirit trees, companion spirits and breakthrough solutions will shock all of human space if others learn about the results we have gained so far. The transhumanist faction's increasing interest in our research is a reflection of how much more valuable your contributions in this area matter. In comparison, your mechs are not as remarkable. There are plenty of mechs that can satisfy the mech market. Maybe they don't have the same properties as your living mechs, but it is not as if your customers will become ruined if they can only work with ordinary mechs. She was right. From a societal perspective, Ves's work as a spiritual engineer was much more impactful than his work as a mech designer, at least for the time being. Though Ves could continue to invest a huge amount of time and effort into progressing his design capabilities, he could achieve a lot more if he dedicated himself entirely towards spiritual engineering. No one can do what you can do, Pesca a duck repeated. While there are other powerful individuals who are able to wield similar powers, none of them have come out with so many different forms of empowerment. Your dedication to researching different spiritual applications that can make people stronger and more capable than before is highly praiseworthy. If you decide to spend less time on mech design, then our T-Institute will truly be able to take off. We will surely be able to help humanity ascend higher than any other race in the Milky Way and surroundings. That was a powerful boast, but one that might actually come true if Ves truly became more serious about his spiritual engineering activities. Taking time off his mech design sessions was out of the question to Ves. He would never accept an approach that forced him to abandon the root of his identity. However, if Ves opted for spiritual ascension, he could easily imagine a future where he became so good at spiritual engineering that he could accomplish a lot more results in much less time. This was the perfect way for him to maximize both his mech design and spiritual engineering pursuits. What was even better was that if Ves became better at spiritual engineering, his ability to design mechs would become even stronger. Each of his products would become a lot more remarkable and useful on the battlefield. His ability to service the needs of mech pilots would skyrocket, primarily because there weren't any other mech designers that could come up with so many powerful spiritual engineering applications. You make a good point, Director Pesca. Chapter 4178 Untapped Market. Ves still hadn't made up his mind on which upgrade track he should choose. His discussions with Calabast, the Crossers and the Glory Seekers had caused him to swing towards mech pilot cultivation. His recent talk with Director Pesca a duck shed new light on the value and the utility of spiritual ascension. As much as Ves liked the idea of upgrading mech pilots with the help of brand new system functions, he became even more enamored by the idea of expanding his spiritual engineering capabilities. Ves was a creator by nature. Philosophically, he believed that he could solve every problem as long as he built the right device or tool. Even the matter of repairing or upgrading a person's genetic aptitude was not outside the realm of possibility. If Divine Hussein Albedo was able to do so by leveraging his willpower, then Ves believed that it was possible to develop a spiritual solution that could achieve similar results. Of course, without enough time, skill, knowledge and commitment, it was unlikely for him and the T-Institute to create a viable method to perform this impossible feat. Ves and Director Pesca a duck had already spent a few months exploring this fantastical idea, but they encountered so many hurdles that they quickly gave up and set their sights on more modest research goals. They still dreamed about developing more powerful applications, but their depth and understanding of spiritual engineering was so shallow that they could only keep their more ambitious ideas to themselves. The thought of being able to bring them out of the dark after gaining a massive boost to his spiritual engineering capabilities sounded extremely attractive to him at the moment. It was probably the best choice he could make among the more productivity-oriented upgrade tracks. As Director Pesca had just mentioned, there were many people that already excelled as designing mechs. However, outside of himself and the researchers of the T-Institute, there were few spiritual engineers who dedicated much of their expertise to developing helpful applications that could make humanity stronger as a whole. The only major exception was the researchers of the Five Scrolls Compact, but they were so crazy and hostile towards the current order that they would never dedicate their time on research that could improve the lives of the common people. As Ves continued to imagine how much good he could do as a spiritual engineer, he felt as if he could truly turn into an existence akin to a god as long as he became good enough in this aspect. Damn, this option sounds more and more tempting by the minute. He was not done with exploring his options, though. He continued to approach different people in order to sound out their own views. The next person he visited was Director Samindra Avakan of the Creation Association. As an organization centered around the spread of Vulcan's totems, the Creation Association was not a regular club. When Vase entered its headquarters that was located in the busy commercial district of Kotor City, he did not get the impression that he had stepped inside the venue of a trade association. The high ceilings, the abundance of arches, the prevalence of mixed dwarven and human iconography along with the smell of incense made him feel as if he had entered a cathedral. Numerous robed figures bowed in respect at Ves's passing. They recognized him and revered him for introducing Vulcan into their lives. Vase frowned deeper with every respectful greeting. It was never his intention to turn the Creation Association into an actual church, but somehow it had morphed into this form. As much as he disliked the Creation Association's tendency of turning its members and adherents into fanatical worshippers, he could not argue the results. Not only did the Creation Association collect enough member fees to earn a handsome profit, it was also responsible for spreading Vulcan and the totems made in his image throughout the Red Ocean. Patriarch Vase, I am honored by your visit. Director Samindra Avakan spoke as her robed figure rose from her ostentatious-looking chair. Have you come to bless us with a new gift, or are you here to discuss our new dealings with the Rubarthans? Wait, what? Didn't you read the notice that I sent you a day ago, my lord? I must have missed that since I became preoccupied with another matter as of late. Can you tell me more about the Rubarthans? It turned out that a group of superstitious Rubarthan craftsmen had heard about the wonderful benefits of the Creation Association. They proposed to pay a considerable fortune for the production method of the totems that were exclusive to the Creation Association. Of course, it was impossible for the Creation Association to agree to such a deal. Totems were exclusive to the Larkinson clan. This was a hard rule that Vase already adhered to. Besides, he didn't think that anyone could fully replicate his work, so the point was moot. These first raters are too overbearing. Vase grimaced. However, it is not so simple to say no to them. Who knows how they will react if we slam the door in their face? Try and stall out the negotiations and insist that we can't do anything except to supply the products that the Creation Association already sells. If that isn't enough to satisfy them, then come to me. I'll find a way to drag in the MTA and deter them with my backing. This was not the first time a group of first-raters had approached Vase or his organizations for something. After all, if his glows were effective and useful for second-class mechs, they would undoubtedly be useful for first-class mechs as well. If Vase wanted to, he could contact a desperate enough first-class mech designer and enter into a collaboration with that person to design and release a line of first-class living mechs. However, Vase possessed enough self-knowledge and prudence to know that he was not yet ready to play in this arena. Just like how he was reluctant to disturb the second-class mech market in the past, he was afraid of making too many enemies by encroaching on their territories. The people and organizations involved in the design, production and sale of first-class multi-purpose mechs were anything but simple. Their might, resources and energy were far greater than his own. Even if they were prohibited from messing about in the middle and lower zones of the Red Ocean, there were still plenty of ways they could screw around with Vase and his clan. Due to all of these fears, Vase had long maintained a policy of limiting his exposure to first-raters. He did not reject every potential business duel with either Terran and Rubarthan parties, but he took extra care to avoid any entanglements that would pull him far too deep in their dangerous games. After he finished expressing his views on this topic, he moved on to bringing up the topic that truly occupied his attention at this time. You are a great person, Patriarch Vase. Director Samindra said with great conviction. No matter who you are and where you devote your energy towards, I have no doubt that you will succeed beyond anyone's imagination. You have already accomplished much before your 40s. I cannot imagine how extensively you have affected every person's life when you become 4 centuries old. So you think it doesn't matter what I choose to focus on in the future? Vase asked. That is not exactly what I mean. I believe that destiny or fate will guide you into the right path. You are born for greatness, sir. You have stood out among other people and begun to build up a sizable following. I have faith that you will be able to lead each of us to a new and better future. Well, that was helpful. Not. So you have no opinions at all on my future course of action? Well, I must truly give an opinion. Then I think that it is helpful to our Creation Association if you can introduce more powerful means of spreading your splendor. While we have managed to distribute many totems over the years, it is difficult to appeal to different people. We are facing particularly substantial suppression from other faiths and religious groups. That was a familiar-sounding problem. Other religions tended to regard the Creation Association as a direct threat to their own interests, so they pushed back heavily to limit this upstart organization's expansion. The suppression was quite effective. The Larkinson clan may be influential in Davut and the immediate region, but it was hard for the Larkinsons to project their power in more distant regions. How many clients do we have at this time? According to the latest figures, we have around 23,350 active clients. Each of them possess at least one totem of Vulcan that is active and authorized. Due to how many craftsmen and makers wish to obtain Vulcan's blessing, we are able to collect at least 10,000 MTA credits in usage fees. How much monthly revenue have we earned last month? Only around 80,000 MTA credits, which is not as high as the sum we have earned when we are at our peak, but I am assured that we will do better next time. The totems were all capable of imparting a weaker version of what his Hammer of Brilliance was capable of, but only did so when receiving payment in the form of MTA credits. The clever part about the totems was that the minimum amount of money needed to activate this useful function was 1 MTA credit, but there was no upper boundary to the maximum sum. The general rule regarding totems was that a greater sacrifice was paired with greater benefits. The totems not only extended and maintained their full glows for a longer period, but also granted more powerful inspired states to the main recipient. As such, there were times when different artisans sacrificed as much as 2,000 MTA credits in order to guarantee a successful completion of a critical project. Although this entire arrangement sounded like a cynical scam, the benefits offered by the totems were still real enough. Vase at least possessed that much integrity. It was for that reason that this business model remained viable and that no one had truly managed to discredit the Creation Association. 80,000 MTA credits, In the past, Vase might consider this to be an astronomical sum and a huge windfall for him and his clan, but these days it hardly whet his appetite. The expenses of his clan had ballooned as it expanded over time. It cost a lot of money to commission new ships, build expensive mechs and gain access to a sufficient amount of rare and valuable resources. The maintenance and upkeep of his growing expedition fleet alone cost almost just as much money. All of the investment and associated burdens were worth it, though. Every capital ship had undergone major overhauls that made them at least several times more effective than before. Every existing mech had received massive upgrades while a lot of new and powerful machines expanded the already impressive combat power of the Larkinson clan. With how much money the LMC was earning these days, it was absolutely no problem for the Larkinson clan to bear this expanded burden. Still, Vase felt his clan could have done a lot more to strengthen his clan further if he was able to earn more money. The Creation Association's success showed that there was a huge demand for totems and other products empowered by spirituality. They were able to help in ways that no other alternatives could fully match, and they did so at a surprisingly low cost. If Vase opted to go for spiritual ascension, he had a suspicion that he could truly elevate the Creation Association into a massive influence. Thank you for your input, Director Samandra. I have a schedule to attend to, so I will leave you to your work. Chapter 4179 The Strength of Technology. After going around for a while, Vase eventually returned to his clan in order to solicit the opinions of his own clansmen. Many of them did not have many insightful words to say to him, though that might be because of the vague way he introduced his topic. Venerable Vincent Ricklin patted his hand on Vess's shoulder. Leave the fighting to us, buddy. I don't know where you get these weird ideas, but you don't need to worry about yourself or us. I can do anything as long as you make the best possible mechs. My Sea-Man has worked out really well for me, but if I want to keep improving in the future, I know that I will have to depend on you. Making better mechs is all we ask from you, Vase. None of the Larkinson mech pilots were weak. The current roster of expert pilots were especially promising. None of them were too old and many of them experienced rapid growth due to being paired with masterwork expert mechs. Though Vase did not take Vincent seriously most of the time, the man's response was quite good this time. If Vase was confident in his troops and his ability to supply them with powerful mechs, then why should he resort to anything else? Whether it was mech pilot cultivation or personal piloting cultivation, both choices implied that Vase did not have any confidence in the soldiers that he had gathered around him and his clan. Rather than getting sidetracked, it might be better for him to stick to his current strategy and seek to empower his mech army with better and more fantastic creations. Expanding his ability to design and build better mechs and other pieces of tech could strengthen his troops and his defenses a lot more than relying on other means. He just had to possess enough confidence in himself and his army. When Vase approached Commander Casella, she voiced a similar opinion. Our clan is made up of many different people. Compared to other organizations, the proportion of members who are combat personnel is on the higher end. She explained, we have many mech pilots and support personnel who are capable professionals. I have little doubt that even the humblest mech pilot among us is willing and able to fight to the utmost if the need arises. So you're saying that I should count on all of you guys to do your jobs? That is part of what I want to convey. Please do not doubt the army that you have created. We have grown quickly since you created us and we are continuing to grow stronger with each passing year. Even I cannot imagine the opponents we will be able to fight against in a century. I think you will never have to worry about us falling short. We don't even need your mechs if it comes down to it. We have reached a point in our growth where we can defeat plenty of enemies even if we rely entirely on commercial mech models and mechs developed by external mech designers on commission. She was right. In the past, Vase and his growing organization frequently encountered enemies that brought a superior force into the field. The troops under his command had to rely on numerous unconventional solutions that their enemies couldn't foresee, such as battle formations and design spirits, in order to snatch victory from the jaws of defeat. Though the battles that the Larkinson clan fought in the past were certainly thrilling as a result, this was no way to survive in the long term. This was why Vase and his clan invested a huge amount of funding and resources into strengthening the fundamentals of the Larkinson army. Powerful mechs with impressive specs paired with well-trained battle-hardened mech pilots ought to be enough to defeat or deter most enemies. As Vase quizzed a few more expert pilots, they all supplied him with similar answers. They believed in their strength and the strength of their fellow pilots. They did not ask for Vase to help them in any other fashion other than supplying them with stronger mechs. They could take care of the rest by relying on their own power. Vase began to receive different answers when he turned to the mech designers of his clan. They were much more interested in his struggle to decide what area to focus on improving the most. We are all humans, sir. Merrill O'Brien told him. We are a classical tool-using race that relies foremost on our understanding and mastery of technology to gain strength and defeat our opponents. While there are alternate means of obtaining power, none of them are as suitable or as reliable as technology. As long as our technological superiority is vastly greater than that of our foes, we will always be able to win our battles. Sarah Voikin also voiced her support of focusing on technology. Facewater technology is the future of mech design. Humanity is constantly coming out with new and better ways to build mechs. If we want to become the strongest clan in human space, then it is essential for us to master the best technology. I'm not just talking about the innovations that we create in-house, but also the tech that other people have developed. There are many brilliant people alive today, and the amount of new and amazing tech they come up with is unimaginable. The biggest groups such as the Big Two and the first-rate superstates are primarily strong because of how extensively they are able to access and make use of so much tech. I agree with Merrill and Sarah. Juliet Stamaros said, we are all mech designers who hope to make mech better through our own research. However, no matter how much effort we put into developing new solutions, we can only do so much. A collective is always more powerful than any state or organization. One of the biggest reasons why the human race originally got ahead was because we shared all of our technological gains with each other. Inventions such as FTL drives and energy shields did not remain exclusive to a single faction of humanity, but became available to everyone. This process is continuing to take place, so if we do not want to fall behind, we need to maximize our ability to process the latest developments in the tech industry. Several of the journeymen that Vase had gathered adopted ugly looks. I have already spent years on trying to master the fundamentals of phase water technology, but I think it will take longer than 10 years before I can develop my first decent transphasic armor system. Sarah wearily sighed. Facewater technology is a relatively new field. Rapid change and progress is taking place every day. Juliet mentioned, the original package of textbooks and articles that we have obtained from the MTA is already outdated. By the time we have mastered the basics, I expect we will have to devour another pile of difficult textbooks in order to catch up with the progress that phase water researchers have attained so far, but once we have devoured those books, we will probably have to devour another batch of study material in order to close the gap again. In short, this was a never-ending cycle. While it sounded incredibly tiring to keep devoting lots of time to try and fail to catch up with all of the exciting developments in this exotic new field, they had no choice in the matter. As Sarah Voikin had just said, phase water technology was the future of mech design as well as many other sectors. Those that did not master its fundamentals at all were destined to become marginalized in the future. However, the sheer difficulty of phase water technology meant that there were large gaps in understanding and capabilities between different mech designers. Those that excelled at book learning would undoubtedly be able to get a head start in designing powerful transphasic mechs. Vase predicted that mech designers who were much better at absorbing new and difficult scientific theories would come to dominate the mech market within the next generation. This was bad news to Vase and the Larkinson clan. Every mech designer worth mentioning was still young and only absorbed so much knowledge up to this point in their lives. Seniors and masters were much stronger in this aspect due to their higher ages and their more formidable intellectual capabilities. If the Larkinson clan was led by a master, then Vase wouldn't be worried. Unfortunately, the design department only had journeymen. While this had not been a major problem up until now, once transphasic mechs became more ubiquitous, the LMC would definitely fall behind. If Vase wanted to ensure that his mechs would never drop in popularity because he and his fellow Larkinson mech designers failed to harness the latest and most cutting-edge technologies, then choosing the technological supremacy upgrade track would be a great choice. As long as he set aside his concerns about attracting too much attention from the polymath, Vase admitted that this was indeed a fantastic choice for a mech designer. Vase had always been proud of his ability to empower mechs beyond their technical specs and design. However, that did not mean that it was the right choice to depend entirely on his specialty to make his mechs strong. If he was able to excel in both spiritual and technical design, then his mechs would definitely become a lot more impressive and rounded than before. In a more ideal situation, Vase would be able to rely on his wife and his fellow mech designers to compensate for this weakness. However, with so much new and complicated tech coming out every day, there was simply no way for any of them to fully catch up with all of the crazy and powerful new technologies that pushed mechs even further. If Vase was able to leverage the system to catch up faster than anyone else, he would be able to make certain that the performance of his mechs would always remain ahead of mechs designed by other capable people. He finally received a different opinion when he approached Kedis for advice. Technology is great, but technology isn't everything, Vase. She told him as she paused her work on one of her powerful swordsman mech designs. It's the user that is important as well. There are lots of great tech out there, but the people who must harness it need to be strong as well in order to make proper use of what they have available. When we put our focus on assisting people, I believe that they can become unimaginably strong. So tech is not as important in your opinion? Vase curiously asked. Kedis firmly nodded. Expert pilots such as Venerable Dice or swordmasters such as myself are proof of that. Both of us are able to take on far stronger opponents despite the fact that we are humans who are wielding sharp metal objects. Any normal mech pilot or soldier would never be able to come close to matching our battle prowess. This is despite the fact that all of the equipment stays the same. She made for a powerful argument, but there was one big flaw to her premise. Not everyone is capable of becoming as strong as you and Venerable Dice. He said, even if it becomes a lot easier for soldiers to break through in the future, there will still be a division between weak and strong. Limits don't exist, Vase. The act of breaking through from one rank to the next is proof that every barrier can be overcome no matter how strong they are. If a soldier isn't strong enough, then we need to put more effort into training. Have you seen how good the new generation of Swordmaiden mech pilots have become? They can beat their peers from every other mech legion in a melee battle. While the mech models they use are all over the place, their specs are not that different. It is the pilots that make up the difference. Chapter 4180 for Family. Vase almost reached the end of his journey. He had approached and solicited the opinions of hundreds of people. His increasingly more elaborate search for voices generated a lot of confusion inside and outside of his clan. His behavior resembled that of a mech designer who started to slide into a midlife crisis. His insistent questions on what he should focus on in the future sounded as if he was losing sight of his own life. Vase did not care what kind of commotion he caused. He already built up a reputation for being eccentric and doing whatever he wanted, so his clansmen merely shrugged and continued on with their work. In any case, the Larkinson clan had matured into an increasingly larger, more structured and more professional organization in the last few years. As he continued to discuss his future with all kinds of personalities, he gained a lot more depth about the consequences of every potential decision he could make with regards to the system. There was no avoiding the fact that the current decision would dictate how he would live out the rest of his life. No matter how much he wanted to diminish the importance of the system to his life, the advantages he could obtain from its upgraded version were too great for him to ignore. To turn his back on all of the fantastic benefits that it could provide to him was not wise. If he was able to strengthen himself and his clan further, he would not only be able to rise to the top faster, but also gain more advantages in battle. When he looked back on his life, he clearly recognized that much of the reason why he was able to come out on top was because he improved faster and accumulated more power in a shorter amount of time. The more he improved, the less he felt threatened by other parties. In the past, the mere mention of the Friday Coalition and other second raters would have caused him to shake in his boots. Nowadays, any word about the Fredaimon would prompt him to roll his eyes. Even if his old enemies were bored enough to seek him out, so what? His clan was more powerful than ever, and Patriarch Reginald Cross personally pledged to protect him against any foe. After listening to so many opinions and hearing how a lot of people placed their hopes on his rapid improvement, Vase did not want to disappoint their expectations. Right now, the Larkinson clan still needed to tread lightly whenever any first raters were involved. Vase and his subordinates did not dare to answer with straight refusals if the Terrans or Rubarthans came calling. I need to fix this sooner or later. Vase furrowed his brows, preferably sooner. He and his clan might have grown into significant influences in Davut, but they were still small fry in the Red Ocean as a whole. Plenty of Larkinsons voiced their concerns about getting confronted by enemies beyond their ability to handle. The ones that had been with the clan since the early days were especially sensitive to this. Their experiences with fighting against large and overwhelming forces such as state militaries and dominant alien groups had left them with traumas that still haunted them in their nightmares. We're still so small in the end, Vase depressingly whispered as he felt a lot less secure about the state of his forces. The Larkinson clan may have grown at a meteoric rate since its founding, but that did not change the fact that it was still an ant in the greater scheme of things. There were many different zones in the dwarf galaxy, of which the upper zones with the richest deposits of phase water and resources dictated the overall trend in this exciting new frontier. Whatever happened in the Krakatoa Middle Zone had little to no impact on the development of humanity's expansion in the Red Ocean. The Larkinsons had no capital at all to feel proud of their strength or secure in their ability to defend their assets. Vase and the Larkinson clan did not need to be the strongest organization in human space. It just needed to possess enough strength to make parties such as the Big Two and the first-rate states treat Vase politely. Even so, the journey to reach this point was unimaginably far. Considering how many threats might emerge during this lengthy period, Vase ultimately concluded that it was better to leverage the system as much as possible despite any misgivings that he possessed. Of course, he still needed to make sure to make clever use of its capabilities. There were good ways and bad ways to utilize the conveniences provided by the fragment of the metal scroll. As Vase underwent this gradual evolution in thought and understanding, he finally returned to the abode that had been his home for the past 5 years. The royal mansion looked as resplendent as ever. Situated in the heart of the Blue Cat Estates located on the southern end of the Cat Nest, the large estate served as both his sanctuary and his home during his stay on Davut. As Vase entered the large and expansive back garden of his personal home, the laughter of kids and the meowing of cats filled up the pleasant air. Meow, meow, mew, ma, mo, a spiritual red feline hovered before 3 growing spiritual kittens. Alexandria preened with pride in front of her offspring, and playfully licked the bodies of the 3 diminutive companion spirits regardless of how many times they complained. Hee. Further ahead, 2 little girls were sitting on the grass and played with a dozen or so animated dolls. The bots in the shape of princesses, tigers, ponies and other cute figures were able to interact with the girls in different ways. The sight of Aurelia and Andraste playing with each other without a care in their little world brought a lot of warmth to their father's heart. The 2 sisters had always gotten along well with each other. Aurelia had already assumed the role as the responsible big sister and took care of Andraste whenever possible. However, due to Andraste's combat and physical-oriented augmentations, his second daughter grew a lot faster than normal and already became just as tall as her older sister. Nonetheless, Andraste was more willing to accept Aurelia's guidance and leadership role. This was rather odd as Andraste was partially bioprogrammed to become a leader as well. Meow meow tilde, Clixie, up further ahead was his youngest child, who was already vigorous enough to chase after Clixie. Ves's eyes grew soft as he beheld his first son. Though Marvain Woden Larkinson was younger than Aurelia and Andraste, he represented a new beginning to his little family. Just as Gloriana treated Aurelia as her principal heir, Vase already saw Marvane as his designated successor. There were multiple reasons for that. The fact that Marvane was a boy was one reason for that. What truly made him special was his designer baby package. For their third child, Vase and Gloriana went into business with wuxia and Seneca yet again. The wedded couple was happy with the products that the renowned genetics company had provided to them in the past. Both Aurelia and Andraste showed a lot of promise, and their carefully designed genes played a large role in their accelerated development. When Vase and Gloriana made the decision to have a third kid, the pair made several important decisions. Vase finally had his way and could start with raising a son. The Living Mech Corporation had also begun to earn a lot of money at the time. With breakout successes such as the Pacifier, the War Squire and the Hymenoptera Mech lines, the Larkinsons suddenly gained a lot more room to spend their hard-earned cash. While the Larkinson clan invested most of its earnings into major asset acquisitions and infrastructure projects, Vase selfishly decided to spend way more money on his first son's designer baby package. Whereas Aurelia and Andraste's designer genes had cost Vase 4,000 MTA credits each, he forked out 100,000 MTA credits all at once in order to strengthen and optimize Marvane's genes as much as possible. His wife actually lodged a complaint at first. "This isn't fair to Aurelia and Andraste," Gloriana exclaimed. "How will our oldest daughters be able to compete against their younger brother? He'll become too good." Vase nonchalantly crossed his arms. "Don't turn this into a bigger deal than it sounds. You know as well as I do that there are horrible diminishing returns at this level of spending. Just because we spend 25 times more on our baby boy's designer genes doesn't mean he will be 25 times stronger or smarter. The actual difference will be only 5 to 10% at best. The bigger improvements are mostly found in secondary and tertiary properties such as better health, strengthened immune system, more efficient metabolism and such. It's a lot harder to boost his smarts at this level. He will still be smarter than our two daughters. That's the point, honey. We agreed to raise him as a mech designer, didn't you? The designer baby package that I have chosen for him massively enhanced his memory, his learning speed, his pattern recognition abilities, his abstract thinking capability, his logical thinking processes, his compatibility and utilization of cranial implants, as well as vastly greater protection to his brain and nervous system. All of these changes are especially geared to provide him with the greatest possible advantages in any job that is related to the hard sciences." Vase had opted for wuxia and Uneka's formula U775128MMT because it was tailor-made for mech designers. Any baby that was born with the associated designer genes would exhibit a frightening ability to learn and understand a lot of science, engineering and math-related subjects at a relatively young age. Though Marvane was still too young at the moment, it would not take too many years for his intelligence to bloom to the point where he could skip multiple grades at school. Faced with all of these fantastic future achievements, Gloriana eventually agreed to invest a lot more money into Marvane's genes. She too wanted to raise a little genius who could make her proud by designing a fantastic mech in the future. It would have been better if Marvane was a girl rather than a boy, but she already got her way with Aurelia and Andraste. "Papa," little Marvane grinned as he stopped chasing after Clixie. The boy instead turned around and toddled closer until Vase waved his hand. Marvane's little body floated above the ground and flew into his father's embrace. "I missed you, Papa. I missed you too, my little genius." Though Vase loved all of the children that he had so far, Marvane was truly special in his eyes. A part of him felt the need to live vicariously through the child he identified most closely with. He wanted to shower Marvane with all of the advantages and opportunities that he never got to enjoy in his own life. While Vase eventually managed to do well with the help of the mech designer system, he wanted to do his best to raise Marvane into a talented mech designer that did not need to rely on such a dangerous tool to achieve success in the mech industry. So far, Marvane had already taken the first step in this possible career journey. This was because Denny, his fluffy blonde Maine Coon spiritual companion spirit, had already begun to embody the attribute of life. This development gave Marvane the potential to become Ves's true successor in mech design. It also annoyed the hell out of Gloriana. If Marvane developed a great talent for designing mechs, then it would be a lot harder for her to persuade her boy to design mechs according to her own ideas. As Vase hugged his son, he suddenly felt a lot less confused than before. No matter what he chose in the end, he needed to make sure he decided what was best for his family. Chapter 4181 Love and Obligation. Vase spent a few minutes on keeping Marvane company before he set his son down. For his part, the energetic little boy ran off to the nearby sandbox in order to start building a sandcastle with the help of the toy building blocks placed nearby. After making sure that Marvane was okay when playing by himself, he moved on and approached a garden table that was bedecked with tea and snacks. Gloriana sat on her favorite garden chair as she watched her kids play about without a care in the galaxy. "Hey, honey, are you done throwing our clan into confusion, Vase? I was just asking questions, Gloriana. That's not a crime. You are still the face of our clan. Do you know how many rumors have spread since you have started to ask all of your weird questions? People are beginning to fear that you have lost grip on reality." Vase dismissively waved his hand. "I don't think the situation is as bad as you make it sound. Once I go back to work and design my mechs as usual, everyone will realize that those stupid rumors have no leg to stand on. I have no intentions of leaving the mech industry if that is what you are afraid about." It took quite a bit of time for Vase to reassure his wife. He may act foolish at times, but he had not lost a single measure of his love and passion for mech design. "What's this all about, Vase?" Gloriana asked plainly. "Have you grown antsy because the 5-year rebuilding period is almost over? Maybe this is your brain telling you that it is better to stay in Davut. Look at everything we have built. Look at how nice it is to relax in our garden while letting our children play without worrying about getting ambushed by hostile alien fleets. Do we truly have to go on this silly trailblazer expedition of yours? Aurelia and Andraste will both grow sad once you rip them away from the friends they made in kindergarten." Vase briefly gazed at his two daughters and felt apologetic for a moment. "I am aware of that, Gloriana, but this is for the best. Davut is not our end station. There are many other planets and regions out there that will become a lot more prosperous in the future. In the future, we will sell our products to the entire dwarf galaxy. We need to detach ourselves from this tendency to develop an unreasonable attachment to a single location. I'm sure that Aurelia and Andraste will understand when you rip them away from the friends they made in the last few years." Vase grew annoyed. There are plenty of other kids in the Golden Skull Alliance that they can get along with. So many Larkinsons have started their own families that our kids will have all the friends they need. I already told you that it is bad for their development that they can only get along with other Larkinsons most of the time. They need to spend more time with peers from other organizations. Not only will they learn to socialize with their equals, they can also forge new friendships with different groups. We'll throw all of this away if you take our children out of the planet that they have grown up on for all of their lives." This wasn't the first time they argued about this contentious topic. Each time, Vase allowed his wife to vent, but at the end of the day he did not budge from his stance. His clan had invested too much in the upcoming expedition. All of the planning, build-up and reparation work had put the Golden Skull Alliance in the most optimal state to commence a grand expedition into dangerous territories. A single woman's opinion was far from enough to stop this enormous development from taking place. Ever since Vase announced the Trailblazer expedition, he and his clan had made sure to prep all of the Larkinsons for this dangerous but incredibly exciting venture. A lot of older or more risk-averse clansmen had been allowed to transfer to the Davut branch. Vase did not want to force anyone to go on this dangerous trip, and he fully understood why plenty of clansmen wanted to live a calmer and more stable life. Many young parents had voluntarily accepted the price of demoting from a main branch member to a side branch member in order to get away from all of the fighting that would undoubtedly commence. Everyone knew that a lot of Larkinsons eventually sacrificed their lives in past campaigns and expeditions. Vase was not exactly the most careful leader, and while his victories were great, the price that everyone paid to secure them was also significant. Gloriana's attitude happened to align with all of the clansmen that had opted to transfer out of the main fleet. She, like everyone else with this mindset, wanted to sit back and enjoy the wealth and privileges that the Larkinson clan had already attained through great effort. Unfortunately, Gloriana was no ordinary Larkinson. She was the wife of the patriarch and the second highest ranking mech designer of the Larkinson clan. There was no way she could transfer to the Davut branch. She was way too high profile and would make herself and her children incredibly vulnerable to attacks once the main fleet left the Davut system. Even though the Larkinson clan had built up a large and numerous garrison force at their Davut branch, there was a distinct lack of expert pilots and elite troops that could fend off powerful enemies. Aside from that, Transferring away from the main fleet also meant that she would be moving away from the center of power of the Larkinson clan. There was no way she would be able to wield as much influence within the clan if she literally sidelined herself. This was an unacceptable consequence to Gloriana. The result of this was that Gloriana had no choice but to stay with Vase and take her children on an exceedingly dangerous expedition that was completely unnecessary in her eyes. It was no surprise to Vase that she grew cranky because of that. As the time of departure grew closer, her complaints grew more frequent. Once Gloriana was done with venting her feelings, Vase proceeded to bring up the topic that had truly been occupying his mind as of late. His wife immediately grew suspicious. "You don't normally think this deep, Vase." "Hey, I'm not stupid, you know. I have formed plenty of long-term plans." "That's different and you know it," Gloriana retorted as she picked up her teacup and took a sip. "What you have just brought up sounds as if you have just reached a major turning point." "I guess you know me too well." He sighed. "Can you just tell me what you think?" Seeing that Vase was serious about this, Gloriana dropped her catty attitude and put serious thought in what she should say in response. As much as Vase and Gloriana frequently argued and disagreed about many matters, they still trusted each other to a large extent. They were married to each other and already had 3 kids. There was no point in sabotaging each other. "To be honest, I don't know why you are entertaining all of these alternate ideas," she eventually said. "I value you because you are the best and most promising mech designer I have ever met. Others value you for the same reason as well. There would have been no future for you and your clan if you did not invest so much in your unique approach to mech design. It is due to your innovations such as living mechs and glows that the Hexadric hegemony and certain factions of the MTA have agreed to back you in the first place." Vase rubbed his smooth-shaven chin as he sat down on another garden chair. "You're right, but that is already in the past. I am talking about how I should invest my time and effort in the future. Should I continue to focus on furthering my mech designs, or should I branch out in other areas in order to improve our strengths and capabilities in a more comprehensive manner?" "I don't know, Vase. Your descriptions are too vague. Let's approach this issue from another direction. First, what is your objective? Who are you trying to benefit? Are you just out to better yourself, or are you mainly trying to uplift our entire clan or humanity as a whole?" Those were important questions, and ones that Vase struggled to answer. A part of him leaned towards selfishness. He had never been particularly enthusiastic about working for the greater good. His various life experiences had beaten down a lot of his idealistic notions because he learned that the cosmos was filled with selfish individuals, especially among the upper echelon of a society. Everyone was out to further their own interests. No matter whether they were humans or aliens, mechers or space peasants, many leaders would gladly sacrifice the lives of their fellow comrades in order to come out on top. Vase was tired of being naive. He understood the fundamental truth that if he did not look out for himself, he would have no capital to pursue larger goals. For a long time, this mentality had served him well. He had lived through a lot of tricky situations by being willing to make decisions that others found distasteful. Yet as Vase and his clan grew more powerful and capable, he felt less of a need to maintain such a despicable attitude towards life. He had reached a degree of success and security that allowed him to think about achieving grander and more idealistic goals. From transforming every mech in use into a living battle partner to giving many more mech pilots the chance to advance to the rank of expert pilot, he was in a position to enact great change on human society. The question now was how important it was for him to pursue these causes. If he was an expert pilot or an ace pilot, then he would definitely be committed to his ideals. He was not, though. Unless he opted for personal piloting cultivation, his willpower would always remain within normal boundaries. This meant that he had much more room to choose his goals. What did he want to accomplish? How much did he want to give back to society? Was it important for him to realize any of his greater ideals? Gloriana had her own opinion on this subject. Before you make up your mind, let's take a look at the star designers that stand at the top of the mech industry. Do you know of any who have not dedicated their lives and careers to a specific cause that is larger than themselves? Vase widened his eyes. No. People like Apollo, the polymath, the armorer and the crossbreeder are all known for pushing their grand ideals. They're much like god pilots in that regard. His wife nodded. The differences between star designers and god pilots aren't so great in my opinion. It takes an inhuman amount of effort to advance to the highest ranks. We all know that ace pilots and master mech designers face the hardest hurdles at all. Talent and opportunity play a limited role at that stage. I think that one of the crucial factors that can make a difference in this situation is how driven you are in pursuing your own goal. If you do not have the heart and the will to succeed, then becoming a star designer is out of the question in my opinion. What are you trying to say with this message? Can't you figure it out, Vase? Follow your passion. Listen to your heart. As much as I dislike your habit for basing your decisions off your gut feeling instead of rational arguments, I think that a matter as important as your future should align with your passion rather than your insecurity. Don't listen to people who think they know better. Make your own decision. Just be sure to choose based on what you love instead of what you feel obligated to do. The former always makes you feel excited while the latter only soothes your fears. Only one of them can take you all the way to star designer. Thanks, Gloriana, Vase replied as he felt a lot more unburdened than before. You have truly given me the best advice of all. I knew you would say the wisest words. That is why I saved you for last. Gloriana arrogantly huffed. I'm a woman, after all. Chapter 4182. The ultimate choice. Vase had gained the clarity that he had been looking for. After thinking about his choices from many different angles, Gloriana helped him find a way out of the maze that he had built up around himself. In one sense, Calabast was right. He was lucky and privileged beyond any mech designer's wildest dreams. The possibilities teased by the system would have made countless people green with envy. None of them were useless or invalid to his situation. No matter what he chose, he would always be able to make it work somehow. What he truly needed to consider was how his choice affected his future work and motivations. The more defensive choices that the system had presented, such as the 6th and 7th upgrade track, were not only selfish, but also limited in scope. They solely existed because Vase frequently worried about his ability to defend himself if he was stripped of all of his guards. While Vase acknowledged that these concerns were real and legitimate, he did not want to live out the rest of his life while gripped by his own fears. Perhaps that was not the safest approach he could choose from, but Vase would rather take more risks and live a more fruitful life than to keep hiding away inside a fortress of his own making. His decision to take his entire clan and alliance on the Trailblazer expedition reflected his desire and conviction. He was not a person who prioritized safety and the reduction of risks over his more aspirational ambitions. Vase would feel lost if he no longer did his best to pursue his goals. Personally, he felt that he had always been at his best when he gave into his passion and put his whole being into his work. He recognized that a large reason why he worked so hard was because he was trying to seek personal validation. There was nothing wrong with this because everyone craved recognition in one form or another. He also recognized that he had an ambitious streak that dreamt of pushing his vision onto society. He wanted to convert as many people in the mech community to the wonders of living mechs. Vase believed so much in the premise that living mechs could become the new standard in the future that he was willing to take many risks in order to make this dream come true. This was the conviction that could push him all the way to star designer. The last thing that Vase wanted to do was to add more distractions in his life. Anything that did not align with his core activities as a mech designer risked leading him astray. Ultimately, Vase would be worse off than before in that situation. Realizing his design philosophy and becoming a star designer should remain as his highest priorities. Before Vase headed off to a secure location in order to confirm his choice, he stayed in the garden in order to enjoy a bit of quality time with all of his children. Hee. Look, Papa, Wendy the tiger says that I've been a good girl today. Aurelia boasted. She presented a plushy tiger towards her father. The fluffy toy in question wagged its tail and acted more like a house cat rather than the predator that it was supposed to represent. Good girls share their gifts with their friends. Tilda, the tiger toy uttered through its hidden speakers. Vase lowered himself to the grass and accepted the plushie. The soft and exquisite materials befitted its handmade construction. He knew his wife's craftsmanship well enough to know that she had personally made it for her daughters. Suddenly, the tiger plushie squirmed and tried to escape from Vess's grasp. Meow. Lucky, who had been lounging in the vicinity, quickly jumped in the air and tackled Wendy the tiger. Naughty boy, is this how you treat a lady? Boys are not allowed to touch girls like myself. Meow meow meow. Bad boy Tilda. Bad boy Tilda. Vase slowly frowned. What kind of nonsense lessons did his wife program into the interactive toys that she made for her kids? Both Aurelia and Andraste tried to take Wendy the tiger back from their father. Let go, Papa. Wendy will cry if you make her upset. At this time, Vase wanted to do nothing more than to take the stupid toy apart and reprogram the stupid tiger's dynamic lesson plans. Fortunately, Gloriana wasn't the only one that played this game. He nonchalantly tossed Wendy the tiger over his shoulder and picked up another interactive plushie. Tigers are boring. Play with this instead. Papa personally poured his love into making this toy. He grabbed a pink miniature mech and placed it in Aurelia's hands. Compared to the works of his wife, the toys he made for his girls were much more alive. The pink mech truly conveyed his love for his daughters. Aurelia didn't look too excited by it, though. She passed the pink mech to her younger sister, who eagerly embraced the cool miniature mech. Look at my future expert mech. Whoosh, QQQ. After he finished checking up on his two daughters, he moved over to the sandbox where his son had made a decent attempt at building a fortification. Marvane stacked several colorful blocks on top of each other while adding further detail by molding the malleable material they were made out of. He also piled a lot of sand at the bottom in order to give the fortress more structure. "What are you making, son?" Vase gently asked as he sat next to his industrious heir. "I am building my new home," the clever little Larkinson exclaimed. "Mama said that you will take us away from home and bring us all to your cold and dark ship. Don't listen to what your mother is telling you. Space isn't scary and ships aren't cold and dark. They are homes just like this little castle that you have built. The only differences are that they look a lot more cylindrical and that they can move around. Wouldn't it be cool to live in a home that can move from one place to the other? There is an entire cosmos out there, Marvane. There are lots of cool aliens and even cooler tech that we can encounter once we begin our travels. It will be just like that cartoon about that funny captain that is gallivanting across unknown galaxies. I don't want to go to space. I want to stay home." Vase looked even more annoyed than before. Gloriana certainly had done her work in instilling her ideas into the heads of their children. He took his time to put some sense into his son's head before he left with Lucky. As much as he wanted to spend the rest of his day with his kids, he had a system to attend to. He had already kept the damn thing waiting long enough. Now that he had made up his mind on which upgrade track he would take, there was no reason to delay the matter any further. Besides, Vase was incredibly eager to receive the rich rewards that he had earned a long time ago. He would have already enjoyed the fruits of his labor if not for the fact that the system had been offline for such a long time. After rubbing the head of his brown-haired son one last time, he rose up and headed inside the royal mansion. He spared no attention to the tasteful and opulent interior that his wife had personally designed. He instead walked right through and headed towards a secure section in his personal home that led to an underground entrance. 15 minutes later, he entered a thick and secure chamber that was similar to the one that was built inside the blinding banshee. Although the walls were a lot beefier due to the abundance of space on a planet, it was arguable whether it was more secure. There were a lot of people in Davut, some of whom devoted their entire time to spying on others. However, Vase did not feel too bothered by that. The system had thoughtfully altered the method of interacting with it so that no one would know what he was truly doing. It was best to take precautions, though. "Lucky, go do your job." "Meow, fine, I'll feed you an extra lump of high-grade exotic." "Meow." Lucky grew a lot more enthusiastic after that. The cat dutifully floated around while examining the completely empty chamber. It was only after he returned while finding nothing suspicious that Vase concentrated his mind and reached out to the system. His entire consciousness disappeared from the material realm and entered into the same dark and mysterious space. A sense of weight and gravity overtook Vase despite the fact that he wasn't connected to his body anymore. Vase took one last time to think over his options. Mental projection can be incredibly powerful under the right circumstances, but it is not really what I am all about. I am not a manipulator behind the scenes who enjoys breaking into other people's heads in order to mess with their lives. Mech pilot cultivation allows me to shore up the other side of the partnership between a mech and mech pilot. Being able to repair and improve genetic aptitudes is worth sacrificing everything else the system is able to offer. Spiritual ascension strengthens my best specialty and allows me to create a lot more powerful spiritual applications. It also grants me a lot more personal power and can help me fight against more esoteric threats. Technological supremacy is no doubt useful in almost every circumstance. Technology is both versatile and strong, and mastering it to a greater extent is always a great way to get ahead in today's society. Ultimate craftsmanship may be a bit redundant due to having Vulcan, but choosing this practical upgrade track sounds like a surefire way to excel in an area that can allow me to make much more powerful mechs and products. Unparalleled combat can be useful in some situations, but why should I do the job myself when there are so many others that excel in this aspect? Fighting by myself sounds like the stupidest idea in the galaxy. Personal piloting cultivation is similar to the last upgrade track. While it sounds nice to pilot my own mechs, there is no reason for me to compromise the purity of my path and let myself go astray. Putting all of these options together caused him to settle on just 2 of them. He had narrowed down his choices to mech pilot cultivation and spiritual ascension for a long time, but could not make up his mind on a single selection until recently. His thoughts lingered on mech pilot cultivation for a moment before he shook his head. I believe in the power of my mech pilots. I also believe in the power of my own solutions. What this upgrade track can do, I should be able to do as well. If I go for spiritual ascension, I will probably gain the tools and help needed to replicate many of the functions that the system can perform. I just need to build the mechanisms myself from scratch. This approach fit much better to a mech designer, creator, engineer and service provider such as Vase. He was already accustomed to solving problems that no one else could solve by developing his own solutions. Choosing spiritual ascension not only allowed him to maintain his current approach and outlook towards his work, but also did a lot better than before. Designing and creating new stuff is my true passion. If I want to develop lots of new and powerful innovations that no one else can come up with, then I need to master the field that has been the foundation to my rise in the mech industry. Vase had made the decisive choice to double down on his specialization and catch up to the 5 scrolls compact in terms of spiritual engineering. I choose Spiritual Ascension, Chapter 4183 The New System Space, Upgrade Track Number 3, Spiritual Ascension. From the moment Vase locked in this choice, the Mech Designer System version 2.0 thrummed with energy. Vase could feel the metal energy in the background roiling and surging as if a floodgate had opened. A whirlwind appeared around him that seemed to change and transform the space around him in a fundamental fashion. The greater the energies being stirred, the more Vase recognized the horror of the Mech Designer System. Did it always wield so much potent energy? Or did it regain its strength only recently after Vase completed a supply mission? What the hell is Timpala steel? When Vase had last come into contact with the valuable chunk of ore, he did not sense why it was so special. Now he started to develop a few suspicions. For the system and the Mech Trade Association to react so strongly to its presence meant that it must be absolutely remarkable and useful. Damn, I shouldn't have fed the remaining crumbs to Lucky. He cursed. If I retained a sample of it, I could have extracted whatever valuable substance or energy it contained. In any case, the Mech Designer System presumably completed its upgrade process now that Vase had selected a specific improvement trajectory. Though he was not certain at all what kind of benefits his chosen upgrade track introduced, the system's current activity level signified that it was probably renovating its entire systems. Ves's disembodied self couldn't help but chuckle at this realization. The system is upgrading its systems. Due to the strange nature of this new interaction method, Vase felt as if he had developed a closer and more intimate connection with the system. Before, the system paraded itself as a software program stored inside a comm unit. This time was different. Vase interfaced with it in a more direct fashion that reminded him of how mech pilots interfaced with their mechs. It gave Vase the illusion that he had gained the system's approval and gained more access as a result. Vase wasn't fooled. The warnings he received from Calabast along with his own inherent skepticism prevented him from looking at the system with rose-tinted glasses. Everyone had a motive. Even an interactive object like the system had a purpose. Vase still didn't know what endgame it had in mind, and as long as this was the case, he needed to do his best to remain sober in front of the temptations it was about to introduce. The energy storm around him started to fade. Once the turbulence disappeared, the entire intangible landscape around him had changed. Is this a mountaintop? The environment changed drastically. Previously, he floated in dark and empty space that made him feel as if he was stuck in a boundless void. Now, he felt as if he had ascended an ancient and holy mountain looming over a pristine, green earth-like landscape. Puffy white clouds partially obscured his view of the surroundings and made everything look a little more mystical and detached from reality. Though Vase was impressed by the visuals, a part of him felt a bit impatient at all of this showmanship. Couldn't the system interact with him in a more straight manner like before? What was wrong with projecting menus and message screens in front of his face? Whoa, what is happening? Vase felt a bit weird. Before he knew it, he had manifested an exact replica of his body, complete with his uniform and all of his gear. Of course, Vase was sensitive enough to know that the system hadn't pulled in his actual physical body in this illusionary space. It was just a close reproduction that was not fully accurate. In order to test this assumption, he pulled out his hammer of brilliance from his toolbelt. Fake. What was the point of doing this? Why replicate all of the possessions on his body only for them to end up useless? Vase shrugged and put his hammer back in its place. The only way to find out what the system had in mind was to explore this mysterious mountaintop. He ascended the rocky and aged-looking stairs and soon spotted several stone structures up ahead. Each of them looked ancient and worn. Some even looked like shrines or temples, which instantly caused Vase to frown. More superstition. Vase hated how everyone dressed up slightly powerful beings as gods. This was also one of the reasons why he had been reluctant to opt for spiritual ascension. The upgrade track's name and description clearly mentioned that it could turn him into a god. What a load of crap. Still, even if the system was a blowhard, Vase did not look down on its ability to facilitate his growth. He would already gain a lot if he obtained just a fraction of the power of an actual deity. As Vase kept ascending the awfully lengthy and crooked stairway, he eventually reached the first plateau. He stepped off the stairway and moved across an open plain until he reached a massive circular stone gate that was built into the side of a mountain cliff. As he approached the tall and looming gate, it automatically unlocked and opened by itself. That's convenient. The opening of the gate revealed a large cavern that was mostly empty at the moment. From the moment Vase stepped inside, the system provided a brief introduction of this distinct area. The Vault of Eternity is the storehouse of all of the rewards and items acquired or altered by the Mech designer system. It has an infinite capacity and can dynamically add more storage space if required. Vase already spotted a couple of familiar items in the middle of the enormous space. He quickened his pace until he reached a set of racks and shelves. He reached out and picked up the copy of the Amastandira. Previously, he always wondered where it was being stored when it was not in use. Though he didn't gain an answer to this question, the appearance of the Vault of Eternity let him know that it would probably hold all of his inventorized gadgets from today onwards. That's handy. Vase immediately noticed the difference between the powerful first-class laser pistol and the Hammer of Brilliance. Unlike the latter, he intuitively felt as if the Amastandira existed in this space as a real object. This meant that if Vase took the Amastandira apart, it would appear in a mess of different components if he tried to summon it in reality. Why is this the case? Vase did not think this was a random change. There had to be a purpose behind this move. For now, Vase put the Amastandira back into the shelf where it was stored and picked up a different object. The system comm was another object that he had decided to inventorize. At the time, Vase thought it was a clever way to hide the system from the MTA and anyone else that possessed incredibly powerful scanning and investigation capabilities. Now that the Mech Designer System version 2.0 implemented a more secure and private means of interaction, the system comm suddenly turned into a redundant object. Is there a way for me to recycle the chance to inventorize another object? Opening square bracket ... closing square bracket. It was worth a try. Even though the recent changes had made the system comm obsolete, Vase saw no harm in letting it rest inside this vault. Perhaps he might have a need for it in the future. He directed his attention to the third object that was laying on another shelf. When Vase picked it up, he bloomed into a smile when he noticed that it was a ticket. An inventorized ticket. Vase concentrated on it, allowing him to read its description. Inventorized ticket enables you to designate any discrete and physical object to be inventorized, thereby allowing you to store the inventorized item in the Vault of Eternity or materialize it into physical form if needed. There are certain restrictions to the usage of this ticket. Yes, I finally got my hands on one of the rewards of completing one of my supply missions. The system was supposed to give him a use of the inventorize ability a long time ago when Vase supplied it with Timpala steel. Unfortunately for him, it went offline for several years, denying him the use of this precious power. The inventorize ability could be insanely powerful depending on the object he chose to apply it to. He wouldn't gain much if he inventorized an ordinary nutrient pack, but he could hide a life-saving measure in front of everyone's eyes if he applied it to a more useful object such as his unending regalia. Vase had already spent many years on thinking of what he should apply this ability to. He came up with many different possible choices, but he wasn't sure whether the more extravagant of them could be inventorized. I'll look into this later. There was no hurry for Vase to use up this precious inventorized ticket. He put it back on the shelf and swept the largely empty vault one last time before he exited the chamber. He stepped back onto the stone steps and continued to make his way upwards. It only took a short time for him to reach his next stop. This time, he approached a magnificent-looking stone fountain. The Wishing Fountain is the site where lottery tickets can be bought and used. Any lottery tickets acquired through other means can also be accessed at this site. Vase completely ignored the ornate design of the so-called Wishing Fountain and directed all of his attention to a table that was situated in front. He approached it and saw that it not only contained a stack of lottery tickets that he had earned through previous rewards, but also offered him the option to buy new lottery tickets. Wait a minute, what are Ascension Points? Ascension Points are the new form of currency that you can earn from the Mech Designer System version 2.0. Their value is different from design points and can be earned through multiple means such as designing mechs. You can earn one Ascension Point by completing a mech design that you are largely responsible for designing. Vase grew confused. Why did the system impose such a drastic change? What about design points? Design points have been phased out. All of the design points that you have earned up to this point have automatically been converted into Ascension Points. How many Ascension Points do I have? You have earned 34 Ascension Points. 34. So little. I don't know how many design points is equivalent to a single Ascension Point, but I'm pretty sure I designed way more mechs over the years. Completing a variant design or a collaborative mech design where you have only made minor personal contributions will not award you with Ascension Points. I see. Of course, the system would never make it easy for Vase to earn points. It had already screwed him over in the past when the LMC's sales started to skyrocket. What is the purchasing power of an Ascension Point? What can I actually do with this new currency? He looked around until he saw where he could redeem his Ascension Point for lottery tickets. 1 golden lottery ticket, 5 Ascension Points. What? I have to design 5 original mechs in order to buy a single stinking golden lottery ticket. What a scam. Fortunately, there were more ways for Vase to obtain lottery tickets than to give up his hard-earned Ascension Points. He started to grin when his eyes rested on a pile of lottery tickets. Completing the last supply missions awarded him with 10 golden lottery tickets, which was enough to guarantee at least 1 or 2 good prizes. That wasn't all. Next to the pile of golden tickets was a smaller stack of 4 iridescent rainbow-like tickets. Vase had produced 4 different Masterwork Expert mechs since he had last accessed the system. Several of them had all reached their present heights with the help of his undeniable contributions. Apparently, the system recognized that as well, because it had awarded him with the most valuable prize he could earn for making a Masterwork mech. I've waited so long to use up these lottery tickets. Chapter 4184 Wonderful New Products. Normally, Vase would think about whether he was in the right state or whether his luck was sufficiently good on the day he used his lottery tickets. He couldn't care less about that at this time. All of the lottery tickets he had earned up to this point had remained accessible for several agonizing years as the system took its sweet time to complete its upgrade. Though Vase increasingly had the suspicion that the renewed system was more than worth the wait, that did not stop him from feeling frustrated at his inability to use up the lottery tickets that he had earned through completing a mission and creating several Masterwork mechs. You're not going to deny me any longer. Vase reached out and grabbed the stack of lottery tickets as if he was afraid the system could go offline at any moment. How do I use up a lottery ticket, system? Merely throw the ticket into the Wishing Fountain. Though Vase was tempted to toss a ticket into the water right away, he forcibly reined in his impatience and started to think about how to best make use of this opportunity. What's the deal with the Wishing Fountain? Can I influence the prizes that I can win in any way? The Wishing Fountain is sensitive to your needs and desires. You may partially affect the prize pool that it can draw from by concentrating on a wish you would like to fulfill. Ves's eyes gleamed when he heard that. He was already familiar with this mechanism in past cases, but this time he could apply it to every lottery ticket. This wishing mechanism was extremely helpful in controlling the rewards he could obtain. Before, the system could always draw all kinds of random and useful prizes that weren't particularly interesting to him. He had no need for component licenses. For example, as Vase held a golden lottery ticket, he tried to wish for a specific reward. After fumbling around for a minute, he vaguely sensed different responses from the Wishing Fountain. It radiated faint approval when Vase held a valid thought and conveyed clear rejection when he thought about something unacceptable. It was through cycling different thoughts that Vase developed a vague idea on what was acceptable. Vase sensed that he could restrict the prize pool for a golden lottery ticket to different categories. The prize categories included technological objects, spiritually reactive materials, spiritual plants, design skills and more. He was not surprised with some of the categories, but there were plenty of other ones that sounded as if they were only recent additions to the Mech designer system. Is this because of the spiritual ascension upgrade track? This was a good change in his opinion. The system was able to offer a lot more relevant rewards and benefits to Vase now that it had oriented itself towards spiritual engineering. The possibilities opened up by the wishing fountain was just one of many adjustments. As Vase looked at his stash of lottery tickets once more, he felt incredibly tempted to toss them all into the pool of water all at once. However, after learning that he could influence the prize draw by making specific wishes, his common sense took over again. I shouldn't recklessly use up all of my lottery tickets without knowing what I can or cannot obtain with the newly updated system. What if he spent all of his golden lottery tickets on acquiring rare and valuable spiritually reactive materials, only to learn that the revised version of the system's shop readily sold P-stones and unending alloy for ascension points? The true value of the new wishing fountain was that it granted Vase a chance of obtaining objects that he could not obtain through other channels. The Grand Dynamo was a good example of that. Vase did not forget that he had managed to draw it after he used up his first Radiant lottery ticket. Now he had 4 of these colorful tickets in his grasp. He did not want to squander them by trying to fish for prizes that he could easily obtain by designing a lot of mechs. The most prudent course of action that he could take would be to leave the tickets behind and explore the new system space in its entirety before going back. He planned to do just that, but he still couldn't get rid of his desire to see the wishing fountain at work. I have 13 tickets in total. What's the harm in using up one of them for a start? Vase put back all of the lottery tickets aside from a single golden one. He wanted to test the wishing mechanism by concentrating on a single valid category of prizes. What I need the most are spiritually reactive materials. I don't care what I can get. I'll be happy if I can get a chunk of P-stone, B-stone, F-stone, unending alloy or even an exo-beast bone that can be charged with spiritual energy. Once he set his mind on his wish, he tossed the golden lottery ticket into the fountain and waited for his prize. As soon as the ticket touched the water, it melted into the liquid, causing it to become golden and glittering with power. The golden fountain water began to swirl in the fountain pool. Several seconds passed by as a hidden selection mechanism finally settled on a prize. The fountain suddenly spouted a jet of water from its pool. The prize that Vase had won floated right above this liquid jet. Congratulations! You have 250 Jaon kilograms of pure black demon steel. The wishing fountain had produced a single bar of dark and gloomy-looking metal. As Vase examined it with his eyes and his spiritual senses, he noticed that it was anything but normal. This reminds me of Helena or Nixie. He didn't know who had originally named this material, but he found that it was aptly named. The black demon steel exuded a sense of danger and gloominess that was quite strange since it was just a hunk of metal. It did not contain any energy as far as Vase could tell, but it was probably able to absorb certain forms of spiritual energy, specifically those that were aligned with darkness. Vase's eyes already lit up. Though he had yet to decipher its full properties and uses, he already came up with a couple of ideas on how to make good use of this precious spiritually reactive material. It's a shame I haven't received more of it. 2.5 kilograms of black demon steel isn't enough to augment a mech. Whether it was worth the use of a golden lottery ticket remained to be seen. This was not the time for him to study and tinker with the brand new material that he had never encountered before. Vase eventually left the wishing fountain with a smile. It might just be luck, but the prize that he had obtained after using up a single golden lottery ticket had raised his expectations of what he could obtain in the future. I'll definitely come back and use up my Radiant lottery tickets after I have fully figured out all of the changes to the system. The next stop looked like an ancient marketplace. Different stalls and shops were set up in what looked like a small mountain village. When Vase entered the new area, the system briefly explained this new area. The Divine Bazaar provides a rotating selection of goods that you can purchase by exchanging ascension points. The goods available for sale change periodically over time. Vase soon frowned as he explored the so-called Divine Bazaar. The changes were drastic compared to the old version of the shop. Previously, the system presented an enormous selection of high-quality goods. Most of them were far too expensive for him to exchange with the design points that he earned, but it was always nice to have the option to buy an emergency medicine or gadget that could help him survive a sticky situation. All of that is gone now with the Divine Bazaar. Though there were plenty of shops and stalls, most of them were empty and devoid of any items. The few that did only offered a handful of precious items each. The selection of goods was pretty random. This meant that if Vase wanted to buy a specific object such as AP stone, he would have to pray for luck that the next rotation of goods included it in one of the shops. Perhaps the only consolation to Vase was that many of the products on sale were both useful and relatively affordable. What was also interesting was that over half of them were directly related to spirituality and spiritual engineering. Universal Star Manual, Volume 1 Price, 3 Ascension Points, an introduction on how to study the patterns and movements of any star in the current universe. Although this manual contains few practical techniques, the theory contained within its pages will allow its students to master more advanced theories and techniques related to predicting future trends. Circlet of Clarity Price, 19 Ascension Points, an automatically adjustable circlet that can provide formidable protection to the mind of its bearer. The Circlet of Clarity can also endow its bearer with vastly greater concentration and calm, allowing for clear thinking under great pressure or difficulties. Mystery Wood Price, 66 Ascension Points. This piece of purple wood is taken from an unknown exoplant. It is a rare organic material and can be utilized for many specific purposes as long as it is processed and handled in a specific manner. The exact properties of this wood is highly dependent on how it is processed. A bottle of strength candies. Price, 1 Ascension Point. This bottle holds 20 improved strength candies. Each improved strength candy can upgrade an individual's strength attribute by 0.2 to a maximum of 2.0 at any point. The range of purchasable goods was similar to the categories of items that Vase could obtain from the Wishing Fountain. Much of the items were directly related to the new spiritual ascension upgrade track that Vase had chosen. If I opted for technological supremacy, then I would have been presented with a lot of high-tech products and manuals. He guessed. After touring the entire Divine Bazaar thrice, Vase gained a good idea of what he could obtain from this useful place. Although he didn't like the fact that the system heavily limited the amount of products that it put up for sale, Vase still valued the Divine Bazaar because it allowed him to purchase all kinds of useful products related to spiritual engineering. This is the real use of the Divine Bazaar. Vase grinned. Vase did not really miss the opportunity to buy advanced technological objects. While it was nice to be able to buy the Vulcani and Odini, these days he could easily invest a lot of MTA credits, MTA merits or phase water in order to purchase high-tech goods. Yet no matter how many kilograms of phase water he dangled in front of everyone's faces, he seriously doubted that he could purchase anything related to spirituality or spiritual engineering. The 5 Scrolls Compact will never sell its own specialty goods to a mech designer. This was where the Divine Bazaar came in. Just as its name suggested, it offered Vase a direct way to purchase goods that were most likely related to the 5 Scrolls Compact in one way or another. As Vase was ready to move on to the next area of the system space, he briefly lingered in front of a stall that put up various books for sale. There were no people manning any of the stalls and shops, which made the entire bazaar feel rather empty and lifeless. However, Vase knew that as soon as he picked up any of the books, the system would automatically deduct the price from his account. He felt quite curious about the first volume of the so-called Universal Star Manual. He faintly guessed that studying it might allow him to understand Ilvain's nature and allow him to make better use of the humanoid design spirit's predictive capabilities. In fact, Vase could even pass the contents of this book to Ilvain directly, allowing the great prophet to improve his abilities by himself. I don't need to hurry with making this purchase. I should wait until I see what else I can spend my ascension points on. I haven't encountered the latest version of the skill tree up to this point. Chapter 4185 Tree of Possibilities. Though Vase had mixed feelings about the changes to the mech designer system, he recognized that most of them were for the better. During the previous period where he had access to the system, he stopped taking many of its functions seriously. He rarely used the store unless he wanted to buy attribute candies. The only truly useful functions of the systems was the skill tree, the superpublishability and the occasional surprises from winning prizes through the lottery. This time, every function of the updated system had become more useful and relevant to him. It did not matter that he couldn't gain access to any knowledge, tech or materials related to spiritual engineering from his mother or the 5 Scrolls Compact. With the new version of the mech designer system, Vase gained his own channel to obtain all of these interesting and fascinating products, most of which could not be found for sale in any corner of human space. Is it even appropriate to call it the mech designer system anymore? Now that he thought about it, Vase had become so dazzled by all of the new spirituality-related functions that he had yet to see anything that was still related to mech design. Had the system de-emphasized this aspect now that Vase could obtain most of what he wanted from his normal channels? Vase actually hoped that this was not the case. He still valued the skill tree quite a lot. He would cry if it stopped with providing him with instant upgrades to all of his design-related skills and sub-skills. The next stop on his journey to reach the top of the mountain was a literal tree. It did not take much time for Vase to guess that this tree was related to the old skill tree function of the system. The enormous tree did not look like it belonged to any alien species, but it exuded a strong sense of power that felt a bit familiar to Vase. He frowned and tried to figure out why the large and lush green tree gave him the impression of meeting a familiar acquaintance. Wait a second, this tree is giving me the same vibe as the polymath. Although it sounded absurd, Vase could easily mistake the tree for an inanimate version of the polymath. Both of them exuded the same high-level energy that was intrinsically tied to knowledge and truth. As Vase slowly approached the tree, the system finally explained what it was all about. The tree of possibilities is a font of information, knowledge and wisdom. It regularly grows new enlightenment fruits that will ripen after the passage of time. Once the enlightenment fruits have ripened, they can be exchanged for ascension points as long as you meet the requirements. Enlightenment fruits. You can choose to eat the enlightenment fruit that you have exchanged on the spot or transfer it to the vault of eternity. If you have chosen to do the latter, you can choose to materialize the enlightenment fruit in reality. This will allow you to impart the enlightenment fruit to others as long as they meet the requirements to absorb the information and knowledge contained within. If the fruit is ingested by an unqualified recipient, then that individual will only obtain a fraction of the benefits. This was one of the biggest changes that the system had enacted. Whereas previously Vase was only limited to boosting his own skills and sub-skills as long as he retained sole access to the system, now he could easily give others one-off boosts by passing them the enlightenment fruits that he had exchanged. Compared to the old skill tree, the tree of possibilities was much more useful. He could help all kinds of other people master new and useful skills by bringing out the enlightenment fruits that he could obtain from the tree of possibilities. Of course, he did not really think it was meaningful to spend his valuable ascension points on making his wife smarter and more knowledgeable. She was already doing fine on her own. Gloriana had spent much of her life studying by herself. She was a clever designer baby and was already accustomed to this routine. What Vase was truly thinking about was handing over a few of these enlightenment fruits to Marvane and potentially other relatives he cared about. Depending on what the enlightenment fruits imparted to people, they could easily give his son a powerful head start should he choose to go into mech design. As Vase looked up at the tree of possibilities, he soon noticed a potential problem. He quickly attempted to estimate the amount of fruits hanging from the branches and came up with a figure that was around 400. Is that it, system? Will the tree of possibilities grow more enlightenment fruits in the future? If the ripened enlightenment fruits remain untouched for too long, they will drop and decompose in order to make way for different enlightenment fruits. It's not enough for you to create artificial scarcity once. Now you're doing it again. Do you have no shame? Opening square bracket ... closing square bracket. Vase silently cursed the devious system. If the tree of possibilities could only sustain a couple of hundred enlightenment fruits at once, then it would be a lot more difficult to obtain a specific skill depending on the distribution of their contents. He recognized what the bastard of a system was doing. By limiting the variety of goods that Vase could obtain with ascension points, he would be forced to come back again and again in order to obtain the items or enlightenment fruits that he needed. Due to this, Vase would not only have to interact with the system on a more regular basis, but also build up a form of dependence on it as he hoped that each time he would be met with particularly valuable goods on offer. As much as he hated this annoying method of producing artificial scarcity, he felt that the benefits outweighed the downsides. Although Vase no longer had the convenience of absorbing every skill or sub-skill at his choosing, being able to obtain an actual physical fruit that he could take out of the system space more than compensated for this shortcoming. The actual worth of this amazing new benefit depended on what kind of knowledge the enlightenment fruits imparted. He strode forward and patiently scanned a couple of dozen different enlightenment fruits. It turned out that they were quite varied in what they had to offer. Random mechanical engineering sub-skill price. 1 ascension point provides a sub-skill or increase in knowledge and proficiency in a sub-skill related to mechanical engineering. Requirements. Intelligence must be 1.2 or higher. Atari EMSIS High Momentum Maneuvering Systems price. 185 Ascension Points imparts theories and applications derived from the signature technology of the Auteri-Emsis race. The maneuvering systems developed by the Auteri-Emsis race utilizes non-standard principles to enable vehicles to move and change direction faster when their mass is higher, but only at the cost of extreme energy consumption. Requirements: Intelligence must be 1.8 or higher. Physics skill must be master level or higher. Propulsion must be master level or higher. Metallurgy must be senior level or higher. Mathematics must be Master Anos KDV's Plasma Lance Principles. Price: 32 Ascension Points imparts specific theoretical principles related to the Plasma Lance system developed by Master Anos KDV. Plasma lances designed according to Master KDV's principles are highly compact and considerably powerful, but can only be built by using a narrow range of exotics. Requirements: Intelligence must be 2.5 or higher. Physics skill must be senior level or higher. Mathematics must be senior level or higher. Materials science must be. Much to his relief, the tree of possibilities still offered plenty of skills and sub-skills related to mech design. The system had not phased them out after its latest upgrade but retained them in the form of enlightenment fruits. There is even alien knowledge. This was new. Previously, the skill tree only offered knowledge related to mech design that humanity had mastered and converted into its own theoretical frameworks. Now, enlightenment fruits such as the one related to the Auteri-Emsis race could drastically increase his versatility and range of capabilities in mech design. Just like how mastering luminaire crystal technology allowed Vase to design considerably stronger ranged mechs, other elements of alien technology could provide a significant boost to his other products. The only painful part about these alien fruits was that they cost a lot of ascension points in order to redeem. While Vase was able to surmise from their descriptions that all of these expensive alien fruits allowed him to instantly understand all kinds of powerful signature technologies of other races, it took a lot of labor in order to earn so many ascension points. I need to design 185 mechs in order to redeem that alien fruit related to high momentum maneuvering systems. There was no way that he could do this in a reasonable time frame, especially since the system had always maintained strict standards on what was valid. Vase became increasingly more convinced that the system actually prepared other, more faster methods to earn ascension points. I hope I will be able to get in touch with these new methods soon. As he studied the fruits, Vase noticed that most of the fruits related to mech design were silver in color. They dominated at least half of the branches of the tree of possibilities. The other enlightenment fruits came in various different colors. Many of them were green, but Vase also spotted other random colors such as blue or black. Modu Cult Maiden Scripture. Price: 2 Ascension Points imparts the complete scripture of the Modu cult that purportedly allows humans to become immortal. No practitioner has ever succeeded in becoming immortal, but females have been able to maintain bodies at a smooth and supple state for many years, hence the formula became known as the Maiden Scripture. Requirements: Female. Spirituality must be 0.1 or higher. Endurance must be 0.6 or higher. Must have affinity for water-related attributes. Admir Guardian Mantra. Price: 299 Ascension Points imparts the complete mantra that enables talented individuals to cultivate their physical, mental and spiritual attributes. The mantra mainly centers around increasing the defenses of its practitioner, allowing them to withstand many attacks the more they practice its contents. Those who practice this mantra to the fullest will turn into gods that cannot be moved and are nearly impossible to break. The Admir Guardian Mantra can only be fully practiced by humans that possess specific genes as well as biological modifications and have not practiced any other cultivation techniques. This enlightenment fruit allows an individual to ignore these conditions. Requirements: Spirituality must be 0.4 or higher. Strength must be 1.4 or higher. Endurance must be 1.4 or higher. Must have affinity for earth, defense or mass. Staff of Whipstitch design. Price: 7 Ascension Points imparts the complete design of the Staff of Whipstitch. This ceremonial weapon allows its wielder to channel nature-attributed spiritual energy in a more concentrated form, enhancing the effectiveness of any related techniques by as much as 65%. The design of the Staff of Whipstitch is flawed and slowly causes its wielder to accumulate harmful poison. Requirements: Spirituality must be 1.2 or higher. Must have affinity for nature or poison. Now that is more like it. Vase grinned. Though the knowledge imparted by these enlightenment fruits was awfully random, they presented him with a whole new range of possibilities. This is one of the main reasons why I went for spiritual ascension. Vase had the impression that he had secretly managed to slip inside one of the hidden libraries of the Five Scrolls Compact. Although he could only sneak in periodically to steal a handful of books at a time, this was already a massive improvement compared to before. I will definitely make good use of the Tree of Possibilities. Vase had long grown frustrated by the lack of progress in developing new and useful spiritual applications. Though his Tea Institute did good work, he and Director Pesca Aduk were amateurs compared to the core members and leaders of the Five Scrolls Compact. Now that Vase was essentially able to obtain much of the secrets in the hands of the Compact through the Tree of Possibilities, he and his fellow spiritual engineers would be able to make much more progress than before. This is truly a Tree of Possibilities. Chapter 4186 Origin of Fruits. Vase examined the Enlightenment fruits closely. He not only paid attention to their benefits, but also noted their requirements, their origins and how they might augment his development. A lot of the more expensive Enlightenment fruits truly aroused his desires. Although he never heard of any of these powers or the groups that apparently created them, he did not doubt the system's accuracy when it came to supplying information. There are actually a lot of hidden cults in human space. From the looks of it, these cults are more than scam operations. He had already noticed these details back at the Divine Bazaar, but now that he encountered similar mentions of organizations that developed the capability to harness metaphysical power, he became convinced that there was a large hidden community in human space. The big question is how these cults are related to the biggest of them all. Are they formal subsidiaries of the Five Scrolls Compact or are they completely independent from the Outlaws? Vase did not think that most of these weird-sounding cults could escape the reach of the Five Scrolls Compact. The Big Daddy was simply too dominant in this arena. The enormous storm unleashed by the Crown Uprising was a clear indication that the Compact influence was able to reach every corner of human civilization. As such, Vase assumed that these cults were either formal splinter organizations of the Five Scrolls Compact or founded by former members who escaped the deranged organization and went into exile. Either of these possibilities could be true. A former behemoth like the Five Scrolls Compact was so big and expansive that managing its entire organization across hundreds of thousands of light years was extremely complicated. It became a lot simpler to keep everything organized by splitting off the bottom level and allowing the underlings to take care of themselves. Vase had already encountered plenty of these splinter organizations in the past. He noted that while their connection to the Compact was rather faint, they often managed to master at least one weird method. Exiles and fugitives probably comprised another group of hidden spiritual practitioners in human space. Vase had figured out that his mother likely originated from one, which technically meant that he himself fell into this category as well. The problem was that unlike the members of formal splinter organizations, those that had either fled or been kicked out of the Compact had no chance of gaining access to the Grand Cult's library. This was a serious flaw and one that should have limited Vase's ability to develop his spiritual engineering. That is no longer the case. He grinned. As he looked up at the Tree of Possibilities, he could essentially pluck any of the fruits that all of those different cults had developed or obtained at great cost. Many of these methods, techniques, manuals and so on were most likely extremely rare and only accessible to a small gathering of people located in a hidden corner of human space. It would have been impossible for Vase to seek out any of these obscure cults. They were so well hidden and so entrenched in their local regions that perhaps not even the MTA was able to sniff out their presence. The only comparable scripture that Vase had managed to get in touch with was the strange annals of Terra Vita that the Aduk family held for many centuries. Aside from that, Vase had no chance of getting in touch with any other ancient scrolls or books unless he invested a disproportionate amount of manpower and resources into hunting down each and every cult or group of exiles. This is too impractical. Vase only managed to come across the Aduks because the transhumanist faction literally shoved them onto his lap. Where was he supposed to get into contact with other cults and remnants? The evolution of the system solved all of his concerns. Even though it limited itself by growing just a couple of hundred of enlightenment fruits at a time, the secrets locked inside of them could easily be obtained as long as Vase was willing to fork over his ascension points. Of course, it's not so easy to earn these ascension points. As the system had leveled up, so had its standards. Vase could not mindlessly order the design department to start 100 design projects at once and only briefly spend his time on each of them in order to make them alive. No, the system clearly stated that Vase had to put real effort into their design. At the very least, the Mech had to embody his vision and design choices in order to earn him an ascension point, and that meant he had to invest a lot of time in the design lab. I can't earn ascension points quickly enough. The enlightenment fruits that cost a couple of points to a dozen or so points were all reasonably priced in his eyes. Though the knowledge and benefits they provided did not sound too extravagant, Vase did not truly mind that at this point. He had been fumbling around in ignorance for his entire career. If he wanted to make his work more structured and systematic, then he needed to strengthen his foundation by learning the basics. Vase already had his eye on the enlightenment fruits that contained the essence of different foundational manuals and scriptures. Each of them possessed a ton of introductory and foundational reading material that would doubtlessly be able to fill up all of his holes in his theories related to spiritual engineering. He momentarily frowned as he recalled a warning. My mother told me that it's best not to come into contact with existing knowledge about spirituality. She had always refused to teach him anything, and that had always frustrated him. Now that he gained a better channel to obtain these secrets, he wondered whether he would be making a mistake by partaking in these enlightenment fruits. Nah. Vase did not think there was any problem in gathering information. To him, spiritual engineering was similar to mech design. They were both creative as well as scientific disciplines with similar approaches. Vase had managed to develop his own distinct design philosophy when he rose up as a mech designer. He studied many textbooks and acquired even more knowledge through the system's skill tree, but he had never been at serious risk of losing his way due to getting exposed to other shiny tech or theories. I'm already a journeyman mech designer. I know how to manage my learning. I already developed a philosophy for my spiritual engineering work as well. There shouldn't be any harm in coming into contact with other philosophies or theoretical frameworks. Even if they are more advanced than I have ever come into contact with before, I will just use that to supplement my own spiritual engineering style. He believed that there were two reasons why his mother didn't want to teach him anything. First, she had probably pledged an oath or signed a pact that prohibited her from divulging the secret knowledge that she had learned. Second, she was probably afraid that Vase would learn a powerful cult or group's exclusive secret method. If he started to sell mechs across human space that blatantly contained elements that originated from an old but dangerous organization, then he would definitely attract a lot of trouble. While the first possible reason did not really concern him in the slightest, the second one still sounded worrisome to his current situation. Vase had interacted with the system long enough to know that it never bothered with any nonsense. If it mentioned the name of a creator or organization that developed a specific method, then it was surely relevant to his own decision-making. He took another glance at one of the most expensive and presumably the most powerful enlightenment fruits that the Tree of Possibilities had to offer. Admir Guardian Mantra. Price: 299 Ascension Points. This so-called mantra was so powerful that only a select few people were able to make use of it to begin with. As long as the individuals in question met all of the hefty requirements, they could supposedly practice it until they became as powerful as a god. There were a lot of frightening implications to the Admir Guardian Mantra. Vase was certain that there were definitely people who practiced it to the fullest, and each of them were probably as powerful as ace pilots at the very least. If any of these powerhouses noticed that a random mech designer in the Red Ocean had started making use of their precious heritage, then they would definitely come and demolish the thief. Damn it. While there was a chance that the organization behind a specific method had already fallen, Vase could not take the risk to make blatant use of other people's work in his own products. He needed to be more careful and make sure to retain his own style and methods while absorbing foreign study materials. Did this mean that Vase would have to refrain from absorbing any of the new enlightenment fruits? Hell no. If he wanted to speed up his progress in developing his spiritual engineering capabilities, then learning from others was unavoidable. I just need to be more sneaky about it. Vase rubbed his imaginary smooth-shaven chin. It's a good thing that I happen to have a lot of practice in corrupting and bastardizing other people's work. His spiritual networks and his luminaire crystal weapons stood out as two prominent examples. Before he left this site and continued his journey to the top of the mountain, he took one last look at the different fruits. One of the complications that Vase felt bothered by was how most of them were actually incompatible with his domain. His spirituality mainly centered around life and mechs. This meant that he was unable to make full use of the Enlightenment fruits that were aligned to different attributes or elements. Does this mean that most of these fruits are useless to me? Vase frowned in puzzlement. However, he soon recalled the instance where Gaia came into contact with the annals of Terra Vita. Whereas Vase was unable to derive anything useful out of this secret scroll, Gaia, whose spiritual attributes matched extremely well with the contents, had completely devoured the annals to the point where it had crumbled into dust. This incident showed Vase that it was still possible for him to make good use of all of the enlightenment fruits. Perhaps this is also the reason why I can bring these fruits into reality. The system already anticipated this need and made it possible for him to share his bounty with others. For example, Vase could easily exchange the enlightenment fruit that contained Modu cult made in scripture by exchanging just 2 ascension points. All he needed to do after that was find a spiritually active woman within his clan that developed an affinity for water. Such a person would be able to make full use of this cultivation technique to develop her water domain even further. That isn't my only option. Vase could also feed the enlightenment fruit to a design spirit. Whether he fed it to an existing one like the Phase King or made a brand new one with an aquatic theme, as long as the spiritual attributes, compatibility shouldn't be a major problem. I can also take this even further. Why feed his enlightenment fruits to others when he could keep them for himself? Vase still had a way of absorbing ones that centered around different attributes. The only thing Vase needed to do was create more incarnations of himself that possessed different domains. I already have Blinky and Vulcan. Both of their domains are significantly different from mine. The Spiritual Ascension upgrade track already mentioned that it is able to help me create more incarnations. I wonder how many different versions of myself I can make if that's the case. This was definitely a crazy idea. Chapter 4187 Spending Strategy. Just as Vase imagined himself building up an entire collective of spiritual incarnations that were aligned to every major spiritual attribute in existence, he quickly reassured his common sense. It costs way too much ascension points to feed them all with enlightenment fruits and develop them all. More incarnations is not always better. There was always a price, and incarnations required a lot of support in order to further their development. In his case, Blinky was alright since the cat was a companion spirit that grew at the same pace as Vase himself. Vulcan on the other hand was more detached and needed the support of the entire Creation Association to develop itself up to its present state. If Vase created a dozen more incarnations of himself, did he truly have to create a dozen different associations in order to supply them with the sustenance they needed in order to grow? That's way too exaggerated. Vase was quite familiar with the problem of trying to spread himself too much. He had to budget his time carefully when he engaged in mech design. He wanted to be good at everything, but the reality was that he could not do so unless he was willing to become mediocre in all fields. That was why he had chosen to major in spiritual engineering and minor in luminaire crystal technology. Though he always had the option to add another specialty to his repertoire, he simply did not have the time and energy to do so. He already struggled to make time in order to learn a few basic principles about phase water technology. Given all of these constraints, it sounded extremely unwise for him to overreach in terms of mastering every single major spiritual domain. If it was difficult for Vase to earn more ascension points, then he shouldn't be too eager to supply too many enlightenment fruits to other people or entities. While there were plenty of design spirits that could make good use of the knowledge imparted by these precious fruits, Vase would have to work himself to death to maximize their development. This isn't necessary. Vase shook his head. Every design spirit was doing fine in their own way. Some might not be growing as fast as others, but each of them naturally grew more capable over time. Their main use to Vase was to provide additional support to his mech designs. Design spirits such as the Solemn Guardian and Bravo didn't need to be too competent in order for them to do their jobs. Lending their domains was already enough to make them useful. If Vase wanted to accelerate the development of his design spirits, then he needed to be more purposeful and selective about his moves. I need to formulate a specific strategy that will help me obtain the maximum possible results while spending as little as possible. Certain design spirits were more important than others. The Golden Cat was a good example. She served as the spiritual heart of the Larkinson clan. Making her stronger was equivalent to making every Larkinson stronger. What about Helena? Helena was his sister and also deserved attention. However, Vase distinctly remembered her mentioning that she was taking lessons from their mother. Each time she showed up in his presence, she appeared stronger and more in control of her abilities than before. She hardly needed any further help, especially considering that he had already gifted her with the Death Lotus. Lufa is a more interesting candidate. The Angel of Tranquility was a strategically important design spirit for multiple reasons. Not only was Vase able to leverage his domain to facilitate breakthroughs, the design spirit also provided powerful protection against all kinds of scary spiritual threats. Seeing how many different cults existed throughout human civilization and how many wacky powers they developed over the years, it became a lot more important to develop a specific counter to all of them. Lufa's glow perfectly neutralized most of these weird effects. Aside from that, the Illustrious One is also a good candidate. The Illustrious One played a vital role in helping Vase harness Luminaire crystal technology to a greater degree. There were a lot of secrets and untapped potential in this tech, but his progress in deciphering it had been slow despite the fact that he had access to the MTA's complete research related to this subject. The Illustrious One was fairly powerful as a design spirit, but his inherited knowledge and his abilities weren't particularly sophisticated. Vase could remedy much of this by supplying the alien spiritual entity with enlightenment fruits that provided valuable comprehension on concepts such as light and energy. Doing all of this would help Vase develop better and stronger Luminaire crystal weapons. This would not only help his troops fight against ordinary opponents, but also give them an edge against spiritual threats. As Vase continued to go over his other design spirits, he concluded that helping them was not an urgent matter. It was still a good idea to reward loyal and helpful design spirits with an enlightenment fruit every now and then. Entities such as xianxia had always been good to him, so it was only natural to reciprocate their dedication with gifts. I can't be too extravagant, though. I need to budget my spending carefully. The tentative new development strategy he came up with sounded like a good idea. By focusing his limited resources on cultivating Goldie, Lufa and the Illustrious One, he could quickly strengthen his forces and become more secure in his own position. Vase already eyed a couple of enlightenment fruits that fit this strategy. I only have 34 ascension points, though, he winced. It would take a long time to supply each of those design spirits with enough enlightenment fruits to supercharge their development. What was even more troublesome was that Vase also had to take care of his own needs. It was impossible for him to give up on investing in himself because he wanted to strengthen his design spirits. He still understood that he needed to be strong first before he could take care of others. Oh, I also can't forget about my kids as well. Marvane was still an innocent little kid, but Vase hoped that his oldest son would take up the family tradition and become a mech designer. His other children were also spiritually potent. Each of them possessed the potential to practice any of the special methods provided that they met the requirements. Vase grew more and more burdened at the thought of how many people he needed to support in the coming decades. Maybe the tree of possibilities is not such a great thing at all. At least it was a lot harder for me to share the benefits of the systems with the old version of the skill tree. He suddenly felt it was pointless to think further about all of the ways he could make good use of the enlightenment fruits. With only 34 ascension points in his possession, he could only afford a couple of basic fruits. The prices are too high. When he resumed his journey, he climbed up until he reached a different area that was dominated by a stone hall. When Vase passed through the main gate, the system provided an explanation as usual. The mission hall is the central location where you can accept new missions or review current missions. You can earn ascension points and other rewards depending on their nature. You can accept as many missions as you wish, but make certain that you can complete them within their time limits. The available missions refresh periodically if they remain untouched for an extended period of time. I see. Vase approached a large old-fashioned notice board. Only a dozen different pieces of paper had been pinned on the surface. He surmised that each of them conveyed a different mission. Let's see what this is all about. Design Dual Champion Mission. Design Dual Champion Difficulty. A rank prerequisites. Journeyman Mech Designer description: a formidable and resilient mech designer must prove his ability to work under pressure and overcome the competition. Defeat 5 different unfamiliar but competent journeyman mech designers in fair and equal mech duels. Each competing journeyman must be older than you and be able to design the same class of mechs. The stronger the opposing journeyman, the greater your evaluation. You will fail this mission if you lose a single design duel. Reward: 30 ascension points. Time limit: 1 standard year. Penalty for failure: remove a random sub-skill. Blood Baptism Mission. Blood Baptism Difficulty: B rank prerequisites, spirituality must be 2.1 or higher. Description: struggle is inevitable in your journey to ascend to godhood. If you wish to become a war god, then shedding blood must become second nature. Seek out and slaughter 100 sentient alien beings of different species with your own power. Shed their blood and bathe in it to baptize yourself with the life essence of the defeated. The stronger the aliens and the more they are able to fight back when you duel against them, the greater your evaluation. Reward: 50 ascension points. Time limit: 2 standard years. Penalty for failure: lower your spirituality by 5. What the hell? A few of the missions looked normal enough. Vase was pretty certain that he could manage to engage in a design duel against 5 journeyman mech designers within a year. It was a shame that the time to commence the Trailblazer expedition had drawn close. Vase would have to move extremely quickly if he wanted to complete this design duel champion mission. Vase was tempted to accept it right regardless of his lack of time. It was easy enough to find 5 random suckers in the mech industry and duel against them in return for remuneration. However, random duels against mediocre journeymen might not satisfy the system. It would go against the spirit of the mission if he dueled against the weakest and most boring journeyman. I'll think about this later. Compared to this design-related mission, the ones that were clearly related to his chosen upgrade track were much weirder. This blood baptism mission was a typical example of that. Vase could not imagine why he would ever want to hunt down 100 different sentient aliens in order to bathe in their blood. The system was crazy for encouraging him to engage in barbarism. That said, the mission board also offered other ways to earn ascension points. Patience is a virtue mission. Patience is a virtue difficulty. D rank prerequisites. Spirituality must be 1 or higher. Description: spiritual ascension can be attained through many means. Meditate for 4 standard hours every day. You will fail this mission if you do not satisfy this requirement even once. Reward: 10,000 ascension points. Time limit: 50 standard years. Penalty for failure: none. What kind of ridiculous mission is this? Throw away 4 precious hours every day for 50 years straight. I would rather butcher 100 different aliens and drench myself in their blood. At least I'll be able to complete that mission in a reasonable time frame. While the mission board was fairly praiseworthy for providing Vase with different means to earn ascension points, not every mission was viable or practical in his eyes. It was impossible for Vase to accept this latest mission even though the risks were virtually zero. Not only did he have the patience to wait half a century to receive his reward, the price of losing 4 hours which he could have spent on productive activity was too great. Vase could easily devote 4 hours of every day into designing mechs, allowing him to complete his design projects faster and thereby earn more ascension points as a result. While earning a single ascension point at a time was not as satisfying as earning 10,000 ascension points at a time, he at least did not need to wait until his kids had reached middle age in order to spend his rewards. This mission hall is too demanding. Chapter 4188 Manipulation of Time. The mission hall was ultimately a great addition to the system. Before, Vase had no ability to accept missions on his own accord. He had to wait for the system to serve him with one. As a result, years could go by before he could gain another mission. Now, if Vase wanted to earn ascension points and possibly other rewards, he merely had to enter this new hall and browse from a dozen available missions. Just like with the Divine Bazaar and the Tree of Possibilities, the missions offered by the mission hall periodically refreshed if Vase had left them alone for too long. This meant that Vase had to make sure to visit this place on a regular basis in order to keep his eye out on any easy or exceptionally lucrative missions. Vase had a feeling that the system was unlikely to give him an easy way to earn buckets of ascension points. Each AP was precious. The purchasing power of an ascension point was much higher than a design point, but they were also a lot harder to earn as a result. While Vase appreciated the fact that he did not necessarily have to spend all of his time on designing mechs to earn ascension points, he did not like the way these missions forced him to engage in weird and maybe dangerous activities. It's as if the system is pushing me onto a specific path. Clearly, the system took spiritual ascension a lot more seriously than Vase thought. Many of the missions looked as if they solely existed to direct him into developing into different gods. This is all nonsense. Vase was Vase. He did not aspire to become a war god, a patience god, a flower god or a comedy god. He just wanted to become a star designer. He felt increasingly more repulsed at what these missions might lead him to. The last thing he wanted to do was to go astray and lose his passion for designing mechs. He didn't even know why the system offered him all of these different ways of developing and growing different domains when he had already set his own path. Wait, what if I don't have to complete these missions in person? What if I can let my incarnations complete them in my stead? His eyes lit up. The mission hall made a lot more sense after he made this realization. Certainly, there was no way that Vase would dedicate 4 scarce and valuable hours to sitting around doing nothing in the name of meditation, but so what? Vase could just create a more peaceful and boring version of himself as an incarnation to work on the Patience is a Virtue mission for 50 straight years. Of course, He also reminded himself that he needed to be able to make the incarnations in order for him to adopt his approach. If the cost or difficulty of making new incarnations was too great, then Vase would probably have to complete the missions himself. The burden on himself would be much higher if that was the case. It's too bad that there aren't that many missions in this mission hall. The large board only presented a dozen different missions, which made it difficult for Vase to pick an optimal one that he could easily complete. Nonetheless, Vase was relatively happy that he gained this possibility in the first place. He became a lot more confident in his ability to earn a lot more ascension points. While it might not be possible for him to earn more than half a dozen ascension points per design round, he could earn 20 or 30 AP at a time by completing a single mission in the same time period. Vase also noticed that the more difficult missions rewarded him with more AP. This meant that if he became stronger and more capable in the future, it was not impossible for him to earn hundreds of AP per year. Well, it will take a long time before I can reach that point. Overall, Vase was quite happy with the mission hall aside from the limited pool of missions available at any time. The mission hall did not offer anything else to him aside from a chance to review his current missions. He quickly checked out the list to confirm he still had to complete the ones that he accepted in the past. 4 supply missions and 1 upgrade mission. Damn, I should really find an opportunity to design an amphibian mech. He exited the mission hall a moment later and continued his journey to the top. There weren't a lot of places left for him to visit. His next stop was a large but ancient-looking workshop structure. The workshop of creation is where you can design and make different mechs and items. You are only allowed to produce with objects and materials that are stored in the Vault of Eternity. Currently, the Workshop of Creation has granted you access to a set of second-class production equipment. You can upgrade this equipment by spending ascension points. You will need to pay 1 ascension point to make use of the Workshop of Creation for 24 standard hours. This was the system's replacement of the old designer module that Vase had never really utilized. Initially, Vase did not look impressed by what he learned. Though the workshop looked impressive and allowed him to produce a useful item even if he did not have access to a production site in reality, the cost of working in this place was far too high. 1 ascension point just to use the Workshop of Creation for 24 hours is too much. It took months of design work to complete a decent mech design project. Why should Vase invest all of that hard work to spend a single day in this imaginary workshop? He couldn't even work with all of the materials he had on hand. Vase was only limited to working with the stuff he was able to store in the Vault of Eternity. Right now, that included his useless system com, his outdated Amastendira and his newly gained Black Demon Steel. Perhaps he might want to experiment with integrating a chunk of Black Demon Steel into the Amastendira, but he might as well do that in reality where he could access his own workshop for free. It only makes sense to pay for the right to use the Workshop of Creation if I'm stuck in a prison cell or a primitive planet. He truly did not see why he should value the Workshop of Creation except if he ended up in an emergency. Even then, he was heavily limited to what he could make since he could not import any materials from the material realm unless he inventorized an entire object. Wait, how much time passes while I am working in the Workshop of Creation? The answer was nothing. The system had already told him that time would no longer pass in reality while he was interacting with it in this fashion. He would have to confirm this later after he exited the system space and looked up the time logs, but he was pretty certain that this was truly the case. If time truly freezes for me in reality, then the Workshop of Creation is actually worth a lot more than I thought. His eyes lit up as he imagined the possibilities. He didn't realize it until now, but allowing him to spend a lot of time in this system space without worrying about time passing by in reality was an amazing benefit. Time had always been his scarcest resource. Even as he grew wealthier and more powerful over time, he was still subject to the same time constraints as any other mech designer. The opportunity to spend just 1 single ascension point to gain 24 hours of time was incredibly precious if he could spend it well. One potential way to take advantage of the Workshop of Creation was to use it to buy additional design time when he was competing in a mech design contest. Of course, Vase would never do something so dishonorable. He was a mech designer who loved and respected his profession. If he competed in a design contest under fair conditions, then it would be incredibly despicable for him to enjoy days' worth of extra design time. In any case, there are many more ways I can make good use of the Workshop of Creation. Vase smirked. This is especially the case when my ability to earn ascension points has skyrocketed. Not even master mech designers or star designers could buy more time for their work. Vase was different, and that granted him an incomparable advantage over the rest. He spent a bit more time exploring the workshop of creation. He found out that this was the place where he could manage his superpublish option. He also discovered that he could call up nearly any second-class production equipment. Their conditions were perfect and flawless and would not get worn out through use. This meant that the production circumstances in this area were much more controllable than in reality. My chances of fabricating a masterwork mech should be a lot higher if this is the case. One of the most important determinants of reaching exceptional levels of quality was the ability to produce exquisite parts with as few flaws as possible. Better production machines that were able to maintain consistent output allowed people like Vase to worry less about their equipment growing wobbly over time. This enabled him to focus more attention on what truly mattered, thereby allowing him to improve the quality of his output. Overall, the workshop of creation definitely had its uses, but Vase could only make selective use of its facilities. There weren't many instances where he was able to justify the expense of paying 1 ascension point for 24 hours of access. He could spend his AP on many other useful benefits from the system. This workshop is a playground for the rich. Once he finished exploring the workshop of creation, he left and resumed his journey once again. At this point, he saw that the top was not far away. There was only one additional stop left before he reached his final destination. He encountered another gate as he climbed up. This gate was different from the one that led into the Vault of Eternity because it was just resting on open terrain. What is this? The Time Gate is the portal which you can enter in order to start a new mastery session by temporarily occupying the mind of a mech pilot in the past. You may pay 20 ascension points in order to start a completely random mastery session. You may pay 5 additional ascension points each time you wish to lock in a specific parameter such as time period, location and mech type. The Time Gate can only be used once per standard year. Whoa! On one hand, Vase was happy that the system added the Time Gate. Compared to before, he had much more control over the mastery experiences he wanted to start. On the other hand, the price to start a single session was much higher than before. A completely random mastery session cost him 20 whopping ascension points, and the chances were great that he wouldn't gain anything useful because he ended up in the mind of a low-level mech pilot. Still, it's worth it if time is still frozen for me in reality. The Time Gate reminded him of the first upgrade track that the system had presented to him. He had no doubt that the Time Gate would have been a lot more generous and elaborate if he chose to focus the system's improvements on this aspect. Unfortunately, his choices were limited and he opted for a more controllable and fitting upgrade track for the system. Vase did not regret his decision at all, even though he felt it was a shame that he was left with a more barebones version of the Time Gate. Oh well, it's not as if it is important for me to mess about with history. I already have plenty to do in the present. Chapter 4189 The Summit of the Mountain. So far, the Mech Designer System 2.0 truly did not disappoint. Vase became increasingly convinced that the long and excruciating wait for the system to reappear was more than worth it. All the changes and additions that the fragment of the metal scroll had enacted during this period comprehensively upgraded each and every function that he had utilized before. It made him feel as if the system had been listening to his feedback all the time and completely addressed all of the points of critique in a massive update. This is good customer service. A part of Vase found that to be strange, as he was not accustomed to seeing the system as an existence that was attentive to the needs of its users. His impression of the system had always been that it was an aloof, rigid program that strictly executed its instructions without leaving any room for flexibility. In a way, Vase found that to be reassuring. The more inflexible the system, the less initiative it possessed. The less initiative it possessed, the lower the chance that it could actively hatch its own schemes. Now that Vase could see that the system was not only adept at marketing, but could make far-reaching changes in order to meet his needs, he became quite scared at what else it may be able to do within its power. The system was already attached to him. Vase had no idea how he could even get rid of it other than asking nicely. That was bad. He was always aware that the system most likely had the power to kill him or deprive him of power whenever it wished. Vase just didn't think about it most of the time. In order to preserve his sanity, his mood and his sense of security, he simply pretended that the system was merely a tool that only existed to serve its users. Holding this attitude was better than the alternative. However, Vase found it difficult to maintain this sentiment when he saw that every part about the new version of the system became so much more useful to him. While the cost of utilizing the new functions had also grown, all of it looked fair as he could obtain way more value with his ascension points. The new and powerful possibilities opened up by the system directly wiped out his earlier determination to no longer become dependent on its features. Vase would be a fool to neglect all of the fantastic goodies that he could obtain from the Divine Bazaar and the Tree of Possibilities. It didn't even matter to him that most of the items and knowledge provided by the new channels either came from or were derived from the Five Scrolls Compact. Just like how Vase accepted goodies from the MTA in order to progress his mech design capabilities, he was willing to treat the Compact in the same fashion in order to advance his spiritual engineering. He completely disregarded any taboos and prohibitions attached to the new spirituality-related goods. It did not matter to him whether any of the stuff were the treasured heirlooms or sacred traditions of any cults. To him, they were just materials that could finally allow him to expand his spiritual engineering into a proper discipline. As long as he worked sneakily enough, he doubted that any of these hidden cults and fringe organizations would realize that he had taken advantage of their hard work. The only painful part is that I don't have enough ascension points to satisfy all of my needs. He took one last look at the time gate. It could have been so much greater if Vase selected a different upgrade track, and probably cheaper as well. Whether it was worth it to pay a minimum of 20 ascension points to go on a trip that used to cost him only tens of thousands of design points in the past was still a question. Maybe I'll make use of you again once I have the ascension points to spare. He left the site and returned to the steps that continued to lead upwards. At this point, Vase could clearly see that he had almost reached the summit. As he took one step at a time, he could feel that the air became charged with energy. Familiar energy. The atmosphere became more pure and sacred as he neared the final step. The strangest part about all of this was that he did not feel as if he was approaching a brand new place. He felt as if he was returning to a familiar home. From the moment he could climb no higher, he beheld an expansive temple ground. Several massive white stone structures completely dominated the plateau. They were large and possessed an ancient aesthetic, which strongly contrasted against the modern metal architecture that people like Vase were accustomed to seeing. The sense of sacredness grew stronger as he looked at the largest and grandest temple structure. What was strange was that instead of feeling repulsed by the sight, Vase became drawn to it. He grew disturbed by this impulse. What had the system done to make him develop the compulsion to embrace this temple? He had a suspicion that he had finally come face to face with the primary edition of the new upgrade track. The system was truly being serious about spiritual ascension. As Vase stepped closer, he finally received a description of the new area. The sacred temple is your personal sanctum. It plays an indispensable role in your ascension to godhood. It is divided into 3 subsections. The Pantheon is where you can manage your divine incarnations. The Courtyard of Envoys is where your chosen envoys will reside until they are called. The Sacred Hearth houses and nourishes your divine cores. The system had dumped so much new and unexpected information on his lap that he didn't know where to begin. Sacred Temple, Pantheon, Courtyard of Envoys, Sacred Hearth. None of this sounded like it had anything to do with the original mech designer system. He seriously doubted that any mech designer had to work with similar structures in order to advance up the ranks. The new additions were solely related to the upgraded system's effort to help Vase ascend to godhood. It was at this moment that Vase recalled that the mech designer system was a shell built around a fragment of the metal scroll. Vase had long treated it as an aid to designing mechs, but the truth was that anything related to one of the 5 sacred scrolls definitely had more in store. It could be that helping its users ascend to godhood is its primary purpose and that designing mechs is just a sideshow. This was a disturbing thought if this was the case. The system had presented 7 different upgrade tracks to him, and only 1 or 2 of them explicitly claimed to help him transcend to a divine existence. How could the system be certain that he would have chosen spiritual ascension or personal piloting cultivation? Vase could have opted for mech pilot cultivation instead. He had actually set his mind on it due to how much it complemented his existing work. It wasn't until he talked to Gloriana that he changed his mind and decided to double down on spiritual engineering. Had the system schemed to give Vase the illusion of choice only for him to pick the option that he was meant to select in the end? A chill ran through his false body. Am I being set up to become a holy son? The more he looked at the sacred temples and their ancient architecture, the more he developed the impression that he was pulled into the orbit of the 5 Scrolls Compact against his will. The reason why he chose spiritual ascension was to supercharge his spiritual engineering capabilities. He did not sign up for the other crap that came with this choice. Ascending to godhood might cause other people to leap with joy, but Vase remained completely unimpressed by the possibility. He had already seen plenty of self-proclaimed gods to know that they were pretenders at best and complete farces at worst. Every god was merely a spiritual entity with delusions of grandeur. Their extensive detachment from mortality and reality caused them to develop false and distorted ideas. The extremely skewed nature of their spiritualities did not help either. They became overly biased towards their spiritual attributes and lost the ability to keep an open mind. This was concerning because Vase worried whether this progression track conflicted with his attempt to become a star designer. From what Vase had witnessed during his remarkable meeting with the polymath, a star designer shared many resemblances to powerful spiritual entities, but possessed a lot of distinctive traits that set them apart. Well, I won't be able to figure anything out by milling about. Let's see what this sacred temple has in store. He strode forward and entered the boundaries of the chosen courtyard. It was pretty much laid out like a town that surrounded the grander and more proper temple structures. Vase had the impression that he had entered an empty holiday resort. Though the entire place was empty and lifeless, he could easily imagine a crowd of tourists taking up residence in the bungalow-like houses. So what am I looking at, system? The chosen courtyard is the site where you can host and manage your chosen envoys. What is a chosen envoy? A chosen envoy is a powerful incorporeal existence that has completely and utterly submitted to you in exchange for longevity and the opportunity to serve you. When a chosen envoy is in your service, he or she can fight against your enemies or engage in productive activities depending on their capabilities. Each chosen envoy can supply you with a fixed income of ascension points depending on their strength and devotion towards you. They will remain attached to you unless you have chosen to dismiss them or you have met your downfall. Chosen envoys cannot survive after their bonds to their gods have been dissolved. What? This was completely new to Vase. It made the meaning of godhood more literal now that he actually gained the option to build up a collection of powerful supplicants. The entire setup of the new system space made a lot more sense all of a sudden. Vase realized that the reason why the system created this elaborate mountaintop was not to dress up its functions, but to provide an environment that multiple people could live in. This was why the space was so large and expensive. As Vase thought about the many implications of chosen envoys, he wondered what it would take to add one to his chosen courtyard. So how will I be able to recruit chosen envoys? Do I have to pay ascension points to pull someone to this place? The relationship between a divinity and a chosen envoy is sacred. Viable candidates must not only be spiritually powerful, but also willing and able to give up everything they have in life to serve you after death. They must sincerely be willing to commit the remainder of their existence to your cause. Vase frowned. This did not sound easy. He knew quite well how rare it was for people to be completely willing to become another person's slave or subordinate. However, the higher the requirements, the higher the benefits to retaining a chosen envoy. He was completely convinced that all of the trouble was worth the effort. After all, what was a god if he did not even have any angels or divine warriors at his side? What do you mean by viable candidates? Are expert pilots and ace pilots eligible to become chosen envoys? Expert pilots and ace pilots both meet the requirements to become chosen envoys. That was just what Vase wanted to hear. Of all of the spiritually powerful people that he was familiar with, he had the most interactions with expert pilots. His chances of converting one of them into his chosen envoys was the greatest if he kept his eye out for an opportunity to recruit the expert pilots under his command. Wait. Chosen envoys have to be dead, right? Chapter 4190 Divinity. One of the most important details about chosen envoys was that they could only be recruited from the dead. It was impossible for Vase to invite someone like Venerable Joshua to take up residence within his chosen courtyard. The expert pilot would have to die in order to assume his new position. This instantly made it a lot more difficult for Vase to fill up his chosen courtyard. The requirements for candidates to become viable were already extremely harsh. If Vase had to wait until they were on the verge of death or already deceased but not entirely gone, then he might have to wait for many years until he could recruit his first chosen envoy. The only way for him to increase the likelihood of recruiting chosen envoys was to repeatedly send them into battle and hope that they would perish. That was a completely unconscionable act. I guess I won't be able to recruit too many chosen envoys if that is the case. Though Vase was curious to learn how gaining a chosen envoy would benefit him and how many ascension points he stood to gain, it might take many years for the chosen courtyard to become occupied. This was fine for Vase. He already had plenty of other system functions to busy himself with. He never asked for this in the first place and did not see the need to change any of his plans to accommodate this new function. Perhaps the chosen courtyard might become a powerful weapon in his arsenal over time, but for now it seemed way too premature for him to put any emphasis on it. A lot of powerful people that he cared about had to die in order for Vase to start filling up the place, and that was not acceptable. Compared to the ephemeral benefits provided by chosen envoys, Vase would rather surround himself with living and breathing expert pilots. Alright, let's move on. This is probably the least important part of the sacred temple. If the chosen courtyard was the periphery, then the temple structures situated in the middle were undoubtedly the center they revolved around. From the moment Vase neared the first large structure, he became swept by several different sensations that tugged at his spirituality. That wasn't all. He not only experienced an attraction force that targeted him directly, but also became affected by two other attraction forces. The strange part was that these additional attraction forces did not affect him directly, but still disturbed him to a degree. It wasn't until he entered a space that was structured in a remarkably similar fashion to the Ascension Gallery of the Cat Nest that he understood the reason for these attraction forces. Only 3 large and tall statues were situated in the ornate and spacious hall. Each of the enormous figures exuded both power and sacredness that made Vase feel extremely weird. "Is that me?" Vase uttered in a bewildered tone. All of the statues were different versions of himself. The first marble-like statue depicted Vase wearing his unending alloy with a cape. This was his proudest guise. While he looked quite dashing in this form, the statue had all of the hallmarks of a religious icon. What was also special was that Vase felt an immediate connection and bond to it. The statue was like a totem but also more. Seeing a statue of himself was already weird enough. What was even more unusual was that the temple also hosted a representation of Blinky and Vulcan. He half expected Vulcan to show up since it was a formal incarnation that had the potential to become powerful on its own merits. What irked Vase quite a bit was that the system had chosen to present Vulcan in the guise of a dwarf rather than a standard human. "At least I look manlier with a stockier build and a bushy dark beard." Vulcan was anything but a wimp in this form. The third statue depicted Blinky. Vase did not expect his companion spirit to earn a separate place in this temple. After all, compared to Vulcan, who was much more detached from him, Blinky was literally a different personality in his own mind. Nonetheless, Blinky's spiritual makeup was different from that of Vase, and that might be the reason why the system treated them separately. So what am I looking at this time, system? The Pantheon is the central hall where you can manage the development of the divinities of yourself, your incarnations and subordinate gods. This location is also where your chosen envoys can supply you with ascension points through earnest worship. Oh, the Pantheon did not just look like a temple, but also functioned like one. This made this place a lot more important, especially if he managed to gather a few loyal chosen envoys. Vase spent a bit of time exploring the large structure. He found out that he couldn't do much for the moment. Aside from reviewing the basic properties of himself and his incarnations, his management authority only allowed him to perform a few actions such as cutting off his bond with his incarnations. The most important function of the Pantheon was that it clarified how Vase was able to add more incarnations to his collection. The Pantheon allows you to exchange a varying amount of ascension points to receive extensive assistance in creating a new incarnation of yourself. This process is subject to numerous limitations but will not produce any negative consequences. The cost of creating an incarnation with the help of the Pantheon is 1,000 ascension points, multiplied by 10 for each subsequent incarnation you wish to obtain. In order to successfully form an incarnation, you must be able to understand the essence of a different and distinct element or domain. Vase immediately winced when he heard that he would have to pay a whopping 1,000 AP at once in order to obtain a new incarnation. The price was actually quite reasonable considering what he could gain out of it. Though he could attempt to create a new incarnation of himself without relying on the system, he intuitively suspected that this may not be as simple as before. If the system charged so much ascension points to lend its assistance, then it was definitely not a ripoff. Since Vase was woefully short of ascension points right now, he did not put much further thought behind this benefit. He was not in a hurry to create any additional incarnations for the time being. Vulcan was already useful enough to him and he could rely on other people and design spirits to cover the responsibilities that he could not handle himself. As Vase continued to poke around in the Pantheon, he discovered that he couldn't do much else with it for the time being. The entire place was one of the grandest and most high-class sites in the system space, but it still looked awfully hollow to him due to the lack of people in development. However, he had a hunch that he had yet to approach the true core of the sacred temple. He needed to move even deeper in order to reach the hall that was arguably the most central location of the mountain summit. As he entered the final destination of his initial exploration, he came face to face with a faint ball of light that was calmly burning in the center. Vase didn't notice it too much when he was further away, but now that he had entered this sacred hall, he could clearly feel that this ball was of especially great significance to himself. The sacred hearth is the most important sanctum of the sacred temple. It is here where you will be able to prepare and condense your divine cores, the powerful essence that defines and shapes your godhood or godhoods. Vase looked gobsmacked. What is a divine core? What is a godhood? Your godhood is the form and expression of your divinity. A divine core is the most central and critical component of a true god, which is a divinity. Vase grew even more confused. He had the illusion that he had just barged into the ruined temple of the Five Scrolls Compact. He received so much nonsense that he didn't even know how to process all of this dubious information. Please slow down for a moment. What is a divinity, and what is a true god? A divinity is a classification of an existence that can be defined as a god. Each divinity is an energy life form that is so far removed from their mortal beginnings that they are no longer constrained by their former species. In your society, the divinities that you are most familiar with are star designers, god pilots and sword gods. They are not the only possible divinities that can emerge from humans. More general divinities that are not specialized are defined as true gods, and their existences are defined by their divine cores. I see. That clarified a lot. In fact, the information conveyed by this answer clarified a lot of uncertainties that Vase had accumulated in his mind. If the system's description and classification of these so-called divinities were accurate, then people who advanced far enough eventually became so powerful that they started to be treated as gods. This was strange to him because he did not typically worship star designers as literal gods. In fact, this was the prevailing trend within the mech industry. While it was quite normal for average mech designers to idolize and revere these peak mech designers, no one was ever forced to worship people such as the polymath as literal gods. There was probably a lot of weirdness going on that the system had not explained. Seeing as how it was uncharacteristically responsive to his questions, Vase asked another one in order to obtain as much clarification as possible. What separates divinities from those that have not reached this standard? True gods and those that have yet to become gods are divided by the strength and functionality of their divine cores. A pre-divinity phase divine core is weak and limited and can be divided into early stage, middle stage and late stage. A post-divinity phase divine core is much more powerful and has many uses. Such activated divine cores can be divided into low tier, middle tier, high tier and further tiers of strength and development. This sounded like a brand new power system to Vase. He suspected that it was likely the mainstream power system adopted by the Five Scrolls Compact. He took a closer look at the ball of light. The more he concentrated, the more he was able to glean details from it. Given what he had just learned, he was able to distinguish that the light ball actually consisted of 3 divine cores that were closely mashed together. This caused them to exist both separately but at the same time support each other. There was one divine core that probably corresponded to himself given that it was actually a virtual copy of his design seed. There was another divine core that apparently corresponded to Blinky. Then there was a larger divine core that was connected to Vulcan. Vase managed to figure out the stages of his 3 divine cores. If he was reading this correctly, his own divine core as well as that of Blinky were still in the early stage of the pre-divinity phase. What was notable was that Vulcan's divine core had probably reached the middle stage of the pre-divinity phase. This matches up to my own impressions. Vulcan had developed quickly since his birth. Since he was unbound by the constraints that Vase was subject to, the spiritual incarnation was able to grow like a rocket, especially after the Creation Association started to supply him with an increasing amount of spiritual feedback. If this trend continued, then Vulcan would probably be the first version of himself to reach the post-divinity phase. Vase decided to ask an important question. What is the difference between a pre-divinity humans and a post-divinity true god? There had to be a good reason to make such a distinction. Vase deeply wanted to know what set people who were comparable to star designers and god pilots apart from their lessers. Pre-divinity existences cannot attract and absorb the energy generated by the faith of sentient beings. Post-divinity true gods are able to do so and develop their divine cores further. Quote exclamation mark exclamation mark exclamation mark quote. Chapter 4191 Sacred Temple Vase was right to suspect that the sacred temple encapsulated the essence of the spiritual ascension upgrade track. The system literally created this place in order to help Vase, or at least an incarnation of himself, ascend to godhood. The revelation that so-called true gods were able to absorb faith energy in order to grow stronger was a massive revelation. It explained so much why exceptional individuals such as star designers and god pilots were so different from everyone else in human space. They were so powerful and developed their extraordinary natures to such a great extent that they were truly apart from normal humanity. Maybe the transition from a pre-divinity phase to a post-divinity phase is the common barrier that stops the vast majority of ace pilots and master mech designers from going a step further. Vase had the impression that true gods were life forms that managed to ascend to a post-divinity phase without specializing in any specific professions. This produced many differences as true gods weren't able to function like star designers and god pilots. Each of them stood at the same height, but they all excelled in different areas. So what use is this sacred hearth to me? Vase asked as his thoughts turned to his own development. As you prepare for your journey to ascend to godhood, you must lay the foundation step by building up your divine cores. Before you or an incarnation of yourself reaches divinity, your divine cores are weak and limited. The sacred hearth provides protection as well as limited support to your divine cores, allowing you to develop them with greater ease, but you must vigorously cultivate yourself as well as your incarnations in order to transcend your mortality. That sounded rather vague, but he guessed that the sacred hearth might actually provide a lot of help to him as he reached the later stages. Given how few star designers and ace pilots managed to make the critical leap, Vase could use all the help he could get to maximize his own chances of success. Wait a minute, Vase suddenly said, if true gods are a separate class of divinity from star designers, a single person shouldn't be able to become both. If this sacred hearth is helping me become a so-called true god, does that mean I will no longer be able to become a star designer? This was an extremely important question to Vase. The answer directly determined how much he would make use of the sacred temple and all of the more esoteric functions of the updated system. This is not the case, user. As a journeyman mech designer, you are able to progress to a star designer but not a true god unless you undergo drastic changes. However, your most direct incarnation Blinky is able to develop into a true god if he continues to develop according to his most fitting trajectory. I see. Vase relaxed. As long as the possibility to become a star designer still existed, he cared little about anything else. Hearing that it would actually be Blinky and potentially other incarnations that would be able to advance to true god in the future was nice, but not that interesting to him. Just because the system called them like that did not mean it was correct. Now that Vase had become exposed to a different and more general way of classifying the power of extraordinary individuals, he tried to recall how many people or entities he knew that had reached the post-divinity phase. If I take someone as powerful as the polymath as the standard, then I may have met a few existences that qualify. Though Vase had never been able to get in touch with his mother in person now that she had assumed the guise of the Oblivion Empress, he deeply suspected that she had become a true god. There is no way she can reign over the Nixian Gap and beat up all of those dark gods, if she isn't as powerful as the top enforcers of the Five Scrolls Compact. From what Vase had gathered from studying the descriptions at the Divine Bazaar and the Tree of Possibilities, he was pretty certain that the Compact had managed to cultivate quite a number of individuals whose strengths had reached the post-divinity phase. It was logical that Cynthia Larkinson had managed to grow to this point. If she was merely as strong as an ace pilot in spiritual terms, then she would have never been able to win all of the battles that Helena described. What Vase found curious was that the Superior Mother had yet to reach this phase. The incarnation was powerful in her own right, but was still too young and lacking to be worthy of the title of true god. The same applied to Helena, who admitted herself that she was not able to boast that she was a proper goddess of death. As far as Vase was concerned, none of his design spirits were qualified to call themselves true gods either. He knew for a fact that while they were able to harvest a lot of spiritual feedback, they were far too weak to harvest faith energy. There was one exception, though. Gaia is pretty powerful. Vase couldn't explain it. Though he may have gone overboard by investing all of the universal life energy contained within an entire vial of high-grade life-prolonging treatment serum in her creation, this was definitely not the only factor that could have transformed her into what he now recognized to be a true god. Even though Gaia was probably still in the process of transitioning to this state, last he noticed, Vase became increasingly convinced that he may have inadvertently created a true god by accident. This was because she was already able to get into contact with faith energy, which was one of the key factors that set true gods apart from weaker spiritual entities. I see. Vase wondered whether star designers and god pilots also became dependent on faith energy in order to advance further. On one hand, it didn't seem likely that this was the case, considering that the MTA was a secularist organization that never erected any churches centered around its greatest figures. On the other hand, the MTA did an awful lot to publicize its star designers and god pilots. Their biographies were widely available and they frequently showed up in the news. Given how many people looked up to both groups, star designers and god pilots managed to amass an enormous number of fans, many of which were so fanatical about them that their behavior was hardly distinguishable from that of incredibly devout believers. Ves's expression turned odd for a moment. Is the MTA a disguised church? This might actually be the case. Perhaps the Mechers were keeping everyone fooled in order to prevent humanity from going too crazy again. Well, I still have a long way to go before I can become a star designer, so there is not much reason for me to think about this matter. Vase needed to focus on his more immediate goals. All of this talk about godhood and divinities were way too far away to his current self. While he recognized that the spiritual ascension upgrade track was meant to give Vase additional help in advancing further, the entire premise of the sacred temple was to facilitate the growth of a true god. There was nothing about this place that could directly help him advance to star designer. If Vulcan is able to become a true god like Gaia, then that doesn't really help me all that much. He guessed. This was similar to how Cynthia's advancement to true god did not help the superior mother catch up. The reason why one did not automatically bring the other up to the same level was because there were lots of requirements to meet all of the conditions to transition to true god. Star designers needed to design incredible mechs that incorporated unheard of technological innovations. God pilots needed to be able to shed everything except their willpower and hope that what remained was enough to keep them alive. Neither of these two feats sounded easy. Only the most worthy individuals in their respective professions were able to succeed in reaching the post-divinity phase. Vase figured that becoming a true god was also as difficult. If this was not the case, then true gods would have flooded human space a long time ago, since they were not a new phenomenon. He suddenly came up with an interesting idea. If the sacred temple can help Blinky become a true god, does that mean that I can use my close relationship with my companion spirit to reduce the difficulty of becoming a star designer? This was a viable theory. Vase remembered that when Kedis advanced to Swords Master, she also advanced to Journeyman Mech Designer in the same time frame. Her double breakthrough was a legendary event. Vase realized that it was actually the first case where someone with a companion spirit had made a major breakthrough. This was important because the strength of the companion spirit often reflected the strength of the principal. Sharpie was not stronger than Kedis. Alexandria was no weaker than Gloriana. Blinky was roughly just as powerful as Vase. If this was the case, then accelerating Blinky's spiritual development with the help of the newly upgraded system might allow him to advance to Senior, Master and even Star Designer at a much faster rate. Vase suddenly made another important recollection. Is this how the polymath was able to break every record in the mech industry and become a star designer before she reached 100 years old? This didn't make any sense unless the polymath was able to obtain a companion spirit or make use of another clever loophole. As far as Vase could guess, the polymath chose to specialize in pure technology. She shouldn't have been able to create or obtain anything comparable to a companion spirit during her rise to power. She probably received her own opportunities. Vase concluded, every star designer experienced an exceptional life. Though the records mentioned a lot of details about their lives, Vase knew better than to believe the public accounts were complete. For example, the polymath's biography did not mention anything about possessing a fragment of the metal scroll. In any case, whether the polymath served as an example to Vase or not, he was convinced that nurturing Blinky into a true god might allow him to satisfy one of the most difficult requirements to become a star designer with greater ease. While Vase still needed to satisfy other requirements such as developing a fantastic innovation of creating an exceptional grand work, all of it would become a lot easier if his other self was already a true god with all of the power that entailed. Blinky, I'm counting on you to blaze a trail and help me become a star designer in the future. Moreau. Blinky appeared from Ves's head and looked confused. What the hell was a true god exactly, and how was he supposed to grow into one? He was just a spiritual cat that was formed out of a fragment of a dark god. Vase momentarily became confused as well, but quickly remembered what he had just seen during his journey to the summit of the mountain. Did you forget about all of those strange scriptures locked within the enlightenment fruits hanging from the tree of possibilities? Many of the more powerful ones all claim to be able to turn someone into a god. We just have to keep our eye out for a scripture that aligns with your spiritual attributes. Once we have obtained a compatible enlightenment fruit, you can eat it and know exactly what to do in order to advance to true God. Together with this sacred hearth, your ascent to godhood will be smooth sailing. Moreau, Blinky did not look as confident as Vase. Nothing should be this easy. Chapter 4192 Parallel Development. Vase completed his exploration of the new mech designer system. His overall impression was that its name was not that accurate anymore. While the system still offered plenty of ways to further his ability to design mechs, it gained an entirely new facet that almost completely overshadowed its older uses. The Divine Bazaar and the Tree of Possibilities were already outrageous enough. Both of them granted him a backdoor to all of the goods and secrets hoarded by the hidden cults that were apparently rife in human space. All of these scattered cults that may or may not have ties to the Five Scrolls Compact all possessed their unique advantages. Few people ever got in touch with these obscure cults, so it was impossible for Vase to learn about them, let alone hunt them down and compel them to cough up their secrets. With the new system upgrades, Vase did not need to take action and provoke a lot of powerful new enemies. He could conveniently obtain what he needed as long as he was willing to pay the necessary ascension points. The name of the new currency is a telling indicator of what the system is truly trying to accomplish. Vase surmised. At first, Vase was able to earn design points by designing mechs. Simple as that. Now, he was able to earn ascension points through multiple means. While he still retained the ability to earn points through designing mechs, he could also acquire them by completing strange missions and recruiting chosen envoys, whatever that exactly meant. Although the latter two methods sounded a lot different from designing mechs, Vase was able to see the common thread that connected all of them together. The point of doing all of this is to ascend to godhood. Vase concluded. Mech designers aspire to advance to star designer, which is in existence on the same level as a true god. Doing all of that other stuff, such as practicing a cultivation scripture or filling up my chosen courtyard with envoys, are all different roads that lead to the same destination. The purpose of the system is to help its user reach the post-divinity phase and beyond. This description did not necessarily fit the mech designer system, but completely sounded natural if it was related to the metal scroll. After Vase chose the spiritual ascension upgrade track, the system appeared to be encouraging him to adopt a specific development strategy, one born out of the fact that he possessed multiple incarnations. Vase could still work towards becoming a star designer as usual, but his incarnations were both capable of evolving into true gods. The fact that Blinky and Vulcan could reach this powerful state opened up a lot of new possibilities that few people could have imagined. I can adopt a diversification strategy. Traditionally, the Larkinson clan achieved initial success by forming a strong mech army and building up a successful mech business. However, if either of these two activities began to stall, the Larkinson clan would get into deep trouble. This was why Vase and the leadership of the clan invested a lot into hedging their bets and diversifying their business activities. Initiatives such as the Larkinson Biotech Institute, the Tea Institute, the homegrown shipbuilding operation centered around the Digilant Ovenbird, the Open Consortium, the Creation Association, the First Star Mech Academy, and all kinds of other smaller business activities comprehensively added more insurances to the Larkinson clan. Though the Living Mech Corporation definitely brought in more money than all of those other business ventures combined, if the mech company ever collapsed one day, the Larkinson clan would not become destitute all of a sudden. The best part about all of this is that as long as everything is going well, my clan is earning a lot more money than normal. Vase saw that he had the opportunity to pursue a similar strategy with regards to his spiritual development. From the moment he obtained Blinky, he had already noticed that the growth of his spirituality attribute vastly exceeded that of his immediate peers. Though his wife, Keddies, and a few other people had managed to close the gap after Vase gifted them with their own companion spirits, it was clear that incarnations granted him a powerful advantage over more conventional mech designers. After years of designing mechs and working alongside other gifted mech designers, Vase had developed a pretty good understanding of the consequences. A stronger spirit not only comprehensively improved a mech designer's understanding, learning ability, and affinity towards mech, but also allowed them to imprint their design philosophies onto mech designs to a stronger degree. In fact, Vess's growth in this aspect was so strong that he was pretty certain that his spirituality attribute already exceeded the minimum threshold of that of a senior mech designer. What did this mean? Vase already satisfied one of the requirements to advance to senior. Of course, the reason why he had been stuck at journeyman all of this time was because the career path of a mech designer centered more around knowledge and ability rather than spiritual accumulation. It was a highly intellectual and cerebral profession by nature, which meant that brute force was not enough for him to reach the next rank. In this regard, Blinky and Vulcan could provide relatively little help. While the latter possessed a lot of science and engineering know-how that Vase sometimes borrowed in order to solve difficult design problems, he was merely making use of theories and methods developed by other people in the industry. Vase was confident that he had accumulated enough in other areas. He designed a lot of mechs over the years. With no events or crises that could take Vase away from the design lab, he was able to complete one mech design project after another. The only real distractions were his kids. As someone who felt strongly about family, he insisted on accompanying his cute little children as they enjoyed their childhoods. Even so, Vase could not allow this sentiment to compromise his passion for mech design. He had heard plenty of cases where mech designers lost their drive to design mechs because they became too domesticated. I'm pretty sure I designed enough mechs considering how productive I've been in the last 5 years. However, that was still not enough for Vase to feel that he had reached the turning point of his remaining time as a journeyman mech designer. Seniors reached their position by relying on their inventions. Vase had already asked for advice from numerous mech designers who completed the same journey. Whether it was Terminao Dravidian or Benedict Cortez, both of them told him that his time would come sooner or later. He could not rush the process because it mostly came down to waiting until he received enough inspiration to know how he could substantially push his design philosophy to the next level. It was because of this limitation that Vase did not put too much emphasis on developing Blinky and Vulcan in parallel. I could be wrong, though. There was a possibility that advancing to Master Mech Designer or Star Designer made it a lot important to possess enough spiritual accumulation. If that was the case, then having a couple of powerful spiritual incarnations would provide Vase with an immensely valuable advantage. Of course, it would take many years for that to become relevant. I need to take care of my more immediate needs. He left the sacred hearth and went back to the Pantheon in order to check his status. It had been years since he last inspected it, and a lot of subtle changes had occurred over the years. Status: name, Vase Larkinson. Profession, Journeyman Mech Designer. Specializations, Mutual Growth. Ascension points, 34 attributes. Strength, 1.6 Dexterity, 1.7 Endurance, 2.0 Intelligence, 2.6 Creativity, 2.5 Concentration, 3.2 Spirituality, 10.6 Neural Aptitude. F skills, abilities. Superpublish. Available, used in Bardo Star Cluster. Can be activated once a year. Inventorize. Available, can be activated a single time. Time Gate. Available, can be activated once a year. Damn, I'm good. Vase did not need to inspect his status to know how much he improved. He was able to use his own judgment to determine how much his attributes had improved and how many sub-skills he acquired over time. Still, he felt a lot of psychological satisfaction when he was able to compare his new figures with the older ones that he recalled from his memory. The most notable change aside from switching his design points with ascension points was the massive increase in spirituality. Since the status page merged both his and Blinky's numbers together, it had exceeded the score of 10, which was probably an important threshold. It's too bad that my skills and sub-skills haven't improved as drastically. Vase sighed. He was too lazy to study each of the improved and added sub-skills in detail, but no matter how much he had managed to absorb during his time in Davut, he had yet to make a breakthrough in understanding that was significant enough for him to advance to senior. Vase paid special attention to 2 new sub-skills. Facewater I. Offensive Facewater Technology I. Damn it. I spent so much time on studying Facewater, but all I managed to do was get my foot in the door. The difficulty of learning enough about phase water theory in order to develop a basic understanding of the exotic was too great. Vase was actually one of the faster mech designers to comprehend phase water. There were many other journeymen who had spent just as much time and effort on studying phase water theory and failed to reach half of his level of understanding. Compared to expending years' worth of time on trying to understand how this mysterious dimension manipulating exotic worked, Vase would rather pluck an enlightenment fruit from the tree of possibilities and absorb everything he needed to know in an instant. The problem is that I need to wait for the damn tree to spawn the right enlightenment fruit. Vase had scanned all of the available enlightenment fruit during his first visit to the Tree of Possibilities and failed to find anything related to phase water technology. This was the downside to covering so many different scientific and spiritual fields. The tree only grew a couple of hundred fruits at a time, so the chances of stumbling upon the ones he needed the most were low. Even if a phase water enlightenment fruit is available, it is not certain that I can pay for it. Vase admitted with a sigh. The system was absolutely fair in this regard. Rarer, more exotic, more powerful and more novel knowledge cost far more ascension points to obtain. Vase couldn't afford all that much with just 34 AP to his name at the moment. Just as he began to think about setting his sights lower and starting off with a few modest purchases to set him on the right path, he suddenly remembered that he still had a bunch of lottery tickets that were begging to be used. His eyes lit up again. Yes, how could I have overlooked them? The golden lottery tickets might not be that precious, but the radiant lottery tickets are absolutely fantastic. Based on what little he obtained from a radiant lottery ticket in the past, he guessed that the value of goods they spit out ranged from 100 to 10,000 AP. In fact, it may very well be the case that the radiant lottery tickets could potentially give Vase items that were worth far more than the upper boundary, as he hadn't used them often enough to figure out their distribution pattern. No matter whether I can get a prize that is worth 500 AP or 500,000 AP, I will always be able to obtain a windfall. Compared to what he could gain from spending 34 AP, the potential prizes he could win from using up his lottery tickets were far better. Chapter 4193 Gambling on Fruit. When Vase decided to make use of his lottery tickets right away, he immediately left the summit of the mountain and raced all the way down the steps. He had to run almost all the way down the bottom in order to reach the wishing fountain again. The place hadn't changed since he last visited it. The large ornate fountain still spouted water as usual while an atmosphere of chance and fortune continued to encourage him to try his luck. Vase briefly hesitated for a moment. His luck had always been a bit inconsistent, especially with regards to lottery tickets. There was a huge degree of variance of what he could obtain from the wishing fountain today. With 9 golden lottery tickets and 4 radiant lottery tickets, he could obtain successive jackpots, but he could also be met with a lot of underwhelming gains. There's no reason to delay, though. Unlike before, Vase fully understood what he could obtain from the updated system. The Divine Bazaar and the Tree of Possibilities had shown him many possible ways to spend his ascension points. He had noticed plenty of goodies that he deeply desired to obtain but couldn't afford the ascension points to redeem them from the system. The wishing fountain offered him a bit of hope of being able to obtain these valuable goodies on the cheap. Of course, Vase did not expect the wishing fountain to spit out the exact items that he lusted after. He was already content if he obtained a prize that was similar or better than what he was aiming for. He wouldn't even be too disappointed if he obtained a slightly inferior product. Vase briefly went over his development strategy. Even if he cut down all of his greater and more long-term ambitions, he still had too much on his plate. First, I need to progress my design philosophy. Second, I need to enhance Blinky and Vulcan's spiritual development. Third, I need a way to strengthen my mech army in the short term in order to increase the success rate of the Trailblazer expedition. Fourth, I have to supply valuable and useful knowledge to the Golden Cat, the Illustrious One and Lufa to boost their capabilities. Fifth, I need to obtain a useful scripture that my children can practice in order to sharpen and boost their already potent spiritual growth. Sixth, I need to obtain valuable materials so that I can upgrade my personal gear as well as a couple of important expert mechs if possible. When Vase reviewed all of these priorities, he tried to think about what category of prizes he should try for first. I can set aside the need to obtain more spiritually reactive materials. Vase decided, my gear is already strong enough and my expert mechs aren't weak after I have upgraded them recently. What he needed the most was knowledge. Scriptures, manuals, design-related skills and so on could all give Vase a glimpse of brand new possibilities that were previously unattainable. Wishing Fountain, please allow me to draw from the pool of enlightenment fruits. As Vase spoke and thought about his desires, he felt that the wishing fountain responded to his request. When he tried to narrow down the pool of prizes to scriptures that could help individuals hone and develop their spiritualities based on specific spiritual attributes, the wishing fountain did not oblige this time. Apparently, that was way too much. Vase could only settle for obtaining any random enlightenment fruit no matter whether they were relevant or not. It was not the wishing fountain's problem if he had no use for the awarded prizes. Well, here goes nothing. He started off small by expending another golden lottery ticket. Just like before, the ticket melted into the fountain water, causing the liquid to turn golden while at the same time getting charged with energy. Though Vase appreciated the theatrics of this ritual, he was impatient to find out what he managed to gain from the lottery ticket he had earned from his only completed supply mission. Congratulations. Regretfully, you have not won a prize this time. Thank you for your patronage. Quote. Damn it. The system was up to its usual shenanigans again. It's a good thing that I have 8 more golden lottery tickets. I have to be able to get at least one good prize out of this ordeal. Congratulations. Regretfully, you have not won a prize this time. Thank you for your patronage. Congratulations. You have obtained a Shadow Dance Dagger Style Enlightenment Fruit. Congratulations. You have obtained a Olthori Sacred Cleansing Ritual Manual Fruit. Congratulations. You have obtained an Imperial Thornix Salamander Breeding Manual Fruit. Congratulations. Regretfully, you have not won a prize this time. Thank you for your patronage. Congratulations. You have obtained a Senior Level Stealth and Cloaking Enlightenment Fruit. Congratulations. Regretfully, you have not won a prize this time. Thank you for your patronage. Congratulations. You have obtained a Beast Mech Design V Enlightenment Fruit. 5 prizes. When paired with the Black Demon Steel he obtained the last time, that meant that he managed to obtain something from the Wishing Fountain 6 out of 10 times. Just as promised, the Wishing Fountain exclusively spat out enlightenment fruits, each of which would grant valuable knowledge to those who ate them. This was a massive relief as his desire for other possible benefits was not as high for the time being. The winnings were mixed between design and spirituality-related enlightenment fruits. As a mech designer, the former attracted his attention first. He restrained the urge to eat them right away and studied their descriptions first in order to confirm that they truly contained what he needed. Senior Level Stealth and Cloaking Enlightenment Fruit grants Senior Level Stealth and Cloaking Enlightenment to a mech designer regardless of their prior understanding of this field. Requirements: Apprentice Mech Designer. Intelligence must be 1.5 or higher. Beast Mech Design V Enlightenment Fruit grants Beast Mech Design V to a mech designer regardless of their prior understanding of this field. Requirements: Apprentice Mech Designer. Intelligence must be 1.5 or higher. I can swallow these right away. Vase jubilantly cheered. Both fruits were useful to him. Though they weren't as great as enlightenment fruits that allowed him to vastly improve his understanding of phase water technology, he did not want to look a gift horse in the mouth. While Vase had managed to elevate his stealth and cloaking skill to journeyman level a long time ago, he never invested much time and energy into improving it further. He had hardly designed any stealth-oriented mechs in the past 5 years aside from a few sneaky machines designed for the Black Cats. The rest of the Larkinson clan preferred to fight battles up front rather than engage in dishonorable tricks. Stealth mechs generally didn't get sold on the open market either. They were almost exclusively used by state actors or large organizations that already functioned like one to a degree. Even now, Vase still did not have any immediate plans to design a batch of stealth mechs. That didn't mean that the related enlightenment fruit was useless. On the contrary, understanding how to design a good stealth vehicle also allows me to figure out how to counter them. This is the true value of this enlightenment fruit. Vase had always been paranoid about stealthy bastards creeping around in his clan's vicinity. The most technologically advanced groups harnessed stealth technology to such a fantastic degree that they could fly an entire formation of mech through his fleet without getting exposed. By ingesting this enlightenment fruit, Vase could significantly increase the chance of detecting such shenanigans by developing specific sensors and scanners that countered the more sophisticated applications of stealth technology. This is a great way to improve the safety of my fleet during the upcoming Trailblazer expedition. It was well known that numerous indigenous alien races had become quite good in developing their stealth technology. There were plenty of stories of how exploration and raiding fleets collapsed from within after alien saboteurs managed to infiltrate and explode key starships from within. This other fruit is also useful. Vase had not designed a lot of beast mechs over the years. Even if the design department started up a related project, he mostly handed responsibility over to the power pair. Janice Pellier and Tiffy Coslone had become so enthused about designing beast mechs that they always called dibs whenever the Larkinsons needed to design a new animal-shaped machine. This left Vase bereft of opportunities to exercise and improve his beast mech design capabilities. When he studied his status a time ago, he recalled that his beast mech design had only reached Tier 2 at the moment. This meant that while his understanding of beast mechs was respectable, he was far from a specialist who could draw out greater advantages from alternative mech shapes. The story would be different if he ate the beast mech design V enlightenment fruit. As long as he absorbed all of the knowledge it contained, he could probably design beast mechs that were just as good if not better than the ones designed by the power pair. Vase saw no problem with eating them right away. Though he could make an argument that his wife Gloriana might be able to benefit more if he gave her one of the fruits, Vase did not want to share his bounty this time. I need to get stronger first before I can think about providing welfare to others. He did not delay any further and promptly ate the 2 fruits. Absorbing the knowledge in the system space turned out to be a lot more convenient than in reality. Due to his special state and the rules governing this interaction method, Vase was able to absorb a flood of new and interesting design theories and other study material in a span of a couple of minutes. Whoa, what a rush! Just like before, Vase completely understood the theory and as well as many different practical applications. Now, he just needed to practice his newly improved skill and sub-skill in reality to maximize his utilization rate and comprehensively master all of the interesting new ideas in his mind. That was easy. What wasn't as easy was how to make use of the other enlightenment fruits. He wasn't as familiar with them as the ones that contained various design-related skills and sub-skills. He was a mech designer who had never been formally introduced to the world of spiritual sorcery. Let's go over them one by one. Imperial Thornix Salamander Breeding Manual Fruit grants thorough understanding of the biological and behavioral properties of imperial salamanders as well as detailed instructions on how to breed them in order to cultivate specific subspecies. Requirements: intelligence must be 1.2 or higher. Useless. Vase had never heard of Imperial Thornix salamanders. His chances of encountering one in the flesh was virtually nil. Why would he need a breeding manual? That did not mean the enlightenment fruit was useless. Even if the Larkinson clan could never get its hands on one of these special creatures, Vase guessed that the manual also contained a lot of broader and more universal knowledge. Director Pesca Aduk would love to eat this enlightenment fruit. Rania would love it as well. Both of them were engaged in the cultivation of mutated beasts. If this manual was as thorough as he thought, then either of them would probably gain a lot of useful know-how on cultivating mutated beasts. Vase briefly fell into a dilemma. Who should receive this fruit? The knowledge contained within the enlightenment fruits isn't exclusive. Vase reminded himself. As long as one of the directors absorbed the fruit, there is no rule that prevents them from writing out everything they have recently learned. Even so, there was a major difference between studying a thick textbook and direct integration. The person that ate the fruit would definitely gain the most. I'll decide this later once I have exited the system space and called the 2 directors for a meeting. Let's handle the remaining fruits first. Chapter 4194 Vase the Fruit Manager Olthori Sacred Cleansing Ritual Manual Fruit grants complete understanding of the sacred cleansing ritual obtained and refined by the Olthori sect. The Olthori Sacred Cleansing Ritual is used to cleanse priests after conducting blood sacrifice ceremonies and purify warriors after they have unleashed their bloodlust in battle. Requirements: intelligence must be 0.7 or higher. What kind of ghost thing is this manual? The system's descriptions were always accurate, but they didn't always clarify what Vase wanted to know. Vase had never heard of the Olthori cult and did not pay any attention to the name. What he truly wanted to know was the benefit of using this so-called sacred cleansing ritual. Is this just a guide on how to clean your body after getting drenched in blood? If that was the case, then Vase might be able to wash off the stink off his body a bit easier if he accepted that mission that involved killing and bathing in the blood of 100 different alien individuals. He did not think this ritual was that simple, though. A reward from a golden lottery ticket shouldn't be this shabby, and it was impossible for this supposed Olthori cult to write up a formal manual on how to use a bath. This is probably a method to cleanse the mind and spirit of those that have gone too far in engaging in a wretched activity. If that was the case, then this might be a pretty useful manual to multiple people, including himself. However, Vase already had a better recipient in mind for this method. This should be a helpful enlightenment fruit for Lufa. Even though Lufa's very nature already possessed a purifying quality, much of it was instinctual by nature. Lufa did not actually possess a lot of systematic theories and understanding on how his powers worked. This meant that while he was able to enhance his brute force by mindlessly collecting spiritual feedback, he still had to do the hard work of developing his own methods and techniques from scratch. Many design spirits were in the same boat. Only a few more special ones such as the Illustrious One and the Superior Mother inherited or obtained systematic knowledge from other sources. Therefore, Granting this manual to Lufa should definitely allow him to take his ability to negate harmful and unwanted effects even further. Vase was ultimately satisfied with the enlightenment fruit. He was able to meet at least one more goal with the help of this lottery prize. He turned his attention to the remaining fruit. He instinctively guessed that it was the most powerful of the bunch, so he saved it for last. Shadow Dance Dagger Style Enlightenment Fruit grants complete understanding of how to master the art of the Shadow Dance Dagger Style, a combination fighting style that combines knifemanship, silent fighting, assassination and exploitation of shadow and darkness. The Shadow Dance Dagger style can only be fully practiced by talented individuals who are limber, are implanted by specific augmentations and have developed an affinity for shadow or darkness. This enlightenment fruit allows an individual to ignore these conditions. Requirements: strength must be 0.9 or higher. Dexterity must be 1.3 or higher. Endurance must be 1.3 or higher. Concentration must be 1.5 or higher. This is quite powerful. If Vase wasn't familiar with Kedis and the Heavenswarders, then he wouldn't have taken a dagger style so seriously. After all, he was just a mech designer who knew little about fighting. His profession also predisposed him to believing that battles were mainly won by fielding better mechs and superior equipment into battle. The individual fighting skills of mech pilots only played a relatively smaller role in the outcome. However, the Sword Maidens and the Heavenswarders proved that investing a huge amount of time and effort into perfecting a specific fighting style could earn great dividends in battle. This was especially the case for the extraordinary sword styles that adhered to traditional swordsmanship. From what Vase was able to gather from the description, the Shadow Dance Dagger style was probably a derivative of the same tradition, or at least shared a common root. That made this enlightenment fruit immensely valuable. He supposed that he could swallow it himself as he certainly met the attribute requirements. It's a complete waste, though. Vase was not a fighter. When would he ever be in a position that he would have to fight his way out of a sticky situation with a dagger? Even if he ended up in a scuffle, he was more inclined to use the Amastendira than a pitiful blade. He had two different candidates in mind for this enlightenment fruit. Venerable Tusa should be able to make excellent use of this fruit. Vase concluded. His combat effectiveness has been slipping. Even if I tried my best to bring up his combat power by upgrading his expert mech, all of the other ones got better as well. Compared to the more powerful melee mechs such as the Riot, the First Sword and the Sea-Man, the Dark Zephyr was inherently less impressive in frontal combat. Though the expert light skirmisher performed fairly well when dueling against expert heavy mechs, it was not a fantastic fighter against expert medium mechs. It couldn't be helped. The volume and capacity of a light mech was inherently limited. Vase simply couldn't stuff as many expensive toys in the frame of the Dark Zephyr as with other mechs. If Vase wanted to make his first proper expert mech stronger, then he either needed to implement a more drastic design innovation or replace its cheaper parts with more expensive versions. He had already done both during the last upgrade round, but even if he had inflated the design budget as much as possible, there were limits to how much he could spend to improve just a single expert mech. Vase felt rather guilty about that, as Venerable Tusa had persistently requested to boost the performance of his expert mech to the point where he could keep up with his peers. Light mechs don't necessarily have to be strong in frontal combat, but Venerable Tusa is quite an avid duelist. While it was clear that the Shadow Dance Dagger style was a personal combat style that never took mech combat into account, Vase still believed that Tusa would gain a substantial improvement in combat effectiveness if he swallowed this enlightenment fruit. My upcoming grand expedition will become a bit more secure if Tusa is able to outfight more opponents. Vase spotted one concern issue, though. According to the description, the Shadow Dance Dagger style was mostly attuned to assassins and fighters who possessed an affinity with shadow and darkness-related spiritual attributes. This caused Vase to doubt whether it was a good idea to feed this fruit to Venerable Tusa. Venerable Tusa could be rather sneaky when he wanted to be, but stealth and shadow was never really a big component in his piloting style. Vase was afraid that if Venerable Tusa began to practice the Shadow Dance Dagger style, the expert pilot would be led astray and develop in a different direction than what fit him best. That doesn't necessarily have to be the case, though. Expert pilots possessed a lot of mental fortitude. They could easily maintain their own stances in the face of overwhelming temptation. The more likely outcome was that Tusa would learn enough about knife fighting from the enlightenment fruit that he could upgrade and refine his own fighting style. There was no obligation for him to practice the Shadow Dance Dagger style as faithfully as possible. This still sounds like a waste, though. A fruit as precious as this should go to a warrior or an expert pilot that was much more compatible with the properties and attributes of this special fighting style. It would have been much better if his clan had a more assassin-oriented expert pilot on retainer, but that was not the case at the moment. Should Vase feed it to Tusa anyway or wait for a more appropriate expert pilot to emerge? When Vase thought about the latter, he suddenly came up with a special candidate. Andraste. If Andraste managed to become a potentate and develop a liking for melee mechs, then feeding her this enlightenment fruit would give her a wonderful boost to her piloting career. She would be able to become an incredibly powerful light skirmisher or assassin mech pilot if she managed to master this fighting style. Vase began to like this idea more and more. Due to Helena's influence, Andraste's companion spirit had developed quite a close affinity towards death. Since Andraste had the potential to wield this potent and lethal attribute in battle one day, her lethality would be incredibly potent. It was more than enough to compensate for the lack of combat power of typical light mechs. However, piloting these thin and fragile mechs was precarious business. If his daughter was able to wield vastly greater skill in combat, then Vase would become a lot more reassured about sending his daughter off into combat. With a name like Shadow Dance, this fighting style probably emphasizes evasion and obfuscation over pure lethality. In other words, it was an excellent fit for Andraste. The problem was that Vase was not certain whether his red-headed daughter would develop to a point where it made sense to feed the fruit to her. What if she couldn't interface with a mech? What if she wanted to become a ranged mech pilot instead? Another problem is that it will take a lot of years before she meets the requirements of this fruit. The benefits brought by this enlightenment fruit were great, but so were demands. Vase frowned. He fell into a difficult dilemma. If possible, he wanted to wait a number of years and see how Andraste would develop. Yet keeping this powerful fruit in his vault of eternity sounded like a wasteful course of action. It wouldn't be helping anyone while it remained unused. There was a powerful argument to be made about offering it to Venerable Tusa. This way, the expert pilot would be able to gain an immediate boost in strength and continue to refine his combat style in the following months and years. This was an excellent way to increase the strength of his clan in the short term. Tusa would be able to put his new lessons to quick use once the Trailblazer expedition commenced. Well, if it comes down to it, I can always tell Venerable Tusa to teach my daughter the style that he has learned. Teaching the Shadow Dance dagger style the conventional way was a lot slower, but perhaps it was for the best. It might be too much to overwhelm a teenage girl with a huge influx of foreign knowledge. Now that he fully reviewed the gains from his golden lottery ticket, the time had come for Vase to start the main course. He took a deep breath as he plucked out a precious radiant lottery ticket. He had managed to earn 4 of them. The system had credited each one of them to him after taking part in the fabrication of a masterwork expert mech. Unlike a golden lottery ticket that often delivered iffy and inconsistent rewards, a radiant lottery ticket should be a lot more reliable when it came to awarding fantastic prizes. Knowing that his chances of winning a fantastic prize would be much greater this time, Vase briefly considered what he should aim for before deciding to maintain the same approach. Give me another enlightenment fruit, a good one this time. Without further ado, Vase tossed the radiant lottery ticket into the fountain water. Rainbow lights immediately escaped from the wishing fountain. It was as if a dormant volcano had slowly risen from its slumber. The water boiled and bubbled even as it reflected every color of the rainbow. Once the wishing fountain accumulated enough energy, it began to shoot out a large rainbow spout of water. What was remarkable about this spout was that a glowing enlightenment fruit was hovering right on top of this spout. Chapter 4195 Explosive Fruit. The wishing fountain certainly liked to put on a show. While its theatrics were not as unique as the previous time he used a special lottery ticket, Vase still held a lot of expectations for his potential prize. The greater the light show, the more valuable the prize. Come on, wishing fountain, please give me something good. I haven't been able to use any of my radiant lottery tickets for years. You've got to compensate me for all of the time that I have lost. Since the facility was called the wishing fountain, Vase suspected that need and desire might be vital components to tilting the odds in his favor. Still, he did not have much hope of being able to alter the scales. Luck was ultimately an elusive quality to Vase. Only a freak like Jovi Armelon was able to manipulate this mysterious concept. Still, my luck shouldn't be too bad this time. As soon as the wishing fountain produced a glowing enlightenment fruit, Vase developed a strong guess that he had obtained a truly powerful prize this time. The only variable that he was concerned about was whether it was useful to him. If the enlightenment fruit provided benefits that weren't useful to him and his closest confidants, then that would seriously devalue his current gain. Therefore, he desperately hoped that the system did not mess around with him by giving him a golden lemon. As the glittering rainbow water spout finally lowered to a more reasonable height, Vase was able to grab the glowing fruit and study it for himself. Strange. The fruit did not look that appetizing, to be honest. It resembled a cerulean pear that looked like it had become radioactive. Vase would have never thought about putting it into his mouth if he didn't already know that it was an enlightenment fruit. Let's see if its properties are any good. Alfari Core Detonation Code Manual Fruit grants a complete understanding of the detonation code. Developed by the Alfari Core, the detonation code is a deep method that allows its practitioners to understand how to convert different energies into explosive potential. The detonation code can only be practiced by talented individuals who are fit, possess excellent control, possess an affinity for energy or explosions, and possess specific augmentations that have been exclusively developed by the Alfari Core. This enlightenment fruit allows an individual to ignore these conditions. Requirements: strength must be 1.2 or higher. Endurance must be 1.5 or higher. Intelligence must be 1.2 or higher. Concentration must be 2.0 or higher. Powerful. That was his first conclusion. The detonation code manual sounded like a powerful combat method. As a mech designer, Vase understood the boundless power and versatility of the concept of energy extremely well. His in-depth study of luminaire crystal technology had given him an even greater appreciation of how he could transform ordinary electrical energy into all kinds of exotic and dangerous damage types. Although converting energy into explosions sounded like a rather ordinary process, Vase had a feeling that the detonation code went much further than that. If this method was as extraordinary as it sounded, then all kinds of powerful warriors could utilize it as a way to defeat stronger opponents because of better utilization of energy. What is the Alfari Core, though? Just like before, Vase had never heard of the mysterious organization that had made the detonation code, but from the way the system mentioned it, this Alfari Core was probably a frighteningly powerful elite combat force. Since the detonation code was included in the pool of prizes that could be drawn by a radiant lottery ticket, then that was probably a faint indication that the Alfari Core belonged to a class above the ones mentioned by the lesser enlightenment fruits. Vase held the cerulean enlightenment fruit with a tender grasp. Even though its appearance did not seem to match the detonation code, he became a lot more affectionate towards this precious prize. Now that he determined the power and usefulness of the detonation code manual fruit, the question now was who he should feed it to. There was only one of these fruits, and due to the high requirements of getting started with the powerful method, it was unlikely that the recipient could pass it on to others. Damn, this is a hard choice. Given the priority to enhance the strength of the expeditionary fleet in the short term, Vase first thought of handing it over to an expert pilot. It has to be a ranged specialist, and one that preferably works with energy or explosive ordnance. The Larkinson clan possessed a bias for energy weapons, so it did not have any expert pilots that majored in missile weapons or explosive cannons. His choice therefore came down to enhancing the offensive combat power of Venerable Davia Stark, Venerable Joshua Larkinson, Venerable Casella Ingvar, or Venerable Isabel Coden. Vase immediately struck out Joshua and Casella from his list. While they both wield energy weapons, they are more focused on other stuff. That left the two expert pilots who piloted two powerful expert rifleman mechs. The Amaranto was an old classic that had recently received a major upgrade. Its lethality had always been fairly high before, but now it had turned into an even more potent threat against opposing expert mechs and alien starships. Does it need to hit even harder? Vase wondered. There was no such thing as too much overkill. Vase would rather bring too much firepower to a fight than too little. The problem was that Venerable Davia Stark was not actually a member of the Larkinson clan. While he did not mind giving her numerous powerful benefits in order to gain more protection during the time she fought for the Larkinsons, he was not as willing to waste a valuable glowing fruit that he had obtained from a precious enlightenment fruit. This was also why Vase did not take Venerable Brutus Woden or Patrient Reginald Cross into consideration. Venerable Brutus was actually a great candidate for this fruit. He was family, sort of, and he was highly committed to protecting Gloriana and by extension Vase. The man could always be counted upon to do his duty in battle. The detonation code was also incredibly useful to Brutus. The man focused more on evasion and maneuvering than pure firepower, which meant that his offensive power fell a bit behind. If his Star Dancer Mark II was suddenly able to unleash explosive energy blasts, then that would make the Glory Seeker champion a lot deadlier in battle. The same goes for Reginald, but with much greater results. If Vase wanted to turn Saint Reginald and the Mars into the ultimate ship-breaking combo, then feeding them this fruit was the way to go. His Trailblazer expedition would definitely gain a more explosive edge in a short amount of time. He did not give in to this temptation, though. As much as Vase considered Reginald a friend, the powerful ace pilot ultimately placed the interests of the Cross clan over the Larkinson clan. What about Venerable Isabel Coden, then? If there was any expert pilot that played with fire, then it was definitely Venerable Isabel. Her expert mech functioned as both a rifleman mech and a striker mech. Each attack launched by her Promethea, the completed version of the Firestarter project, was able to leave a burning purple fire behind that hungrily devoured any flammable mass within its reach. As such, Venerable Isabel had turned into an excellent sieging element that possessed a knack for burning down large starships and astral beasts. Her ability to deal direct damage is a lot more limited, though. Vase briefly frowned. She needed time in order to spread more fires and allow her empowered flames to do their work. This meant that the Promethea was not as good in duels against opposing expert mechs. The enemy expert pilots were often able to negate Venerable Coden's force of will and snuff out her empowered flames before they could do much damage. Giving her this detonation code should definitely plug this shortcoming. Venerable Coden would be able to gain another attack method that neatly complemented her existing one. Rather than allowing her energy attacks to spread and burn everything in the way, she could convert her output so that they dealt all of the damage up front. This made it much harder for opposing expert pilots to mitigate the incoming damage. If there aren't any better candidates, then this fruit should go to Venerable Isabel. Vase decided, it did not really make any sense to give the detonation code to other expert pilots. While he was pretty certain that melee expert pilots such as Venerable Rosa Orphan and Venerable Vincent Rickelin could use this enlightenment fruit to add an explosive impact to all of their blows, it was more difficult for them to apply as much damage as a ranged specialist throughout an entire engagement. Who else should fall within my consideration? He couldn't think of anyone that could make good use of it outside of maybe Legion Commander Town Melon. Disappointment appeared on Vess's face as he thought about the former soldier of the Ilvain Protectorate. Though the man had come far, Commander Town Melon had yet to advance to expert pilot throughout all of these years. Not even the transcendence glow of Lufa or the realistic training challenges provided by the increasingly more sophisticated MSTS was able to stimulate him into breaking through. Some things simply can't be forced. Vase figured that Town Melon was not mentally up to standard as of yet. He still looked up to Ilvain a bit too much to be able to stand up for himself. It also didn't help that Town was in charge of the Eye of Ilvain Mech Legion. That added a lot of administrative burdens on his shoulders. Unlike Commander Casella Ingvar, Town was not a natural leader and he did not study for it before he assumed his current rank. It will probably take a while before he is ready. Vase estimated. This was not necessarily a mark against him. It was fairly normal for expert candidates to take 5 years or 10 years to advance to the next rank. However, Vase would have liked it if Commander Town broke through because that would mean that the Larkinson clan would gain its first expert pilot that specialized in heavy artillery mechs. If Town is able to pilot an expert heavy artillery mech right now, then this detonation code would have been an excellent match. Perhaps the detonation code might only be icing on the cake at first, but Vase already started to think ahead. As long as Town grew stronger and piloted more powerful mechs, the amplification brought by the detonation code would also become far greater, thereby turning him and his expert mech into an ultra-lethal sieging combination. Vase briefly thought about keeping this enlightenment fruit in reserve before he shook his head. I need to make use of it immediately instead of letting it grow stale in my vault. Just as he was about to put the fruit away, he suddenly came up with an unusual suggestion. He took another look at the description and focused on the energy keyword. Blinky excelled at manipulating energy. It was the primary reason for his existence. What if Vase bestowed the detonation code to his own companion spirit? He'll become a lot more dangerous in fights. This would be the ultimate selfish decision as empowering Blinky would not be able to meaningfully affect the course of major battles. There wasn't much of a point in boosting Blinky's lethality unless Vase wanted to enhance his self-defense capabilities. Though Vase felt enormously tempted by the notion of adding another personal trump card to his personal arsenal, he did not think it was the best way to profit from this precious fruit. When he thought about all of the future enemies the Golden Skull Alliance might encounter during the upcoming Trailblazer expedition, he eventually settled for giving it to one of his expert pilots. I'm sorry, Blinky, but you'll have to miss out this time. Moreau Moreau Moreau. Chapter 4196 Steal. After dealing with the detonation code manual fruit, Vase drew out his next radiant lottery ticket and tossed it into the wishing fountain. I hope you can give me a fruit that is more relevant for me this time. Vase earnestly wished. While he had little doubts about the power of his last prize, the most direct beneficiary was one of his expert pilots. This did not particularly make him enthusiastic because he felt that he missed out to an extent. The system is ultimately about facilitating my growth. Using it to strengthen others is fine as long as I don't go overboard. While Vase needed to rely on others in order to enable and facilitate his own ventures, he still knew that his own efforts were responsible for making his clan successful. The reason why he was so eager about using the system again was because Vase desired ways to amplify his strengths and speed up his progression. He deeply wished that he could finally obtain what he wanted from his next prize. Come on, system, give me a reward that can incentivize me to fabricate more masterwork mechs. This is what you want me to do, right? Make it worth my while. The wishing fountain grew just as colorful and spectacular as before. As the fountain pool released another large spout of iridescent water, Vase could see that it had produced another glowing enlightenment fruit. This time, the fruit did not seem edible at first. Resembled a giant metallic strawberry that was flecked with dark spots. The soft silvery glow surrounding its form was the only obvious clue that it was more than just a metal ornament. Vase grew a lot more hopeful about the possible benefits brought by the fruit. While it was sometimes true that appearances could be deceiving, he strongly suspected that this fruit was related to the metal element. Heart of Steel mantra fruit imparts a complete understanding of a mantra that allows its practitioners to form a heart of steel. The Heart of Steel's primary advantage is that it can gradually increase its holder's compatibility and affinity towards metal and anything related to this element. The mantra is also capable of strengthening the willpower, mental fortitude and resistance against all attacks. However, the practitioners of this method are also prone to weakening their empathy and compassion. Those who practice this mantra to the fullest will turn into gods that are able to transform, manipulate and clad themselves with the hardest and most powerful metals. The Heart of Steel mantra can only be fully practiced by humans that possess specific genes, a specialized mechanical heart implant, an affinity towards metal and have not practiced any other cultivation techniques. This enlightenment fruit allows an individual to ignore these conditions. Requirements: Strength must be 1.2 or higher. Endurance must be 2.0 or higher. Intelligence must be 1.0 or higher. Concentration must be 1.7 or higher. Jackpot. I've the jackpot this time. Vase didn't know whether his earlier pleas had any effect, but the enlightenment fruit that he received this time was definitely the kind of reward he was hoping to acquire from a radiant lottery ticket. Of all of the possible enlightenment fruits that he could obtain, the ones that claimed to turn its practitioners into gods were definitely among the high-end ones that Vase could acquire. While Vase wasn't able to determine whether the Heart of Steel mantra was stronger than the Admir Guardian mantra that he had seen before, he suspected that this was likely the case since it came in the form of a shinier fruit. Regardless of how much stronger it was, the Heart of Steel mantra was definitely more relevant and useful to Vase than any of the other fruits that he had obtained up to this point. Even if his remaining 2 radiant lottery tickets did not yield any helpful prizes, Vase still would have been happy with his haul for today. As Vase read the extensive description once again, he already decided that there was no way he would give it to anyone else but himself. Who would be able to make better use of it than Vase? His wife? Nope. Keddies? Nope. Any other mech designer in his employ? Nope. It made even less sense to give it to any expert pilots given that none of their domains had anything to do with metal. Still, as much as he felt tempted to swallow the metallic enlightenment fruit right away, he did not hurry up to do so because of various misgivings. It's clear that the Heart of Steel mantra is a cultivation technique developed to allow humans to ascend into true gods. There was nothing in the description that had any relations to mech design. While the system did not tell Vase the group or cult that developed it in the first place, he was certain that it had to be related to the 5 Scrolls Compact. More precisely, this is probably one of the core cultivation methods of the worshippers of the Metal Scroll. Vase would not be surprised if the system pulled it out of its own internal database. The Heart of Mantra sounded exactly what the cultists devoted to the Metal Scroll would have practiced. If this was the case, then it didn't make sense for Vase to ingest the fruit. He was a mech designer and followed his own development trajectory. In order to become a star designer, Vase knew that he had to develop his design seed into something greater. What would happen if he ate this enlightenment fruit? If he was able to develop a new divine core that formed the heart of steel, then that didn't sound so bad. If the new heart of steel went on to replace or transform his existing design seed, then he would definitely cry and regret his insanely stupid decision. I can't take the risk of compromising my career as a mech designer. Vase calmed down a bit when he realized that he didn't particularly need the heart of steel mantra. His affinity for mechs would transform into an affinity for metal eventually as long as he kept advancing as a mech designer. All of the vague powers associated with the heart of steel sounded as if they mostly enhanced the practitioner's combat capabilities as opposed to any productive capabilities. The warning about reducing one's empathy and compassion were deadly defects to a passionate and caring mech designer like Vase. Even if nothing happens to my design seed, I will still come off worse if I'm not able to channel as much passion in my work anymore. Also, I don't want to lose my ability to love my kids and my other loved ones. That did not mean that the heart of steel mantra fruit was useless for him, though. While Vase might not aspire to become a true god with a heart of steel, the story was quite different for Vulcan. His vertically challenged incarnation was already on its way of evolving into a true god. The issue was that Vulcan had little idea how to proceed forward, just like most design spirits. All of that could instantly be solved if he received a mantra that completely mapped the way forward. With such a complete high-end cultivation technique at his disposal, Vulcan could either practice it earnestly or derive all of the best parts out of the extraordinary method in order to form his own mantra that suited him the best. While it was true that the defects that Vase was concerned about would also hinder Vulcan to an extent, it was not enough to stop him from going through with his idea. Vulcan doesn't need any feelings. He just needs to facilitate my own work. He'll be fine even if he can't make any friends. Now that he decided to go through with this idea, Vase wanted to feed this powerful fruit to Vulcan right away. He was incredibly curious at what a mantra was all about and how it was able to turn individuals into true gods. There had to be a lot of secrets locked within the text that might expose a lot of new and shocking truths about spirituality and spiritual engineering. Vulcan, come here and eat this fruit. The rules of the system space were rather weird. Vase was the only person who could access it at the moment, but since Vulcan was his incarnation, the design spirit was able to manifest itself in this special area as well. Vulcan appeared in the form of a dwarf in a typical blacksmith outfit. It was quite strange for Vase to come face to face with a design spirit that looked exactly like a stereotypical high-gravity variant human. Gimme the fruit, laddie. Who are you calling laddie? You're another version of myself. Gimme the fruit before I bash your head with my hammer. Vase made an annoyed tone and tossed the metallic fruit to his incarnation. The dwarf looked even hungrier now that he received his fruit. He tossed it into his bearded mouth without any further delay and swallowed it without even bothering to chew the fruit apart. Soon, a vortex of energy began to form around the dwarf. A bit of his special nature became exposed as his domain started to undergo a transformation. Through his permanent connection with Vulcan, Vase could sense that the enlightenment fruit not only imparted a lot of new knowledge, but also gave the design spirit a head start into forming a heart of steel. The fact that the design spirit was not a human and did not even possess any physical attributes played no role in the process. In fact, Vulcan was able to embrace the mantra with greater ease because his physical body did not pose any complications. What truly mattered was the transformation and organization of the spirit. Whereas Vulcan's spiritual makeup previously looked a bit disorganized and without purpose, now the mantra completely transformed it into a more structured form. Ves's eyes lit up as he recognized a lot of familiar elements that he had seen from the spiritual constructs that he had worked with in the past. To him, the heart of steel looked like a product of spiritual engineering. It's a machine, one that was expressly designed to enable average humans to evolve into a specific variety of true gods. Vase received a huge amount of clarification as well as greater understanding of cultivation techniques in general. He could readily access all of the knowledge that Vulcan had absorbed in a short amount of time, though he was not able to master it as readily as the actual recipient. Even so, Vase received so much profound understanding about cultivation techniques that it was overwhelming. There was no way that he could process all of this information in a short amount of time. It was even less possible for him to harness all of this dense knowledge to form his own cultivation techniques. The amount of understanding and insight needed to do so was too much for someone who did not specialize in this aspect. That's not important at the moment. His immediate concern was Vulcan's transformation. As Vase continued to study his incarnation's drastic changes, it gradually became clear that the addition of the Heart of Steel was a comprehensive upgrade to the design spirit. He could even see that the Heart of Steel actively incorporated the trace of high-level metal energy that Vulcan had already stored in his deepest part of himself. This was one of the driving reasons why Vase gifted the Enlightenment Fruit to his incarnation. Vulcan had long been carrying a small quantity of metal energy that Blinky had originally siphoned from Cassandra Breyer. Though Vulcan had succeeded in clinging tight enough on the metal energy that it did not dissipate out of existence, he was unable to leverage into anything useful. Vase had a feeling that this was no longer the case. As the Heart of Steel integrated genuine metal energy, its quality as well as its power received a substantial boost. This was of vital importance to Vulcan as the metal heart had become his new divine core. The stronger the divine core, the stronger its holder. With a Heart of Steel that was many times stronger and more structured than whatever mess Vulcan possessed before, the design spirit had received an enormous boost in strength and ability. Damn, this Enlightenment Fruit is far more valuable than the Grand Dynamo that I received in the past. Chapter 4197 Remaining Draws. The power of the Heart of Steel mantra could not be overstated. This was a method that fully justified its claim of being able to transform mortals into true gods. From the perspective of a mech designer and a spiritual engineer, Vase found the Heart of Steel to be one of the most exquisite and brilliant spiritual constructs that he had ever seen. Its intricate harmony and its extremely refined methods of absorbing and transforming energy displayed a level of spiritual engineering that was far beyond his understanding. Even so, Vase believed that he could learn a lot of ingenious tricks as long as he studied the design of the Heart of Steel for a time. The best part about it is that this is just the initial form. Once Vulcan is able to grow stronger with his new mantra, he will automatically evolve the Heart of Steel into an even more sophisticated spiritual construct. The Heart of Steel did not organically grow stronger like the living spiritual products that Vase tended to make. The mantra learned by Vulcan essentially possessed a complete blueprint that allowed the design spirit to upgrade his new heart step by step. It was similar to buying a basic home and steadily renovating it so that the house became larger and more luxurious over time. The process of upgrading its initial form into its final and most powerful state could take an incredibly long time. With everything that Vase had learned from the system, he recognized that the Heart of Steel had become Vulcan's new divine core. The strength and qualities of the divine core directly determined what Vulcan could do as an up-and-coming spiritual entity. The better the divine core, the stronger its holder would become. As the transformation settled down, Vase patiently studied the new spiritual construct and picked up a lot of interesting details. For one, the trace of high-end metal energy that Vulcan had preserved all of this time had truly integrated into his being this time. While it was still too powerful and high-end for him to harness directly, the Heart of Steel had smoothly turned it into the core of its new existence. This suggested that Vulcan should probably be able to make much better use of the metal energy than before. Now that Vulcan has directly added a bit of pure metal energy into his new heart, his affinity and closeness to metal should have gained a substantial boost. Vase wasn't able to test this new effect while he was still residing in the system space, but he eagerly planned to see what Vulcan could do with his new Heart of Steel as soon as he returned to reality. The Heart of Steel possessed a lot of other powerful and useful functions. As the mantra that spawned it was mainly aimed at turning talented humans into powerful battle-oriented true gods, Vulcan had become a lot more powerful in a fight. Of course, Vase had no intentions of ever risking him in an actual battle against anyone. Unless a confrontation couldn't be avoided, it was best for Vase and his design spirits to avoid repeating the mistakes of the Dark Gods. The main reason why stupid entities such as the Unending One and the Inexorable One had lost their lives after clinging to existence after many eons was because they put themselves at risk in order to win a battle that they didn't need to fight in the first place. It's better to leave the fighting to grunts and more specialized combatants. Vase had already learned that high-ranking mech pilots paired with the right mechs were much more powerful than any spiritual entity at the same level. Their immense willpower and indomitable nature made expert pilots, ace pilots and god pilots extremely resistant to any spiritual shenanigans. Their resonance-empowered attacks were also extremely difficult to mitigate by those whose wills were not as strong, so people like Patriarch Reginald Cross could probably beat up Vulcan in an instant if his incarnation dared to manifest in full form. Vase shook his head. Just treat all of that combat stuff as insurance, Vulcan. What you should be focusing on instead is to keep improving your understanding of craftsmanship and technology. Don't get distracted by any vain desires to become a warrior. True gods are already outdated as far as combat is concerned. The 5 scrolls compact would have never been beaten black and blue by the MTA if their old and powerful transcendents were worth a damn in a fight. The combination between a god pilot and a god mech sounded so strong that Vase could hardly imagine that anything else could defeat them unless the advantage of numbers was overwhelming. Though Vase wanted to spend several straight days on studying Vulcan's new hardened condition, he still had 2 more Radiant Lottery tickets to go through. You can go and acclimate to your new condition. Don't be in a hurry to cultivate the mantra further. If you make your heart of steel stronger, I'm afraid that you will compromise your desire to create. You don't need to tell me that, laddie. His bearded dwarven self raised his fist. Craftsmanship is in my blood. How can I call myself the god of craftsmanship if I don't utilize a heart of my own creation? I already have an idea on how to design a more fitting variant. Once Vulcan went back to wherever he belonged, Vase drew his 3rd Radiant Lottery ticket and paused for a moment. I think I've obtained enough enlightenment fruits this time. There are so many of them that it will take a while for me and my people to digest them all. There is plenty of new knowledge that I want to study. Although knowledge was both powerful and incredibly helpful in increasing his comprehensive strength in the medium and long term, Vase also needed to upgrade his more immediate capabilities in order to give him additional security. Let's go for a useful material this time. He managed to obtain a modest quantity of black demon steel from a golden lottery ticket. With the information that he currently possessed, he gained a bit more appreciation for this spiritually reactive material. If he could obtain an even more precious material, then he could truly boost his unending regalia to a greater height. Vase briefly concentrated his mind and conveyed his latest desire to the wishing fountain. He then tossed the ticket into the fountain water and waited for it to resolve the lottery. Come on, give me a material that can make me more useful in different situations. It would be nice if you can give me an alloy that amplifies my spiritual exertions. The wishing fountain went to work as normal. The light show and theatrics were the same as before. The only difference this time was that the fountain water unleashed a water spout that unveiled a new material instead of an enlightenment fruit. As the spout lowered to a normal height, Vase immediately approached and took his latest prize in his possession. He immediately frowned when he saw what he obtained this time. He expected to receive a metallic substance such as an ore or a bar of refined alloy. What he got instead was a broken piece of dark brown bark. It didn't even look that special aside from its hard and solid appearance. What the hell? I thought you were derived from the metal scroll, not the wood scroll. Machian tree bark. This is the bark of a Machian tree. A Machian tree is a rare mutated tree variant that has grown in an area that is saturated with a mixture of wood and despair. The bark of this tree is considered to be cursed due to its exposure to the environment and its distance from the core of the growth. The Machian tree bark can gain special properties when treated in a specific manner. Quote. After obtaining the Alfari Core Detonation Code Manual Fruit and the Heart of Steel Mantra Fruit, Vase thought that he could extend his luck even further. The reality was much crueler, though. The bark did not look or feel all that special to Vase. While he was able to sense a bit of that despair that the description referenced, it was not as strong as he hoped. Apparently, Vase needed to process it in order to draw out the hidden potential of this Machian tree bark. The problem was that Vase had no clue about this processing method. He was completely in the dark as far as he was concerned. If this stupid prize was a piece of metal, then I could at least use my existing expertise to figure out how to make good use of it by myself. A wooden material, however, mech designers were not known for designing mechs with wood products. Sure, there were probably a few crazy and eccentric people that had attempted the challenge and succeeded in doing so, but those mechs probably weren't all that practical. This is goddamn useless to me. What the hell can I make with a piece of tree bark? Even if the bark was special and possessed a lot of hidden potential, it was all pointless if he or anyone else in his employ did not know how to maximize its full value. Wait, maybe the adducts might know how to utilize this bark. If that didn't work out, then he could always request Gaia to see what she could do with this material. Hopefully inspecting this Machian tree bark was not an activity that was beneath her. It shouldn't be, as the bark was ultimately a product of a radiant lottery ticket. The bark disappeared from his hand as he had silently sent it to the Vault of Eternity. He lifted his last radiant lottery ticket and thought about drawing from another pool of prizes. I'm not going to gamble on any more precious materials this time. The chances of getting another obscure material that I can't use is too great. A radiant lottery ticket was a precious opportunity to obtain powerful knowledge and goods that were normally out of his reach. He needed to be smarter about how to make use of his final chance to draw from the wishing fountain. He thought about his children. Compared to other designer babies, Aurelia, Andraste and Marvane were much more powerful due to all of the advantages that Vase and his wife had secured for them before they were even conceived. It didn't feel like it was enough. If it was possible, Vase wanted to power them up even further. Give me an augment, a medicine, a powerful ingredient or something similar. Give me a way to set my children up for success. The wishing fountain did its work as usual when Vase tossed in his final radiant lottery ticket. He endured the theatrics and eagerly gazed at what the water spout produced this time. His eyes lit up when he saw that the wishing fountain produced an ornate bottle this time. From the moment he picked it up, he felt as if he picked up a container that restrained a highly potent object. Frost Talent Pill. This bottle contains a single Frost Talent Pill. The Frost Talent Pill can grant a qualified and well-prepared human an immediate affinity for the element of frost that can grow over time. Requirements: endurance must be 1.5 or higher. Concentration must be 1.7 or higher. Spirituality must be 0.1 or higher. Vase did not expect to obtain such a weird pill. This was not exactly what he had in mind when he wanted to obtain a boost for his children. While Vase recognized the potential value and power for acquiring a powerful affinity for a specific element, the problem was that he didn't have an obvious candidate for this pill. The only one that he could possibly feed it to was his second daughter Andraste. Just because her companion spirit Xianxia became biased towards death didn't mean that her own domain was already set in place. One of the advantages of a companion spirit was that it could pursue a different direction from its principal. Vase began to warm up to the idea of reserving this pill for his daughter Andraste. He could think of many powerful uses for a frost talent for a future expert pilot. The tricks she could pull off with a domain based on both frost were myriad. When she combined this talent with Xianxia's affinities for death, she could become an even more lethal existence on the battlefield. Chapter 4198. Resting in bed, Vase slowly woke up feeling warmer and more cozy than ever. He did not even need to open up his bleary eyes to know that his second daughter was pressed up against his chest. His arms embraced her tiny and deceptively fragile body as if she was a teddy bear. It was moments like these that made him feel more fulfilled than ever. Though he did not consider himself to be the perfect father, he loved the job and wished that his children grew up slower to prolong the experience. He still remembered that Andraste had been just a tiny babbling baby a few years ago. Now she had grown up into a cute little girl that talked and jumped around a lot. Her energy was inexhaustible due to her genetic package. Papa, Andraste grinned as she felt his love through her prematurely developed spiritual senses. With all of the spiritual boosts that Vase, the superior mother, Gaia and a couple of other design spirits bestowed on her, her spirituality was already stronger and vastly more developed than most people. She could already sense that Vase was awake and paying attention to her. She cuddled even closer to his body as a response. I love you, baby. I love you too, Papa. Andraste wasn't the only child who had decided to sleep close to her parents this time. On the opposite side of the bed, Gloriana and their youngest son Marvane were laying in a similar arrangement. Marvane was considerably smaller than his older sisters, but that made him even cuter. Gloriana often felt the urge to treat him like a doll to the point of wanting to dress him up in all kinds of playful outfits. This time, she had dressed little Marvane up in a green dinosaur onesie. He looked especially cute in it when he was wearing up his hood that gave him the illusion that he was a cute lizard that made a failed attempt at looking ferocious. Mama Tilda, there, my baby. Mama is here. You can always come to me when you want a hug, Gloriana smilingly said as she stroked her youngest child's back. Aside from Andraste and Marvane, Aurelia was present as well. As the oldest sister, she occupied the center of the large bed. Two cats pressed up against her as if she was a little queen that was surrounded by her bodyguards. Meow Tilda, the soft and furry form of Clixie rested in Aurelia's embrace as usual. The collared cat constantly maintained an active bond with the oldest and most spiritually developed child, allowing the two to deepen their bond even when they were asleep. Meow, though Lucky might not share the same intimate bond with Aurelia, the gem cat was also a part of the family. The whimsical cat pressed up against Aurelia's back, his metallic form offering no discomfort after he made adjustments. As light levels in the bedroom slowly rose as the morning light of Davudi's star increasingly shone through the large windows, everyone slowly gained the energy to start off their long and fruitful days. Vase was in no hurry to rise from his bed and shave his developing stubble. His thoughts still lingered on the massive changes that he had experienced in the past period. The return of the system, the choice of upgrades, the new and impressive system space, the enormous upgrades to the old system functions, the addition of the sacred temple, the explosive revelations concerning divinities and true gods, and more all gave him a lot of food for thought. He had plenty of time to process the massive implications of all of these changes and additions to his life. What actually occupied his thoughts at this time was the massive gains he obtained from using up his lottery tickets. The lottery tickets he had earned from completing the last supply mission, as well as fabricating 4 masterwork mechs, truly reminded him that it was worthwhile for him to please the system. He managed to obtain an enormous windfall of goodies yesterday, so much so that he still couldn't wrap his head around what he could do with all of the stuff. There were a number of goods that he didn't know what to do with. The Machian tree bark was an especially vexing lottery prize to him because he did not possess the expertise to make the most out of this organic material. That was frustrating to him because the Machian tree bark was ultimately a prize obtained from a radiant lottery ticket. Fortunately, there were plenty of other prizes that didn't share the same problem. He already swallowed 3 different enlightenment fruits, each of which dumped a huge amount of knowledge in his head. Though the integration process was seamless, Vase still felt relieved after he enjoyed a deep sleep. It was only now that he could truly wrap his mind around all of the new and interesting theories and practical information that had taken up residence in his growing memory. Vase was still new to Beast Design V and senior level stealth and cloaking. Much of the new theories were rather dry and boring, but there were still plenty of new insights and interactions that compelled him to work out a couple of new mech designs. He wanted to start a new design round as soon as possible so that he could start on designing a couple of interesting beast mechs and stealth mechs. However, mech design only occupied half of his thoughts. The other half was devoted to the more mysterious and mystical enlightenment fruits that he had managed to obtain from the wishing fountain. Swallowing the heart of steel mantra fruit had already changed Vulcan on a fundamental level. With the knowledge that he possessed today, Vase recognized that Vulcan's previous spiritual composition was pretty messy. It was not bad per se, but the incarnation's organic nature as well as his unstructured growth had caused his spiritual makeup to evolve into a complex but rather unfocused arrangement. What the new and powerful mantra had done was take all of the important building blocks that were previously stacked into a messy hill and piled them up so that they looked like a pretty house. In other words, Vulcan did not gain any additional power, but became much more efficient at utilizing his existing strength. This was the power of a mantra that could reshape a life form's entire divine core. It was awfully similar to mech design in a way. When 2 different mech designers had to develop a machine out of the same stack of materials, the better of the 2 would undoubtedly be able to make a significantly more powerful machine. This was the entire reason why mech designers existed in the first place. The mech industry would never be able to accommodate so many different competitors if mechs were simple to the point where alternate designs were incapable of outperforming the initial ones. While Vase had understood this truth a long time ago, he never really applied the same mentality to other living entities until yesterday. When Vase thought of all of the design spirits he had made up until now, he wanted to palm his face. He had overlooked so many details when he initially designed spiritual products such as Trisk and Gaia. While it might have been inexcusable for him to barely know what he was doing when he just started out, he had been doing this for quite a few years now. The fact that he had yet to think about structuring the divine cores of his living spiritual products was a massive oversight. He wasted so many opportunities to tighten up and speed up the growth rate of his design spirits. Of course, even if he discovered that he could shape the divine cores into a more structured form, that didn't necessarily mean his efforts would be fruitful. What the system referred to as a divine core was the essence of an individual. Any mistake would have serious consequences to the person that relied upon it. The sheer amount of complexity and other intricate elements in the design of the Heart of Steel already made it clear that it took a lot of expertise in order to make focused improvements. One of the advantages of Ves's unique approach to spiritual engineering was that making his products alive automatically filled up the gaps in his spiritual designs. By letting nature shape the divine cores of his spiritual products, his new design spirits always became functional. The lack of control along with the reduced efficiency of these entities were hardly a problem to Vase. He had always assumed that their growth function would allow them to correct the flaws in their designs. That wasn't true enough. While their growth indeed closed up the most obvious gaps, their evolution did not go far enough in improving their existing divine cores. Focused design was able to accomplish a lot more than unstructured growth. Vulcan agreed with this as well, because his incarnation spent all of his time on studying the Heart of Steel mantra. The dense amount of information it contained was both mind-boggling. Much of it was difficult to decipher. While the system granted Vulcan enough understanding to practice its formulas and so on, it did not help with understanding the spiritual principles and mechanisms that made the Heart of Steel so strong. This was unacceptable to a crafter like Vulcan. The incarnation did not wish to shape his divine core around someone else's ideas and concepts. Though the Heart of Steel was undoubtedly an exquisite design that had probably been perfected over many generations, Vulcan would rather break the equilibrium and settle for a weaker divine core if that was the only way he could shape it to his own liking. This was why Vulcan had already begun a new personal design project that was centered around modifying the existing design of his Heart of Steel. Of course, doing this was exceedingly risky, so Vulcan did not expect to make any gains in the short term. He had barely advanced his understanding of the most important principles that made the Heart of Steel work, and that was concerning. Vulcan had already conveyed a request to obtain more knowledge on spiritual engineering in order to facilitate his attempt to reverse engineer his new heart. Vase silently nodded. He wanted to prioritize this effort because he had formed a plan to upgrade the divine cores of all of his design spirits in the future. They were already powerful enough when they were in their current organic states. If Vase was able to augment them by designing specialized divine cores for them all, then it would be as if he had upgraded a bunch of mechs with vastly stronger parts. Both Vase and Vulcan needed to work together in order to accomplish this goal. They might even have to involve the Tea Institute if their own efforts proved to be insufficient. "What are you thinking about, Papa?" Andraste curiously asked as her big eyes looked up at his face. "Oh, stuff." "What stuff?" "Important stuff. Like thinking about your next birthday gift. You've grown a bit bigger, haven't you, Andraste?" Hee. Vase smiled and kissed his red-headed daughter on the head. He loved her so much and wanted to boost her strength for the possible life she might lead in the future. He already had a couple of enlightenment fruits in mind for his little girl. He already decided to reserve the Frost Talent Pill until Andraste grew strong enough to meet the requirements. It was a bit more difficult for him to decide what to do with the Shadow Dance Dagger-style enlightenment fruit. He struggled to decide whether he should prioritize safety and hand it over to Venerable Tusa or whether he should be selfish and save it up for Andraste. However, when he thought about the uncertain risk factors of his upcoming Trailblazer expedition, he acknowledged that it was too much to deprive this powerful fruit from Venerable Tusa. His cousin had not only contributed a lot to the clan over the years, but he was also an indispensable guardian of the Larkinson clan. Making him stronger ultimately benefited every Larkinson under his protection. Andraste would also be able to enjoy her life with fewer worries as long as Venerable Tusa ripped apart the enemies that tried to do her harm. "I'll never let the monsters eat your body, Papa." Chapter 4199 Dark Zephyr version 2.0 Vase thoroughly enjoyed his morning as he and his immediate family rose from their bed. They washed up and dressed themselves up in their own outfits before enjoying a rich and sumptuous breakfast. Gloriana had managed to hire even more skilled chefs from Davut lately. The quality of food prepared for the most important family of the Larkinson clan had improved even further as the new hires knew exactly how to work with different specialized ingredients. Vase, Gloriana and their children all possessed different dietary requirements. Though Vase and Gloriana wouldn't die if they ate regular food, their children required a lot more energy as well as foodstuffs that were laced with different exotics while their bodies were still growing. Fortunately, the chefs always managed to make the food look nice and taste even nicer. The hungry little children eagerly devoured their breakfasts before Gloriana brought them to kindergarten. Vase kissed his wife and children goodbye before he headed over to the underground complex built underneath the surface of the cat nest. He smiled and nodded at the many clansmen who he met along the way before he reached a tightly guarded underground hangar complex. This was one of the sites where a handful of Larkinson expert mechs could be found. The clan always made sure to station at least 3 of them at the Larkinson branch while the remainder protected the main fleet. Several notable expert mechs graced his site. Vase was intimately familiar with each of the frames considering that he personally designed and upgraded them over the years. He spared a brief glance towards the Shield of Samar and the Promethea before he headed over to the Dark Zephyr. The mech had undergone a fairly extensive overhaul recently. Vase still wasn't entirely accustomed to its beefier and deadlier form. Whereas the initial version of the Dark Zephyr boasted a sleek and tidy shape, the upgraded version looked a bit busier but considerably better armed. The entire expert mech had been improved inside and out. Pretty much its entire internal architecture had been renewed. Vase and his wife had ripped out most of the internal architecture in order to put much more powerful Heartland-level components into the machine. The Larkinson clan did not spare too much money in order to obtain the most powerful high-end mech systems for the Dark Zephyr. Vase even approved the decision to exchange small quantities of phase water to various development companies in order to obtain the most cutting-edge mech parts and mech systems. A lot of different performance parameters experienced drastic improvements as a result. The sensor suite, the ECM suite, the power reactor, the mech engine and most notably the flight system performed several times better than before. Of course, this was not the extent of the changes made to the Dark Zephyr. Venerable Tusa had complained so many times on how he was unable to make meaningful contributions in certain scenarios that Vase and Gloriana had made a few additions to address these issues. The most obvious of them was the new modular armored grenade holsters. 4 of them were mounted on the Dark Zephyr by default, though they could always be removed if Tusa felt they were unnecessary and weighed his mech down. Each holster possessed enough capacity to accommodate 5 mech-grade grenades, which meant that the Dark Zephyr was able to sortie with 20 of them in total. Naturally, the grenades at Tusa's disposal weren't the cheap and boring explosives handed out to regular mech forces. The Larkinson army invested quite a bit of money and resources to build up a sizable reserve of high-end grenades. Some of them were even custom-made by the design department in order to equip the Dark Zephyr with grenades with more exotic payloads. The point of equipping the Dark Zephyr with these grenade holsters was to change its role and increase its versatility in the face of different threats. Unlike energy-based weapon systems, grenades were incredibly useful because people were able to choose the power and effect of the payloads before deploying into battle. The ability to carry 20 potent grenades into battle completely elevated the offensive power of the expert light mech. Tusa could pick and choose different types of grenades to handle different jobs. For example, if he needed to clear out a dense formation of mechs, the Dark Zephyr could toss out a bunch of incendiary grenades that spread flames over larger areas. If he needed to breach the armor of a well-protected bunker, he could opt for a directional explosive grenade that excelled at punching through layers of dense materials. If he needed to defeat an expert mech, he could equip his Dark Zephyr with high-explosive grenades, plasma grenades, or even phase water grenades. Of course, the latter should only be brought out when the Larkinsons faced a truly overwhelming opponent. The cost of building a grenade with a payload that was laced with phase water was not cheap to say the least. Venerable Tusa eagerly embraced the grenades when he received his upgraded Dark Zephyr again. In his initial live practice sessions, he went mad with joy by tossing the wildest and most powerful grenades at different practice targets. He had been repressed by his lack of firepower for too long. Vase quickly had to rein in his overenthusiastic cousin before he single-handedly bankrupted the Larkinson clan. If you want to toss around high-end plasma grenades and phase water grenades, then go do that in the MSTS. I know it's not as real as you would like, but you can experience the effects of all of those grenades against many different types of simulated opponents. The Dark Zephyr used to be the cheapest and least resource-intensive expert mech to maintain. Now that it was equipped with consumable equipment, Vase anticipated that the expert light skirmisher would impose a much higher financial burden on the clan. This was no problem, though. With the success of his business ventures, he had more than enough money to pay for this burden. He would rather lose a lot of money than to lose a lot of mechs and combat assets in situations where he needed to preserve as much strength as possible. There was no way to defeat enemies on the battlefield with stacks of MTA credits. All of the money accumulating in his bank accounts would not help him when a giant phase whale was about to crunch his entire fleet into pieces. As much as Venerable Tusa was ecstatic with all of the upgrades and additions to his expert mech, he did raise a point of concern a few days after receiving his renewed machine. "I'm happy with the Dark Zephyr version 2.0, Vase. I really am," he said. "There's just one issue that is bothering me. When I fought with it during the more difficult battle scenarios of the MSTS, my expert mech has a tendency to get shot a lot by powerful opponents. If my Dark Zephyr got struck, then I could always rely on its unending alloy armor plating to withstand the blows. This time is different. If my expert mech gets saturated with incoming attacks, and if enough of them strike a grenade holster, most of the grenades are designed to stay inert when they are struck." Vase responded, "That is not always the case. There have been times where the grenades inflicted at least some damage to my mech when the holsters that held them got blown apart. Look, these grenades are great when at shorter ranges when I can actually use them to blast my targets apart, but they're not as helpful when my enemies are 30 kilometers away. I've actually stopped carrying the grenade holsters in the training scenarios where I know that I will face a lot of enemy fire. It simply isn't worth the risk to bring the explosives along. Vase did not look too surprised by this. He already accounted for the problem of trying to protect the volatile payloads under heavy fire. There's one more upgrade that I haven't shared with you yet, he told the expert pilot. Did you notice the new slot at the back of your Dark Zephyr? We upgraded and strengthened it so that your expert light skirmisher can mount an optional new backpack module. Venerable Tusa became a lot more enthusiastic all of a sudden. Are you saying? Vase grinned. Your suspicions are correct. Your expert mech will be the first Larkinson machine to gain access to a mini drive. Tusa was overcome with so much joy at hearing this news that his force of will made a metaphorical dance. Obtaining a mini drive had been his greatest wish. The Dark Zephyr was all about mobility, and nothing could enhance its combat effectiveness more than the ability to zip through the battlefield at vastly greater speeds than before. While it was true that the massively upgraded flight system already allowed the expert light skirmisher to push its acceleration to another level, it simply wasn't enough when squaring off against a squadron of Nunzer warships. A mini-drive significantly reduced the time that the Dark Zephyr was underway, which meant that it would be exposed to far less intercepting fire. Being able to approach his destination faster also allowed Venerable Tusa to take out priority targets earlier, thereby preventing the enemy from dealing as much damage as before. Where is it? When can I test it out? Whoa there, don't be in such a hurry. Our clan commissioned a new combat drive for your Dark Zephyr from Morden Tech. The developers suffered a brief delay, hence why we couldn't bring it to you when we completed the upgrade to your mech. The good news is that it should be arriving straight from the laboratory of the development company today. Morden Tech was the company that the Larkinson clan ultimately chose to obtain a few combat drives. While the company was fairly new, it was staffed by numerous powerful researchers who had already made a lot of strides in figuring out alien warp drive technology. The company had managed to develop numerous powerful new transluminal travel solutions in a short amount of time. It was able to supply the most well-off groups in Davut with different varieties of superdrives, warp drives and mini-drives. The Stiletto AS-1 combat drive is a fairly compact mini-drive that is able to generate a warp field that can effectively allow your expert mech to traverse more distance in a shorter amount of time. Vase briefly explained. That classifies it as a combat drive. It does not function as a cruise drive, which means you can't effectively use it for interstellar travel. You won't be able to travel from one star system to another star system. This might become possible in an updated version of the Stiletto drive, but don't count on it. The sole purpose of this expensive module is to speed up your travel time on the battlefield. I'm already happy with that, Vase. How much faster will my Dark Zephyr be able to travel with this new combat drive? We still have to test that, but we have worked together with Morden Tech to make sure your new Stiletto drive will do its utmost to speed up your Dark Zephyr. That said, you should take into account that it is only a first-generation product that is based on brand new technology. Everything will be a bit rough at first. According to our simulation results, your expert mech should be able to travel up to 50 times faster at most. However, it takes a lot of time for your combat drive to ramp up to this degree of warping. Your mech should still be able to reach 10 times amplification in a short amount of time. 10 times, Tusa gasped. As a veritable speed freak, being able to move an order of magnitude faster was already a revolutionary change. He had so many new ideas on how to fight his enemies if his mech was able to sprint an order of magnitude faster. Chapter 4200 Anti-Ship Capabilities. The addition of the new Stiletto combat drive completely transformed the combat effectiveness of the Dark Zephyr. As a short-range mech that needed to be within tossing distance of its target in order to make meaningful contributions to an ongoing battle, speed had always been its greatest strength and limitation. On one hand, it was by far the fastest mech in the Larkinson army. On the other hand, other expert mechs such as the Amaranto and the Promethea could easily deal more damage to distant targets without moving from their places. Venerable Tusa had always been afraid of losing relevance on the battlefield. The rising trends of the Red Ocean posed a grave threat to him as light mechs were not as suited to fight against large enemies as other machines. The new customized combat drive solved most of his concerns. As long as the Dark Zephyr mounted this extravagantly expensive module onto its back, it could activate it at any time, allowing the expert mech to warp the surrounding space and effectively speed up its flight. There were only two major flaws to the Stiletto combat drive. The first major flaw was that it was a fairly vulnerable component. Tusa needed to pay close attention to incoming attacks. None should ever be allowed to strike the rear of the Dark Zephyr without any mitigation. In order to help the Dark Zephyr protect this sensitive and valuable module, Vase and Gloriana had worked hard to integrate a compact emergency shield generator inside the frame. It was not easy to stuff such a component inside the chassis of a small and cramped light mech, but they somehow managed to succeed by replacing many other components with miniaturized alternatives. By default, the small and fairly weak shield generator was tasked with serving as an additional layer of defense for the Stiletto drive. Since the combat drive integrated 70 grams of phase water, the Larkinson clan would have to pay Morden Tech almost double this amount in order to obtain a new Stiletto drive. Vase had tried his best to negotiate a more favorable deal with the high-tech development company, but he had failed to make much progress. There weren't that many companies out there that were qualified to develop mini drives, and there were even less of them that were based in Davut. All of these companies spent phase water like water, so none of them were eager to compete against each other based on price. The result was that Vase and the Larkinson clan would have to pay the same amount of phase water no matter which company he approached. Settling for going into bed with Morden Tech was a helpless decision on his part. Rather than go for a company that offered slightly more attractive conditions but was based in a completely different zone, Vase might as well partner up with a local company that he could at least pay a visit to if anything went wrong with the Stiletto drive. Vase had made it abundantly clear to Venerable Tusa that he should never put the Stiletto drive at risk. If it somehow broke to the point where the Larkinsons couldn't salvage the pieces, then they needed to pay 135 grams of phase water to Morden Tech in order to supply a replacement. Though the clan's reserves of phase water was still fairly abundant at this point, Vase did not want to squander this strategic material too quickly. Let's see how much better he has become now that he has been able to practice with his upgraded mech for a longer time. Vase muttered as he brought his mind back to the present. He concentrated his mind in order to get in touch with Vulcan. His incarnation effectively functioned as the server of the mental simulation training system, so Vase could conveniently access it at any place and time. He quickly sought out the scenario that Tusa and the Dark Zephyr were engaged in and dove in to spectate the ongoing battle. Explosions immediately overwhelmed Ves's senses as Tusa and a portion of the Larkinson army fought against a powerful alien fleet. Although the enemy force did not field any starfighters that could dogfight against human mechs, the formidable array of weapon systems were more than enough to swat out one Larkinson mech after another. The threat posed by these warships was incredible. The dense web of firepower thrown out by these warships easily intercepted every mech that attempted to push forward. Without a sufficient quantity of ranged solutions of their own, the Larkinson mechs were unable to take down the enemy warships fast enough. The alien vessels were simply too well protected. However, even as the beleaguered ranks of Larkinson melee mechs tried and failed to get closer, a single expert mech managed to bridge the gap. The Dark Zephyr had quickly and speedily managed to cross the void between the two fleets in a remarkably short amount of time. It had even done so while circling around instead of taking the shortest possible route. While it would have been faster if the expert light skirmisher went straight from point A to point B, it would have been too easy for the enemy warships to bombard the speedy machine with accurate fire. By circling around and approaching the alien fleet at a different angle, it became a lot harder to land a blow on the Dark Zephyr. This was especially the case when it had activated its signature untouchable resonance ability. The mass of kinetic rounds fired by the enemy's abundant cannon batteries occasionally struck the apparent form of the Dark Zephyr, only for them to pass by harmlessly as it turned out that they hit a mirage. It took over a minute of futile effort for the alien commanders to figure out that the real Dark Zephyr was hiding in the vicinity. After adjusting their targeting strategy and firing solutions, the alien fleet finally managed to land real blows onto the Dark Zephyr. Unfortunately for them, the human expert mech had already completed over half of its journey at this time. This was absolutely remarkable because it would have been forced to cross a much longer distance in the past. The reason for all of this progress was the active Stiletto drive equipped by the Dark Zephyr. Venerable Tusa made sure that he always kept up a resonance shield around his machine. He also oriented the Dark Zephyr so that the alien warships received the least amount of opportunities to strike at its rear. Unfortunately, the heavy blows from the enemy warships seriously depleted the resonance shield of the Dark Zephyr. Even if most of the warship cannons tasked with intercepting the lone expert mech missed their mark, a single hit was enough to put a mean dent onto an armored starship. The Dark Zephyr couldn't afford to withstand all of this firepower for too long. Venerable Tusa had already accounted for this, though. At the start of this run, his Dark Zephyr traversed the battlefield 10 times faster than normal, but that was hardly the limit. One of the general rules of any form of warp drive was that the longer it was running, the more it was able to ramp up its warp effect. The Dark Zephyr was only able to speed up 10 times at shorter distances, but now that its stiletto drive had taken up the time to ramp up, its current amplification had surpassed 30 times. What did this mean? It only had to remain in travel for less than a third of the time in order to reach the enemy fleet. The simulated battle indeed proceeded in this fashion. Though the Dark Zephyr continued to slam into one shell after another despite Tusa's best attempts to evade them all, it had managed to arrive next to the nearest enemy warship at record time. This was an extremely serious problem to the enemy fleet. The closest warship couldn't even orient most of its gun turrets at the expert mech. The ones that were further ahead did not dare to fire their heaviest armaments because they would do far more damage to their own side. This left Venerable Tusa free to act as he wished. The expert mech did not even disengage its stiletto drive at this point. Unless the alien opponents were able to disrupt the active warp field, there was no easy way to knock the Dark Zephyr out of its accelerated state. The only problem was that all of the rapid turning and other extreme maneuvers reduced the stiletto drive's amplification factor. It didn't matter though, as the Dark Zephyr only made a single attack pass before it flew towards the next enemy warship. Even though the expert mech had already departed its initial target, the warship subsequently fell into a crisis as 3 transphasic grenades completely blasted all 3 of her main gun turrets. Though the alien vessel was still able to stay in the fight by firing her mostly intact secondary armaments, knocking out her biggest guns provided the Larkinsons with a lot of relief. Those main cannons had been pounding the capital ships of the Larkinson clan for a while now. If they continued to do their work, then the Larkinsons were liable to lose all of their carriers before they lost their mechs. In the next few minutes, the Dark Zephyr repeated the same trick. All of her grenade holsters were filled with insanely expensive transphasic grenades. Vase, who had been observing this scenario for a while now, winced each time Tusa threw around those transphasic grenades like candy. Don't you know how much they are valued on the open market? You're throwing away thousands of MTA credits with every toss. The price was worth it, though. The grenades were extraordinarily potent. Much of their destructive potential bypassed many layers of thick hull plating and easily demolished the vulnerable internal components that made the gun turrets work. Even if the gun turrets were clad with transphasic armor plating that could partially resist this effect, the grenades still would have done a lot of damage since they contained an extravagant mix of explosive materials. Soon enough, the Dark Zephyr managed to defang 6 enemy warships in quick succession. Though it was still being fired upon by lots of secondary gun batteries, the Dark Zephyr cleverly utilized the enemy hulls as cover, thereby frustrating most attempts at taking it down. By now, it only had 2 transphasic grenades left. The Dark Zephyr rapidly flew towards an undamaged warship but did not choose to take down any of her main cannons. The expert light skirmisher instead tossed the grenade towards the side of the hull. Soon, a powerful blast opened up a hole which the Dark Zephyr eagerly dove in. This time, it drew out its unending alloy daggers and began to carve deeper through the less sturdy internal structural bulkheads. If the Dark Zephyr had to breach the interior of the enemy warship with its daggers, then it would have probably taken at least a minute to carve a large enough hole. However, the transphasic grenade allowed it to bypass all of this work and save precious time. Most starships were built like eggs. Their toughest part was their exterior. As long as the shell had been breached, it was much easier to mess up the insides. The Dark Zephyr clearly experienced this as its resonance-empowered daggers, which were ordinarily lackluster against large targets, easily tore into the warship, cutting apart everything that looked important until the entire vessel lost power. Venerable Tusa soon brought his expert mech back out and jumped towards another nearby warship and tossed the final transphasic grenade in order to repeat the same routine. Vase steadily watched as Tusa single-handedly tilted a major battle in the favor of the Larkinson clan through his own efforts. The training scenario wasn't so much of a challenge as it was just the latest attempt of Tusa to indulge in the powerful new upgrades of his revised expert mech. When the Dark Zephyr deployed onto the battlefield in its most powerful loadout, its threat towards enemy warships was not that much inferior to the Mars when it was bombarding a hostile fleet from a distance. Chapter 4201 Grenade Mad. When the battle scenario ended, Vase transmitted a command that forcefully pulled Venerable Tusa and the Dark Zephyr out of the MSTS. The reason why Vase visited the underground hangar bay in the first place was because he wanted to have a good talk with Tusa. The expert pilot noticed what had happened and quickly powered down his expert mech. "Hey Vase, have you come to check out how we're faring after the latest upgrades?" "That, and more, Tusa. First off, how are you doing in your personal life? Has becoming a father changed you in any way?" A strained but loving expression appeared on his face. "Fatherhood can really change a man. I'm sure you know what I mean. I am not used to living my life while knowing that I'm responsible for a bunch of cute and needy little brats. I feel guilty each time I start my shifts when my kids are demanding attention. It doesn't help that my wife Rania is even busier than considering that she needs to run an entire research institution." As far as prominent couples went, Tusa and Rania did not immediately come to mind. However, the pairing between the sole expert light mech pilot and a director of the second largest research and business operation of the Larkinson already elevated the pairing to the ranks of nobility in the clan. Their children were bound to become exceptional due to all of the opportunities their wealthy and powerful parents were able to provide. As much as Vase wanted to keep the Larkinson clan as egalitarian as possible, situations like these were unavoidable over time. The higher-ranking clansmen possessed a lot more expertise and also earned higher salaries and benefits. They could pass on much of their superiority to their offspring. Vase was guilty of the same behavior. It was unthinkable for him to raise Aurelia, Andraste and Marvane as if they were ordinary clansmen. After chatting about the woes of parenting for a while, Vase addressed a more serious topic. "I'm glad to see that you have taken well to the Dark Zephyr version 2.0, but I can't help but see that you have spent an awful lot of time playing with the new transphasic high-explosive grenades in the MSTS. Is there anything wrong with that?" Tusa asked as he crossed his arms. "I think I have reminded you over a dozen times how expensive they are. We can't even build them in-house, you know. We have to order a new batch of them at Morden Tech. It will be rather difficult to replenish our stock when our fleet is in the middle of the Trailblazer expedition. Then our clan should stockpile more transphasic grenades. Problem solved. Quote. Look, would you rather lose a kilogram of phase water or an entire capital ship?" Vase would lose the former any day. A capital ship was too precious to the clan, especially given the enduring shortage of shipyard capacity and the necessity to maintain as much strength as possible in the new frontier. "I'll see what I can do on short notice, but it won't be long before we formally launch the Trailblazer expedition. There are only so many transphasic grenades that we can obtain. You will have to learn to be more frugal and make more use of the other grenade types that we have stocked. It's much easier for us to replenish our stores of conventional high-explosive grenades. There are also a couple of other useful grenade types that are useful in certain scenarios. Think of EMP grenades and particle cloud grenades. I'm already familiar with those grenades. They're easy to figure out and I've already mastered their use in my previous practice sessions. These transphasic grenades are much harder to use. They're powerful, I'll give you that, but they don't always work the same against different targets. It takes repeated practice to understand how to best put their power to use against different materials, different ship constructions, different alien defensive solutions and so on. You don't want me to toss a transphasic grenade against a weird alien starship only for it to get blocked because I did not know that this would happen, right?" Vase grimaced. "I'll give you that, but don't let the ease of how many transphasic grenades you can toss around in the MSTS give you the impression that you can do the same in reality. I will personally decide how many transphasic grenades your mech comes equipped with per deployment. If the enemies are not threatening enough in my judgment, then you will just have to make do with the more regular grenade types. Do you understand?" Crystal clear. Even if you don't have access to the transphasic grenades, you're still a lot better off than before. You used to be frustrated all the time because you only had your daggers to rely upon to deal damage. Now, you can enter into battle with a formidable amount of explosives that can deal massive damage against larger groups of particularly tough opponents. Turning your expert mech into a grenadier has completely transformed your role on the battlefield, especially when we have paired your Dark Zephyr up with the stiletto drive. Tusa smiled in return. "I suppose that I've become too spoiled as of late. I am truly grateful that you have addressed all of my feedback and adapted my expert light skirmisher to the battlefields of today. It's quite amazing how the addition of just two systems completely elevates my role." I am looking a lot more forward to putting all of my new possibilities to good use against our future enemies." It pleased Vase to hear this. The Dark Zephyr was his first true expert mech design and one that would always have a special place in his heart. Though Venerable Tusa had the privilege of being the first Larkinson expert pilot to obtain an expert mech, the subsequent machines that Vase had developed over the years heavily outclassed the Dark Zephyr with each subsequent edition. Newer tech, higher design budgets, better skills and more extravagant materials all caused the Dark Zephyr to turn into the forgotten child of the class. It didn't help that the Dark Zephyr was far short of reaching masterwork quality. Gloriana couldn't even give it hope of evolving into one because she needed to conduct a more thorough overhaul in order to turn it into a god body. Given all of these disadvantages, Vase had done his best to shore up the value of the Dark Zephyr. Taking the additional steps of acquiring an expensive batch of transphasic grenades did much to dispel Venerable Tusa's dissatisfaction at his lack of power in battle. Vase briefly wondered whether it was even wise for him to give Tusa another gift. He had already pampered his cousin a lot. From a management perspective, it might be best to keep any subsequent gifts in reserve and wait until Tusa needed to be placated again. There were more factors at play, though. Vase had to take his safety and the safety of the clan into account as well. Granting Tusa a powerful enlightenment fruit would power him up as quickly as possible, giving him plenty of time to master his new skills and abilities. It would be too late to hand over an enlightenment fruit to Tusa on the eve of battle. Vase decided to go through with this decision. He gestured for Tusa to follow him out of the hangar bay and move to the specialized isolation chamber that was built in the middle of the underground complex. Once they reached the secure space, Vase made sure to close it up and deploy all of the jamming and other interference solutions. Once he was satisfied, he raised his hand and conjured up a special enlightenment fruit. The dark and shadowy aura surrounding the fruit instantly caused the expert pilot to raise his vigilance. "What is that, Vase? Is that one of the strange fruits grown by the Tea Institute that Rania has mentioned to me lately?" "It's not from the Tea Institute." Vase shook his head. "It's something different. This fruit is a gift. I don't dare to explain what it is out loud, but I can guarantee you that it will be to your benefit if you eat it. This fruit will allow you to refine your combat approach and fight in a more specialized way." Seeing that Vase was eager for Tusa to ingest the fruit, the expert pilot trusted his intuition that said that the patriarch did not mean to do any harm. The fruit still made him feel uneasy, though. The expert pilot felt that more might change than he would like. "What if I don't like what the fruit has to offer? It is up to you whether you decide to accept everything. All I can say is that you should do your best to stay true to your heart. Absorb what you think is useful and helpful to you, but maintain your skepticism against elements that do not sound so great to you. This fruit will undoubtedly impart a lot of material to you in a short amount of time, so you need to act quick and put your trust in yourself." This answer hardly reassured the expert pilot. "Can I think about it, Vase? I was thinking about saving it up for Andraste when she grows old enough to handle the fruit. The fact that I have considered this option should tell you how much value this fruit possesses. It can grant someone a fantastic opportunity to become stronger, both inside and outside of the cockpit. I have extended a great privilege to you by reserving it for your use. Is that enough?" Venerable Tusa decided to take the fruit at this point. He hesitated for only a brief moment before he munched on it. It only took a few quick bites for him to swallow the surprisingly light fruit. Soon, a strange torrent of shadowy energy erupted from his stomach and attempted to go straight into his mind and spirit. His powerful force of will and formidable mental defenses stopped the fruit from doing its work. "Let it through, Tusa. It's mostly information that you're getting." When Tusa carefully lowered his mental defenses, he understood what Vase meant by those words. His eyes widened as he immediately understood what he was getting. All kinds of information and knowledge about a remarkable weapon style and philosophy started to pour into his mind. The Shadow Dance Dagger style fruit did not just impart knowledge, though. As a fruit that existed to prime an individual towards an extraordinary fighting style, it also injected Tusa with a quantity of shadow energy that attempted to merge with the expert pilot's spirit. Vase paid careful attention to this process. He had already figured out that the shadow dance style could only fully be utilized by a practitioner that possessed a large affinity with the element of shadow. Even a less intensive use of this special fighting style also demanded at least a bit of familiarity with shadow energy. Tusa's original domain consisted of evasion and freedom of movement. Shadow did not play an obvious role in his fighting style and his philosophy towards life. He understood that he had to make a difficult decision. Should he embrace the power of shadows and make the best use of the fruit that he ingested, or should he preserve everything that made up his current self? He closed his eyes and made his choice. In the end, Tusa chose to integrate a bit of shadow energy but reject the remainder. This was a compromise decision where he only accepted a minimal amount of influence from the shadow element. This was just enough for him to understand the essence of the shadow dance style but not enough for his personality to change overnight. It was a pity that his reluctant embrace of shadow would prevent him from using the shadow dance style to its full potential. Not only would every extraordinary move be lacking in power, the expert pilot would also be unable to pull off the most advanced and intensive killer moves of this new fighting style. Apparently, that was fine with Venerable Tusa. Just like many other expert pilots, he had already made a lot of progress into building his own fighting style and approach. He was confident that he could morph the shadow dance style into a version that embodied his own strengths. How powerful, Tusa uttered with amazement. I finally understand why those sword maidens and heavenswarders are so obsessed with deep and profound swordsmanship. I can potentially defeat opponents that are twice or thrice as myself if I practice this new style.